Chapter 1081 Godhead. The mid-level 5th grade, Holy Spirit, flew out of the divine realm and entered the fairy realm, but disappeared without traveling far. 2 mid-level 5th grade, Holy Spirits, entered Li Shiming's cave. And with the treasure, mirror flowers, water and moon, Li Shiming dared to place his cave anchor, Dalian Golden Lotus, at the boundary of the fairyland. As soon as he entered the cave, the Holy Spirit released the Golden Saint from the Spirit Beast bag. Li Shiming's figure flashed to Jean Shung's side. Although he could feel everything about Jean Shung through his connection with Jean Shung, he still wanted to see Jean Shung's changes with his own eyes. In this operation, Jean Shung successfully fused 10 dark golden threads. This resulted in the existence of 12 dark golden threads in his soul fire. And the 12 dark golden threads at this time were fused together, and were not the previous thin threads. At the core of the soul fire, a broken crystal flashed with dark golden light. The dark golden thin thread before only passively increased Jean Shung's control over the Holy Spirit rules, and made Jean Shung a four-winged angel. Today's incomplete crystal allows Jean Shung to receive an inheritance from it. In the past, the Golden Saint could only strengthen himself by continuously absorbing Holy Spirit energy, because Jean Shung has no way to practice. Not only Jean Shung, but also all the Holy Spirits under Li Shiming. Although the boring God Soldier was resurrected, the memory of the boring God Soldier disappeared. Of course, even if you can get the cultivation method of boring Divine Warrior, it is far less than the inheritance obtained from the incomplete crystal, because this inheritance belongs to the angel inheritance, the core inheritance of the God's domain. Z15 copied the angel inheritance. After analysis and research, Li Shiming finally understood the special features of the angel inheritance. Different from the caves built by human monks, the core of angel inheritance is to continuously enhance the Godhead. When the Godhead is powerful enough, you can ignite the divine fire through the Godhead, and break through the confinement of this world to enter a higher level world by lifting the divine fire. Li Shiming discovered that this was similar to the path of cultivation for monks. Whether a monk or an angel, the ultimate goal was to ascend. He also discovered that the so-called boring God Warriors, whether they are in the early to middle stage of the 5th level or in the late stage of the 5th level, should be like cannon fodder. Because at least in the early and middle stage of the 5th grade, boring God Warriors, there is no Godhead in the body. And among the late stage 5th grade, boring God Warriors, he has seen, there is no existence with Godhead. As for why he was sure of this, it was because the so-called Godhead was the incomplete crystal in the Golden Saint's body. It was because of the incomplete Godhead that Jean Shung became a four-winged angel. And only four-winged angels could be called angels by the boring Divine Warriors. After possessing the angel inheritance, Li Shiming no longer needs the Golden Saint to snatch the dark golden thread inside the altar. He already knew that the dark golden thread was the fragmented form of the Godhead. But he didn't know why the God realm placed the Godhead in the altar. Z15 quickly gave the answer. The altar is a platform for gathering faith. Every boring God Warrior is the most devout fanatic believer and can provide huge power of faith. In the angel inheritance, the divine realm that has been promoted to the land of fallen immortals is not the real divine realm. The real divine realm is a world like a place where humans cultivate immortality. There are a large number of mortals living there, and all the boring God Warriors are fanatical believers selected from them. Fanatic believers do not need to have strong strength. After being brought into the divine realm, they are transformed into warriors of God, which are what human monks call boring Divine Warriors. Li Shiming looked at the angel inheritance. He needed to understand this inheritance before he could guide Jean Shung to practice. However, he cannot let Jean Shung increase his strength in a short period of time, because Jean Shung has absorbed a large amount of Holy Spirit energy and is already at the peak of the late 5th stage. If he improves further, he is afraid that he will not be able to control Jean Shung. He didn't want to cultivate a monster that he couldn't control. Not only would he be in big trouble, but the human world would also be in big trouble. Thinking of the power of faith, Li Shiming thought of something and looked a little strange. When he reaches the late stage of great power, he can completely let Jean Shung find the power of faith in the human world. The return of Jean Shung has brought other benefits to Li Shiming. That is, the incomplete Godhead has stronger control over the rules of the Holy Spirit. This allows Z15 to analyze more information that will help Li Shiming enhance his understanding of the rules, making it easier for Li Shiming to advance to the next level. Li Shiming has a lot of resources in his hands. What he lacks is the accumulation of time. Among the 5th grade high-level elixirs in his hands, Some were harvested from the land of Zhongzhou, and some were harvested from the land of Luoxiang. This time alone, Jean Shung brought back 120 of his foreign spiritual crystals, no matter how much he consumed. Plus Li Yuanba, Li Taibai and Yin Sherwan. He would not be able to consume so many in hundreds of years. Exotic spiritual crystal. It was for this reason that he gave up the plan of letting Jean Shung continue to enter the divine realm. With enough resources, the next step was to slowly digest the gains. He was taking the 5th grade high-level elixir in a saturated state, just like he did in the nascent soul stage. There are no monks as extravagant as him in the entire world of immortal cultivation. When taking the 5th grade spiritual elixir, any great master will only use it in retreat, and will stop once the body is at the low point of cultivation, so as not to waste the 5th grade spiritual elixir. Dan, as he took more and more 5th grade high-level elixirs, his physical body continued to strengthen. I believe that it won't be long before his physical body reaches the conditions for promotion to the late stage of great power. As for the energy in the cave, at the energy production rate of 5 caves, it would take almost 150 years to reach full capacity. In other words, 150 years later, he can try to break through to the late stage of great power. The premise is that he will not consume the cave energy on a large scale. Otherwise the time will continue to be delayed. Why are the great powers extremely cautious about using the energy of the cave? After Li Yuanba used the energy flying sword to kill the enemy, his senior brother Yi Jin would remind and persuade Li Yuanba. It is because the energy of the cave is related to the future of the great powers. Of course, the reason why most powerful people cannot be promoted is not because of insufficient energy in the cave, but because of insufficient improvement in understanding of their own rules. Among the 7 immortals, Li Yuanba is comprehending the sword intent. Although he has accepted the inheritance he received from the sword intent Chongshao Pavilion Patriarch, he still needs to combine it with himself. In the land of the fallen immortal, there are too many fighting opportunities, giving him the opportunity to continuously improve his swordsmanship. It can be said that the land of the fallen immortal is the training paradise for sword cultivators. Sword cultivators must strengthen themselves through fighting, and there are too many fighting opportunities in the land of the fallen immortal. Moreover, the level of these battles are all at the 5th grade level. If placed in Zhongzhou, such battles would be major events that could affect the situation in Zhongzhou. But here they are very common conflicts. Suddenly, the jade disc of his identity trembled, which was a signal for urgent help. He was about to check the identity jade disc, but he heard a more important warning. He didn't even check the identity jade disc, because the warning was that Xianju had scanned the enemy's approach. He flew out of the 7 immortals' residence, and at this time both Yizhen and Ding Feng came outside. In other immortal residences, the great power usually stays in the immortal residence to deal with the enemy. That way you can protect yourself to the greatest extent. Before the immortal residence is destroyed, you can cast the strongest spell with all your strength without having to consider your own defense. With the advantage of Xinju, even if you encounter an enemy with similar strength or even a small amount of strength beyond yourself, the powerful person inside Xinju can handle it with ease. But except for Lin Jing, the other 3 in the 7 immortals' residence are all swordsmen. Great sword cultivators will not hide in the immortal palace. They have the sharpest swords, and their strongest strength is offense. What kind of sword cultivator is hiding in the immortal palace like a scabbard? This is also the self-confidence of sword cultivators. If they are unable to deal with the enemy, even hiding in the immortal residence will not help. Yuanba, be careful. I feel something is wrong, Ding Feng warned in a deep voice. 3 immortal residences on my side have been attacked, and a signal for help has been sent, Yi Guaning continued. I received 2 signals for help from the immortal palace in my jade plate, Ding Feng said afterward. I received a request for help from the 7 immortals. Li Yuanba checked the identity jade disc at this time, and said in surprise. He quickly replied to 7 messages asking for help, telling him that his area was also under attack, and that he could not go to the rescue. The 7 immortals cannot be allowed to lose the opportunity to ask for help from other powerful people, just because they are waiting for his rescue. Dan Engyi and Ding Feng looked at each other speechlessly. Li Yuanba had only been here for a few years, and he had surpassed them both in terms of making friends. In an emergency, the first person to send a signal for help is usually the most trusted friend. Because of his strong combat power and healing ability, Li Yuanba even acted as an agent for Li Shiming's alchemy entrustment, which made many powerful people willing to take the initiative to make friends with him. This has never happened before. Is God Realm crazy? How much combat power must be mobilized to achieve this level? Yizhen said in a deep voice as he sensed the approaching enemy. Li Yuanba also sensed the enemy. In fact, Xianju's scanning array had discovered the general number and strength of the enemy. What he sensed was just for confirmation. There are 4 5th level early stage Boring God Warriors and 80 half-step 5th level Boring God Warriors. It is estimated that according to the analysis of God's domain, so many Boring God Warriors are enough to suppress the 4 powerful mid-stage warriors. Exists. Yuanba. It seems that God Realm underestimated us. You are going to attack with all your strength. Something is wrong this time. We need to resolve the battle quickly and go to reinforce other immortals. Jean could see the enemy's strength. He shook his head and said with relief, in fact, God's domain underestimated Li Yuanba. An enemy with this level of strength could easily be defeated by Li Yuanba with all his strength. Li Yuanba nodded. He contacted Z15 and instantly found the loophole in the Boring God Warriors battle formation. Then his figure flashed, and Li Yuanba's improvement in space rules had long been shared with him. This improved his spatial ability a lot. The spatial movement he performed was not discovered until his figure appeared and the Boring God soldiers saw his figure. This is the opportunity. A little advantage on the battlefield can determine the outcome of a battle. Li Yuanba listened to Gu's advice and exerted his full strength without any reservation. 10,000 5th grade intermediate energy flying swords flew out. And at the moment he appeared, they shot out in all directions with him as the center. The most terrifying thing is that these 10,000 5th grade intermediate energy flying swords are attacking along the energy flow of the battle formation of the Boring Divine Warriors. So this powerful battle formation does not affect the energy flying swords. In just an instant, more than half of the Boring God Warriors were swallowed up by the energy flying swords. The rest of the Boring God Warriors ignored the battle formation. They broke away from the battle formation one after another and used space movement to dodge to the side. Since they came to fight, they didn't think of escaping immediately when the battle started. So they had no intention of leaving. At this time, Li Shiming used the 1,000-hand Guaning record and divided 10 brains to help Li Yuanba. The 10 brains, activated by the 1,000-hand Guaning Avalokitesvara, controlled 10,000 energy flying swords. When Gu and Ding Feng were about to take action, they saw an incredible scene. 10,000 energy transformed flying swords each used the secret attack method in a sword intention climb to the sky technique to hunt down every Boring God Warrior on the battlefield. Ding Feng was a little better. He was just shocked by Li Yuanba's methods. But Jean saw that the 10,000 energy flying swords were not a group attack secret technique. There is indeed a secret method of group attack in sword intention climbing to the sky, which uses a large number of sword lights to make up for the lack of power of a single sword light. The secret method of single attack in sword intention climbing to the sky is a method of single attack, which uses the strongest power to attack a single target. Li Yuanba clearly used 10,000 energy flying swords, but each energy flying sword was a single attack secret method. These single attack secret techniques are all mastered by E.G. Dening. But the most that E.G. Dening can do is to drive several flying swords at the same time. If there are more, the power cannot be guaranteed. The battle ended in the blink of an eye between Gu and Ding Feng. Li Yuanba took back 10,000 energy flying swords. Due to the control of Li Shiming's 10 brains, the energy consumed this time was very even. There was no situation where a certain energy flying sword consumed too much energy and became unusable next time. Even if it is to replenish energy, this flying sword, which consumes very little energy, will recover very quickly in Li Yuanba's cave. Yuanba, let's act separately. Brother Ding stays in Xinju. I'm worried whether God's domain will attack again, Jean said in a deep voice. Li Taibai is nearby. I asked him to come quickly. He will be safe in the 7 Immortals' residence. Li Yuanba thought for a moment and said, Chapter 1082 Rescue. Li Yuanba went to the 5 Immortals' residence. When he arrived at the 5 Immortals' residence, powerful men had already come to reinforce him. He discovered that the powerful powers who rescued him were not the powerful powers active on the border, but the 3 powerful powers behind them. The combat power of the 3 powerful men is naturally far inferior to that of Pan Hui and Tianjing. But with their joining, the battle situation can at least be stabilized. The number of Boring God Warriors attacking from Xianju is also quite large. The combined combat power of half-step 5th grade and 5th grade Boring God Warriors is almost equal to the combat power of 6 5th grade soldiers. Fellow Daoisley, has the trouble in 5 Immortals' residence been solved? Pan Hui asked with great joy when he saw Li Yuanba. Solved! God realm is crazy! Li Yuanba replied in his mouth. But his hands were not slow. The purple sky sword was shot out. This time he did not use 10,000 energy flying swords, because it was not necessary. These boring god warriors are in a confrontation with the powerful people of the 5 immortals. And the battle is very tense. He doesn't need to consider the active attacks of the boring god soldiers. As long as he moves quickly enough, he can easily kill these boring god soldiers in one go. The purple sky sword penetrated into the battle formation of the boring divine warriors. The attack position of the purple sky sword was very tricky, right at the loophole of the battle formation. Although there are loopholes in the battle formation, not all monks can discover them, because the battle formation is arranged in groups of at least 10 boring god warriors. Even if there are loopholes in the battle formation, it will be moved with the movement of the boring god warriors. Therefore, if you want to take advantage of the loopholes in the battle formation, you need to find the loopholes in the battle formation and launch an attack in an instant. Even if you are delayed a little bit, the fighter plane will disappear. The purple sky sword penetrated the battle formation, and without the defense of the battle formation, the purple sky sword could instantly kill the single half-step 5th grade boring divine warrior. After he killed a group of half-step 5th grade boring divine warriors, the balance on the battlefield was broken by him. It turns out that the 5 powerful men of Wuxianzhu were in a standoff with the boring god warriors. The boring god warriors lacked a team of half-step 5th level boring god warriors, allowing the human powerful to instantly took advantage. Pan Hui and Tianjing laughed and performed with all their might. They did not want Li Yuanba to look down upon them. If Li Yuanba were to continue killing them, then all the boring god warriors here would be wiped out by Li Yuanba. The 2 powerful men, one with fire and the other with water, used the secret method of fusion. Suddenly, the energy of water and fire was transformed into a more terrifying power. The defense of the boring god warriors was broken, and many boring god warriors were destroyed. Kill. Fellow Daoist Pan. Daoist Tian. Let's see who kills more. Li Yuanba also laughed. The purple sky sword flew out and killed a 5th grade boring divine warrior. Okay. The loser invites the winner to drink. Pan Hui agreed with a smile. At this time, the boring god warriors were already in a bit of confusion, and the sudden change in the battle situation left them with no time to react. But how could the 2 great masters and Li Yuanba give them too much time? The sword light and water and fire were on the battlefield, and they quickly wiped out all the boring god warriors on the battlefield. Come and have a drink when you have time. Pan Hui invited Li Yuanba without any calculation. He couldn't help but sigh that young people are formidable. Li Yuanba's natal flying sword was sharper than the 2 veteran midterm powerful men. Let's talk about it after drinking. Why did these 3 great masters come to reinforce? Li Yuanba asked through the message with some confusion. He didn't want those 3 powerful people to hear him. His question meant that he looked down on the other party. It was the Immortal Alliance who discovered the movements of the divine realm and mobilized the powerful forces from behind to come for reinforcements. It is said that all the available powerful forces in the Immortal Alliance were sent out. Pan Hui, the powerful leader, shook his head and said helplessly, I have never seen such madness in the divine realm in my memory. Not to mention the damage caused to the immortal realm this time. The losses on the divine realm's own side are staggering. Tianjing said. Everyone knows that when the boring divine warriors enter the immortal realm, they will be suppressed. In normal attacks, the boring god warriors usually launch a surprise attack, and will retreat once they cannot break through. Even though Li Yuanba easily killed the boring divine warrior, that was because he was a powerful swordsman, and his attack would be fatal once he achieved it. Just like in this battle, Li Yuanba, Pan Hui, and Tianjing all killed the boring god soldiers, but the 3 reinforcements from the rear didn't even kill a single boring god soldier. Not able to kill. Pan Hui and Tianjing are the strongest among the powerful in the land of immortals. They have the ability to crush the boring divine warriors with superior combat power. But the situation is different for the powerful ones at the rear. Even if they have the upper hand, they cannot kill the boring divine warriors in a short time. I'll go to other immortal residences first. Li Yuanba checked the identity jade disc and found that he had received several more rescue messages. So he said goodbye. Li Yuanba has many friends, especially these powerful masters, who can earn contribution points and exchange them for 5th grade elixirs. So these masters are high-quality customers. He didn't want anything to happen to these powerful people. Li Shiming's alchemy commission had just completed the first batch, and more harvests were being prepared. At the 5 immortals' residence, Ding Feng and Lin Jing, who were left behind, met Li Taibai. They were no strangers to Li Taibai, but this time when they saw Li Taibai, their attention was attracted by the 3 figures behind Li Taibai. Flying Yiksha? Ding Feng asked in disbelief. The process of refining corpses is almost at its end when it reaches the 4th grade golden corpse. If you want to refine the flying Yiksha, you must have a great chance. The flying Yiksha, rumored in the world of immortality, is mostly obtained by chance found in ancient ruins. With the current corpse refining resources in the world of immortality, it is impossible to refine the flying Yiksha. There is another reason why the powerful do not cultivate flying Yiksha. That is, even if there are enough resources to cultivate flying Yiksha, the success rate of refining flying Yiksha is still a big problem. However, Ding Feng saw 3 flying Yikshas, which frightened him incomprehensibly. Fellow Taoist Ding still has research on corpse refining? Li Taibai admitted with a smile. How dare you say that there is research? I just read some related inheritance. In front of Li Taibai, Ding Feng did not dare to say that there was research, so he waved his hand quickly. Ding Feng looked at Li Taibai and the 3 flying Yiksha, and he felt relieved about the safety of Xianju. These are 4 high-level combatants. The Lei Xiao aura on Li Taibai's body shows that he is a powerful Lei Xiao. The Great Thunder Cultivator and the Great Sword Cultivator are both the strongest attacking monks. At least they are not weak in terms of combat power. With 3 flying Yiksha around, even if a large number of Boran Divine Warriors attack again, they will not be weak. Can support until other powerful people come back for help. Fellow Taoist Li, I'll leave the 7 immortals' residence to you to help guard it. I'll go and reinforce other fellow Taoists first. Thinking of this, Ding Feng said, bowing to Li Taibai. Li Taibai nodded in agreement, and Ding Feng followed and teleported away. Junior brother, go ahead and rest in the immortal residence. Lin Jingdaneng greeted with a smile. Because of her relationship with Li Yuanba and Li Shiming, she regarded Li Taibai as her junior brother. When Li Taibai entered the immortal residence, he did not violate Lin Jing's good intentions. Not all great powers are like sword cultivators who don't use their good immortal defense, but rush to fight in front of the enemy. Lin Jing took the hospitality items and was about to sit down and talk to Li Taibai when a warning came from the formation in Xianju. The 2 came to the fighting position, which was protected by the Xianju formation and could directly attack the enemies outside. Powerful Lin Jing is not just a decoration. With a wave of his hand, a red gold phoenix appears. The red gold phoenix, at the early stage of the 5th level, is enough to fight against the Boran Divine Warrior. In the middle stage of the 5th level, powerful Lin Jing also has some secret techniques that can be combined with the red gold phoenix, or even integrated into one, which are all ways to enhance his own combat power. In the past, it was not her turn to take action. There were 2 great sword cultivators here. As long as the number of Boran God Warriors was not exceeded too much, the 2 sword cultivators could easily handle it. If the 2 powerful sword cultivators were unable to defeat the enemy, even the powerful Lin Jing could not change the situation of the battle. It's different now. The 2 great sword cultivators are not here, and Li Taibai has entered the immortal land for the first time. Great Master Lin Jing must stand up and fight the enemy together with Li Taibai. She didn't know what Li Taibai's combat power was. Li Yuanba and Li Shiming were both top geniuses. Li Taibai's realm had also been promoted to the middle stage of great power. But how could there be so many top geniuses at the same time? She didn't believe that Li Taibai was also the same as Li Yuanba. Just as powerful, the enemy appeared, and the number of this batch of Boran God Warriors reached 135, 5 of which were 5th grade Boran God Warriors, and the rest were half-step 5th grade. Junior brother, I have sent out a rescue signal. We just need to hold on for a while. Lin Jing was secretly frightened when she saw so many enemies, but she did not show it, but comforted Li Taibai. Senior sister, it's okay, Li Taibai replied with a slight smile. The spiritual treasure, Heavenly Strike Thunder Hammer, appeared above his head, and behind him the Sword Servant, Thunder Servant, and Bow Servant all took out the spiritual treasures. Even the powerful Lin Jing was stunned by such a configuration. When did Ling Bao become so worthless? Even the flying yikshaw is available to everyone. Li Taibai used the Thunder Cloud technique, and Lei Shi used the Thunder technique. In conjunction with the Sword Server's flying sword and the Bao Server's arrow, the three flying yikshaw launched towards the Foreign Divine Warrior attack. The casting lead time of Thunder Cloud technique is a bit long, but it is more powerful. At the same time, Li Taibai did not stop after casting a Thunder Cloud technique, but continued to cast Thunder Cloud technique. Soon, a large number of thunderclouds gathered in the sky outside Xianju. Powerful Lin Jing followed up with a fire spell. The power of the fireball inspired by the red gold phoenix should not be underestimated. The Foreign Divine Warriors launched an attack as soon as they approached Xianju, and Xianju's formation was activated. Since Xianju is rarely attacked, and most of the time when enemies attack, it is two sword cultivators who take the initiative to attack. So Xianju has a lot of energy reserves. It would take at least 10 breaths for the attack of the Foreign Divine Warrior to break through the formation defense of the 7 immortal residences. This was assuming that Li Taibai and Lin Jing did not inject the energy of the cave into the immortal residence. The reason why Xianju can provide protection for powerful people is because of the defensive power of Xianju formation, which is the defensive power blessed by the falling immortal formation. The attack of the Foreign God Warriors could not be sustained because the attack in Xianju was unexpectedly powerful. Although this kind of long-range attack can be converted into a direct bombardment, the power of the attack from the opposite side is so great that they have to defend with all their strength, and there is no way to fight back. Don't underestimate the three flying yikshaw. Li Shiming spent a lot of energy on them. The flying yikshaw, strengthened by 600 billion corpse refining runes, is many times stronger than any ordinary flying yikshaw. The attacks launched by the Thunder Warriors, Sword Warriors, and Bao Warriors with their spiritual treasures all have attack power that exceeds the veteran mid-level powers. When the Thunder Cloud technique in the sky was activated, all the Foreign Divine Soldiers were completely suppressed and unable to move. At this time, Li Taibai sacrificed another treasure, Thunder Sound Bell, from his body. This was originally owned by Li Yuanba, but as Li Yuanba's sword intention reached an extremely high level, there were 10,000 5th grade mid-level energy in the cave. As a powerful weapon like a sword, the treasure, Thunder Bell, is of little use. Li Shiming assigned the Thunder Bell to Li Taibai, which could just make up for Li Taibai's lack of strength. To say that Li Taibai's strength is lacking is to judge by Li Yuanba's combat prowess. If Li Taibai were to face other powerful men, Li Taibai's strength would not be weak at all. The treasure, Thunder Sound Bell, was sacrificed, and this treasure had the power to attack when activated. Enemies who don't know the treasure, Thunder Bell, will definitely be tricked by Thunder Bell. Li Taibai activated the treasure, Thunder Bell, and an invisible shock wave swept towards the Foreign Divine Warrior. The Holy Spirit energy of Foreign God Warrior has many changes, which allows the Holy Spirit energy to deal with many kinds of attacks. The attacks launched by Li Taibai included thunder spells, flying swords, and arrows. In addition, Lin Jing's powerful fire attacks made it difficult for the Holy Spirit energy of the Foreign God Warrior to fully correspond. Variety. Even so, the Foreign Divine Warrior can still rely on the energy of the Holy Spirit to withstand various attacks from Xianju. But when the attack from the treasure Thunder Bell came, it caught the Foreign Divine Warrior by surprise. This is an attack that combines sound waves and spirit, especially the spiritual attack. When the Foreign God Warrior did not have a way to deal with it in advance, the Foreign God Warrior suffered a big loss. Among the Foreign God Warriors, the weaker half-step 5th grade Foreign God Warriors had their souls invaded by Lei, making them unable to maintain their battle formation and even lose control of their bodies. As for the 5th grade Foreign God Warrior, although it is slightly better than the half-step 5th grade Foreign God Warrior under the thunder, it is still in a trance. Chapter 1083 Threat. The battle formation of the Foreign God Warriors disappeared, and there was no longer any obstacle for thunder, flying swords, arrows, and fire spells. And they completely fell into the Foreign God Warriors, especially the Thunder Cloud technique issued by Li Taibai, which was the attack caused by dozens of Thunder Cloud techniques that he inspired in a row. Thunder and lightning fall downwards in the sky, and the thunder and lightning will automatically search for any living beings. In just a few breaths, all the 5th grade boring god warriors were almost wiped out in half a step. 2 of the 5 5th grade boring god warriors also died. The remaining 3 5th grade boring god warriors looked at the situation. No. I use space movement to escape from the battlefield. Lin Jing looked at the corpse of the boring divine warrior on the battlefield with some disbelief. Even if she overestimated Li Taibai's combat power, she did not expect that this battle would go so smoothly. She looked at the thunder sound bell above Li Taibai's head again. She came from the Luanfeng Palace in Zhongzhou, so she recognized the origin of the thunder sound bell. But she didn't ask any more questions. The appearance of thunder sound bell in Li Taibai's hands clearly explained the problem. What she needs to do now is to send out the news to explain that the trouble in Xianzhou has been resolved. Otherwise, the rescue monk's trip would be in vain, which may affect the rescue of other immortals. The large-scale attack from the divine realm did not last long. The main reason was that the counterattack from the immortal realm was extremely powerful, and a large number of human powers were mobilized to block the attack from the divine realm. The battle was over, and when Li Yuanba returned to the 7 immortals' residence, Dangery and Ding Feng were thanking Li Taibai. "Senior brother, what are our losses this time?" Li Yuanba asked Yizhen after he came back. Although Li Yuanba has many friends, there are very few friends within the Immortal Alliance. Probably only the Immortal Alliance has accurate data on the losses of human monks. As far as I know, 3 immortal residences were destroyed, 7 great masters died, and none of the low-level monks living in the 3 immortal residences survived. The specific number is still unclear. Great Master Gu shook his head bitterly, replied in a deep voice. Not all immortal residences are like 7 immortal residences. There are only a few powerful ones there. Many immortal residences have vast spaces inside, and are home to a large number of low-level monks. Among these low-level monks, in addition to those who have mastered various arts of cultivating immortals, there are also some monks with excellent qualifications, and even powerful juniors. Actually, compared to the divine realm, our losses are nothing, Ding Feng said with a wave of his hand. He didn't want the atmosphere to be depressed. After all, the human monks had a great victory. Only Li Yuanba knew that all the boring god warriors were not the main force of the god's domain. The real main force was the angels. The boring god warriors can be produced quickly, as long as there are enough fanatical believers. Boring god warriors can be produced in large quantities. Stop talking about this. Junior brother Li Taibai, do you have any idea of staying in the 7 immortals' residence? Gu Daning looked at Li Taibai with shining eyes and asked. He learned about Li Taibai's battle from the powerful Lin Jing. The combat power Li Taibai showed could just make up for the shortcomings of Xianzhou. The main reason was that Li Taibai's long-range attacks were too fierce. The boring divine warriors that attacked later had to be rescued even if he and Ding Feng were left behind. Of course, Li Yuanba is not included here. Li Yuanba's 10,000 5th grade mid-level energy flying swords are a terrifying means that can change the situation of the battle. Senior brother, I don't like to be bound. I will freely take on some tasks from the Immortal Alliance. If 7 immortals' residence needs me, let Yuanba call me. Li Taibai refused with a smile. It is enough for Li Yuanba to stay in Xianzhou. And Li Taibai is another supplement to obtain resources in another way. Although Li Taibai received very few exotic spiritual crystals, he continued to complete the Immortal Alliance missions and accumulated a lot of contribution points in his hands. In the land of immortals, contribution points are also a resource. Since junior brother Taibai doesn't want to stay, don't force yourself and come up with some good things to entertain junior brother Taibai. Master Lin Jing pushed Master Gui at this time and said, Li Shiming made a summary of the gains from this war. There were 26 corpses of the 5th grade boring god warriors. All the 5th grade boring god warriors killed by Li Yuanba and Li Taibai were collected by them. Not to mention these, I also got 3 exotic spirit crystals from the battlefield. Some specialties of the god's domain. Li Shiming was already thinking about when to leave the land of the immortal. In addition to refining more 5th grade Holy Spirit, he also wanted to gain the power of faith. This time will not be too close, because he is still in a period of rapid growth and his strength is improving rapidly. He sent a message to Li Yuanba to reopen the Alchemy Commission. After this battle, the Immortal Alliance issued a large number of contribution points to reward the powerful people who performed outstandingly in the war. Those powerful people mobilized from the rear also received a lot of contribution points. These contribution points are exactly Li Shiming's goal. He issued a commission to reopen alchemy, and these contribution points will be exchanged for 5th grade elixirs. When Li Yuanba released the news, his friends first sent the message. If not for other reasons, he wanted to occupy the highest priority position in alchemy. Afterwards, powerful officials from various parties came to visit, and even delivered 5th grade elixirs. Now Li Shiming's alchemy ability is no longer a rumor before, but a real thing, which can be confirmed by a large number of powerful people. Many powerful people were waiting for this opportunity. When they heard the news, they naturally flocked to it. Li Yuanba refused to accept anyone who came, since Li Shiming's refining speed of 5th grade elixir was shortened from 2 years to only 2 months. If 2 furnaces of elixirs were opened at a time, on average, 1 furnace of 5th grade elixir would be used per month. No matter how many 5th grade elixirs there are, Li Shiming will be able to refine them after receiving half of them as alchemy rewards. The commotion this time was a bit big. A large number of 5th grade elixirs from the Immortal Alliance were exchanged, and even the Immortal Alliance was a little tight. In addition, the Immortal Alliance would like to refine the 5th grade elixir in its hands into a 5th grade elixir, so that its value will be greater. So the Immortal Envoy of the Immortal Alliance, a powerful person familiar to Li Yuanba, came to visit. When Lu Wei came to the 7 Immortals' residence, with his status, even if there were many powerful people waiting in line to see Li Yuanba, the powerful people would give up their priority. He just waited for the previous great master to come out, and then directly entered Li Yuanba's wooden building. Senior Lu, please sit down. Li Yuanba was not surprised to see the powerful Lu Wei. He thought that the other party also came to ask for elixirs. So he stood up to express respect and made a greeting gesture. Fellow Daoist, we meet again. Lu Wei sat down and said with a smile. Li Yuanba took the spirit fruit and placed it in front of Lu Wei. But Li Yuanba did not speak first. He has met many great powers these days, and the great powers who come to ask for elixirs all come on their own initiative. He can't just rush to beg them to make elixirs. Mr. Lu Wei is also waiting for Li Yuanba's inquiry, so that he can put forward his own ideas. Fellow Daoist, this time I am here on behalf of the Immortal Alliance. I would like to ask friend Daoist to help arrange for a meeting with friendly Shurjin to discuss important matters. Lu Vida said proactively when he saw that he could not just freeze like this. Li Yuanba frowned slightly. The Xianming wanted to see Li Shiming, which was not in line with Li Shiming's plan. Li Shiming didn't want any monks to know his location. Not for anything else. The alchemy ability alone was enough to impress many powerful people. You must know that the 5th grade elixir obtained by Li Shiming without refining the elixir, even if it is the 5th grade elixir sent to him by the powerful, is a huge wealth. More importantly, when he was in Zhongzhou, he had seen the consequences of exposing his alchemy ability. In the land of Zhongzhou, if he hadn't grown fast enough, he would have been captured by some super forces and became a puppet alchemist controlled by them. Wherever there are monks, the mentality of the monks is the same. Although on the surface the land of fallen immortal looks peaceful, there is also a lot of nastiness beneath the peace. Li Yuanba was in the 7 immortals' residence, and Li Shiming was in seclusion, which was better. Li Taibai saw the true current situation of the immortal realm when he was alone outside to receive tasks. Li Taibai encountered no less than 3 ambushes, not to mention the other robberies and killings he had seen. These things happen among human monks. Although the Immortal Alliance prohibits this kind of thing from happening, how can the huge immortal realm prohibit it? Senior Lu, if you have anything to do with Brother Li, just tell me. I can fully represent Brother Li, Li Yuanba said in a deep voice. Master Lu Wei's face darkened when he heard his words. As a late-stage master and an immortal envoy of the Immortal Alliance, no mid-term master had ever rejected him like this. You must know that he is the representative of the Xianming, and meeting Li Shiming is not a big deal. Li Yuanba refused without even discussing with Li Shiming. This is too disrespectful to the Xianming. Since fellow Daoist Li said so, let me tell you that the Immortal Alliance wants to invite fellow Daoist Li Shurjin to refine the 5th grade elixir at the Immortal Alliance headquarters. Mighty Lu Wei suppressed his dissatisfaction and said with a faint smile, the Immortal Alliance wants to entrust Brother Li to refine the 5th grade elixir. Then give it to me, and I will arrange it. Li Yuanba pretended not to hear the hidden meaning of Lu Wei's powerful words and laughed. Replied, the Immortal Alliance wants to invite fellow Taoist Li Shurjin to join the Immortal Alliance. Lu Wei said clearly, Brother Li, hasn't he already joined the Immortal Alliance? Why do you want to join? Li Yuanba asked with a puzzled expression. The Immortal Alliance is divided into ordinary members and core members. The ones I invited fellow Taoist Li Shurjin to join are the core members. The core members can come into contact with the core heritage of the Immortal Alliance. This is a great opportunity for any great power. Lu Wei Deneng explained proudly. I know Brother Li. When he was in the land of Zhongzhou, he didn't choose any super force to join, let alone the land of Luoxian, and became a core member of the Immortal Alliance. Li Yuanba shook his head and said, Li Yuanba, you'd better discuss it with fellow Taoist Li Shurjin before you give an answer, Lu Wei said in a deep voice. His face slightly changed. I don't understand. Isn't it just alchemy? Why do you have to let Brother Li join the Immortal Alliance to make alchemy? You pay for the alchemy, and Brother Li helps you make alchemy. Isn't this normal operation? Li Yuanba asked in confusion, spreading his hands. Road. Lu Wei was rejected by him one after another, and there was a faint coercion spreading around him. The moment Li Yuanba felt that Lu Wei's pressure seemed to be moving, his figure flashed and disappeared opposite Lu Wei. Li Yuanba's figure appeared at the Seven Immortals' residence. His body flashed with spiritual light, and he even activated the treasure, Eye of the Storm, to form a whirlwind shield. Lu Wei, don't bully others too much. What's the point of using coercion in my residence? Li Yuanba's voice echoed throughout the area. Now his influence is not what it used to be. There are more than a dozen powerful people besides the Seven Immortals. Although these powerful people cannot help him fight against the powerful Lu Wei, they can spread the influence of the powerful Lu Wei today. As a late-stage powerful man, Lu Wei exerted mental coercion at close range, and the level of suppression produced was enough to cause Li Yuanba to lose most of his combat power. As a guest, exerting such coercion and oppression in the host's residence is extremely disdainful behavior in the world of immortality. If everyone operates like him, who would dare to receive fellow Taoists? Lu Wei was a little stunned. He did have the intention of using realm suppression to threaten Li Yuanba, but he would never actually do it. He just wanted to make threats to make Li Yuanba bow his head. But he never expected that Li Yuanba's reaction would be so fast and violent. The most critical thing was that in front of him, Li Yuanba used spatial movement, so that he had no time to react. He was almost certain of one thing, and that was that without using a sneak attack, even if he was a powerful late-stage player, it would not be easy to catch Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba's understanding of the rules of space surpassed that of his later power in this small confrontation. For battles at their level, space ability is extremely important. The strength of space ability represents whether the monk has a speed advantage. These thoughts only flashed through Lu Wei's mind. He knew very well that he had to come forward to explain at this time. Otherwise, he would completely lose face. He used space to move out of the Seven Immortals' residence. At this time, the auras of Yigu, Ding Feng and Lin Jing were all rising, and they looked like they were ready to take action at any time. There are more than a dozen powerful people outside the Seven Immortals, and there are also several powerful people with auras rising from their bodies. If there is a conflict, there is also the possibility of taking action. Of course, with the strength of the later powerful powers. As long as not all the powerful powers here take action, he is still sure to escape unscathed. Fellow Taoist Li, I just couldn't control my emotions for the moment, and I have no intention of taking action against you. Lu Wei Dongning explained loudly to Li Yuanba, who was some distance away from him. He did not approach Li Yuanba at this time, and Li Yuanba would not allow him to approach. He spoke the explanation loudly, not only for Li Yuanba, but also for other powerful people here. You came to ask for elixirs, but you didn't even want to pay for the alchemy. You just wanted Brother Li to join you. Do you want Brother Li to make elixirs just for you, and have complete control over the 5th grade high-level spiritual elixirs? Li Yuanba would not stop like this. He asked in a deep voice. The expressions of some of the powerful people who were just watching at first also changed at this time, and their eyes looking at the powerful power Lu Wei were full of doubts. Chapter 1084 found. All the great powers know who great power Lu Wei represents. All the great powers here have joined the Immortal Alliance. But to the powerful men, the Immortal Alliance is just a loose alliance. All the great masters have sects in their own places of cultivation, and it is impossible to truly integrate into another force. Hearing that the Xianming wanted Li Shiming to join and use it, and Li Yuanba's words, all the powerful men knew what the Xianming was thinking. Lu Wei was filled with anger in his heart, but he couldn't express it yet. If he really wanted to take action against Li Yuanba at this time, regardless of whether he could do anything to Li Yuanba, his reputation and that of the Immortal Alliance would be greatly affected. Fellow Taoist Li, this is just a misunderstanding. The Immortal Alliance just appreciates talents and wants to meet fellow Taoistly Shursion through friend Taoistly. There is absolutely no intention of forcing it, Lu Wei explained in a deep voice. Li Yuanba just looked at him with a sneer, as if he was looking at how you would continue to make it up. In that case, I'd better leave first. When Lu Wei saw this, he nodded and said. His figure disappeared in a flash, and there was a trace of embarrassment when he left. Yuanba, don't worry about what the Immortal Alliance will do. There are many factions within the Immortal Alliance, and I, Sword and Tianchen Chengshao Pavilion, also have people in the Immortal Alliance. Yizhen Dunning came to Li Yuanba's side and comforted softly. This Lu Wei's behavior is too domineering. If I hadn't sensed something was wrong in advance, he would have suppressed him, Li Yuanba said with an unhappy expression. Just now, he had contacted Li Taibai. If mighty Lu Wei really wants to take action, even if the other mighty men here don't help, Li Taibai can still fight against him. At least escaping from his hands won't be a problem. At this time, the matter was over and Li Taibai stopped coming. But after this time, Li Taibai will not leave the Seven Immortals' residence too far. What happened here in Qixianju aroused the dissatisfaction of many powerful people. Lu Wei is able to force Li Yuanba today. But will he be able to force them someday? It's just that the Immortal Alliance is powerful. And the powerful people will only speak out privately if they have opinions. Without an organization, they cannot influence the Immortal Alliance. On Li Shiming's side, he took out a jade box, which was the ancient spiritual beast breeding ground he had obtained earlier. After many years of cultivation, his spiritual pets, Golden Winged Dapeng, Thunder Beast, 11, Silver Winged Spiritual Goo Insects, and 108 Eternal Tardigrades, have all reached half the age, step to the peak of 5th grade. Over the years, after Z15's research, he found a way to promote these spiritual pets to the 5th level. In fact, the method is very simple. That is, let each spiritual pet devour the spiritual beast that suits itself. The spirit beasts in the ancient spirit beast breeding ground have a variety of bloodlines. These bloodlines were intercepted from the bodies of powerful spirit beasts by ancient monks using some method. Although the bloodline in each spirit beast is extremely meager, when the number of spirit beasts devoured reaches a certain level, the accumulated numbers will add up to a greater number, which will continuously strengthen the spirit pet's bloodline. When Li Shiming's spiritual pets all reach the half-step 5th level peak, in the following time these spiritual pets will only devour spiritual beasts that match their own bloodline. The number of spirit beasts in the ancient spirit beast breeding ground is extremely large. In addition, as long as the ancient spirit beast breeding ground continues to provide energy, the ancient spirit beast breeding ground will continue to produce spirit beasts. So there is no need to worry that his spiritual pets will not be enough to devour. The spiritual pets devour spiritual beasts every day, and their foundation is constantly strengthening. Today, while he was practicing, he felt the active contact of several spiritual pets. And then he thought of his own spiritual pets. You can't blame him for putting his spiritual pet into the ancient spirit beast breeding ground and leaving it alone. There is plenty of food in the ancient spirit beast breeding ground, and it can enhance the strength. But it takes time to improve the strength of the spiritual pet. He cannot observe at all times. This time he devoted his attention to the ancient spirit beast breeding ground, Golden Winged Rock, Thunder Beast, 11, Silver Winged Spirit Goo Insects, and 108 Eternal Tardigrades. On the verge of breakthrough. If it weren't for the fact that there is another independent space in the ancient spiritual beast breeding ground, and the existence of the spiritual pets cannot be perceived by the outside world, they may have broken through the 5th level long ago. In fact, the likes of Golden Winged Rock and Thunder Beast reached the half-step 5th level peak earlier than other spiritual pets. But they did not notify Li Shiming in order to devour more spiritual beasts to strengthen their foundation. Their intelligence is not low, and they know that this opportunity to strengthen their foundation is very rare. Apart from the ancient spiritual beast breeding ground, there is almost no place in the world where they can devour and improve almost without limit. Finally, when all the spiritual pets reached the half-step 5th level peak, and the Golden Winged Rock and Thunder Beast also reached their extremes, and could no longer improve even a little bit, they notified their masters. Li Shiming couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw so many spiritual pets. Breaking through the 5th level in the land of fallen immortal will have a considerable impact. But he quickly thought of one thing. That is, the god's domain has suffered huge losses in recent times. even if the divine realm could produce boring god warriors in batches. The previous wars had severely damaged their vitality, and they would not be able to organize a large-scale invasion in a short time. Therefore, it is now safe for the spiritual pets to break through to the 5th level, and the divine realm is powerless to interfere. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and first summoned the Golden Winged Rock. The Golden Winged Rock was summoned, and the suppressed aura on his body could no longer be concealed, and a soaring aura rose into the sky. Li Shiming issued an order to the Golden Winged Dapeng to make it quieter. Li Shiming will not let the Golden Winged Dapeng break through the 5th level in this state. It is best to be honest when facing the catastrophe to avoid any accidents. He took out the spiritual treasure, Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, from his body, blessed it with Chishao Thunder Bead, and used the secret technique of lightning resistance to enhance the lightning resistance of Golden Winged Rock. Then several magical powers of Innate were blessed on the body of Golden Winged Rock, which ensured the recovery power of Golden Winged Rock. When going through the heavenly tribulation, he was very reassured about the success rate of the Golden Winged Dapeng in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. With him, the top Thunder Cultivator, beside him, and with Z15's help in analysis, it is very safe for the Golden Winged Dapeng to overcome the tribulation. If it really doesn't work, he can send the Golden Winged Dapeng into the cave. But in this way, even if the tribulation fails, the difficulty of the next tribulation will increase, making it even more difficult to survive. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Li Shiming took one look at the thunderclouds and no longer worried about the Golden Winged Rock. He summoned Sealfang and Phantom Spirit Dragon, his 2 5th-grade spiritual pets, which were not weak in combat power. They occupied 2 directions respectively to prevent anyone from approaching this area. Lu Wei was able to return to the Immortal Alliance, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Since Li Shiming could not be found from Li Yuanba, he considered another method. However, this method is rarely used by the Immortal Alliance, because once used, it will cause dissatisfaction among the loose members of the Immortal Alliance. The Identity Jade Disc can be located as long as you are in the Fallen Immortal formation. The senior officials of the Immortal Alliance have the authority to locate the powerful position through the Identity Jade Disc. Even the previous movements of powerful people in the Falling Immortal formation can be traced. If a powerful person really discovered this, it would have a very bad impact on the Immortal Alliance. Lu Wei flew towards a mountain peak in the east of the Immortal Alliance, where his faction was located. On the surface, the entire Immortal Alliance is a unified whole, but in fact it is divided into 4 factions: East, West, North and South, each managed by 4 great immortal envoys. What Lu Wei is looking for here is the great immortal envoy of the Eastern Immortal Alliance, and only the great immortal envoy has the authority to locate the identity of the Jade Plate. The matter went smoothly. This matter was originally the task assigned by the immortal envoy, but Lu Wei did not get Li Shiming's accurate positioning because Li Shiming did not seem to be within the scope of the Falling Immortal formation. Fortunately, Lu Wei was able to obtain the trajectory of Li Shiming's movements. It seemed that Li Shiming had gone to the border of the immortal realm. It is impossible for Li Shiming to enter the divine realm, so Li Shiming's location should be in the border area outside the scope of the Fallen Immortal formation. After receiving the news about Li Shiming, Lu Wei immediately reached the nearest Xianju through teleportation, and headed from Xianju to the last position of Li Shiming's movement trajectory. When he was still far away from that area, mighty Lu Wei sensed the aura of the heavenly tribulation. Based on his cultivation level, he immediately judged that this heavenly calamity was the 5th-grade calamity of a spiritual pet. Except for Li Shiming, he couldn't think of anyone else in this area who dared to let his spiritual pet survive the catastrophe. He also obtained a lot of information about Li Shiming through some channels, and knew the general information about Li Shiming's place in Zhongzhou. Li Shiming was from the 10,000 Bees sect, and the 10,000 Bees sect was good at cultivating spiritual pets. And the position in front was where Li Shiming's movement track disappeared. With this connection, who else could it be if it wasn't Li Shiming who allowed the spiritual pet to break through to the 5th level? It really takes no effort at all. Lu Wei Dongming had a smile on his face. He was still thinking that Li Shiming must have some kind of concealment method for daring to come here. I'm afraid it will take some effort to find the hidden Li Shiming. I didn't expect that I would gain something just now. He approached the heavenly tribulation, and the closer he got, the more certain he was that it was Li Shiming. Li Shiming's aura exists in the Identity Jade Disc, and has a backup in the Immortal Alliance. The powerful Lu Wei sensed it in advance. At this time, he discovered the powerful aura in front of him and confirmed that he would not admit his mistake. Li Shiming is watching a silver-winged spirit goo insect go through the heavenly tribulation. This is the third silver-winged spiritual goo insect to go through the heavenly tribulation. The previous golden-winged rock, thunder beast, and 3 silver-winged spirit goo insects all successfully survived the tribulation and were promoted to 5th grade spiritual pets. He took back the spiritual pets that had successfully overcome the tribulation to the ancient spiritual beast breeding ground. Although these spiritual pets had been promoted to the 5th level, it still took some time to stabilize their strength. With a large number of spiritual beasts in the ancient spiritual beast breeding ground as food supplements, 5th grade spiritual pets can quickly get through this stable period. Suddenly he felt the fluctuation of space energy, and he activated his Shanai to look at the location of the space energy fluctuation. He saw an unexpected great power. None other than great power Lu Wei. That Lu Wei was able to find him was something he never expected. He was 100% sure that there was no way he would reveal his position. Is it caused by a catastrophe? He thought of this possibility. But this is too coincidental. You must know that his location is in the border area, outside the scope of the Falling Immortal Formation, and cannot be detected by the Falling Immortal Formation. There is no immortal house too close here. So the location he chose to hide was calculated, because it was necessary to allow the 5th grade Holy Spirit to enter and exit before, and it could not be detected by other powers. That's why I chose this place. He wouldn't be surprised if other great powers found this place. Maybe it happened to be nearby, and it was normal to come and take a look after sensing the calamity here. But it was absolutely abnormal for Master Lu Wei to come here. In order to find him, Master Lu Wei almost attacked the Yuanbo. Li Shiming was slightly moved and handed this question to Z15. It only took Z15 one breath to give the answer with the highest probability, which was the Identity Jade Disc of the Immortal Alliance. Identity Jade Discs are identity certificates used by all forces in the world of immortality, which makes the technology of making Identity Jade Discs extremely sophisticated. In order to prevent the identity of the Jade Disc from being faked and prevent the internal data from being breached, various forces have been continuously studying for a long time and have achieved a lot of results. As the most powerful force for cultivating immortals, the Immortal Alliance naturally has its own Identity Jade Disc technology. It is not difficult to make the Identity Jade Disc reveal the Almighty's position without the Almighty's knowledge. In any case, as long as the powerful Identity Jade Disc is in the Luoxian formation, it needs to exchange data with the Luoxian formation, which leaves the possibility for the Immortal Alliance to record the location of the Identity Jade Disc. Damn it! Li Shiming shook his head and cursed softly. He was not only scolding the Immortal Alliance, but also himself. The Immortal Alliance is indeed abominable, and they actually use the Jade Plate of Identity to position themselves. You must know that the Immortal League is only a loose organization. The so-called loose organization does not have any restrictions on its members, let alone the position of its members. The location of members is an extremely private matter even among ordinary forces. It is impossible to locate members unless they commit major crimes. The reason why he scolded himself was because he blamed himself for losing his vigilance. He should have thought of the fact that the Jade Disc could be used to locate his identity. In the past, in the land of Zhongzhou, we have encountered the problem of locating through the Jade Plate of Identity. At this time, the silver-winged spirit goo insect was crossing the 4th sky thunder, and the powerful Lu Wei approached Li Shiming. Stop! My spiritual pet is going through a tribulation. Don't disturb it. Li Shiming reminded in a deep voice. I just want to have a chat with you, and it won't affect your spiritual pet's salvation. How could Lu Wei let go of this opportunity? He continued to approach while talking. As long as Li Shiming takes care of his spiritual pet, he will not run away. In that case, he can talk to Li Shiming up close. If Li Shiming goes against his will, he can even launch realm suppression and force Li Shiming back. Anyway, there are no other great powers around here, and no other great powers found out when they force Li Shiming back. Even the Identity Jade Plate cannot be used here. This is a big hole Li Shiming dug for himself. Chapter 1085 Killing. Li Shiming glanced at the silver-winged spirit goo insects. He had 11 such silver-winged spirit goo insects, and it didn't matter even if he lost one. But he doesn't want to give up. Maybe he has some scruples about the late-stage power, and he will avoid any danger in advance. But when faced with real provocation, he would not back down. Isn't he just a late-stage powerful person? especially since he is quite familiar with this late-stage powerful person. Li Shiming possesses all 4 kinds of 5th grade immortal fires mastered by Lu Wei. He has methods to fight against the 4 kinds of 5th grade fairy fires, which makes the threat of Lu Wei a little weaker. Kill! Li Shiming's aura suddenly increased, and he shouted loudly. The treasure, void-piercing wings, appeared behind him. He did not activate the void-piercing wings to confine the space, but only used the treasure, piercing wings, to enhance his ability to move in space. Li Shiming's figure flying forward disappeared, and then appeared not far from Lu Wei Dongning. The 2 sides were within each other's attack range. Mighty Lu Wei was a little confused at this time. When did the mighty men in the midterm dare to take the initiative to attack the mighty in the late stage? However, he was very happy to see Li Shiming like this. If Li Shiming did not abandon his spiritual pet and escape, his chances of catching Li Shiming would increase. Thunder is coming! Li Shiming pointed at the thunder hammer, suspended above his head. He used 20 brains and performed 20 lightning techniques at the same time. He was ready during the attack, and was only waiting for them to be activated at once. 20 thunderbolts blessed by the Jishao thunder beads were struck towards Lu Wei. Master Lu Wei felt the power of thunder and lightning, and was slightly shocked in his heart. The power of this thunder and lightning reached the power of the lightning technique used by Master Lei Xiao in the later period, coupled with the 20 lightning techniques all at once. No one among the midterm powerful ones could withstand such an attack. Even a powerful person like him in the late stage would not dare to underestimate Li Shiming. He originally thought that dealing with Li Shiming would be an easy task, so he did not take out his defensive spirit treasure. Now he no longer held it up, and with a slight movement of his mind, he took out a shield spirit treasure and blocked it in front of him. 20 thunderbolts struck the shield spirit treasure, causing the surface of the shield spirit treasure to flash with light. The shield spirit treasure received 20 thunder and lightning attacks, but mighty Lu Wei was not harmed. A good trick, but that's all, Lu Wei said in a deep voice. Li Shiming would not say anything to him. His behavior was a hostile behavior in the world of immortality. Li Shiming's killing of him was a legitimate act. According to the rules of the world of immortality, no monk is allowed to approach a monk who is in the midst of a catastrophe. Anyone who approaches without permission is a life or death enemy. Li Shiming didn't want to hear Lu Wei's explanation, no matter how he explained it. This war was inevitable. His figure appeared in another place long before launching the attack, just dodging a fireball from Lu Wei. Don't underestimate the fireball fired by Lu Wei. If the fireball hits you, even if you have some defensive treasures, you won't be able to withstand the flames of the later fire power. Li Shiming once again activated 20 lightning techniques. Even though the shield spirit treasure had good defensive power, it was impossible to face 20 late-stage high-level lightning attacks at once without any impact. Under the observation of Shenmu, he saw that the spiritual light on the shield spiritual treasure was somewhat dim. If he attacked a few more times, the shield spiritual treasure would be damaged. How come I always encounter a midterm power with such strong spatial ability? Power Lu Wei frowned slightly and thought to himself. The fireball he just cast was extremely fast, but it still failed. At his level, the spells cast can be tracked, but unfortunately the spells will lose their target after moving through space and cannot be tracked. In addition, he also found that the realm suppression he exerted was like a mud cow entering the sea, and had no effect on Li Shiming. Li Shiming was under the pressure of the realm, and could not even slow down his spatial movement. This was something that Lu Wei had never seen before. There is a huge gap between the late-stage powerful and the midterm powerful, and the gap in strength is huge, unlike the difference between the midterm power and the early-stage power. If the early-stage power has powerful spiritual treasures or has sharp means, it is possible to defeat the midterm power. At this time, 20 thunderbolts struck the shield spirit treasure again, and Lu Wei could sense that the weapon spirit in the spirit treasure was screaming to remind him. In order to prevent the shield spirit treasure from being damaged, he could only increase the energy injection. But even a Lingbao has a limit to the amount of energy it can withstand. If it continues to withstand 20 lightning attacks, the shield Lingbao cannot last long. Lu Wei waved his powerful hand, and his natal spiritual treasure, Sky Fire Pearl, flew out. Fire is burning the sky, he shouted in a deep voice. He mobilized a large amount of energy from the cave's sky and injected it into the Sky Fire Bead, and the Sky Fire Bead emitted flames towards the surrounding void. In an instant, the entire area was covered in flames. Unfortunately, even his large-scale spells could not capture Li Shiming's figure. Just when he cast the area spell, Li Shiming used space movement to leave the attack range of fire burning sky. When the power of the flames dissipated, Li Shiming once again ducked into the attack range and fired another 20 lightning techniques. Lu Wei could feel his headache. Li Shiming was like a cunning fish. No matter how he attacked, he just couldn't attack Li Shiming. After just a cup of tea after the battle, he felt that the shield spirit treasure was unable to hold up. But Li Shiming was as cunning as ever, and would not fight him face to face at all. Lu Wei's powerful eyes glanced in the direction of the heavenly tribulation. He had calculated that the silver-winged spirit goo insect was crossing the 8th thunderbolt. He smiled coldly and flew in the direction of the silver-winged spirit goo insect. If he really wants to enter the range of the silver-winged spirit goo insect, the best way is to use space movement instead of flying. But that's what he did. His purpose was not to destroy the silver-winged spirit goo, but to force Li Shiming to actively confront him. Li Shiming's killing intent became even more intense. He originally thought that with such an opponent, he could fight for a while to enhance his combat experience with the later powers. But mighty Lu Wei didn't give him this chance. So he had to prepare to explode with all his strength. Just like what Lu Wei had imagined. He stood in front of Lu Wei. A smile of success appeared on mighty Lu Wei's face. He mobilized the cave energy again and injected it into the Sky Fire Pearl. Li Shiming can sense the fire energy in the Sky Fire Pearl, which has almost reached the peak power of the later stage. Naturally, Lu Wei did not want to kill Li Shiming on the spot. With his control over the flames, he would only seriously injure Li Shiming, making it easier for him to capture Li Shiming alive. How could Li Shiming let him cast a fire spell? The 5 Elements Ring was used by him for the first time. The 5 Elements Ring flew towards the Sky Fire Orb, but mighty Lu Wei ignored the 5 Elements Ring at all. He was confident that no spiritual treasure could stop the next attack. Li Shiming's strength is indeed good, but his level is at the midterm level, and the power of Lingbao cannot be exerted to a very high level. But just when the Sky Fire Pearl was about to activate a powerful fire spell, a ray of light emitted from the 5 Elements Ring, which was the 5-color divine light. If Master Lu Wei was prepared and knew the ability of the 5 Elements Ring, he might be able to respond in time. However, the 5-color divine light has not appeared in the world of immortality for countless years, and the inheritance of this powerful magical power has long been lost in history. That is to say, the inheritance of 5-color divine light in the bloodline of Goldwing Dapeng will allow the 5-color divine light to reappear in the world. Since the 5-color divine light is light, it goes without saying that it is fast. The 5-color divine light swept over the Sky Fire bead, and the aura on the surface of the Sky Fire bead suddenly dimmed, and then the Sky Fire bead flew towards the 5 Elements Ring. Lu Wei realized something was wrong and immediately recalled the Sky Fire Pearl through his mind. The Sky Fire Pearl is his natal spiritual treasure, but when it is swept by the 5-color divine light, no matter how strong the connection between the Sky Fire Pearl and him is, it will still lose its spirituality for a short period of time, making him unable to contact him. Using the mind to recall is the most common method to recall the natal spiritual treasure. He didn't even think of using other methods for a while. After discovering that the mind could not recall the Sky Fire bead, he tried to use other methods to retrieve the Sky Fire bead, but the Sky Fire bead had already been thrown into the 5 Elements Ring and disappeared. The Sky Fire Pearl entered a space inside the 5 Elements Ring. This space was affected by the 5 Elements receiving chi formation and was completely isolated from the outside world. My life treasure, Lu Wei shouted loudly. At this time, Li Shiming once again performed the lightning technique. But this time he used 100 brains. 100 thunder and lightning were activated at the same time, attacking Lu Wei with great power, hitting the shield spirit treasure. This time, the shield spirit treasure not only dimmed its aura, but was also knocked away by one of the lightning bolts, revealing the protected Lu Wei's power. Lightning struck Lu Wei's powerful body, causing his body to shake involuntarily, and lightning flashing all over his body. Li Shiming's eyes narrowed slightly, because this time at least 60 lightning strikes hit Lu Wei's body. After breaking through the energy shield on Lu Wei's body, at least 20 more lightnings hit his body directly. But looking at Lu Wei's powerful appearance, he was just affected by paralysis. and the injuries he suffered were not serious. Li Shiming had no choice but to use the treasure. Fractal Shadow Flag. And at the same time he used the Juxian sword. Suddenly, 100 of his figures appeared in this area. And each figure had a Juxian sword on top of its head. Kill! 100 Li Shiming shouted at the same time, pointing their fingers at the paralyzed Lu Wei. 100 Xian swords slashed at mighty Lu Wei. Not to mention doggone Lu Wei, who was in a paralyzed state. Even mighty Lu Wei, who was in perfect condition, did not dare to say that he could withstand this attack. Why was Li Shiming helpless? He didn't originally intend to use the energy of the cave. He is accumulating energy and preparing to hit the later stage of powerful realm. This time he uses cave energy, which means that his promotion to late stage powerful state will be delayed. If Lu Wei knew what he was thinking, he would probably jump up and curse. You, a midterm powerhouse, are fighting against the late stage powerhouse Lu Wei with full firepower. And you actually plan not to use the cave energy, using the treasure. Fractal Shadow Flag. The 99 figures differentiated, including the Juxian sword, can all be realized by investing the energy of the cave to make the Fractal Shadow Flag come true. 100 Li Shiming and the Juxian sword consumed a lot of Dantian energy, which he had accumulated over several years. 100 Juxian swords and the Chaos Sword intent contained in the Juxian sword were used to attack Lu Wei with the secret attack method of sword intent climbing to the sky, and they slashed at Lu Wei. Although Lu Wei was in a paralyzed state, his mind was clear. Due to his paralyzed state, he was unable to return to the cave. He knew he was in trouble this time, but he didn't want to make Li Shiming feel better. A fireball flew out of the core of his cave. The fireball was made of a variety of 5th grade immortal fires. It carried his last resentment, and its only mission was to kill Li Shiming. 100 Juxian swords were inserted into mighty Lu Wei's body. Even without the Chaos Sword intent, the attack of Xianju sword alone was enough to kill mighty Lu Wei. Not to mention 100 Swords of Death, Chaos Sword intent. This powerful late-stage master never expected to fall here. Li Shiming felt slightly relieved. But at this moment, a ball of fire flew out of the void and came towards him. This fireball concentrated all the remaining will and energy in the core of Lu Wei's powerful cave. When it flew towards Li Shiming, a gap opened in Lu Wei's cave. It was facing Li Shiming, and the rules of the cave impacted him, making him momentarily. Space energy cannot be manipulated between them. This was the last blow of the late mighty one, who gave up almost everything he had left just to kill Li Shiming. Master Lu Wei regretted it very much. He still had many abilities that he had not used. He still had powerful secret techniques and rare treasures. But Li Shiming's attack was too fast. He wanted to capture Li Shiming alive. Li Shiming laid a trap during the battle. 20 lightning techniques continued to attack, making Lu Wei think that his ability was nothing more than that. At the critical moment, 100 thunder techniques struck at the same time, causing Lu Wei's defense to be broken. The body is paralyzed. After that, Li Shiming didn't leave any chance to the powerful Lu Wei, and used the energy of the cave to activate the treasure, Fractal Shadow Flag, and hit it with all his strength. Before his death, Lu Wei finally came up with the idea of killing Li Shiming, and turned everything he had left into a fatal blow. His soul has not completely disappeared, and there is still a trace of residual thoughts that want to see Li Shiming's death. The fireball hit Li Shiming. Li Shiming had no way to avoid it, and the fireball was about to hit his body. At this moment, a ball of flame flew out and swallowed the fireball. This ball of fire contained terrifying power, not only related to the will and energy of the core of Dantian, but also brought the blessing of Lu Wei's powerful fire rule runes. It can be said that the flames of this fireball have reached the ultimate level of late-stage power, let alone the midterm power. Even the late-stage power cannot withstand such a blow. Lu Wei's last remaining thoughts turned into a deep reluctance, and completely dissipated in his reluctance. Chapter 1086 Inventory. Li Shiming released the Heavenly Ghost, and the powerful Lu Wei was a late-stage powerful, and his soul was the strongest he had ever encountered. Although mighty Lu Wei has fallen and his soul energy is dissipating, the soul energy that can be absorbed by Heavenly Ghost is enough for Heavenly Ghost to advance. As soon as the ghost came out, he pounced on Lu Wei Dongning's body and swallowed the body into his belly in one bite. It is extremely sensitive to soul energy, and when it saw something that could be swallowed, it discovered that the quality of the soul energy on Lu Wei's corpse was extremely high. It instinctively felt how important the soul energy on Lu Wei's corpse was to it, and it didn't want to waste even a tiny bit. The remaining soul energy of the later great power was swallowed up by it. And then it spit out the body of great power Lu Wei. And a soul crystal ring was spit out at the same time. Li Shiming put away the body and the soul crystal ring. He did not immediately check the soul crystal ring, but looked at Tiangui. He had always thought that Tiangui was the first to be promoted to 5th level, because Tiangui can grow by devouring souls. But when he was in the land of Zhongzhou, Tiangui devoured many powerful souls, and was not able to be successfully promoted, only reaching the peak of the 5th level at half a step. Now, the Heavenly Ghost has devoured Lu Wei's powerful soul energy, and the bottleneck that blocked the Heavenly Ghost's promotion has disappeared. The soul energy in Tiangui's body continued to improve in quality, and soon broke through the half-step 5th level and reached the 5th level, before the Sky Ghost expressed its happiness to Li Shiming. It felt the rejection from heaven and earth. Li Shiming smiled and used the thunder-resistant secret technique that he had prepared long ago on Tiangui. He is probably the one with the richest theoretical and practical knowledge in the entire world of immortality regarding how spiritual pets can survive the catastrophe. After Z15 analyzed a large amount of data on spiritual pets surviving tribulations, he found the most appropriate way to deal with the tribulations. He summoned the late 5th grade Golden Saint. The 2 pairs of wings behind the Golden Saint flapped, and a defensive secret technique fell on the Heavenly Ghost. This is a secret method that Li Shiming obtained from studying the Angel Inheritance, which can give the designated target powerful defense. And because the energy of the Holy Spirit is special and does not belong to the world of immortality, the world here will not regard it as external help, and will not increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. With the realm of the Golden Saint, it is a peak existence even among the late 5th level beings. Unless it is a being that exceeds the strength of the Golden Saint, it will be difficult to break through the defensive secrets in a short time. The Heavenly Ghost's calamity has begun, and with the blessings of Li Shiming and Jean Shung, there is almost no need to consider the possibility of failure when the Heavenly Ghost overcomes the calamity. Of course, this is the Heavenly Ghost, and he would not consider this method for other spiritual pets. The Sky Ghost is a spiritual energy body, and the Sky Thunder has a great restraining effect on it. It is extremely difficult for the Sky Ghost to overcome the tribulation, but other spiritual pets are different. For them, the natural disaster is both a difficulty and an opportunity. The process of heavenly tribulation is also the process of strengthening the spiritual pet itself. This kind of opportunity is extremely rare. Li Shiming ignored the Heavenly Ghost and released another Silver-Winged Spirit Goo, letting the Silver-Winged Spirit Goo survive the heavenly tribulation not far away. After blessing the Silver-Winged Spirit Goo insect, it is up to the Silver-Winged Spirit Goo insect to overcome the disaster on its own. With a move of his hand, the 5 Elements Ring flew into his hand. Although this was the first time he used the 5 Elements Ring in battle, he was still very satisfied with the power of the 5 Elements Ring. The 5 Elements Ring not only has the ability of 5-color divine light, it is a spiritual treasure that can be used both offensively and defensively. It's a pity that in this battle, the 5 Elements Ring only showed the effect of 5-color divine light, and other abilities were not used. The main reason is that he has too many fighting methods, and the 5 Elements Ring is just one of them. He took out the Sky Fire Bead from the 5 Elements Ring. As soon as he got the Sky Fire Bead, he discovered that this Sky Fire Bead was not an ordinary spiritual treasure. In his perception, the Sky Fire Pearl was not refined by powerful forces, but more like it was formed naturally. The flame runes inside the Sky Fire Bead were not drawn by monks, but were gestated in the 5th grade flame for a long time. This kind of flame runes are more complex than the flame runes drawn by monks, and they also have more power. Strong power. Li Shiming smiled and looked towards Tiangui. After Tiangui was promoted to the 5th level, he would be able to remove the spiritual mark of Lu Wei's powerful spirit from the Sky Fire Pearl, and then he could recognize his master again. He took the Soul Crystal Ring. The owner of the Soul Crystal Ring died. The restrictions on the Soul Crystal Ring disappeared, and his spirit entered the Soul Crystal Ring. The first thing he saw in the Soul Crystal Ring was the 5th grade fairy fire stored in a special jade box. There were 8 kinds of 5th grade fairy fire. In the previous battle, Li Shiming discovered that there were far more than 4 kinds of 5th grade fairy fire inside the fireball that Lu Wei was able to desperately cast. It seemed to be real. The fireball was indeed very scary at that time. But when it met Li Shiming's Chaos Fairy Fire. Although there were several 5th grade Fairy Fires in the fireball that were not fused with Chaos Fairy Fire, the quality difference between the two was too big. Even if Lu, the only powerful one, is the late stage powerful one, and it uses all the power of the cave to display, but it still cannot compare with the Chaos Immortal Fire. Li Shiming was sure that the great master Lu Wei had been hiding his strength outside, and only revealed 4 kinds of 5th grade Fairy Fire. In fact, he was a fusion of 8 kinds of 5th grade Fairy Fire. This kind of concealment can still have unexpected effects in a battle of equal strength. But in the battle with Li Shiming, when Li Shiming exploded with all his strength, Lu Wei's hidden strength had no use at all. Among the 8 kinds of 5th grade Fairy Fire, there are 3 kinds of 5th grade Fairy Fire that Chaos Fairy Fire does not have. He set 3 types of 5th grade Fairy Fire into the Chaos Fairy Fire, and let the Chaos Fairy Fire use these 3 types of 5th grade Fairy Fire. When the fusion is completed, the power of the Chaos Fairy Fire will increase. He found 4 spiritual treasures in the Soul Crystal Ring, all of which were of extremely good quality. Among them, 3 defenses and 1 attack are in a state of ownerlessness because they are not the natal spiritual treasures, and Lu Wei's great power has fallen. If these 4 spiritual treasures were placed outside, they would probably be snatched away by powerful men. But when they fell into his hands, they were like pearls secretly cast. He found 43 more 5th grade elixirs, as well as some 5th grade elixirs. The quality of the 5th grade elixirs was very poor, and he did not take them seriously. In the end, there were some jade slips in the Soul Crystal Ring. He scanned the jade slips one by one and asked Z15 to record the contents of the jade slips. The jade slips have several kinds of exercises, all of which are top-notch exercises, as well as content about alchemy, spiritual plants, formations, etc. The contents of these jade slips only enriched Z15's database for him. Even if it is a top skill, there is no better, heavenly art, that is more suitable for him. With alchemy, spiritual plants and formations, he almost touched the ceiling on the human monk side. In the end, he found something very useful to him from the jade slips, which was a map of the land of the immortal. As for the divine domain on the map, the scope of exploration is not deep, and the location of the altar marked on it is time-sensitive. So the map cannot be regarded as accurate information. Only the immortal realm side is extremely clear. When he zoomed in on the fairyland map, he could even see a lot of details. For example, when he placed it at the location of the Immortal Alliance, he saw the location of the floating mountain peak of the Immortal Alliance, and marked the name of the mountain and related information. He also knew that the Immortal Alliance was divided into 4 factions, and that the powerful Lu Wei was from the Eastern faction. Putting away the Soul Crystal Ring, he returned his attention to his spiritual pet. When Lu Wei fell, the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei felt something in a cave in the main peak of the East Department of the Immortal Alliance. Immortal Feng Kuei waved his hand, and a soul lamp flew over. At this time, the soul lamp was extinguished. Lu Wei is dead, he muttered to himself in disbelief. The great power of Lu Wei is very powerful. Unless the great immortal takes action, theoretically no great power in the immortal realm can kill the great power of Lu Wei. Even if mighty Lu Wei is besieged by many late-stage mighty men, it would be easy to defeat him, but it would be almost impossible to kill him. In the later stage, if a powerful person wants to leave, he can do so as long as he is willing to pay the price. Immortal Feng Kuei cast multiple spells, and sent the news to the remaining 3 late-stage experts from the Eastern Department. This matter is very important, and these 3 late-stage powers must be informed, and ways must be found to find out who killed Mr. Lu Wei. Of course, there are some risks in the investigation. A powerful enemy that can kill mighty Lu Wei and prevent mighty Lu Wei from escaping. The 3 late-stage mighty men alone cannot be enemies with him. That's why the 3 late-stage powers will be notified at the same time. If necessary, these 3 late-stage powers will need to take action at the same time. As for the immortal envoy Feng Kuei himself, as an immortal envoy, he is more of a shock in the land of immortals. Just like the archangels from the divine realm. Once the great immortal envoys from the Immortal Alliance or the archangels from the divine realm are dispatched, it will have a great impact on the entire immortal land. If the immortal envoy Feng Kuei leaves the immortal realm, the archangels on the other side of the divine realm will sense it, and a small investigation may turn into a battle between the top powers of the immortal realm and the divine realm. It is impossible for him to investigate the cause of Lu Wei Duaning's death and create the possibility of a full-scale war. When the three late-stage powerful men received the news from the great immortal envoy Feng Kui, they were also extremely shocked. However, the information given by the great immortal envoy Feng Kui was too little, and they could not start their investigation. Immortal envoy Feng Kui did not connect the death of mighty Lu Wei with Li Shiming. Although mighty Lu Wei went to find Li Shiming was only a powerful man who had just entered the land of the fallen immortal. No matter how talented Li Shiming is, he can't kill the great masters in the later stage. Therefore, the three late-stage powers had no clear direction of investigation, and could only ask for help from the powers scattered throughout the fairyland. When Xianzhu received this news, both Yizhen and Ding Feng looked at Li Yuanba in disbelief. If they hadn't known that Li Yuanba had never left the Seven Immortals' residence since Lu Wei's visit, they would all have thought that it was Li Yuanba's fault. All great powers will fall in the later period. It seems that the danger in the immortal realm is even greater. Great Power Igu said in a deep voice. Yes, we must be careful in the future. Li Yuanba nodded in agreement. There was no clue on his face, and there was no way that Lu Wei's fall could be linked to him. At present, he does not have the strength to be an enemy of a behemoth like the Immortal Alliance. He recently communicated with Yizhen about the situation of the Immortal Alliance, and only then did he know how powerful the Immortal Alliance is. The good news is that you don't have to worry about Lu Wei coming to trouble you in the future. Yizhen could see Li Yuanba's demeanor, and said with a relieved smile. He didn't have much favorable impressions of the powerful Lu Wei, who had offended the Xianzhu quite a lot when he came to the Xianzhu before. Lu Wei can't cause trouble for me even if he dies. He actually wants to cause trouble for Brother Li. Li Yuanba waved his hand and said, The Immortal Alliance has gone too far in this matter. They want to bring Li Shizhen into the Immortal Alliance and monopolize the 5th grade high-level spiritual elixir. This will eliminate the way for most powerful experts to improve. Yizhen, the powerful expert, shook his head and said, The discussion is not just in Xianzhu. Almost all the great powers are discussing the fall of great power Lu Wei. If in the past, late-stage human beings like Lu Wei had fallen, most of them would have expressed regret. After all, it was because there was missing a powerful late-stage great among human monks. However, after news spread that Lu Wei suppressed Li Yuanba in the Seven Immortals' residence and wanted to forcibly monopolize the 5th grade high-level elixir, the attitude of the powerful officials towards Lu Wei changed drastically. The Alchemy Commission Li Shiming issued this time did not have any additional conditions. As long as he could produce a 5th grade elixir as reward, he could apply for the Alchemy Commission. If mighty Lu Wei can successfully draw Li Shiming into the Immortal Alliance and become a core member of the Immortal Alliance, then the mighty masters will no longer be able to ask Li Shiming to make elixirs. If you want to get the 5th grade high-level elixir refined by Li Shiming in the future, you will need to get it from the Immortal Alliance. It is almost conceivable that the cost of obtaining a 5th grade high-level elixir from the Immortal Alliance will not be small, and there will even be various restrictions. At least ordinary powerful people will not have the opportunity to obtain a 5th grade high-level elixir. The Immortal Alliance's investigation into the fall of Dagong Lu Wei found nothing when the three late-stage powers found the boundary through the jade disc of Dagong Lu Wei's identity and followed the trajectory of Dagong Lu Wei's actions. Li Shiming, who was originally here, had all his spiritual pets overcome the tribulation. He himself changed his hiding place and used the treasure Jing Hua Shuiyu to hide the Dalian Golden Lotus. He was in the cave sky, looking at his spiritual pets. The Heavenly Ghost, the Golden Winged Rock, the Thunder Beast, the 11 Silver-Winged Spirit Goo Insects, and the 108 Eternal Tardigrades were all promoted to the 5th rank, among which the Eternal Tardigrade, it helped him the most. Of course, after all spiritual pets are promoted to the 5th level, their own abilities have been enhanced many times, and they can all exert extraordinary effects. After Tian Gui was promoted to the 5th level, his spiritual attack was enough to affect the powerful monks in the early and middle stages. A little mental impact in the battle would bring death. The Bicolor Divine Light of the Golden Winged Rock has increased its power. Enemies who dare to fight it must be careful with their magic weapons. Its space energy has been increased many times, especially the space movement that ignores restrictions. According to Li Shiming's, it is judged that it is enough to enter and exit the battle formation of the Foreign God Warriors at will. Chapter 1087 Situation. The advancement of the Thunder Beast to the 5th level brings about a huge increase in thunder and lightning. It is basically instinctive to use thunder and lightning attacks. It can instantly unleash a large number of thunder and lightning attacks, making the enemy unable to block the paralysis effect of thunder and lightning. In the battle between Li Shiming and Lu Wei, The terrifying effect of lightning paralysis was demonstrated. Lu Wei was so paralyzed by lightning that he could completely withstand Li Shiming's killing blow. The silver-winged spirit goo insect has been promoted to the 5th level, and its soul-eating ability can act on any 5th level or great power. This ability is no less dangerous than those offensive abilities. When the soul-devouring ability is unleashed, the enemy will lose control of energy for a short period of time. After being promoted to the 5th level, the silver-winged spirit goo insect can activate its soul-devouring ability as long as it enters within 100 meters of the enemy. Finally, there are 108 immortal tardigrades. The reason why immortal tardigrades are the most helpful to Li Shiming is because after the immortal tardigrades are promoted to the 5th level, they can become Li Shiming's strongest defense. Each eternal tardigrade possesses unimaginable defense power. At the 5th level, they can block any attack of the same level. Even if they are beyond the level, they can still provide certain defense. Effect: the vitality of the 5th grade eternal water bear has almost increased by more than 10 times. Coupled with the resilience of the eternal water bear, Li Shiming wants to kill a 5th grade eternal water bear without using all his strength. Bear bug is very difficult, and when 108 immortal tardigrades formed a formation armor, even if Li Shiming attacked with all his strength, he could not break through its defense. 108 eternal tardigrades can withstand all attacks and distribute them to all eternal tardigrades. If you want to break through the formation armor of 108 immortal tardigrades, you need to have the strength to instantly kill 108 immortal tardigrades at the same time. Anyway, unless Li Shiming himself consumes all the energy in the cave, uses the treasure fractal shadow flag to divide 108 of himself, and each one launches an attack with all his strength, there is only a small possibility of breaking through the formation armor. It can't be done even if it uses less cave energy. With the resilience of eternal tardigrades, as long as they cannot be killed instantly, their resilience can restore them to their best condition. After having 108 5th grade immortal tardigrades, Li Shimington suddenly felt that his safety had greatly increased. After this large-scale transfer, he will need to retreat for a long time. These spiritual pets need a period of time to stabilize their realm, and he also needs to pass Z15 to study their abilities. Why did the strength of him and several clones improve so quickly? Z15's continuous analysis and research played an extremely important role in this. The most difficult thing about improving one's strength is understanding the rules. Daning has been observing the rules in his own cave for a long time, and improves his mastery of the rules through his understanding of the rules. This is an extremely slow process and requires extremely strong talent. Many powerful players are unable to improve their strength because they are stuck in their understanding of the rules. Z15 by studying the abilities of spiritual pets, one can study the understanding and application of rules from the aspects that spiritual pets are good at, and thus learn from Li Shiming's understanding of rules. In addition, he will need to refine elixirs continuously for many years to come. Li Yuanba received a lot of alchemy commissions, especially after the news that the Great Master Lu Wei wanted to recruit Li Shiming to join the Immortal Alliance and monopolize the 5th grade high-level elixir. Even if the Great Master Lu Wei died, many Great Masters still worry that things have changed. Originally, I wanted to keep some contribution points for the powerful power, but I also exchanged the contribution points for 5th grade elixirs, and sent them to Li Yuanba to commission the elixir. After Lu Wei's death, there was a strange period of calm in the land of the fallen immortal. The divine realm is recovering its vitality, and even the tasks related to the divine realm have decreased a lot. The investigation by the Eastern Department of the Immortal Alliance in the Immortal Realm has not yielded any results, and the investigation is at a deadlock. The only lively thing is the 7 Immortals' residence, where powerful men come to visit from time to time. It is said that many great masters took advantage of the period of recovery in the divine realm to leave the immortal land and return to their own sects to obtain 5th grade elixirs from their sects just to be able to refine 5th grade high grade elixirs. At the beginning, these powerful men only thought about themselves, thinking that the tasks of the Immortal Alliance would be reduced, and to obtain more 5th grade elixirs, they had to think of other methods before returning to the sect. But when the news reached the sect, the news that there was a powerful person in the land of Luoxian who could refine 5th grade high-level elixirs spread to various cultivation places. All the superpowers used various methods to deliver the 5th grade elixirs to Luoxian place. Li Yuanba was also depressed. He was getting busier and busier. More and more powerful people came to register for alchemy commissions, becoming more and more frequent. far exceeding the theoretical limit of the fallen immortal land. Until this day, Ding Feng, the powerful master, invited several other powerful masters from Xianzhu to one place.
Brother Ding, it's rare that you take the initiative to entertain us,
Yizhen said with a smile as he looked at the spiritual fruit and spiritual wine in front of him. Ding Feng is a powerful swordsman, and there are no spiritual fruits planted in his cave, so all his hospitality needs to be exchanged.
Brother E, I've invited a few of you here to say goodbye to you all. I need to go back to the sect.
Ding Feng didn't pay attention to Yigu's teasing and waved his hand.
What happened to your sect? Do you want help?
Yizhen Dangning looked solemn and asked in a deep voice. He and Ding Feng have had a life-and-death friendship for many years, and they can leave each other's back to each other. Hearing what Ding Feng said, he felt uneasy. The sect takes the initiative to contact the powerful people in the land of immortals only when the sect encounters great trouble. Just like in the land of Zhongzhou, the Yuqing sect sent a message to invite their fellow sects to return to the land of Luoxian. The sect was in a situation of life and death.
It's not Yuanba who is causing trouble.
Ding Feng pointed at Li Shiming and said helplessly.
Brother Ding, I didn't do anything. I was born in Zhongzhou, so far away from your sect.
Li Yuanba shook his head quickly after hearing this.
My sect has learned about Li Shizhen's alchemy ability, and is planning to entrust Li Shizhen to refine all the 5th grade elixirs accumulated by the sect into high-level 5th grade elixirs. Doesn't this mean that I should return to the sect?
Ding Feng, the powerful leader, then explained. After hearing his explanation, both Yizhen and Lin Jing laughed. This matter has nothing to do with them. Li Shiming was born in Zhongzhou. The 5th grade elixir accumulated by the superpower in Zhongzhou was almost refined by Li Shiming before Li Shiming came. There won't be much left over in a short period of time, so they don't need to return to Zhongzhou.
I asked how could there be so many extra 5th grade elixirs? So it's like this.
This was the first time Li Yuanba knew about this, and he suddenly realized. It is impossible for the powerful person who came to ask for the elixir to tell the origin of the 5th grade elixir. They were also afraid that if they spoke too much, Li Shiming would refuse. So the powerful experts formed a tacit understanding. If the 7 Immortals residents had not received news from the sect, such as Ding Feng, they might not have known about it.
Brother Ding, please go back. Anyway, God's domain has been very quiet recently,
Yigu Daneng said with a smile.
Li Taibai is not far from the 7 Immortals residents. Even if there is any big move in the divine realm, Li Taibai will be able to arrive in time.
In order to reassure Ding Feng, Li Yuanba told the news about Li Taibai. How strong Li Taibai is. Ding Feng knows it through Lin Jing.
In that case, I will leave today and will come back within a year.
Ding Feng was actually most worried about the safety of Xianzhu, and he said with a smile after hearing the news. In fact, he was overly worried, and caring would lead to chaos. With Li Yuanba's strength, there would be no problem in guarding the 7 Immortals residents. It's just that every great master thought that Li Yuanba's 10,000 energy flying swords were activated by consuming massive amounts of cave energy. So they misjudged Li Yuanba's combat power. On Li Shiming's side, since the
Chaos Fairy Fire
has integrated 3 more 5th grade Fairy Fires, the time it takes him to refine the 5th grade elixir has been shortened by 5 days. Don't underestimate the 5 days. He was refining pills continuously, and the time saved was considerable. Year after year, a large number of 5th grade high-level spiritual elixirs have had a great impact on the strength of human great masters. And many great masters, who have no hope of improving their strength, have taken a further step. Especially in the midterm, the number of powerful people has experienced explosive growth, which has fully improved the overall strength of human powerful people. Because human beings have extremely long lifespans, and are concentrated in the land of immortals, the number of great powers is very large. And there are some great powers that are stuck at the bottleneck for various reasons. The great masters have
exotic spiritual crystals
to enhance their caves. Although
exotic spiritual crystals
are difficult to obtain, they are not impossible to obtain. For the understanding of rules, in the long years, there are always some powerful people who will gain something. But the powerful physical body needs 5th grade spiritual pills to strengthen it. The previous 5th grade elixir was one of the important reasons that restricted the ability of great powers to improve their physical bodies. There were many great powers that were stuck in the bottleneck for this reason. With the 5th grade high grade elixir refined by Li Shiming, many powerful men are taking the 5th grade high grade elixir to make up for this shortcoming. Of course, a large number of powerful men will be promoted to the middle stage.
Li Shiming has been refining alchemy for a full 120 years. And this wave of alchemy is finally over. It is unimaginable that many places of cultivation bring so many 5th grade elixirs. On average, one batch of 5th grade elixirs is refined every month. It took 120 years to complete this round of refining commissions. You must know that for every batch of 5th grade elixir he refines, he collects a 5th grade elixir. In other words, in 120 years, he has handled nearly 3,000 5th grade elixirs. This is a 5th grade elixir. It only takes 100 years for each cave to produce one 5th grade elixir. Now he no longer has to worry about the 5th grade elixir. It is enough for him. Li Yuanba, Li Taibai and Yin Shiruan to take the 5th grade elixir in a saturated manner. In addition, Li Shiming had 36 more 5th grade top elixirs in his hand, which was his biggest gain. It is impossible to describe the effect of the 5th grade elixir, due to the special nature of the 5th grade elixir. It takes almost 100 furnaces of the 5th grade elixir to be able to accumulate the power of the top grade elixir in the elixir furnace. In 120 years, in addition to making great gains in alchemy, the energy in his cave also reached the total amount required to be promoted to a late-stage power. However, he did not advance immediately, but laid a solid foundation. Promotion to the late stage of the great power was an extremely important promotion, and he did not dare to take it lightly. Not only did he meet the promotion requirements, but Li Yuanba and Li Taibai also met the promotion requirements. And even Yin Shiruan also met the standards for promotion to the midterm powerful. Yin Shiruan is weak in all aspects, but with Li Shiming's help, her weakness is also relative. Let's just say that her cave energy output is more than 100 times that of ordinary powers. As for the physical body, there are a large number of 5th grade high-level elixirs, which can easily supplement the physical body's strength. The most difficult rule understanding. Through Z15's analysis of Yin Shiruan, Li Shiming summarized a course for Yin Shiruan to improve her rule understanding. Li Shiming's understanding of the rules has reached the level of a powerful player in the later stages. With his guidance and the analysis and conclusions of Z15, Yin Shiruan can still meet the promotion conditions even if Yin Shiruan's understanding is poor. Even if there is a shortcut. The rest of Li Shiming's 5th grade spiritual pets were constantly devouring spiritual beasts in the ancient spiritual beast breeding ground. After so many years of growth, they have all been promoted to the mid-grade 5th grade. The promotion of the spiritual pets is very smooth. The ancient spiritual beast breeding ground can be said to be a silent enhancement to the improvement of the spiritual pets. The 2 mid-level, holy spirits, of the 5th rank were successfully promoted to the late stage. Originally, they reached the peak of the mid-level 5th rank because they devoured the holy spirit energy in the altar. Over the years, Z15's research on the Golden Saint has improved the understanding of the Holy Spirit rules of the 2 middle-level 5th level Holy Spirits, and they have now reached the late-level 5th level. It's just that the combat power of the late 5th grade Holy Spirit is much higher than that of the late 5th grade Golden Saint. The Golden Saint is still far behind the late 5th grade Holy Spirit, even if 2 late 5th grade Holy Spirits are at the same level. Not nearly enough. Among all the spiritual pets, the only one whose combat power has been greatly improved is the Golden Saint. The strength of the Golden Saint is already too high. Over 100 years, it has only made him more proficient in the application of the Holy Spirit rules. As for the increase in the energy absorbed by the broken godhead, it can be said to be minimal. According to Z15's calculations, if the broken godhead were to be restored by absorbing energy on its own, even if it took 10,000 years, the remaining godhead would not be able to be restored to its complete state. But even so, Li Shiming's overall strength has been greatly enhanced. If he faced the late-stage power again, he wouldn't need to use a lot of cave energy to defeat the late-stage power. Of course, this is the case when he has not been promoted to the late stage of powerful power. When he is promoted to the late stage of powerful power, the late-stage powerful power will no longer pose any threat to him. After completing all the alchemy commissions, whether for psychological reasons or because his own accumulation had reached certain conditions, Li Shiming felt that the time had come to be promoted to the later stage. And he decided to be promoted to the late stage powerful today. Chapter 1088 Late Stage. Li Shiming did not stay in the cave sky. He stood in the void, and his position was still at the boundary of the fairyland. After more than 100 years, the divine realm seems to have regained its strength. From time to time, foreign divine warriors will still enter the immortal realm to provoke. Normally speaking, promotion in a place like this is not a good choice. But if a foreign god warrior comes over, I don't even know how he died. Around him, all the spiritual pets were released, including Yin Sherlan's red gold phoenix, Xiaofeng, Xiao Wang, Phantom Dragon, Golden Winged Dapeng, Thunder Beast, 11. Silver Winged Spirit Goo Insects, 108. Eternal Tardigrades and Sky Ghosts. Such an army exists. Even if there are more than 100 5th grade boring god warriors, they can't defeat it. Li Shiming's mind was placed at the core of the cave, where the 5 elements rule runes, thunder rule runes, sword intent rule runes, and space rule runes continuously absorb the energy in the cave. All the rule runes are shining brightly, and the energy accumulated in the cave's sky after so many years is continuously pouring into the core of the cave's sky. After the influx of massive energy, all the rule runes in the core of the cave first dimmed for a moment, and then turned into radiant gold. Li Shiming could sense that the 5 elements rule rune, thunder rule rune, sword intention rule rune, and space rule rune have all evolved to another level, which is the level of late-stage power. At this time, the core of the cave's sky is not only absorbing the energy of the cave's sky, but also spitting out energy into the cave's sky. It's just that what it absorbs is the energy of the midterm powerful level, and what it spits out is the energy of the late-stage powerful level. He also understood why the late-stage powers and the early middle powers existed in another realm. Because the late-stage high-level energy spit out by the Dantian core is more than 10 times more powerful than the mid-stage high-level energy. What kind of concept is this? Even the most common spell, issued by a late-stage powerful person, can explode with power that can instantly kill a mid-stage powerful person. At the moment when the rule runes at the core of Dantian evolved, Li Shiming felt that his soul and body broke through the shackles, and the soul strengthened the body and became more powerful. His physical body can directly resist the midterm powerful ordinary attacks without any need for defense. No wonder he used lightning to attack Lu Wei's body that day, and the damage caused to it was extremely limited. Fortunately, the paralysis effect caused by the thunder and lightning attack made Lu Wei freeze, so he could destroy it with all his strength. Chance to kill. The physical body of the late-stage powerful is too strong, and it has just been promoted. When the energy of the late-stage powerful level is continuously nourished, the physical body still has room for improvement. As for the soul, it has also made great progress. Perhaps the progress of the soul is not intuitive, but through the improvement of the spirit, the progress of the soul can be known. His spirit has been improved by 5 times. The 5-fold improvement, and the mental pressure from his spirit, is enough to make the midterm powerful unable to move a finger in front of him. This is still a mental attack from 1 brain. If he uses 10 brains to launch a mental attack, he can directly kill the midterm powerful one. And Li Shiming understood why Lu Wei looked down on him when he was a powerful player. It turned out that a powerful player in the late stage looked at a powerful player in the midterm as if he were an ant. Li Shiming's promotion process is like a smooth process. In fact, the reason why his promotion was so smooth was because his accumulation was so strong. Although his cultivation time is very short compared to other great powers, his opportunities are far from comparable to other great powers. He has 5 caves, and the energy output of the caves is more than 200 times that of ordinary powers of the same level. He also received the inheritance from the founder of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion, the angel inheritance from the divine domain, and the broken godhead from Jean Shung. I gained a deep understanding of my own rules. He also has a large number of spiritual pets, each of which has its own specialties, allowing him to understand the differences in rules. Of course, the foundation of everything is his natal magic weapon Z15. It is the computing power of Z15 that allows him to comprehend so many rules at the same time. Looking at other great powers, the general great powers only study one kind of rules, and the other rules are only slightly studied. Even so, those powerful people may not be able to understand a rule to the level that Li Shiming understands the rules in their lifetime. However, he has mastered multiple rules at the same time. A 5 elements rule rune is composed of 5 rules runes of gold, wood, water, fire, and wood. Each of these rules is enough for any great master to study carefully in a lifetime. He also has thunder and lightning rules, sword will rules, and space rules. It can be said that the training difficulty he set for himself is so high that it is definitely a nightmare level. The difference between him and other great powers is Z15. Z15, this natal magic weapon that does not seem to have any combat power, can help him conduct research in many aspects. Li Shiming felt the changes after his promotion. He shook his head
and smiled helplessly. This promotion left him with less energy in the 5 caves. However, although the energy in the caves was small, the power increased instead of decreasing. Fortunately, with his current strength, the time when he needs to use the energy of the cave is becoming less and less. He looked towards the god's domain. Just now, a group of boring god soldiers approached. Although the boring god soldiers were fearless, they were frightened by the formation here. The group of boring god soldiers retreated back. Holy area. If you still stay here, I am afraid that a large number of boring god warriors will come next. He doesn't care. It's just that he has just been promoted and still needs to consolidate his current state. He waved his hand, and all the spiritual pets were collected by him. Then he disappeared in a flash. A few hours after he left, there were 3 late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors, dozens of mid-stage 5th grade boring god warriors, and hundreds of half-step 5th grade soldiers. A battle formation composed of boring god warriors arrived here. It's a pity that they arrived late, and there is no trace of Li Shiming here. The disappointed boring divine warriors did not go deep into the immortal realm. They have wisdom that is no less than that of the monks. After discovering that more than 100 5th grade spiritual beasts gathered together, the divine realm could not help but think too much. The events that happened in the divine realm more than 100 years ago were believed by the divine realm to be the fault of the Immortal Alliance. This discovery forced them to wonder if the Immortal Alliance had made another big move. It didn't take long for God's domain to gather a large number of boring god warriors at the border, keeping an eye on the situation of various altars. Li Shiming summoned the Golden Winged Daping, and he sat on the back of the Golden Winged Daping. The Golden Winged Rock headed towards the rear of the Immortal Realm. He was preparing to return to Zhongzhou. Now that he is a late-stage Great Master, he has experienced the speed of improvement in cultivation, even with a large amount of resources. It will take at least 500 to 1,000 years to reach the peak state of late-stage great power. This is the judgment given by Z15, based on the large number of classics obtained and the analysis of everything about him. Li Shiming has considered the future development of his strength. If he wants to speed up, he must greatly improve his understanding of the rules. It is extremely difficult for any powerful person to increase the difficulty of understanding the rules, especially when you reach the later stage of great power. Every improvement is not easy. The later stage of powerful realm has come into contact with the core of the world's rules. It is precisely because of this that it is more difficult to make progress. Speaking of the previous realm, we can still find objects to observe, or at least we can have some reference. But in the later stage, who can the great powers find to observe? Even if there is a stronger existence, is it possible for that kind of existence to be observed by the great powers in the later stage? Maybe. But this definitely does not include Li Shiming. Li Shiming is the strongest ancestor of the 10,000 Beast sect, and there is no stronger being who can watch and learn from him. However, observation is not impossible. The existence of Jean Shung allows him to observe and learn the rules at a deeper level. Jean Shung is now in the same realm as him, and the help that Jean Shung can bring to him will become less and less. What he needs to do is to help Jean Shung improve his strength and repair his broken godhead. Now that his realm has improved and all the alchemy refining in the land of immortals has ended, it is time for him to do what he planned. After the Golden Winged Daping was promoted to the middle stage of the 5th level, when it performed spatial movement, it spent most of the time in the space channel. When the outside world appeared, it would only appear as a shadow and then enter the space channel again. The Golden Winged Rock only took 10 hours on the road from the border of the immortal domain to the rear entrance. At this rate, it would only take 10 days for him to return to Zhongzhou. When Li Shiming returned to the land of Zhongzhou, Li Yuanba and Li Taibai were also preparing to be promoted to the late stage of great power. The relationship between Li Shiming and his clone is very wonderful. Sometimes the clone advances first, allowing the main body to gain valuable experience. This time, Li Yuanba and Li Taibai were no longer hindered in understanding the rules by being promoted to late-stage powers. In the core of Li Yuanba's cave heaven are the Gold Rule Runes, Sword Intent Rule Runes, and Space Rule Runes. These are all part of the rule runes mastered by Li Shiming. The same is true for Li Taibai. The Thunder and Lightning Rule Runes and Space Rule Runes he possesses are also part of the rule runes controlled by Li Shiming. Li Shiming was promoted to the late-stage powerful, and after sharing his insights, Li Yuanba and Li Taibai's rule understanding also reached the late-stage powerful level.
Open the Immortal Residence formation and activate all the energy that can be mobilized.
Yi Jing flew out of his wooden building, felt the breath of Li Yuanba's wooden building, and shouted loudly. The formation of Xianju was instantly activated, and with Xianju as the center, many formation barriers appeared outwards.
What's wrong?
Lin Jing asked in surprise. Ding Feng also came to Gu's side. He looked at Li Yuanba's wooden building, seeming to feel something but not sure.
Yuanba is in the late stage of being promoted to a great power. Brother Ding and I are guarding him outside. He won't announce his promotion in advance.
Yi Gui, a great power, shook his head and said. He and Li Yuanba practiced the same technique, and even though there was the obstruction of the wooden building formation, he could still sense the promotion aura of the
sword intent climbing to the sky,
leaking from the wooden building.
This is the advanced stage,
Lin Jing said in disbelief. Li Yuanba is the youngest here, not even 1,000 years old, but he is already about to be promoted to the late stage of great power. Any great power would be horrified if he knew about this kind of talent.
You have to be careful. Don't be disturbed at all at this time,
Ding Feng said with a nod. The two powerful sword cultivators flew out of the Seven Immortals' residence, and they were fully alert for any possible threats.
I really envy the sword intent Chengshao Pavilion. Yuanba has hoped to ascend.
Ding Feng could not remember the first time he had said the words of envy. But every time he saw Li Yuanba's amazing performance, he still couldn't help but just say it.
This is the late stage of promotion, not to mention ascension. It is still very possible to go further,
Yizhi replied with a smile.
You should persuade him. He is still so young. He should accumulate a few more years. At least a few hundred more years before trying to break through.
Ding Feng glanced in the direction of Seven Immortals and said softly to Yi Gu. This is because the relationship between the two parties is very good, so they say such heartfelt words.
No matter how much I tried to persuade him, I never thought that Yuanba's cultivation level would improve so quickly. I thought he would have to stop for at least 1,000 years in the midterm.
Yi Guaning shook his head with a wry smile. Li Yuanba, whom they mentioned, had a smooth promotion process. With Li Shiming's promotion experience, this promotion ended on the 5th day of Xianju's defense. Lin Jing was the first to feel the terrifying aura coming from the wooden building. It was caused by Li Yuanba being promoted for the first time and unable to fully control his own aura. The terrifying aura swept across the Seven Immortals' residence. Lin Jing's face tightened. Her body shook, and she almost fell down. Fortunately, there was no hostility in this breath. And it swept away again, and she recovered after feeling dizzy. Da Gongyi and Ding Feng then returned to the Seven Immortals' residence. When they felt the aura of late-stage power outside, they knew that Li Yuanba had successfully advanced to the late stage of power.
You're not injured, are you?
Yi Jing Dunning supported Lin Jing Dunning and asked softly.
No. This is just a little breath leaked by Yuanba unintentionally. But I can't resist it even for a moment. The late power is too terrifying.
Lin Jing, the power side.
This is a late-stage power. Whether it's on our side or in God's domain, this realm is the strongest one to fight in.
Yizhi looked at Mu Lu and said with envy. Late-stage power is the dream of all human power in the land of immortals. But there are too few power that can truly reach this realm. Every late-stage great master is the backbone of human monks, and the foundation for fighting against the divine realm. In the conflict between the immortal realm and the divine realm, the late 5th grade and powerful late-stage warriors are the strongest. And it is impossible to send out stronger combat power. There is a certain tacit understanding between the immortal realm and the divine realm. Perhaps the existence of stronger power will really conflict, and the impact will not be what both parties want to see. Li Yuanba's strength stabilized at this time. He flew out of the wooden building without feeling much about the strength of the later stage. He does not need to be familiar with the strength of Denung in the later stage. He can share the corresponding feelings from Li Shiming. Chapter 1089 Leaving.
Congratulations, Yuanba. No, I will call you senior from now on,
Ding Feng said as he stepped forward with a smile.
Call me Yuanba.
Li Yuanba was not used to being called senior by Ding Feng, so he smiled and waved his hand.
Tell me, how much has the strength of the great powers improved in the later period?
Great Ningyi didn't have time to care about the title, so he asked hurriedly. Although the later great masters knew a few of them, they always treated them as juniors, so they could not ask more personal questions. Now that one of his junior disciples has become a late-stage great master, how could the great master Igui miss this opportunity?
Almost 10 times.
Li Yuanba didn't mean to hide it. In order to give Yizhen a clearer understanding, he condensed a sword light on his finger.
and the sword light was blessed with Chaos Sword Intent. Giz! Yigu and Ding Feng took a deep breath. As masters in the middle stage of sword cultivation, their feelings for this sword light were many times stronger than that of Master Lin Jing. Lin Jing could only feel a strong threat, but could not accurately know how strong this threat was. However, Yigu and Ding Feng felt the incomparable sharpness from the sword light. They were sure that even if they defended with all their strength, the sword light that Li Yuanba condensed could still easily break through their defense and kill them. This is the power we are pursuing! Great Neng Yi and Ding Feng were not afraid at all. Instead, they stared closely at the sword light on Li Yuanba's finger and murmured to themselves. They were not afraid because they knew that Li Yuanba could not harm them. When the senior of Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion was in retreat, Yizhen had not yet arrived at the land of immortals. So this was the first time for him to see the strength of the late sword cultivator. There are much fewer sword cultivators in the immortal cultivation world compared to other cultivators, which makes the number of sword cultivators in the land of immortals very small. There are even fewer people who can truly reach the realm of midterm masters. Yigu and Ding Feng are the two strongest midterm masters of sword cultivation. Today they saw the strength of the late-stage sword cultivator, which made them even more determined in their determination to become a sword cultivator. Especially Yizhen, who also practiced the Sword Intention Chengshao Ju. The sword light condensed by the Sword Intent Chengshao Ju touched him even more. The aura on his body was faintly fluctuating, and Lin Jingda could not help but reveal a look of surprise on his face. Thank you, junior brother Yuanba. Yi Jin bowed and bowed to Li Yuanba. There was also unconcealable joy on his face. It was extremely rare for Li Yuanba to condense his sword light at such a close range, allowing him and Ding Feng to watch. However, Yi Jin did seize this opportunity. Li Yuanba's sword light greatly touched him and made him feel a little enlightened. Don't underestimate this slight realization. Yi Jin has not made any progress for many years now. This slight improvement means that he still has potential to be tapped. Although Ding Feng was not as enlightened as Yigu, he still solemnly bowed to Li Yuanba. And he also had some new insights. What are you talking about? Stop doing this. If I can help you, just ask me if you need anything. Li Yuanba waved his hand and sent out a burst of energy to help Yigu and Ding Feng, and said, he knows how difficult it is to advance to the late stage of power, and there are many hurdles to face. Understanding the rules of sword intent is only one aspect of it. Besides, just observing his sword light will bring very limited benefits. He is not a self-respecting person. He has experienced many battles with Yigu and Ding Feng over the years, and they have a life-or-death friendship. Perhaps due to the sex problems, he could not give Ding Feng more help. But he had some ideas for Yigu. He took out a 5th grade Lingbao flying sword, which was the original trophy. Since neither he nor Li Shiming liked it, they just regarded the 5th grade Lingbao flying sword as a collection. However, this 5th grade Lingbao flying sword has also experienced the purging of heavenly ghosts, and the spiritual imprints in the 5th grade Lingbao flying sword have been cleansed. He mobilized the Gold Rule Runes and Sword Intention Rule Runes in the core of the cave, and made the 2 rule runes appear in the 5th grade spiritual treasure flying sword. This is somewhat like the Sword Intent Monument, but it does not have the special material of the Sword Intent Monument. It is probably only possible to find special materials similar to the Sword Intent Monument in ancient ruins, which can withstand the sword intent of later sword cultivators. But not all materials can do it. He can only use the 5th grade Lingbao flying sword instead. The 5th grade Lingbao flying sword allows him to accommodate his own gold rules and sword intention rules. This is a simplified version of the Sword Intention Monument. But if you want to get the insights that belong to the sword cultivator from the 5th grade spiritual treasure flying sword, you have to look at the sword cultivator's own understanding. Dan Yi, Ding Feng and Lin Jing were all watching Li Yuanba's movements. Dan Yi and Ding Feng watched the most carefully. Li Yuanba's every move was worth studying for them. Senior brother Yi, I realized the Sword Intention Monument in the pavilion, and concluded the Chaos Sword Intent from the Sword Intent Monument. This flying sword contains my Chaos Sword Intent, which may be useful to you. It helps. Li Yuanba handed the 5th grade Lingbao flying sword to the hands of Yigu and said, this is too precious. Yizhen Duning wanted to take it, but he hesitated, not to mention the Chaos Sword Intent in the 5th grade Lingbao flying sword. The value of this 5th grade Lingbao flying sword itself is very high. Take it. I hope to see you in the later stage of sword cultivation, Li Yuanba said with a smile. then I will accept it. This flying sword not only belongs to me, but will be passed on to the new sword cultivator of Jean Shung Pavilion in the future,
Yijin said with a heavy nod. Although Ding Feng was envious, he didn't say anything. It was a great kindness for Li Yuanba to allow him to observe the sword's intention in front of him. The 5th grade Lingbao flying sword that Li Yuanba handed over to Yizhen Duning contained the sword intention of Chongshao Pavilion, but he was not qualified to understand it.
I still need to stay in seclusion for a period of time to stabilize my state. I'll talk about it if I have any questions after I get out of seclusion,
Li Yuanba said with a smile. He had just been promoted, so it was impossible for the 3 powerful men to trouble him again. He returned to his wooden building and began to retreat to consolidate his realm. Not far from the 7 immortals' residence, Sword Server, Thunder Server and Gong Server were guarding Li Taibai. Li Taibai was the last one to be promoted to the late stage of the Great Power. He was protected by 3 flying Yiksha, and his promotion was not difficult. He completed the promotion in only a few days. No other powerful person knew about Li Taibai's promotion to the later stage of Great Power. He didn't want to inform other powerful people, nor did he want to inform the Immortal Alliance. Ever since the Immortal Envoys of the Immortal League attacked Li Shiming, he had lost hope and trust in the Immortal League. The Immortal Alliance is at best a place to obtain resources, and he will reduce his contact with other aspects of the Immortal Alliance. Li Shiming did not reach the land of Zhongzhou as expected. He had to stop shortly after leaving the land of Luoxian. I don't know if she was stimulated by his promotion, but Yin Sherlan felt something in her heart and raised the need for promotion. In Li Shiming's realm, there is no need to consider whether there is any danger in the environment. His danger level is already the highest. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are only existences more dangerous than him in the land of fallen immortals.
Lord, you can get promoted here.
He landed on an uninhabited island and said to Yin Sherlan, with a wave of his hand. The uneven surface of the island was smoothed away. Then the phantoms of the Beidou Formation and
9 Heavens Constellations Formation
appeared above his head. He used the 2 treasure formations to lay out a large formation that was conducive to promotion. Yin Sherlan in the big formation only felt that her mind was particularly clear and her spirit was extremely active. What she didn't know was that this formation also had the function of exorcising external demons, and being in the formation could greatly reduce the possibility of being affected by inner demons. Li Shiming paid more attention to her promotion than his own clone. The avatar can share his insights and experiences. Plus, each promotion has AZ-15 evaluation and can be controlled remotely, so there will be almost no problems. But Yin Sherlan is different. Her talent is a bit weak, and she only got to where she is now with Li Shiming's help. Every time she was promoted, there were unknown risks, and Li Shiming had to pay special attention to them. Yin Sherlan summoned Xiao Wang, and she was not distracted by anything else at this time. Although she was grateful to Li Shiming for his concern, she also knew that the best reward for Li Shiming would be to succeed in promotion through hard work. Li Shiming maintained the formation, and he also summoned Jean Shung out. The Golden Saint appeared outside the land of fallen immortals, and it only took a moment for the world to reject the Golden Saint. He frowned slightly. If this was the case, the Golden Sage could not move around in the immortal cultivation land other than the immortal land. This was not a good thing. He did not let Jean Shung go to overcome the tribulation. When he felt the rejection of heaven and earth, he analyzed that this rejection of heaven and earth was not an ordinary rejection, but a harbinger of the destruction of heaven and earth. The normal repulsion between heaven and earth is a test of life within the range of heaven and earth. Although this test is extremely dangerous, after passing the heavenly tribulation, you can be recognized by heaven and earth. But the reaction of heaven and earth to the existence of Jean Shung is like a virus appearing in the body, and it will not stop until it is completely eliminated. Li Shiming put away Jean Shung. Since there is no use in overcoming the tribulation, then don't let Jean Shung face the power of heaven and earth. After Jean Shung disappeared, the world returned to peace. He calculated that the Golden Saint could not appear outside for more than 60 breaths. If he exceeded this time, he would face the power of heaven and earth. One of his brains is always paying attention to Yin Sherlan, and Yin Sherlan's cave has open permissions for him, so he can clearly perceive all changes in Yin Sherlan's promotion process. For the next 2 months, he sat cross-legged on the island. No spiritual beast has come close to him in 2 months, and the aura he exudes is a fatal danger signal to spiritual beasts. Even low-level spiritual beasts without intelligence will have instinctive fear and stay away from this place. It took 2 months for Yin Sherlan to be promoted. This promotion time may seem very long, but in fact it depends on who you compare with. Compared with Li Yuanba and Li Taibai, It took a very long time. But the reason why Li Yuanba and Li Taibai were successfully promoted in such a short time was due to Li Shiming's promotion experience. They spent a very short time on the evolution of the core rules of Dongtian. But Yin Shilan was different. The rules and runes of her Dongtian core took a longer time to evolve. And she had no other people's experience to draw from. The aura on Yin Shilan's body changed. But under the cover of Li Shiming's aura, this change in aura was nothing.
Shiming, I have successfully been promoted to the middle stage of powerful power.
The first thing Yin Shilan did when she opened her eyes was to excitedly say to Li Shiming. Of course she knew that Li Shiming would know even if she didn't tell her. But this joy needed to be shared. And Li Shiming was the only person she could share it with.
Lord, congratulations.
Li Shiming congratulated with a smile.
I can stay with you for a longer time,
Yin Shilan said softly. When Li Shiming heard her words, he couldn't help but hug her into his arms. Yin Shilan's training goal is to accompany her. This is her motivation for training. Li Shiming can clearly feel this intention.
We will be together forever. No one can separate us, not even in this world,
Li Shiming promised in a deep voice. The two hugged each other for a long time, and then sat on the back of the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock continued to fly. A few days later, Li Shiming felt a familiar atmosphere, which came from the land of Zhongzhou. He flew directly towards the East Qi continent, and first went to the 10,000 Beast sect to have a look. Nothing major happened to the 10,000 Beast sect. He knew this. If something big happens, the refining corpse he left behind will be dispatched. And he can sense it remotely. Over the years, the 10,000 Beast sect has only used late-stage golden corpses several times, and has not used half-step 5th grade corpse refining, which shows that the 10,000 Beast sect has not encountered much trouble. Li Shiming took out the identity jade disc belonging to the 10,000 Beast sect. He entered a sentence into the identity jade disc and passed it to his master. Brother Hu.
I'm back.
Brother Hu saw the message on the identity jade plate. When he saw the person who sent the message, he stood up suddenly. Brother Hu had a smile on his face. He did not expect to see Li Shiming again. Although he took the longevity pill, his longevity was not long. Only a few hundred years. And when a free power leaves, he usually does not return for 1,000 years. The cultivation of great power is very time-consuming. And 100 years is only a short period of time for great power. His longevity could not last for 1,000 years. And he thought that the last separation was an eternal farewell. But then he frowned, worried about Li Shiming coming back so soon. Did Li Shiming encounter some big trouble? He knew how easily his disciple could cause trouble. Back in the nascent soul stage, he had become enemies with powerful beings several levels stronger than himself, and had become mortal enemies with multiple superpowers. If Li Shiming was being chased, was he injured? As Li Shiming's master, even though his cultivation level is far inferior to Li Shiming's, he still cares a lot. Chapter 1090 Extraction. Brother Hu left the cave, and when he flew into the sky, the huge figure of the golden-winged rock appeared in front of him. The 10,000 Beast sect protecting formation has no effect. This is not the function of the identity jade disc. But the golden-winged rock ignores the sect protecting formation. Brother Hu was not much surprised. He looked at the two figures on the back of the golden-winged rock.
Welcome home,
he said with a smile when he saw Li Shiming and Yin Shilan leaving golden-winged Doping hand in hand.
Master,
Li Shiming said with a respectful, okay, salute. And Yin Shilan beside him also bowed and saluted. No matter how much his strength has improved, when facing his master, Brother Hu, he is still the disciple of Brother Hu.
Why are you back so soon? Did something happen?
Brother Hu helped Li Shiming up, motioned for Yin Shilan to level up, and then asked with concern. At this moment, he no longer had any worries. Li Shiming and Yin Shilan came back together, and it seemed that nothing major happened. As for sensing Li Shiming's realm, when Li Shiming left Zhongzhou, he could no longer sense Li Shiming's strength.
I have some things to do when I come back this time. I can come back earlier than expected, because the monk's promotion is very smooth. Is there nothing major in the sect?
Li Shiming explained and asked with a smile.
The reputation you have left behind is too great. Although some superpowers have been ready to make moves in recent years, with your return this time, those superpowers will not dare to make any rash moves.
Brother Hu replied with a smile. At that time, Li Shiming killed the immortal world so miserably that the Great Lane Temple and the Yuqing sect were wiped out, and many super powerful monks of the same generation were wiped out. This means that even if the 10,000 Beast sect no longer has powerful people in their ranks, No force will dare to provoke them within 200 to 300 years.
In my name, I would like to invite you all to be our guests. Just in time to meet some old friends.
Li Shiming said with a faint smile. With his strength, he is too lazy to bully the juniors. This time, he will let the superpowers understand the background of the 10,000 Beast sect and completely eliminate the petty ideas of some superpowers.
Okay. The 10,000 Beast sect has not had any major activities since you left.
Monk Hu nodded and smiled.
Master, how are Tangja and Hu Shung doing now?
Li Shiming thought of something and asked. Tangja was Li Taibai's disciple, and Hu Shung was his disciple. After he returned to the 10,000 Beast sect, he did not feel the aura of these two disciples.
Tangja is in retreat at the branch of the sect, and Hu Shung is in retreat at the branch of the Taichu sect. They have both tried to inherit the inheritance cave in the 10,000 Beast sect, but they have not succeeded in inheriting it. They are testing the inheritance of the two inheritance caves.
Brother Hu shook his head and replied. Li Shiming sighed inwardly. Tangju was a Laishio, so it was relatively difficult for him to inherit the 4 inherited caves of the eastern Qi continent. But as a true disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect, Hu Shung cannot inherit the 10,000 Beasts sect's inherited cave heaven, which means that the chance of him breaking through the inherited power is extremely low. Sure enough, it is still very difficult to cultivate powerful people. Li Shiming invested a lot of resources in these two disciples, but they were about to fail. Li Shiming didn't think about changing anything anymore. He had given enough. Since the two disciples didn't have the chance. Don't force it.
Don't worry about the inheritance of our sect. We have recruited many talented disciples over the years. With the resources you left behind, and the resources we gained after becoming a superpower, the number of great monks in our sect can be ranked among the top 3 among superpowers, and formed an inheritance system from generation to generation.
Brother Hu said with some pride. Except for the shortcomings in the power of inheritance, the 10,000 Beasts sect is extremely prosperous in other aspects. In just a few hundred years, it will be able to form a nascent soul monk, a great monk, a half-step power, and a power of inheritance. A complete system of energy.
Thank you for your hard work. Master, I have found another longevity elixir that can extend your life by 300 years.
Li Shiming knew that all this was the result of Brother Hu. He took out a longevity elixir he brought back from the land of the immortal. Yuan Dan handed it over and said. He asked Li Yuanba to redeem the material for the show Yuan Dan with his contribution points. And then he refined it. This longevity pill is already the best longevity pill. And it is also his greatest ability. Unless other divine objects that increase longevity can be found, it will no longer be possible to increase Monk Hu's longevity.
I would like to live a few more years and see the grand scene of the 10,000 Beasts sect.
Brother Hu took the Shou Yuan pill without any politeness and said with a smile, Li Shiming is his disciple. And there is nothing wrong with him accepting the benefits of being a disciple. All the superpowers in the world of immortality have received invitations from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Originally, the great powers of inheritance did not want to go. Sending powerful clones requires the consumption of Dantian energy. But after seeing the name of the inviter, they all sent their powerful clones to the Donchi continent. It will take more than 10 days for the powerful clones to reach the eastern Qi continent. Li Shiming used this time to go to the Lianhua branch. The Lianhua branch used to be Lianhua Temple. The architecture here has not changed much. And there are even some monks who are Buddhist cultivators. The 10,000 Beasts sect accommodates Buddhist and demonic cultivators, and has sect disciplines. So there is no need to worry about Buddhist cultivators and demonic cultivators doing anything excessive. Li Shiming looked at the many buildings of the Lotus branch sect. Among them were many Buddhist temples with Buddha statues enshrined inside. The goal of his visit this time was these Buddha statues. The Buddha statues here have been worshipped for countless years, and they contain the power of faith needed by the Golden Saint. The aura he sensed from the remaining godhead of Jean Shung reminded him of the special energy in the Buddha statue. He originally wanted to study it, but due to his realm and the fact that he himself was not a Buddhist, he did not go into it in depth. Research. He did not inform any monks. Even if this was a branch of the 10,000 Beasts sect, as the ancestor of the 10,000 Beasts sect, he naturally had unparalleled power, and he did not want anyone to know what he wanted to do. With his strength, it is very easy for the monks here not to discover him. His
heart to others
was activated, and all the monks in the entire Lotus branch were affected by
heart to others,
and ignored his existence. No matter what he does, the monks here will not have any reaction. He chose the Buddha statue in the main hall of the Lianhua branch. He stood next to the Buddha statue and placed one hand on the big Buddha statue.
That's the kind of energy,
he said to himself with a smile. It's a pity that even he, who was powerful in the later period, could not mobilize the power of faith in the Buddha statue. In the world of cultivating immortals, perhaps no monk other than Buddhist cultivators can control the power of faith. Even Buddhist cultivators have very limited use of the power of faith. If a Buddhist cultivator truly has complete control over the power of faith, he will not be suppressed by other cultivators. Li Shiming's mind moved slightly, and Jean Shung's figure appeared. Li Shiming began to count down the time in his heart. Jean Shung only had 60 breaths to appear in the outside world. One of his brains controlled the Golden Saint. The Golden Saint pressed his hand on the Buddha statue, and the power of faith in the Buddha statue was extracted into his body. As soon as the power of faith enters the body, it flows towards the fire of the soul, and is eventually absorbed by the broken Godhead. He could feel that this broken Godhead had been restored a little bit with the absorption of a large amount of faith power. He couldn't help but laugh. Don't underestimate this tiny bit of recovery. If this tiny bit of recovery were to be absorbed by the broken Godhead itself, it would probably take hundreds of years to achieve it. Jean Shung did it in just a few breaths, and he knew he had found the right method.
It seems that in the future, if the power of faith is extracted, a little bit will have to be left behind.
Li Shiming saw that because all the power of faith was extracted from the Buddha statue, its appearance had cracks, as if a brand new object had suddenly experienced like thousands of years of vicissitudes. He mobilized a little cave energy and used wood energy to repair the cracks on the Buddha statue. Next, he walked through all the Buddha statues in the Lianhua branch, which took almost 3 hours. The reason why it takes 3 hours is that the main time is spent on Jean Shung returning to the cave to rest and cutting off the perception of heaven and earth. He sensed it and absorbed the power of faith from all the Buddha statues in Lianhua Temple, repairing almost 1,000th of the broken Godhead. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that he would need to walk around the world of immortality next. Before that, he still needs to meet with all the powerful people. Although the broken Godhead was only restored to 1,000th, the Golden Saint's control over the rules of the Holy Spirit increased by at least 20%. Li Shiming has a feeling that if the broken Godhead is to be completely repaired, the Golden Saint's strength will be promoted immediately, and the 4-winged angel will be promoted to a 6-winged angel. That is to say, he has now been promoted to the later stage of power and his soul is more powerful. So he dares to let Jean Shung repair the broken Godhead. If he were still a powerful midterm player, Jean Shung's strength would be too strong and there would be a risk of losing control. Li Shiming did not leave the Lianhua branch. He lived here, through the time when Jean Shung appeared in the outside world. He felt that the entire Lianhua branch was like a huge absorber of the power of faith. The Lianhua branch does not simply absorb the beliefs of Buddhist cultivators and monks within the branch, but also concentrates the beliefs of all nearby believers into the Buddha statues of the Lianhua branch. He wanted to master this method of collecting faith energy by studying the Lotus Branch sect. The only trouble is that the one who senses the power of faith most clearly is the Golden Saint. But the Golden Saint can only come out for 60 breaths at a time, which makes the research time continue to be delayed. This day was the day when Li Shiming invited all the powerful men. The 10,000 Beasts sect opened the mountain gate, and several peaks suspended in the air also closed the formation, allowing Li Shiming to enter the cave at will. These are operated by the hostess Yin Shurlan. Li Shiming has not come back since he went to Lianhua Temple 20 days ago. Yin Shurlan stayed. This is the land of Zhongzhou. The strongest powers in the entire Zhongzhou are only in the early stage of power, and they are all inherited powers. The powerful combat power that can be deployed is the powerful clone, which can only store a small part of the cave energy in the body. It can barely even compete with the initial combat power of the powerful, let alone compare with Yin Shurlan, a midterm powerful. Not to mention Yin Shurlan and Xiao Huang, who is also a mid-level 5th grade spiritual pet. Yin Shurlan did not contact Li Shiming. She knew that if Li Shiming was delayed, it must be an extremely important matter. Relatively speaking, inviting powerful clones here is nothing. Following Li Shiming these years, Yin Shurlan's horizons have been greatly broadened. The inherited power that he used to regard as a god now seems to be nothing more than that. One by one, the powerful clones arrived at the gate of the 10,000 Beast sect on time. Following the guidance of their aura, they entered the innermost suspended mountain above the 10,000 Beast sect. The powerful people had different moods, and some of them were dissatisfied that Li Shiming did not go out to greet him. No matter what, they are powerful and deserve the respect they deserve. Seeing how the 10,000 Beasts sect treated guests, they sent Great Monk Hu and more than 20 other great monks to greet them. although brother who is Li Shiming's master and has a decent status. The invitation this time came from Li Shiming. It is unjustifiable that Li Shiming, the master, did not come forward to welcome him.
Li Shurjin isn't here?
Yu Dongning asked in surprise when he saw Yin Sherwan standing on the top of the mountain and the hospitality environment arranged on the top of the mountain.
It seems that you are looking down on us. All the guests have arrived, but the master is not here,
another powerful man said with a hint of sarcasm. In the eyes of most powerful people here, Li Shiming is extremely rude.
Shut up! Haven't you discovered Fairy Yin's realm?
Jian Lao shouted in a deep voice. Jian Lao looked serious at this time. When he came here, he discovered that Yin Sherlan's aura was extraordinary. Yin Sherlan has a peaceful nature. So although she possesses the realm of a mid-level powerful person, her aura does not show much deterrence, which is why other powerful people did not notice her immediately. This cannot be blamed on these powerful people. Who would have thought that in just a few years, Yin Sherlan would be promoted to the middle stage of powerful power? The powerful people all know that Yin Sherlan's talent is not good. They think that even with Li Shiming's help, it will take at least 1,000 years to be able to make further progress with such a talent. At this time, after hearing Elder Jian's reminder, all the powerful men realized Yin Sherlan's terrifying strength.
Sherlan, have you been promoted to the middle stage?
Meng Jun asked in surprise. She is the inherited power of Wanfeng Palace, and Yin Sherlan is a monk of Wanfeng Palace. Yin Sherlan's strength is the same as Wanfeng Palace's strength. How can this not surprise her?
Senior Sister Ming, I have only been promoted not long ago.
Yin Sherlan replied with a smile.
Is it really that good there? Can you be promoted to the middle stage so quickly?
Mighty Meng Jun said, as if he was questioning and talking to himself. She is an inherited power, and her true body cannot leave the mountain gate of Wanfeng Palace. But as powerful people, they all have dreams. They want to be stronger and climb to a higher realm. She has been cultivating at the mountain gate of Wanfeng Palace for more than 2,000 years. But looking at Yin Sherlan, a fellow disciple who is nearly 2,000 years younger than her, he has already surpassed her level, and she will never be able to reach Yin Sherlan's current level in her lifetime. And Yin Sherlan still has a greater future.
Fairy Ming is joking. It's not like there is no powerful person coming back from there. But who can improve his strength like Fairy Yin?
Jian Lao said in a deep voice. He was trying to wake up Meng Jun Dagong. If Meng Jun Dagong continued to think like this, even the mighty clone might trigger the inner demons of the original body. Chapter 1091 Meeting. There are 16 powerful clones who came here this time. And all the powerful clones in Zhongzhou who can come are here. No matter what mentality these powerful men had before, they no longer had any complaints at this time. The world of immortal cultivation has always been based on strength. Yin Sherlan is in the middle stage of great power, and has enough strength to not go out to meet the great powers. Even if she stands here to greet all the powerful people, she is giving them all great face.
I've seen Fairy Yin.
After adjusting their mentality, all the powerful men stepped forward to salute. This time, they were sincere. At this time, there is still a question in the minds of the great masters. That is, if Yin Sherlan is promoted to a midterm great master, will Li Shiming also be promoted to a midterm great master? The answer is almost yes. Just waiting for Li Shiming to show up to confirm. Everyone knows that Li Shiming's talent is as great as that of almost no other monk in the world. Except Li Yuanbao.
Everyone, please take a seat and wait for a while. Shurjin is delayed by something.
Yin Sherlan explained in return.
It doesn't matter. It just so happens that we haven't gotten together for a long time. So we might as well take this opportunity to chat with each other.
A powerful man waved his hand and said with a smile. All the powerful officials nodded in agreement and then took their seats.
Fairy Yin, hasn't Yuanbao come back?
Jian Lao asked. Li Yuanbao left with Li Shiming. Now that Li Shiming has come back, he has brought news about Li Yuanbao.
Li Yuanbao has reunited with fellow Taoist Yizhen and senior sister Lin Jing. Don't worry, Mr. Jian.
Yin Sherlan explained the situation.
Senior sister Lin, are you okay?
Meng Jun, the mighty leader, interrupted and asked. Lin Jing is the great power of Wanfeng Palace, and Meng Jun is very concerned about him.
Senior sister Lin is already at the middle stage of great power.
Yin Sherlan replied with a smile. She then looked at Jian Lao and said,
Fellow Taoist Yigui and senior sister Lin have become Taoist companions, and they are also at the middle stage of great power.
Jian Lao and Meng Jun looked at each other and smiled. With this relationship, the already close relationship between the two families was deepened. The other great powers also wanted to ask Yin Sherlan about their own great powers.
But unfortunately Jean Shung didn't know much. At this moment, a figure appeared in the main seat. And it was Li Shiming who was back. Li Shiming lost track of time while studying the Lotus Branch sect. And Z15 notified him in time to wake him up from his thoughts. Otherwise, with his level of thinking and understanding, there would be almost no concept of time at all. His appearance made the scene quiet, and the clones of the powerful inheritance were able to communicate freely in front of Jean Shung. This was because the strength gap between the midterm powerful and the early powerful was limited, and Jean Shung's own peace did not give any clones of the powerful what pressure. But Li Shiming is a late-stage powerful. Even if he restrained his aura at such a close distance, these powerful clones faced the late-stage powerful and felt the great terror of the late-stage powerful. I'm sorry, fellow Taoists. I'm late. Li Shiming saw that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he broke the atmosphere with a smile. With his words and smile, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Your realm? Could it be? Jian Lao asked in disbelief. He didn't even dare to talk about the realm of late-stage power. In fact, he himself felt that it was impossible. But in his perception, Li Shiming gave him the feeling of the strongest power of heaven and earth. When facing Li Shiming, he felt like he could die at any time. He couldn't judge Li Shiming's realm, but with Jean Shung beside him, he could guess Li Shiming's realm through comparison. Brother Yuanba and I have both advanced to the later stages, Li Shiming replied with a smile. Yuanba has been promoted to the later stage. Jian Lao's clone body almost failed to hold on. His figure swayed, which showed how much impact he had on his mind. The rest of the great powers didn't dare to look at Li Shiming at this time. There was a huge gap between the great powers and them in the later stage. According to the rules of the world of immortality, when they see Li Shiming in the late stage of great power, they need to call him a senior. There were several powerful men here who had made some small moves against the Eastern Qi continent and the 10,000 Beasts sect. Their faces were pale, and everyone couldn't help but feel lucky that they had not taken action against the 10,000 Beasts sect. Thinking of Li Shiming's methods, if he really did something to the 10,000 Beasts sect, there is a high probability that their sect would have been reduced to ruins like the Great Lane Temple by this time. Li Shiming smiled faintly. His other mind was turned on, and he could sense some of the thoughts of these powerful clones in front of him. Who calls him a late-stage powerful person? His realm is much higher than these powerful clones. In the face of the powerful, other mind, in the later stage, the mind of the powerful person who inherited it in the early stage is almost defenseless. This time, I brought back some specialties from the land of the immortal. Please don't be polite, fellow Taoists, and don't be dissatisfied with the poor hospitality. With a wave of Li Shiming's hand, a plate of divine food was placed in front of all the powerful people. All the powerful officials expressed their gratitude together, and the atmosphere at the scene became particularly solemn since Li Shiming appeared. There is no way. A late-stage powerful being is here. The weakest existence among these powerful beings cannot be at ease in the face of such a powerful existence. Fellow Taoists, I still have some things to do, so I won't be here with you. Please forgive me. Li Shiming couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this situation. He stood up and bowed and said. All the powerful clones stood up and saluted in unison. After the powerful clones felt their whole bodies relax, they straightened up. At this time, Li Shiming in the main seat had disappeared. The powerful clones just sat down. At this time, no matter whether they had previously wanted to deal with the 10,000 Beast sect, they all turned into fear of the 10,000 Beast sect. This was what Li Shiming planted in all the powerful clones through other minds when he left. And through the powerful clone, the influence of other minds will spread to the soul of the powerful body. The soul of the powerful clone is part of the original soul and is connected to each other. Li Shiming had to leave. If he stayed, this party would not need to be held again. He also did not expect that the pressure exerted by the later powers on these inherited powers would be so strong. He sent a message to Jean Shung and asked Jean Shung to entertain the guests on his behalf, while he went to look for the Buddha statue. Jian Lao and Meng Jun looked at each other again, each other feeling horrified. Although they knew that Li Yuanba had also been promoted to a later stage powerful person, they only understood how terrifying the late stage powerful person was after actually coming into contact with Li Shiming. A late stage powerful person. Jian Lao and Meng Jun Dang Nong both have a good relationship with Li Shiming. But even so, only Jian Lao managed to gather enough energy to communicate with Li Shiming for a few words. Meng Jun Dang Nong was nervous throughout the whole process, let alone communicating. Li Shiming's perception was covered, and he continued to use space movement to find temples. and then summoned the Golden Saint to extract the power of faith from the Buddha statues in the temples. Since the disappearance of the Lianhua Temple in the eastern Qi continent, fewer and fewer people believe in Buddhism. So relatively speaking, there are many fewer temples in the eastern Qi continent. He returned to the 10,000 Beasts sect, picked up Inshiruan, and then went to the northern Shu continent and visited all the Buddha statues in the northern Shu continent. After that, he traveled to every continent, which took him half a year. In half a year, he found more than 30,000 Buddha statues, among which the power of faith varied. In the end, 1/3 of Jean Shung's broken godhead was repaired. Obviously, his idea of repairing the broken godhead through the Buddha statues in Zhongzhou was a bit simplistic. The power of faith in the Buddha statues in the Lianhua branch was so strong because the former Lianhua temple was from the eastern Qi continent, one of the 4 major sects, controlling a quarter of the continent's sphere of influence. There are few Buddhist forces in Zhongzhou that can match Lianhua temple's missionary capabilities. It is a pity that the most powerful Dalian temple in Buddhism was destroyed by Li Shiming himself. Otherwise the power of faith there would definitely exceed that of Lianhua temple. Li Shiming was heartbroken and activated the teleportation ring. His figure disappeared from the spot, and then appeared in Yundao Sea, where he left the coordinates. Now that he has returned to Yundahai again, he does not have to wait another 20 years for the teleportation ring to restore its energy. He released his own breath, and the terrifying late-stage powerful breath rose. All the powerful people in Yundao Sea understood one thing. An extremely terrifying existence came to Yundao Sea. But none of the powerful people in Yundahai came to check. It was impossible for the powerful people to come to trouble him when they knew that he was not his opponent. Probably as long as he didn't knock on the door directly, the powerful Yundaohai would ignore his behavior. Li Shiming sighed in his heart. When he first came to Yundahai, everyone was shouting to be beaten and killed. It turns out that everything comes from lack of strength. As long as you have enough strength, there is nowhere in the world that you cannot go. He traveled all over the Cloud Island Sea and extracted the power of faith from all the Buddha statues he could find. There are relatively few Buddhist schools in Yundahai, so the power of faith gained here is not ideal. He took out a map, which he got from other powerful hands when he was in the land of fallen immortal. This map was obtained by reanalyzing and organizing the map obtained through Z15, and obtained a relatively comprehensive map. The map marks nearly 10 places for cultivating immortals. This is already the most maps Li Yuanba can get. Many powerful people are unwilling to exchange maps because they are worried that the location of their cultivation place will be exposed and may become the target of attacks by other powerful people. But in the face of interests, there are still many powerful people who are willing to share the map. In the following time, Li Shiming rode the golden-winged rock and kept walking in various places where he cultivated immortality. The further you get to the back, the more difficult it becomes to repair Jean Shung's broken godhead. However, when the repair reached half of the progress, Jean Shung's bottleneck began to loosen. When Jean Shung was in the God realm, he absorbed a large amount of Holy Spirit energy from several altars, causing the Holy Spirit energy in his body to reach saturation. The discovery that the big bottleneck was loosening meant that he could be promoted to the next level, the Archangel realm, at any time. But how could Li Shiming dare to let Jean Shung be promoted here? It is impossible for Archangel to be promoted in the outside world. If you are promoted in the outside world, you will definitely not be able to complete it within 60 breaths. Then the Golden Saint would have to brave the power of heaven and earth to be promoted, which would be an act of committing suicide. As for letting the Golden Saint be promoted in the cave, let alone that, the Holy Spirit energy fluctuation caused by the promotion process is likely to destroy everything in the cave. He didn't want to try. Since Jean Shung couldn't be promoted, he asked Jean Shung to suppress the energy in his body. After more than 10 years, Li Shiming and Jean Shung finally repaired the broken godhead. He and the Golden Saint were standing in the cave. The Golden Saint was sitting cross-legged. The energy of the Holy Spirit formed shackles, so that the godhead in the soul fire of the Golden Saint would not immediately trigger its full evolution. Before his godhood was completely restored, Jean Shung could at least still move. But when the godhead was completely repaired, if Li Shiming hadn't discovered something was wrong and manipulated Jean Shung to seal himself, Jean Shung would have been promoted by now. It wasn't just promotion. He discovered that in addition to being promoted to the next level, the wings behind the Golden Saint had a faint sense of evolution. In other words, if there was no seal, the Golden Saint would evolve into a seraphim. The energy of Li Shiming's teleportation ring has been restored, and he activated the coordinates of the Dongxi continent in the teleportation ring. Next, he appeared in the Dongqi continent. The teleportation ring's control over the rules of space far exceeded his late-stage powerful space ability. You must know that he is a late-stage power with space rule runes in the core of Dantian. In theory, his space rules are far superior to other late-stage powers without core space rules. He couldn't even imagine what state the being who created the teleportation ring was in. It is precisely because of this that he is not very proud of his promotion to a late-stage power. He has seen stronger strength, and he feels that he is still far behind that kind of strength. Master, I'm going back to the land of fallen immortals. Li Shiming returned to the eastern Qi continent just to say goodbye to Brother Hu. He had a feeling that this separation would be forever. So he took out the best 5-grade spiritual tea. There is no possibility for Brother Hu to improve in his life. No matter how good the 5th-grade spiritual tea is, it only strengthens his physical body and cannot affect his cultivation. You have your own way. The Master can no longer see your path clearly, but the Master will guard the 10,000 Bees sect. Since accepting you as a disciple, the 10,000 Bees sect has experienced development and has become a superpower. A great month the number exceeds 50, and everything is like a dream. With such achievements, when I meet the seniors of the 10,000 Bees sect in the future, I can comfort their spirits. In this life, I am not good at talent or cultivation, but I have gained a good disciple. Brother Hu also had some understanding in his heart, and he murmured with a smile. Li Shiming listened quietly. Just like before, Brother Hu was drunk and fell under the 5th-grade spiritual tea. Perhaps it was not the spiritual tea that made him drunk, but that he wanted to be drunk. Li Shiming bowed to Brother Hu, appeared in midair in the 10,000 Bees sect, and looked at the 10,000 Bees sect carefully. This time he looked at it very carefully, and even asked C15 to record every scene, everything, every flower and every grass in the 10,000 Bees sect. Let's go! He said to Enshirlan in the cave sky, and then used space movement to disappear into the 10,000 Bees sect. The Golden Winged Doping was summoned by him, and the Golden Winged Doping took him and Enshirlan to fly towards the land of the fallen immortal. The Dongqi continent quickly disappeared from sight, and even the Shanais could not see it. Chapter 1092 Support. Li Yuanba came out of seclusion after 10 years of seclusion. His realm was promoted to the late stage of great power, which greatly increased his status in the fairyland. Although he has not yet shown his combat prowess in the late stages of being promoted to a powerful person. Based on his combat prowess in the middle stage of the powerful stage, no powerful person thinks that he will be weak in the late stage of the powerful stage. Under normal circumstances, he has no chance to show his late stage power. Most of the boring god warriors who come from the god's domain are in the early to middle stages of the 5th level, and there are very few who come in the late 5th level. In the few years after Li Yuanba left the customs, the Xianju at the border was particularly stable. Li Yuanba happened to be free in the past few years, and he would rush there whenever he asked for help. With the help of powerful people at a later stage, God's domain has not received any benefits in these years. On this day, he received another request for help from Juzianju. There are 6 midterm experts in Juzianju. Although their strength is average among the midterm experts, the 6 midterm experts cooperate with each other tacitly and can defend Juzianju. The reason why Juzianju sent a signal for help was because Xianju's scanning array found that a late-stage 5th grade boring god warrior was leading the attack. Asking a late-stage expert to take action will cost you, and Li Yuanba is the one with the lowest cost among all the late-stage powers. In particular, the cost of asking for help from the immortals on the border is very small, because these immortals have a very good relationship with Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba appeared in Juzianju, and the 6 midterm great masters were all in Juzianju. They thought they would rely on the Immortality formation to defend. Li Yuanba arrived just in time, and the late-stage 5th grade Boran Divine Warrior had just arrived outside the Xianji formation. Thank you, Senior Li. A mid-level expert saw Li Yuanba teleporting over and hurriedly stepped forward to thank him. Among the attacks by the boring god warriors, what they were most worried about was the attack by the boring god warriors in the late 5th stage. Although the number of times the late 5th grade boring god warriors enter the immortal realm is very small, each time they will cause considerable harm and cause some casualties. In the past, when encountering this kind of situation, one could only seek help from nearby late-stage powers through the Immortal Alliance. In the later stage, the powerful ones took over the mission and came back, but they were unable to provide timely reinforcements. Looking at the Xianju on the border, even when asking for help in ordinary times. They try their best to invite powerful people they know through their own connections. And you know that the reinforcements for the Immortal Alliance mission are not trustworthy. As long as the rescue is late at night, there will be casualties in Juzianju. You support me remotely, and I'll go out to fight, Li Yuanba said with a smile and waved his hand. As a sword cultivator, he has been promoted to a late-stage powerful person. If he wants to improve his combat power, he still needs to fight a lot. This time, a late-stage 5th grade Boran Divine Warrior appeared, and he was somewhat eager to fight with it. His figure flashed out of the 9 Immortals' residence, facing the approaching Boran Divine Warriors. From a distance, the Boran God Warriors, who came from God's domain this time. In addition to one late 5th grade, there were 4 battle formations led by mid-grade 5 Boran God Warriors. The two sides did not speak. The Boran Divine Warriors did not speak the language of the human monks, and few of the human monks mastered the language of gods. Of course, with such strength, it is very easy to communicate. With spiritual contact, there is no need to use language, and even two completely different civilizations can communicate normally. Li Yuanba's aura rose, and the purple sky sword flashed with light under his head. Under his pressure, the 4 teams of Boran God Warriors in the battle formation struggled to support themselves with the help of the battle formations and the late-level 5th grade Boran God Warriors. When he was about to launch an attack, he saw a strange smile on the face of the late-stage 5th grade Boran God Warrior. He was startled inwardly, and instead of launching an attack immediately, he became cautious. The 4 teams of Boran Divine Warriors fired a blast of Holy Spirit energy, not towards Li Yuanba, but towards the center of the 4 teams' battle formation. The Holy Spirit energy turned into space energy, forming a space vortex at the center of the 4-team battle formation. Then from the space vortex, 2 late-stage 5th grade Boran Divine Warriors flew out. As soon as the 2 late-level 5th level Boran Divine Warriors appeared, they immediately used space movement to block Li Yuanba's other 2 directions. Only then did Li Yuanba understand that God Realm wanted to kill him. Ever since the Divine Realm became aware of his existence, they had determined Li Yuanba's combat prowess after many investigations. God's domain also understands how terrifying it would be for a powerful late-stage sword cultivator to truly grow up. And in addition, Li Yuanba is too active. The late-stage powers among normal human powers will not participate in ordinary battles at any time, and will only specifically fight against the late-stage 5th level Boran God Warriors of the God's domain. Li Yuanba is different. He doesn't care whether God's domain sends late-stage 5th grade Boran God Warriors. He will go there as long as there is a request for help. The Divine Realm did not want such an active and powerful late-stage sword cultivator to continue to exist, so it organized this attack. Quickly notify the Immortal Alliance and ask for support from the Immortal Alliance. Seeing the 3 Boran Divine Warriors appearing, the powerful man in the 9 Immortals' residence exclaimed, "We'd better evacuate first," a powerful person reminded in a low voice. The other 5 powerful men looked at him with contempt and expressed their thoughts without saying a word. Li Yuanba is here to support them. If they really leave Li Yuanba behind, how will they behave in the future? Even if you want to escape, you have to wait until the battle is defeated before considering it. As long as Li Yuanba is still fighting outside, these powerful people hiding in Xianju will provide Li Yuanba with the help they can. "I'm just talking." The powerful voice that spoke made people angry, and his voice became even lower. "You go. There will be no place for you in Juzianju from now on." The most powerful man in Juzianju said sternly. The other great powers no longer paid attention to this great power. Some contacted the Immortal Alliance, and some asked their friends for help. The powerful man stared blankly at the actions of the other powerful men, and looked outside the Immortal Palace in shame. He did not leave. And if he wanted to leave, he would only leave after this battle. Li Yuanba was surrounded by 3 late-level 5th level Boran God Warriors. In fact, when the 2 late-level 5th level Boran God Warriors appeared, he could have taken 1 step to avoid them. At least, he would not be attacked by 3 late-level 5th level Boran God Warriors. Exotic God Warriors were surrounded in the middle, but he didn't do that. Instead, he allowed 3 late-stage 5th grade Boran God Warriors to surround him. After being promoted to the late stage of the great power, he spent 10 years in seclusion and several years of fighting, allowing him to fully master the gold rules and sword intent rules. in the later stage of the great power. His gold rules and sword intent rules were inherited from the founder of the sword intent Chengshao Pavilion. As long as his realm improves, his understanding of the gold rules and sword intent rules will increase accordingly. In the past few years of fighting, he has never had the opportunity to exert his full strength. Now he was finally able to fight with all his strength. Of course, he had no intention of immediately using the 10,000 energy flying swords in the cave. If you really want to use 10,000 energy flying swords, this battle will be meaningless. Kill! Li Yuanba shouted softly. The purple sky sword disappeared from above his head, and then struck on the energy shield of the late 5th grade Boran Divine Warrior on the left side. All this happened so fast. Even the late 5th grade Boran Divine Warrior did not expect that his purple sky sword would be so fast. After activating the purple sky sword, he used space movement to dodge to the side. 3 Holy Spirit energies hit the location where he was before. These 3 Holy Spirit energies were converted into ice, earth and gold elements respectively. The 3 late-stage 5th level Boran God Warriors cooperated very well. The ice and earth elements slowed down Li Yuanba's movements, and the gold element was the main attack. But Li Yuanba's spatial ability was stronger than theirs, so he used spatial movement first to avoid the attack. The purple sky sword struck the energy shield of the late 5th grade Boran God Warrior on the left side. The energy shield was composed of 5 layers of earth energy. Earth energy is the most defensive energy. At the same level, it is difficult to break through 5 layers of earth energy shields with one attack. However, the power of the purple sky sword exceeds the judgment of the late 5th level Exotic Divine Warrior. The purple sky sword and the chaos sword intent form a terrifying destructive power. Most importantly, the 3 late-stage 5th grade Boran Divine Warriors formed a siege from the beginning, causing them to underestimate Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba is a newly promoted late-stage powerful man. This time, the 3 late-stage 5th level Boran God Warriors are here to kill him. This lineup is already extremely strong, making them think that Li Yuanba is either thinking about escaping or defending with all his strength. But Li Yuanba started by attacking with all his strength, facing 3 enemies of the same level and reacting like this. How could he not surprise the 3 late-stage 5th grade Boran God Warriors? The purple sky sword broke through 5 earth energy shields in a row, and at the last moment, it was about to stab the body of the late 5th grade Boran God Warrior on the left side. The wings on the back of the late 5th grade Boran Divine Warrior on the left suddenly protected its body and also blocked the purple sky sword. Kill! Li Yuanba did not take back the purple sky sword. He changed his position again, made a downward gesture with his hand in the direction of the purple sky sword, and shouted. The 2 wings behind the late-stage 5th grade Boran God Warrior are absolutely extremely strong in defense against other powerful powers. This is the final defensive trump card of the late-stage 5th grade Boran God Warrior. But this does not include Li Yuanba. Li Shiming himself has resurrected more than 100 Boran God Warriors, and he also has several late-stage 5th grade Boran God Warriors. This allows him to know the backstory behind the late-grade 5th grade Boran God Warriors. The wings are very familiar. The purple sky sword did not attack the wings with brute force, but changed its angle. The purple sky sword twisted a few times, and something strange happened. Purple sky sword passed through the defense of the wings of the late 5th grade Boran Divine Warrior, but these wings did not exert a defensive effect. Although the wings on the back of the late 5th grade Boran Divine Warrior are energy wings, because these wings are condensed energy, and there are 2 substantive energies of space and Holy Spirit. Their defensive power is inferior to that of the Spirit. Bao's defense needs to be exceeded. But Li Yuanba was very familiar with the energy composition of the wings, and the purple sky sword passed through the wings along the gaps in the energy composition. The purple sky sword passed through both wings. Although the late 5th grade Boran God Warrior still had armor on his body, the armor could not block the purple sky sword. At this moment, the purple sky sword broke through the armor and went straight into the body of the late 5th grade Boran God Warrior. On the left, the eyes of the late-stage 5th grade Boran Divine Warrior on the left widened. He wanted to mobilize all his energy to block the energy emitted by the purple sky sword, but the Chaos Sword intent
did not give him any chance. It only took a few breaths for the
Chaos Sword intent
to kill the soul of the late 5th grade.
Boring God Warrior.
On the left, the light of
Exotic Spiritual Crystal
appeared on his body, indicating that this late 5th grade
Exotic Divine Warrior
carried
Exotic Spiritual Crystal
on his body. The other two late-stage 5th level
Boring God Warriors
discovered that their companions were dead, and their attack power suddenly increased by more than twice. Li Yuanba had no intention of confronting them head-on. With his stronger spatial ability, he could handle this kind of battle with ease. He took back the
Purple Sky Sword
and replenished the energy and sword intent in the
Purple Sky Sword.
He pointed his finger at a late-stage 5th grade
Boring God Warrior,
and the
Purple Sky Sword
was about to fly out. At this time, two late-stage 5th grade
Boring God Warriors
approached each other at the same time. The two late-stage 5th grade
Boring God Warriors
seemed not to want to face Li Yuanba's flying sword attack alone. They had just killed a late-grade 5th grade
Boring God Warrior
with one sword strike, which shocked them. They did not continue to attack Li Yuanba, but placed multiple defenses in front of him. The
Purple Sky Sword
slashed at the defense, and the defenses were broken one after another. The two late-stage 5th level
Boring Divine Warriors
joined forces, and the
Purple Sky Sword
broke through the defense, and more energy shields appeared in front of them. They gave up the attack and went all out to defend. At this time, Zhuzianja transmitted energy fluctuations again, and multiple powerful auras appeared. The first ones to arrive were Great Nengyi and Ding Feng. They rushed over immediately after they knew that Li Yuanba was facing three late-stage 5th grade
Boring Divine Warriors
alone in Zhuzianju. Afterwards, great powers came from all the immortal residences on the border. Although these great powers were all midterm powers, their numbers were enough to withstand three late-stage 5th grade
Boring Divine Warriors.
The main reason why these powerful men came immediately was because of Li Yuanba. They are all friends of Li Yuanba. Because of Li Shiming's refining of the 5th grade high-level elixir, Li Yuanba, the agent, has made many friends. Of course, these friends would not stand idly by when Li Yuanba was in trouble. Helping at critical moments is what a friend should do. They all also understood that with so many powerful people coming to help Li Yuanba, of course nothing could happen to Li Yuanba. You don't have to put much effort into this kind of thing. But if you don't, Li Yuanba will definitely remember it. They came quickly, but they were still a step late. The scene outside the 9 immortals shocked them. One of the three late-stage 5th grade
Boring God Warriors
had already died. When did the late 5th grade
Boring God Warriors
become so easy to kill? Over the years, neither the late-stage powerful human monks nor the late 5th grade
Boring God Warriors
from the divine realm have died. Chapter 1093 Reputation. In the late stage of great power, or the late stage of 5th level, survivability has been greatly improved. It is already difficult to crush them in terms of strength, even if they are surrounded and killed in numbers. As long as the escape route is not blocked, it is difficult to kill an existence of this level. This time, God's domain sent three late-stage 5th grade
Boring God Warriors
to kill Li Yuanba while Li Yuanba was still young. Unexpectedly, the battle situation would change like this. One of the three late-stage 5th grade
Boring Divine Warriors
fell when facing Li Yuanba. Even the remaining two late-stage 5th grade
Boring Divine Warriors
no longer have any offensive ability, and can only defend with all their strength. The two late-stage 5th grade
Boring Divine Warriors
glanced at each other. They no longer waited, and both used space movement to disappear in place. Li Yuanba originally planned to chase him, but after sensing the many powerful people in Zhuzianju, he gave up the pursuit. He just turned around and looked at the four teams of
Boring Divine Warriors.
With a wave of his hand, the
Purple Sky Sword
flew into the battle formation. In a moment, all four teams of
Boring Divine Soldiers
were killed. It was not that the four teams of
Boring Divine Warriors
did not want to escape, but under the suppression of Li Yuanba's late powerful spirit, they could only barely maintain their battle formation, and they dared not make any other moves. As long as this battle formation is moved and the defense effect of the battle formation is weak, they will be affected by mental suppression. This also made them unable to withstand the attack of the
Purple Sky Sword.
The
Purple Sky Sword
easily took away the lives of all the
Boring Divine Warriors.
When Li Yuanba was sorting out the loot and collecting the corpses, the powerful men among the 9 immortals had not yet recovered. They saw Li Yuanba fighting against 3 late-stage 5th grade
boring god warriors
alone, and his record of 1 death and 2 escapes made them unbelievable. There is not much difference in combat power between the normal late-stage 5th grade
boring god warriors
and the late-stage powerful ones. This is the experience gained from countless battles.
Yuanba's strength is too strong,
Yijin muttered. His eyes were filled with the light of hope. He had received the 5th grade spiritual treasure, flying sword left to him by Li Yuanba, which contained Li Yuanba's
chaos sword intent.
The battle in front of him revealed the terrifying power of the
chaos sword intent,
and he thought of his achievements in mastering the
chaos sword intent.
At this time, he did not consider the difficulty of mastering
chaos sword intent.
If the
chaos sword intent
is really so easy to master, and the
sword intent monument
has been in the sword intent Chengshao Pavilion for more than 10,000 years, how come no other sword cultivator has sensed the sword intention inside? The eyes of other powerful men were full of horror, and the power of sword cultivators was clearly demonstrated in Li Yuanba's body. Sword cultivators have always been top-notch beings at the same level. When sword cultivators are promoted to the late stage of great power, this characteristic makes sword cultivators even more terrifying.
I've met Senior Li.
Li Yuanba ducked into the 9 immortals' residence. Before he could speak, all the powerful men in the immortal residence saluted him. Among these great powers, only Great Master Gu and Ding Feng were not called seniors, but the admiration in their eyes was no less than that of the other great powers.
Fellow Taoists, you're welcome. We're all friends and don't have to be like this.
Li Yuanba returned the courtesy. However, this time the great masters were not as casual with Li Yuanba as before. The combat power displayed by Li Yuanba gave him an unshakable lofty status among the great powers. 2 late-stage 5th grade
Boren divine warriors
escaped from Juzianju. When they were about to reach the divine realm, 2 figures appeared. They first sensed the familiar
chaos sword intent.
They were like frightened birds. Just when they wanted to escape, they heard a sound of thunder. Li Taibai rushed over when Li Yuanba was fighting 3 late-level 5th grade foreign warriors, but he did not participate in the battle. Li Yuanba needs a battle to enhance his combat experience, and it is best not to disturb such a battle. When the 2 late-stage 5th grade
boring god warriors
escaped, Li Taibai chased them from the other direction to the outside of the divine domain, blocking the 2 late-stage 5th grade
boring god warriors.
He asked the sword attendant and the thunder attendant to dispatch at the same time, especially the sword attendant. Although he was only in the middle of the 5th level, he used the same
chaos sword intent
as Li Yuanba. After the first contact, he could definitely defeat 2 5th level people. In the later stage of the product,
boring god warrior
was at a loss. Li Taibai then appeared and activated the treasure
thunder sound bell.
When using Thunder Bell in the late stage of powerful realm, the spiritual attacks launched are more powerful. The 2 late-stage 5th grade
boring divine warriors
did not expect that there would be spiritual attacks. If they had known about it in advance, they could have made targeted defenses. The Holy Spirit energy they control has a variety of characteristics, but these characteristics need to be used in time to be effective. The thunderous sound emitted by the treasure
thunder sound bell
caused the 2 late-stage 5th grade
boring god warriors
to freeze. The
sky strike thunder hammer
on Li Taibai's head fired thunder and lightning with all its strength, and a long charged arrow from the distance was also shot at the late-stage 5th level
boring divine warrior.
The attacks of the sword warrior and the thunder warrior also fell at the same time, and all of these attacks fell on the same late-level 5th grade
boring divine warrior.
Li Taibai was very aware of his own strength, and it was unrealistic to kill 2 late-level 5th level
boring divine warriors
at the same time by surprise. His own strength can only be considered relatively strong, and this is due to Lei Xiu's characteristics. Even if the remaining sword attendants, thunder attendants and bow attendants attacked with all their strength, they could not kill a 5th grade late stage
boring god warrior.
Even if the late stage 5th grade
boring god war soldier
did not take a defensive posture, the sword servant, thunder servant, and archer servant could only cooperate with Li Taibai's attack, and Li Taibai could not use the group attack thunder method to kill 2 late-stage 5th level
boring divine warriors
at the same time in a short period of time. It would be easy if Li Shiming were here. Li Shiming could use multiple brains at the same time to kill 2 late-stage 5th level
boring god warriors
at the same time. Multiple attacks fell on a late-level 5th level
boring god warrior
due to the mental attack. His body's defenses were only self-defense. and the wings behind him did not participate in the defense. Li Taibai's thunder and lightning blasted away all the defenses, and the thunder and lightning penetrated into the body of the late 5th grade.
Born Divine Warrior.
The arrows followed the broken defense, carrying strong physical destructive power, tearing apart the physical defense of the late 5th grade.
Born Divine Warrior.
Then the 5th grade Lingbao flying sword was blessed with the
Chaos Sword Intent,
and entered the body of the late grade 5th grade.
Born Divine Warrior.
From the wound. Although Lei Shi's thunder technique is not as good as Li Taibai's, its power is definitely top among the powerful mid-level thunder cultivators. And the thunder and lightning follow into the body. This round of attack severely damaged this late-stage 5th grade.
Born God Warrior.
Li Taibai's attack did not end, and his thunder and lightning attack followed. Another late-level 5th level.
Born Divine Warrior.
Woke up from the mental attack state. He didn't care about his companions at all, and used space movement to enter the divine realm. He was frightened by the
Chaos Sword Intent
and Lei, and he didn't care about the life and death of his companions at all. When Li Taibai saw him leaving, he did not stop him, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. You must know that his attack only severely damaged the late-stage 5th grade.
Born God Warrior.
It would take several more attacks to truly eliminate this late-stage 5th grade.
Born God Warrior.
If another late-level 5th level,
Born Divine Warrior,
intervenes in time, Li Taibai will consider leaving. He doesn't have the strength to kill 2 late-level 5th level,
Born God Warriors,
with 3 mid-level 5th level, flying Yiksha, let alone killing them. If 2 late-level 5th level,
Born God Warriors,
join forces, there is no telling who will win or lose. He sped up his attack, and after a few breaths, he finally killed the late-stage 5th grade.
Born God Warrior,
and
exotic spiritual crystal
appeared on the corpse of a late-stage 5th grade.
Exotic Divine Warrior,
which surprised him. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that every late-stage 5th grade,
Born Divine Warrior,
carries an
exotic spiritual crystal.
This information is of little use. It is not so easy to kill the late-stage 5th grade,
Born Divine Warrior,
unless Li Shiming and Li Yuanba take action. Li Taibai can deal with a late-level 5th grade,
Born God Warrior,
but if he wants to kill him, it depends on whether the treasure,
Thunder Sound Bell,
can successfully attack. It's just that after this experience, the possibility of using the treasure, Thunder Bell, to make a successful sneak attack is slim. The escaped 5th level,
Born God Warriors,
will definitely bring this news back. The late 5th level,
Born God Warriors,
will be careful to guard against mental attacks in the future, without the effect of the surprise attack. The threat of the treasure, Thunder Bell, will be much smaller. Li Taibai put away the trophies and corpses, and left here with 3 flying Yiksha. It's not safe here. If we delay for a while, the escaped 5th grade late stage,
Born God Warrior,
may come with a large group of people. No other monks knew about this battle, and Li Taibai's clone did not need to become famous. But this battle also made Li Shiming understand that Li Taibai's strength was still lacking. When the realm reaches the late stage of powerful, even if a lot of resources are invested to improve the strength of Sword Warrior, Thunder Warrior and Bow Warrior to the middle stage, the help they can provide in the battle with the late 5th grade is still too little. But Flying Yiksha estimates that reaching the mid-level 5th level is already the limit, unless he can obtain the 5th level corpse refining materials. At present, he cannot obtain the 5th grade corpse refining materials, and he has no target even where to look for them. Li Yuanba's battle with 3 late-stage 5th grade,
Born Divine Warriors,
made him completely famous in the immortal realm. It is not accurate to say that he became famous in the immortal realm. It should be said that he became famous in the land of fallen immortals. Although the divine realm didn't know about it, the divine realm would send 3 late-stage 5th grade,
Born Divine Warriors,
so they probably knew about Li Yuanba's existence. And Li Yuanba killed a late-level 5th level,
Born Divine Warrior,
and the 2 late-level 5th level,
Born Divine Warriors,
who escaped thought they would take this news back, and God's domain would treat Li Yuanba again in the future. Li Yuanba said goodbye to all the great powers, and returned to the 7 immortals' residence with Yigu and Ding Feng. Not long after returning, a powerful man came to visit. Li Yuanba originally planned to disappear, but this powerful man was a later powerful man, and came from the Immortal Alliance. He had no intention of breaking with the Immortal Alliance, so he could only invite this powerful person to come in.
Wu Fu has met fellow Taoist Li,
Wu Fu said with a smile. Okay, to Li Yuanba. After hearing about Li Yuanba's record, he rushed over immediately. Even though he became a later power thousands of years before Li Yuanba, he still maintained a respectful attitude in front of Li Yuanba. The world of cultivators respects strength. After Li Yuanba proved his strength, Li Yuanba's status naturally improved.
Fellow Taoist Wu, please sit down,
Li Yuanba said in return. After waiting for Wu Fu to sit down, he then asked,
I wonder why friend Wu is here. Ha ha. Fellow Taoist Li is quick to speak. This time I want to invite fellow Taoist Li to become a core member of the Immortal Alliance.
Wu Fu replied with a smile. Li Yuanba's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that he would be targeted by the Immortal Alliance as soon as he showed his strength. He doesn't have a good impression of the Immortal Alliance. The last time Lu Wei, the powerful leader, threatened him as an immortal envoy of the Immortal Alliance. If he hadn't wanted to fall out with the Immortal Alliance, there would be no need for him to wait until mighty Lu Wei met his true form, Li Shiming. And then, he would have a battle with mighty Lu Wei.
Don't worry, fellow Taoist Li. I know Lu Wei's attitude last time. Lu Wei and I are not on the same journey. Lu Wei's faction behaves erratically, and I can't stand them either. This time, I came to invite fellow Taoist Li to join our faction.
Wu Fu could tell that something was wrong with Li Yuanba's expression, and he quickly explained the reason.
I am a disciple of Jian Cho Shao Pavilion. There is no problem in joining the loose Immortal Alliance. But it is not
okay
for me to become a core member of the Immortal Alliance.
Li Yuanba waved his hand and refused.
Becoming a core member of the Immortal Alliance does not affect you being a disciple of the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. You probably don't know the sword cultivators of the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. Many of them in history were core members of the Immortal Alliance. My faction is currently the only one who fellow Taoist Jian Feiyu from Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion is currently in retreat to attack the Great Immortal Envoy. Otherwise, you can invite him to come over and meet you. In addition, if you want to go one step further and hit the realm of the Great Immortal Envoy, the best choice is to join the core of the Immortal League. Only the Immortal League has the resources to promote you to the Great Immortal Envoy. If you look at the realm of Immortal Cultivation, the Great Immortal Envoy named this realm. You can see that only by joining the core of the Immortal Alliance can you hit the realm of the Great Immortal Envoy.
Wu Fu was able to patiently explain to Li Yuanba. This was the first time Li Yuanba knew that the senior sword cultivator in the Immortal Alliance was named Jian Feiyu. As soon as you hear the name Jian Feiyu, you can tell that this person is a direct descendant of the Jian family. Through Wu Fu's introduction, he also understood the differences between the factions within the Immortal Alliance. If he hadn't had Li Shiming's help, maybe he would have really needed to join the core of the Immortal Alliance. But now his trust in the Immortal Alliance is not high, and he still needs to learn more about it before he can make a final decision.
Friend Wu Dao, I need some time to think about it,
he said without explicitly refusing.
As long as fellow Taoist Li has an idea, please contact me using the Jade Disc of Identity. Our faction is the Southern Faction. You must choose us to join the core of the Immortal Alliance. Other factions may not be suitable,
Wu Fu said with a smile. Chapter 1094 Six Wings. Li Shiming entered the land of fallen immortal through the entrance. The last time he left, he did not alert the Great Master In Hai, who was guarding the place. Leaving here does not require Great Master In Hai's attention. Great Nai In Hai's responsibility is to check the entry into the fallen immortal. The monks in the land should do a good job of guiding. When Li Shiming appeared in the land of immortals, In Hai also appeared.
Are you Li Shizhen?
In Hadian looked at Li Shiming in front of him in disbelief. He had seen many geniuses, but the aura of Li Shiming in front of him convinced him that Li Shiming was a late-stage powerhouse, and his strength had improved far beyond his imagination.
Fellow Taoist In, long time no see.
Li Shiming smiled and nodded to Great Master In Hai.
Your talent is unprecedented in my life.
In Hai sighed. He thought of himself, his lifelong cultivation, and his longevity. Looking at Li Shiming, he could feel the youthful vitality from Li Shiming. Among the great powers, Li Shiming is extremely young, let alone among the later great powers.
I have some things to leave beforehand. See you later.
Li Shiming had no intention of staying any longer and said goodbye with a smile. In Haiduning waited until Li Shiming's figure disappeared before he thought of something important. The reason why he rushed over to check when Li Shiming appeared was because Li Shiming did not have the aura of the Immortal Alliance Jade Disc on his body. Even if the Immortal Alliance's Identity Jade Disc is placed in the cave sky, the formation at the entrance can still sense the existence of the Identity Jade Disc. He thought about a lot. Although he stayed here, his many years of experience had given him many friends. The identity of Li Shiming, an alchemy master capable of refining 5th grade high-level elixirs, was known to the great master in Hai. However, Li Shiming blocked the identity of the Immortal Alliance on the Jade Disc. The meaning of this reminded him of the rumors again. It seems that the Xianming wanted to force Li Shiming to join the core of the Xianming, and there was quite a fuss over this matter. He shook his head vigorously, and had no intention of reporting Li Shiming's matter to the Immortal Alliance. There is no benefit to this. And more importantly, if you offend an alchemy master like Li Shiming, you will be in big trouble. The relationship between Li Shiming and the Immortal Alliance is not something that he, who is about to expire, can interfere with. Li Shiming did not alarm any monks. He even entered the cave himself and drove the golden-winged rock towards the border of the fairyland. He chose a location some distance away from the Immortal Palace and put away the golden-winged rock here. He also released the most precious treasure,
Jing Hua Shui Yu,
and hid the
Dalian Golden Lotus.
Then the Golden Saint and 2 late-stage 5th stage Holy Spirits were summoned. The Golden Saint was in something wrong, so he could only be led by 2 late-stage 5th stage Holy Spirits from the border of the Immortal Realm into the Divine Realm. The Holy Spirit entering the Divine Realm in the late 5th stage is like a fish swimming into water. They led the Golden Saint to continuously move through space, because they were extremely powerful, and the strongest.
Foreign god soldiers,
patrolling the god's domain were only in the middle stage of the 5th grade. They could discover the patrolling
foreign god soldiers
in advance every time,
which gave them time to dodge in time. They went deep into the god's domain and found an area where there were no
foreign god warriors.
The scope of the god's domain is huge, and the patrol range of the
foreign god warriors
mostly surrounds the altar. Before Li Shiming caused trouble, the patrols of
foreign god warriors
in God's domain were much less than they are now. Generally speaking, as long as human monks enter the Divine Realm, not only will their strength be suppressed, but they will also be sensed by the altar. Therefore, at that time, the Divine Realm was not worried about human monks being able to sneak into the Divine Realm. However, since Li Shiming sent the
Holy Spirit
to rob many altars, the Divine Realm has stepped up patrols in the Divine Realm. Although the altar will change positions every once in a while, the changing positions of the altar are related and will not move randomly. A large number of altars formed a formation similar to that of human monks, covering the entire divine domain with monitoring of the altars. But there would always be some areas that were not taken seriously. Z15 conducted some research on the Divine Realm and the altar, and from the data analysis obtained, Li Shiming found this area. The 2 late-stage 5th level
Holy Spirits
put down the Golden Saint, and they stepped aside. Li Shiming's 2 brains controlled them respectively. After that, they will protect the Golden Saint, who will evolve here. Jean Shung slowly unlocked the restraint placed on himself by the energy of the
Holy Spirit.
After losing its restraint, the crystal godhead emitted a bright light. In an instant, Jean Shung's soul fire was sucked into the godhead, and the godhead completely replaced the soul fire and became his sole existence. The aura on his body suddenly increased without encountering any obstacles,
and his realm reached the peak of the 5th level. At the same time, a new pair of white wings on his back changed from illusion to solidity, evolving from 4 wings to 6 wings. At this moment, Li Shiming sensed the effect of the godhead through Jean Shung. The godhead could feel the connecting lines in the void. Those connecting lines were huge magic circles composed of a large number of altars in the god's domain. This is composed of a pattern that is completely different from the human formation, and the power of faith flows inside. In addition, he felt that Jean Shung's thinking speed had greatly increased, and he could perform hundreds of millions of different thinking activities at the same time. This function is somewhat similar to the capabilities of the Z15 CPU, except that the calculation analysis of the Godhead is far inferior to any of the 190 CPUs, let alone compared to the Z15. But this is already extraordinary. Through another channel, Godhead has reached the extreme that the technology of the previous life could achieve. In fact, Z15 cannot be regarded as the technology of the past life, because Z15 has undergone changes in time travel and has been refined into a magic weapon by Li Shiming. The quality of Z15 will change every time the realm is improved. Until now, Z15 has been regarded as a product of the combination of the technology of the previous life and the methods of cultivating immortals in this life. Even the mutation of time travel played an important role in it, making Z15 unique and unrepeatable. This is not to say that Godhead is inferior to Z15, but both have their own strengths. Z15 is good at calculation and analysis,
And the functions of the Godhead are more comprehensive, from calculation and analysis, to controlling the energy of the Holy Spirit, to controlling the power of faith. According to the angel inheritance he received, the current golden saint has reached the strongest state of an angel in this world. If it is any higher, it will be to ignite the divine fire and hold it up to become a god. Gods are not in this world. Just like human monks ascend, immortals are not in this world either. At this time, the golden saint had 6 wings on his back, almost the same as the terrifying seraph he had sensed in the altar. Li Shiming also understood why the seraphim had such a terrifying spirit, and they could launch powerful spiritual attacks with only a little spirit left. That is the function of the Godhead. The Godhead is like a spiritual amplifier. As long as you consume enough power of faith, you can infinitely amplify your spirit. There is the power of faith in the altar. By consuming the power of faith, the spiritual body left behind by the seraphim can perform a spiritual attack comparable to the original body. Just when Jean Shung opened the 6 wings and unleashed his power, he sensed a large number of magic circles arranged on the altar, and sent him a sense of probing. As a Godhead, he sensed the movements of the magic circle in advance. He restrained his aura and allowed a late-stage 5th grade Holy Spirit to put him into the spirit beast bag. Now that Jean Shung has been promoted to Archangel and became a seraphim, all the efforts Li Shiming has expended have been successful. Li Shiming did not want to use Jean Shung as a means of combat. Of course, when he encounters unavoidable trouble, he still has to use it. He has his own vision for Jean Shung, and Jean Shung is the accelerator for him to master various rules. 2 late-level 5th level Holy Spirits carried spirit beast bags and continued to move through space, preparing to meet Li Shiming. At the core of the divine domain is a tall temple. In the main hall of the temple, a seraph slowly opened his eyes shining with golden light.
A new seraph was born? Could it be the fragments of the Godhead that were stolen from the altar?
The voice of the seraph echoed in the hall. There was no other life in the hall. The seraphim was the only one, and he was talking to himself. At this level of existence, he is already standing at the top of the world, and he usually doesn't have any doubts about anything. But now, he is very puzzled. As a seraph, he naturally knows the conditions for becoming a seraph. In fact, if you want to become an archangel, you can still do it by continuously accumulating Holy Spirit energy, as long as you are willing to devote Holy Spirit energy and have enough talent. There are 5 archangels in this temple. 2 of them are 4-winged archangels, and the other 3 are 2-winged archangels. These are also all the archangels in the divine domain. But if you want to become a seraph, you can't just rely on energy. A seraph must possess a complete Godhead, and only he, a seraph, possesses a complete Godhead. The 4-winged archangel only mastered the broken Godhead, and the 2-winged archangel only mastered the fragments of the Godhead. It's not that other archangels don't want broken divinity and fragments of divinity to be improved, but that improving divinity requires unimaginable power of faith. With the current output of the power of faith in the divine realm, it can only support 1 6-winged archangel, maintaining the only complete Godhead. Only after the current 6-winged archangel raises the divine fire and breaks through the void to become a god will the divine realm produce new 6-winged angels. But today, the seraph archangel sensed the birth of a new seraphim, which made him unbelievable. But that kind of perception would not deceive him. A big reason for the confrontation between the divine realm and the immortal realm is that the divine realm wants to make the world controlled by the immortal realm become the source of faith for the divine realm. Nowadays, part of the power of faith generated by the divine realm is used to connect the altar to form a magic circle, and to control the ordinary world to which the divine realm belongs. As for the power of faith in the divine realm, apart from fanatical believers such as the
Foreign divine warriors,
it is generated by believers in the ordinary world. The production and use of the power of faith in the divine domain has reached saturation, and a complete Godhead can no longer appear, and new seraphs cannot be born.
Why did it disappear?
The 6-winged archangel called up the magic circle, but could not find the newly born seraph. At this moment, he was not stingy with the power of faith, constantly scanning the position of the seraphim through the magic circle. But little did he know that the seraph he sensed was in the spirit beast bag. Although the spirit beast bag is an ordinary space, the internal space is very fragile and cannot withstand 2 strong life forms. This makes it necessary to suppress one's own strength when entering the spirit beast bag. The golden saint is currently in a state of complete suppression, and all the energy in his body, including most of the energy in his physical body, has entered the divine head. The Godhead has too many functions,
and can do most of the things he wants to do. The Golden Saint is no different from an ordinary life at this time. His godhead has imprisoned most of his energy. Therefore, no matter how the six-winged archangel probed, he could not sense the existence of the Golden Saint. The phantom of the six-winged archangel appeared above every altar, and the huge phantom made all the
foreign divine warriors
lie on the ground in awe. The appearance of these shadows increases the depth of exploration of the surrounding areas. It's a pity that no matter what, he couldn't find any clues about the existence of seraphim again.
It's impossible for me to perceive it wrong. Could it be a seraph born in the human world?
The seraph came to a conclusion that he couldn't believe. But he quickly gave up this idea, because the inheritance of angels and the inheritance of human monks are not the same system. Without the physique of the divine realm, it is impossible to practice the angel inheritance. Li Shiming didn't know that he had alerted the six-winged archangel, and he didn't even know what the Golden Saint he had cultivated meant to the divine realm. It can be said that the divine realm is constantly targeting the immortal realm and plotting against the human world. The ultimate goal is to cultivate new six-winged archangels. The current Golden Saint, except for the original broken divine head that was snatched from the altar of the divine realm, the rest of the power of faith was obtained from the human world. He did what God Realm had always wanted to do. But God Realm was to enhance God Realm's own strength. And he was only doing it for his own cultivation. Li Shiming spent decades traveling to many places of faith and finding countless Buddha statues before he could repair the broken Godhead and form a complete Godhead. He wiped away the tens of thousands of years of Buddhism's accumulation in these places of cultivation. Perhaps Buddhism did not know everything they had done. But given the growth direction of Buddhism, if he hadn't harvested the power of faith in advance, in an unknown number of years, Buddhism would one day master the use of the power of faith and form a cultivation system similar to the divine realm. Or perhaps, Buddhism in ancient times did have a cultivation system that used faith as energy. But it just disappeared in the long river of time. Li Shiming didn't have the time to think about it that much. He waited for 2 late-level 5th grade holy spirits at the border and brought them into his cave. In the cave sky, he released Jean Shung. The space here was a space that he independently carved out, and he used the control over the cave sky to isolate the space. Here the Holy Spirit, energy, and the power of faith cannot pollute other areas of the cave. Yes, he used the term pollution. He discovered that the energy of the Holy Spirit and the power of faith would pollute the aura. And the aura and the power of faith could not coexist. Chapter 1095 Join. The Golden Saint was suspended in midair in this independent space. And the shape of the six-winged archangel made Li Shiming, who was observing him, feel a little shaken.
This is the existence of invincibility.
Li Shiming gave an evaluation, which was also given by Z15. What the godhood brought to the Golden Saint was a comprehensive change, and his physical body was upgraded to the strongest in the world. Even stronger than the 5th grade spiritual treasure with the strongest defense. The energy of the Holy Spirit, mobilized by the Godhead, is transformed into attacks that can break open space and tear apart the void. If the previous Jean Shung relied on his mastery of space to perform space movement, now he can forcefully break open the space and open a space channel from one location to another without using his space ability. As for the soul, the spiritual attack issued by the Golden Sanctuary, with the bonus of the Godhead, Li Shiming believed that as long as he withstood one spiritual attack, 191 of his souls could be severely damaged. This is him. If it were placed on other late-stage powerful people, a spiritual attack would cause the late-stage powerful people to fall on the spot. This is invincible power, which makes Li Shiming feel frightened.
What a monster I have created!
Li Shiming sighed. That is to say, Jean Shung is still under his control now. Otherwise I don't know what will happen. He only promoted Jean Shung when he was promoted to the late stage of power. If he had promoted Jean Shung during the middle stage of power, the entire human world would have been destroyed by Jean Shung. Of course, Li Shiming believes that there are powerful people like the six-winged archangel in the human world. Otherwise, how could the divine realm be so honest and not send out the six-winged archangel to wipe out the fairy realm? Li Shiming emptied the computer room space and took Jean Shung into the computer room space. In the computer room space, his perception precision reached 001 nanometers, which was achieved when he was promoted to late-stage power. With an accuracy of 001 nanometers, Jean Shung's body was scanned, including the Godhead that interested him the most. Jean Shung carefully mobilized energy, constantly simulating various energies, and sometimes mobilized spiritual energy. After reaching the six-winged archangel realm, Jean Shung shared the sword intention rules from Li Shiming and was able to simulate the
chaos sword intent
through his godhead. This is of course a good thing. All the core rules that Li Shiming masters can be simulated by the six-winged archangel godhead, which allows him to see the rule understanding that only the immortal envoy can have. Li Shiming no longer cares about the outside world, except for the two brains that perceive Li Yuanba and Li Taibai respectively. The rest of the brain is involved in the perception of the six-winged archangel's godhead. On Li Yuanba's side, after the powerful Wu Fu from the Southern Department of the Immortal Alliance, he received several later powerful experts from the Immortal Alliance. The purpose of all the powerful men of the Immortal Alliance in the later stages is the same: to recruit him to join the core of the Immortal Alliance. Of course, their goals are different factions of the Immortal Alliance, regardless of whether Li Yuanba accepts it or not. These late-stage powerful Immortal Alliance factions have an impeccable attitude. This is also understandable. With a genius like Li Yuanba, who is also a late-stage swordsman with great abilities, and has a proven record, no force dares to underestimate him. He discussed it with Dan Yi, and after listening to Dan Yi's opinion, he sent a message to Dan Wufu. He decided to join the core of the Immortal Alliance. The main purpose of joining the core of the Immortal Alliance this time was to read more classics. Although Li Shiming can continuously improve his understanding of rules in all aspects through his understanding of the six-winged archangel's godhead, with the help of the top classics of human monks, this process can be accelerated. In addition, Li Shiming cannot put all his hopes on Jean Shung. Li Yuanba joining the Immortal League can find another formal path for promotion for him. Since human monks can become as powerful as the six-winged archangel, the regular path of advancement for human monks is equally powerful. After Wu Fu received the news from Li Yuanba, he immediately agreed on a meeting time. After many years, Li Yuanba once again came to the Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Alliance still looks normal on the surface, with some powerful beings flying in it, and a large number of low-level monks living on each suspended mountain. Great Ning Wu Fu had been waiting for Li Yuanba above the entrance of the Immortal League. The moment he saw Li Yuanba, a smile appeared on his face.
Fellow Taoist Li, it is most correct for you to choose the Southern System. I will take you into the Southern System.
Wu Fu, the great leader, invited with a smile. Li Yuanba smiled and nodded. He felt that many powerful people were paying attention to him. These powers did not appear. Some of them were hostile, some were malicious, and some were dissatisfied. It seems that his choice to join the Southern faction has indeed offended other factions. However, he did not feel the real murderous intention, and the intention was just some inner reluctance at best. Under the leadership of Wu Fu, he came to a suspended mountain peak in the south of the Immortal Alliance. Entering the mountain guarding formation, he saw the space gate. Entering the space gate again, he found that this place turned out to be an inheritance cave.
Why is there a cave of heritage here?
Li Yuanba asked in surprise. He thought that there were only free powers here, and he had not seen any inheritance powers during this time in the land of immortals. The limitations of the inherited power are too great, and the combat power is not very strong because the cave is not constructed by itself. The most important reason is that the body of the great power of inheritance cannot leave the cave of inheritance.
Fellow Taoist Li doesn't know much about the Immortal Alliance. In fact, every suspended mountain here has at least one inheritance cave bound to it.
Wu Fu explained with a smile. Li Yuanba finally understood the power of the Immortal Alliance. On the surface, it was just the appearance of the Immortal Alliance. There are a large number of inheritance caves within the Immortal Alliance, and most of these inheritance caves have become bases for cultivating 5th grade materials and planting 5th grade elixirs. Generations of free powers can give their wishes to the Immortal Alliance before they fall, and the price they pay is to bind their own cave to the suspended mountain peak of the Immortal Alliance to become the inheritance cave. With the strength of the Immortal Alliance, it is no problem to fulfill the wish left by the free power. In addition, the Immortal Alliance is the only force that human monks have against the Divine Realm. Even if the Immortal Alliance does not pay the price, many free powers are willing to hand over the cave to the Immortal Alliance before they fall. Li Yuanba looked at this cave and almost gave up everything else. Fully committed to the growth of the 5th grade elixir, he found that the Immortal Alliance seemed to have a special method to plant more than 3 5th grade elixirs, because he sensed that there were as many as 6 cultivation areas for 5th grade elixirs. In other words, this cave can grow 6 5th grade elixirs at the same time, twice as many as a normal cave.
This cave has sacrificed the other abilities of the cave just to cultivate 5th grade elixirs, so that it can plant 6 5th grade elixirs at once. This model cannot be put into ordinary caves.
Wu Fu, the great leader,
introduced at the side. While they were talking, they came to a row of stone houses. The seemingly simple stone house made Li Yuanba's eyes full of horror. The material used in a stone house is a 5th grade rock. This 5th grade rock cannot yet reach the level of refining spiritual treasures. But the quality of the rock reaches 5th grade, which is already the best among the rocks in this world. Li Yuanba, who is a powerful man himself, naturally knows how this kind of rock is produced. This requires the powerful earth element to consume its own cave energy and nurture it in the cave for thousands of years before it can form a 5th grade rock vein and produce 5th grade rocks. Even if there are 5th grade rock veins, the number of 5th grade rocks produced every 100 years is extremely limited. Not many earth-type grades are willing to do this, because it takes thousands of years to form a 5th grade rock vein. During the thousands of years, the energy of the cave needs to be continuously consumed, which greatly slows down the improvement of one's own strength. After obtaining the 5th grade rock mineral vein, it is necessary to maintain a certain energy supply. The 5th grade rock is only a building material, not a Lingbao material, which makes the value of the 5th grade rock much worse than that of Lingbao material. 5th grade rocks are very rare, and the row of stone houses in front of them are all made of 5th grade rocks. With a proud smile on his face, Wu Fu led Li Yuanba into one of the stone houses. As soon as he entered the stone house, Li Yuanba felt that the energy in his body was extremely active. In this environment, his cultivation speed could be increased a lot. A space formation has been used in the stone house, making the space inside the stone house extremely large. The simple stone house looks like a 1,000-acre garden inside. The stone house built with 5th grade rocks creates an environment where a large number of high-grade spiritual plants grow lushly in the 1,000-acre garden. Great Ning Wu Fu led Li Yuanba to a big tree, which was the only 5th grade spiritual root here. There was a young monk sitting under the tree, looking at Li Yuanba with a smile. The moment Li Yuanba saw the young monk, the hairs all over his body stood up, and the aura on his body also rose uncontrollably. When he saw the young monk, he felt like he was facing a 6-winged archangel. Of course, this does not mean that the strength of the young monk and the 6-winged archangel are the same, but that their levels are beyond the range of Li Yuanba's perception, and both have reached a level where they can easily kill Li Yuanba. He hasn't felt so powerless in many years. This is the most powerful human monk he has ever seen.
Fellow Taoist Li, this is the Southern Clan Feng Daxian envoy.
Wu Fu, the great leader, first stepped forward and bowed to the Feng Daxian envoy, and then Li Yuanba introduced him.
Li Yuanba has met Feng Daxian.
Li Yuanba stabilized his mind and bowed.
Okay. My name is Feng Jin. With your talent, you have a high chance of becoming the great immortal envoy. I am very optimistic about you.
Feng Great Immortal Envoy waved his hand to stop the two people from saluting, and said to Li Yuanba. It was obvious that Ambassador Feng Daxian was very optimistic about Li Yuanba. After introducing himself, he took Li Yuanba's identity jade disc, manipulated it, and gave it back to Li Yuanba.
Joining the core of the Immortal Alliance, there are not many mandatory tasks. They will only be dispatched when the God's domain sends out the late-stage 5th grade
Foreign God warriors.
There are not many such tasks, so you have a lot of time to practice. Next to it is the Library Pavilion, which contains a lot of classics, many of which are collected from ancient ruins. Wu Fu will take you to see them later.
Feng Daxian envoy continued.
Then let's go out,
Wu Fu said aloud. Knowing the rules of Feng Daxian, Li Yuanba followed him out of the stone house again, and it was no more than a cup of tea. However, it is not an attitude that a great immortal envoy can meet him in person.
Fellow Taoist Li, the first room on the left is the Library Pavilion. The rest are the residences of later great powers. You will live in the 6th room. Every 100 years, Immortal Feng will give a sermon. This is the welfare of the Southern Department.
Wu Fu Dening said with a smile. Li Yuanba found that there was no pressure to join the Southern Department. Indeed, as Ambassador Feng Daxian said, the so-called mandatory mission was only when God's domain dispatched the late-stage 5th grade
Foreign Divine Warriors.
And when something like this happened, many late-stage experts took turns taking over the task. Therefore, there are very few opportunities to go out, and there is plenty of time to practice. From the Identity Jade Plate, he also learned about the core offerings of the Immortal Alliance, including 10 5th grade elixirs every 100 years, as well as a large number of various spiritual fruits, spiritual wines, spiritual teas, etc. The most important thing is that the Immortal Alliance core can redeem more spiritual items with contribution points. and many rare spiritual items will only be open to the Immortal Alliance core. The first thing Li Yuanba did when he joined the core of the Immortal Alliance was not to go to his stone house, but to the library. The most important reason why he came here was the classics here. The classics he came into contact with seemed to be many, but compared to the entire world of immortality, they were only a very small part. He walked into all the stone rooms in the library, and the space inside was larger. In the huge space, there are countless transparent bubbles suspended, and there is a jade slip in each transparent bubble. The core of the Immortal Alliance can view the jade slips without restriction. The jade slips cannot be taken out of the transparent bubble. They can only put a trace of spirit into the transparent bubble and read the contents of the jade slips in this way. Li Yuanba understood why this was the case. He saw that many jade slips were ancient relics. He was immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Li Shiming used a little computing power of Z15 to record the inside of the jade slip he looked at. Li Shiming used more than 90% of the computing power of himself and Z15 to comprehend the Godhead. This will be a long-term task. In the library pavilion of the Southern Department of the Immortal League, Li Yuanba saw many ancient books. Many top techniques are found in ordinary classics here. The most precious ones here are those written by great immortals. There are many great immortal envoys in history who have successfully ascended to the throne. And the classics they wrote far exceed other classics in a sense. The writers of other classics stood too low, resulting in a lack of depth in the classics. For other monks, advanced classics are not as easy to understand as ordinary classics. But at Li Yuanba's level, ordinary classics are a very limited help to him, because the writers of ordinary classics are not even as good as Li Yuanba. The only thing that can help Li Yuanba is some of the new ideas, which may give him some training tips and expand his horizons. There are also various classics on cultivating immortals, and hundreds of arts in the classics. These are the ceiling-level classics on cultivating immortals, and hundreds of arts in the world of human cultivation. Each classic can enrich Z15's database. Chapter 1096 Testing. When Li Yuanba was reading the classics in the Immortal League's Southern Collection Pavilion, something big happened in the land of immortals. For some unknown reason, the Divine Realm suddenly sent a large number of boring god warriors to attack the Immortal Realm. The boring god warriors dispatched this time have never been reached before, both in terms of strength and quantity, even though the immortal residences on the front line reinforced each other. For immortal residences were still broken open in a short period of time. Many mid-term powerful men died, and a large number of low-level monks living in the immortal residences died. This was just the beginning. The reason why this situation occurs is because God's domain has sent out many late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors in the immortal palace on the front line. Most of the mid-term experts are stationed. Even with the help of the immortal palace and the immortal fallen formation, they are still unable to withstand the overwhelming power. In the 7 immortal residences, Yizhendaneng received messages from many immortal residences asking for help, but he was unable to withdraw reinforcements, because Xianzhu scanned the arrival of the boring god soldier, and there was also a late-level 5th grade boring god soldier leading the team. If Li Yuanba were here, let alone a 5th grade late-stage boring god warrior, there would be a few more late-grade 5th grade boring god warrior. But the problem is that there are only 3 mid-term powerful men in Xianzhu. How can they resist the late-stage 5th grade boring divine warriors? As for the task of garrisoning Xianzhu, you cannot give up Xianzhu directly. You must at least fight the enemy for a while before you can consider giving up. It seems we are in trouble this time, Yizhen said with a wry smile to Lin Jing and Ding Feng. Even if they give up Xianzhu now, he doesn't dare. With Xianzhu here, they can still hold on for a while longer. Without the defense of Xianzhu, the late-stage 5th level boring divine warriors can deal with them more easily. Human monks are inherently inferior to the boring god warriors in terms of spatial movement, let alone the spatial abilities mastered by the late 5th grade boring god warriors. Without the defense of 7 immortal residences, as long as the late-level 5th grade boring divine warriors approach them for a period of time, their mental oppression will render them unable to resist. Then fight to the death, Ding Feng said in a deep voice. The sword intent on his body is awe-inspiring. Although there is a huge gap between the mid-stage powerful weapon and the late-stage 5th grade boring god warrior, he is confident that he can at least bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh under desperate efforts. Actually, it's not impossible, Lin Jing said softly. She was holding a jade plate of identity in her hand, and it could be seen that she had already sent out the message for help. Who did you send the message to? Yuanba has not been contacted. Some of the other fellow Taoists are not strong enough. And some are not available.
Gu Dunning shook his head and asked. He thought about all his friends. And he wanted to contact those he could contact. But the jade disc containing his identity is full of information asking for help. There are only so many powerful players in the later stage. And the possibility of timely support is extremely low.
Did you forget that when Yuan Ba left? He said that Li Taibai was nearby?
Lin Jing said with a smile. When she said this, 4 figures were already blocking the front of the
Foreign Divine Warriors.
The leader is none other than Li Taibai. And the other 3 figures are the Sword Warrior, the Thunder Warrior, and the Gong Warrior. The battle started in an instant. And the thunder and lightning sent out by Li Taibai crushed the late level 5th grade
Foreign Divine Warrior
to death. The Sword Servant, Thunder Servant, and Archer Servant cooperated. And with their familiarity with the
Foreign Divine Warriors
battle formation, they quickly tore apart the defense of the battle formation. The strength of the 3 Flying Yikshaw is far inferior to that of the late 5th grade
Foreign God Warriors,
but among the same level in the middle 5th grade. They are absolutely powerful.
Li Taibai has actually been promoted to the late stage of great power.
Great power, Gu said to himself in shock. Ding Feng's eyes also widened, and he looked at Li Taibai, who was standing in the air and continuously releasing thunder and lightning. When Li Shiming, Li Yuanba, Li Taibai and Yin Shiruan came to the 7 Immortals' residence together. They never expected that in a short period of time, 2 of the 4 would have been promoted to the late stage of great power. This is the late stage of great power, not an ordinary realm. Among the late-stage powerful human monks in the land of immortals, which one has not gone through thousands of years of hard training? This is something Yijin knows. With the state of Li Yuanba and Li Taibai, he doesn't believe that Li Shiming has not been promoted to a later stage. As far as he knew, Li Shiming provided resources for Li Yuanba and Li Taibai. Since both Li Yuanba and Li Taibai had been promoted to the late stage of powerful, Li Shiming would certainly not be an exception. Neither Gu nor Ding Feng had any intention of taking action. They could not intervene in the battle between Li Taibai and the late 5th grade
Foreign Divine Warrior.
The mere auras of both sides on the battlefield could make the 2. The combat prowess of a powerful mid-level sword cultivator is second to none. As for the battle between the Sword Servant, the Thunder Servant, and the Arch Servant, they also do not need to intervene. Now the Sword Servant, the Thunder Servant, and the Arch Servant are chasing those
Foreign Divine Warriors.
And it doesn't make much sense whether they go up to help. The battle didn't last long. Li Taibai didn't use all his strength. He just defeated the late 5th grade
Foreign Divine Warrior
and allowed it to escape. The more he knew about God's domain, the less he thought of looking down on God's domain. He also has the status of Jade Disc, so he knows about this large-scale attack on the divine domain. If he goes too far here, he may be taken care of by God's domain. He can retreat at any time. But it is difficult to say that Yijin of the 7 Immortals' residence and the other 3 will be able to do so. After repelling the
Foreign Divine Warriors,
Li Taibai did not say Lo to Yijin, and left in a flash. He didn't go far, and still found a position outside the perception of Xianju's formation. Once Xianju was in trouble, he would help. The attack from the Divine Realm caught the Immortal Alliance by surprise. Only a small number of the late-stage powerful players of the Immortal Alliance could be dispatched at any time. And most of the late-stage powerful players took some time to enter the battle. Just like Li Yuanba, he was reading classics in the cave in the southern part of the Immortal League, which was equivalent to retreat. If you want to notify him, a monk needs to go to the library to find him. When Li Yuanba received the notice and prepared to go to the front line for reinforcements, the attack on God's domain was over. This was actually a test by the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm mobilized super strong combat power and severely damaged the defense system of the Immortal Realm. The purpose is to test whether there are seraphs on the side of the human monks. If there are seraphs, the defense system of the Immortal Realm will be broken, and there will be a loophole in the falling immortal formation. The 6-winged archangels of the Divine Realm will be able to sense the 6 wings angel position. Of course, the Divine Realm can only achieve such results by relying on surprise attacks. As long as the Immortal Realm reacts, there will be a large number of late-stage powers, and even great immortals taking action. Therefore, the Divine Realm surprise attack broke through the fallen immortal formation. And after the 6-winged archangel did not notice it, the Divine Realm retreated. This attack on the Divine Realm caused heavy losses to the Immortal Alliance. In the end, 7 immortal residences were destroyed. More than 10 mid-term Great Masters died, and 15 early-stage Great Masters perished together with tens of thousands of low-level monks. Just repairing the Immortal Palace is a huge price. Not to mention the death of a large number of powerful people, which has a great impact on the Immortal Alliance. Many powerful people have criticized the Immortal Alliance's response speed. It is not that the overall strength of the Immortal Alliance is insufficient, but that the Immortal Alliance lacks the ability to respond in a timely manner. Several great immortal envoys from the Immortal Alliance were also helpless. Who would have thought that the Divine Realm would do this? Mobilizing so many late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors is not an operation that can be accomplished in a short period of time. It has never been like this before. Although the Immortal Alliance and the Divine Realm are in a state of hostility, there is also a corresponding tacit understanding. The general garrison battles are between the middle stage of the powerful and the middle stage of the 5th level, while the mutual invasion battles involve the realm of the late 5th stage and the late stage of the powerful. Normally, both parties maintain a tacit understanding. Maybe sometimes a powerful late-stage human monk will accidentally take action, and sometimes a late-stage 5th grade foreign divine warrior from the divine domain will be dispatched. However, this rarely happens, so it is still done alone. Does not affect the overall situation. But this time, the sheer number of late-stage 5th grade foreign god warriors dispatched by God's domain broke the tacit understanding maintained by both parties. The most critical thing is that the Immortal Alliance cannot find the reason why the Divine Realm did this. Although the Divine Realm destroyed the Immortal Residence and killed some powerful human beings, doing so could only be considered a minor injury to the Immortal Alliance, and would only destroy the tacit understanding formed by both parties over the years. Because I don't know why the Divine Realm is like this. The Immortal Alliance recalled all the late powers as a last resort. All late-stage powers are not allowed to retreat, and must remain ready for war at any time. Even the late-stage powers, who were already in seclusion, were invited out to deal with the next possible attack on the divine domain. In addition, it is impossible for the Immortal Alliance to just do nothing. The next thing the Immortal Alliance needs to do is to organize a retaliatory action. Li Yuanba returned to the library pavilion. This time, he did not take a closer look. Instead, he continued to use mental scanning to record all the classics in the library pavilion in the Z15 database. He couldn't stay in the library for long. The reason why the jade disk of his identity could not be received was not the main reason. The cave here could still receive the information of the jade disk of his identity. He only learned afterwards that the restrictions placed in the library pavilion made it impossible to use the identity jade plate. Coming out of the library, he came to his stone house. This was the first time he entered his stone house. As soon as he entered the stone house, he found that it was a void space. The space is very large, and he can manipulate this space to transform various things that will through the permissions given by his identity. It's like being in your own cave, with the authority to control everything. He did not conjure up any special scenery, but conjured up a futon in the center of nothingness. He sat on the futon and practiced while reading classics from Z15. 100 days passed, and he was on call, but nothing happened. The Immortal Alliance also discovered that it could not continue like this forever. The great masters in the later period needed time to practice and improve themselves. There has been no movement from the Divine Realm. If we continue to wait passively like this, it will be difficult to control the hearts of the people of the Immortal Alliance. In this situation, Li Yuanba received the mandatory mission information. The so-called mandatory tasks are the only responsibility of joining the core of the Immortal Alliance. The core of the Immortal Alliance has many permissions, especially the priority of libraries and resources. These benefits are not given for free. The Immortal Alliance must take over the mandatory tasks issued by the Immortal Alliance when needed. Of course, if the compulsory task exceeds the ability of the powerful can naturally refuse. Li Yuanba arrived at the mission concentration point, where there were already 5 late-stage experts waiting. Huh? Li Yuanba and one of the great sword cultivators both said in surprise. They were both able to sense the aura of the sword intent climbing into the sky on each other's body. Li Yuanba fired a Jianshi sword light, and the great sword cultivator also fired a Jianshi sword light. My name is Jian Feiyu. When did Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion have such a late-stage expert like you? Jian Feiyu looked at Li Yuanba and asked with surprise in his eyes. He was naturally very curious, since he had been in seclusion and was summoned from the seclusion this time. He did not know about Li Yuanba. As far as he knew, the sword cultivator who recently appeared in Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion was the Great Master Igui. But even the Great Master Igui was still far behind the later Great Masters. The young and powerful late-stage swordsman in front of him can be recognized from the aura on his body as a swordsman from the
Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. This means that the powerful late-stage swordsman in front of him has become a late-stage great swordsman in a short time. Able. Li Yuanba has met senior brother Jian. Li Yuanba bowed and said, "Okay." When Jian Feiyu unleashed his sword light, he knew the identity of the other party. The other party was Jian Feiyu, who had been in seclusion for a long time. "Okay. There are many geniuses in our pavilion. You have been promoted to the late stage of great power at such a young age. And your talent is even better than mine." Great power, Jian Feiyu said with a smile. But he immediately thought of something. This time it was a counterattack mission organized by the Immortal Alliance. It can be said that this mission is more dangerous than any other mission, because the God's domain must also be preventing the Immortal Alliance from retaliating against it. Therefore, the late-stage powers who went to perform the mission this time were all top-notch beings. "Why are you allowed to participate in this mission? I only need one powerful late-stage sword cultivator from Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. I will go to Feng Daxian to ask you to withdraw from the mission," he said in a deep voice with some dissatisfaction. Li Yuanba could feel a deep sense of care from his tone. Li Yuanba was about to explain, but he heard the laughter of a powerful person from the side. "Meng Zhongtian, what do you mean?" Jian Feiyu had a very good attitude when talking to Li Yuanba, but he did not have such an attitude towards other later powers. He glared at Meng Zhongtian, who was laughing. It seems that if Meng Zhongtian doesn't answer well, he will kill the other person. "Brother Jian, you probably don't know the reputation of fellow Taoist Li. He relied on a flying sword to fight against 3 late-stage 5th grade Warring God warriors, and caused a record of 1 death and 2 escapes. Our team's late-stage powerful. No one dares to say that he can definitely beat him." Meng Zhongtian pointed at Li Yuanba and explained with a smile. It was not the first day that he and Jian Feiyu had met. He was very aware of Jian Feiyu's temper, but he didn't care about Jian Feiyu's attitude. Jian Feiyu was startled for a moment, and then looked at the other 4 late-stage experts. After seeing the recognition on the faces of the remaining 4 late-stage experts, he believed that the matter was true. Chapter 1097 Revenge. There are 6 late-stage powers. Li Yuanba and Jian Feiyu are the sword cultivator. Meng Zhongtian is the thunder cultivator. There are 2 fire power, 1 ice power, and 1 earth power. Li Yuanba could sense the auras of these late-stage powers, and they were almost all close to the peak of late-stage powers. And even Xiang Jian Feiyu was the peak of late-stage powers. In the later period, the peak of great power is 1 step further than the great immortal envoy, a being who stands at the top of the world of immortality. "I still have more geniuses in Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion, don't you think?" Great Master Jian Feiyu asked with a smile to the other late-stage great masters, including mighty Meng Zhongtian. The rest of the mighty people looked like they didn't want to pay attention to him, but these powerful men are extremely envious of Jian Feiyu. The 6 late-stage powerful men selected for this mission are the 6 strongest late-stage powerful men in the Fairyland. This is the ranking recognized by the Immortal League, although it is not specific who is first and who is second. The 6 of them are the top 6. Among the top 6 great powers in the later period, there are 2 from Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion. How can this not make other great powers envious? This late-stage powerful team first reached the border of the Immortal Realm via teleportation through the frontline Immortal Residence. After entering the God's domain, we can stay there for a maximum of 3 hours. It will be extremely troublesome if we stay longer. Jian Feiyu is the strongest power among them, and has extremely rich combat experience. He became the leader of this team. When he said the last words, he looked at Li Yuanba, and the last words he said were specifically for Li Yuanba. The other great powers all have some understanding of the divine realm, but Li Yuanba knows the least about the divine realm. "Why can I only stay for 3 hours? I have participated in the task of setting up an immortal residence in the God's realm before, and I stayed in the God's realm for several days on that mission?" Li Yuanba asked without understanding. This is his senior brother, and he is also from the Jin family. There is nothing to be polite about at this time. God's domain pays special attention to late-stage powers. Once discovered, a large number of combat forces will be mobilized to encircle and suppress them. The 3 hours are summed up after many battles, Jian Feiyu explained. Li Yuanba nodded. The late-stage powerful ones can threaten the altar. If they really let the late-stage powerful ones get close to the altar, they can completely destroy the altar before reinforcements arrive. In 3 hours, even a late-stage powerful person would not be able to penetrate too deeply into the divine realm. In fact, you only have an hour and a half to explore, and another hour and a half to leave. Fortunately,
The spatial abilities of the great masters in the later stage are extremely powerful, and they can penetrate into the range of at least 3 altars in an hour and a half.
Junior Brotherly, how is your space ability?
Before entering the divine realm, Great Master Jian Feiyu still wanted to know something about Li Yuanba's strength. So he asked, as for the other late-stage powers, they are all old friends who have known each other for at least 1,000 or 2,000 years, and they all know their respective abilities very well.
One of my core rules includes space rules.
Li Yuanba thought for a while, and replied without any intention of hiding it. His answer stunned Jian Feiyu, and the other powers were also extremely surprised. Mastering the space rules, and taking the space rules as the core rules are two different things. No matter how hard you master the space rules, without having the
space rules rune
in the core of the cave, the space ability will not reach the height of the core rules. This is also the reason why the spatial ability of the human almighty is not as good as that of the
boring god warrior.
The space ability of the
boring god warrior
is instinctive and equivalent to the core rules.
Then it's up to you to lead us into the divine realm. The 5 of us will gather all our strength and strive to achieve full power with the first blow.
Jian Feiyu, the great master, did not doubt Li Yuanba's words. He made the decision immediately. It is the responsibility of a team leader to make the most of their respective strengths. With the core rules of space, even if he did not exit for more than 3 hours this time, he still had the ability to escape the pursuit and return to the fairyland. The remaining powerful men did not object, perhaps because of their different factions. There were some disputes within the Immortal Alliance, but when dealing with the divine realm, they were on the same front. They must cooperate tacitly and exert their strongest combat power to ensure everyone's safety. Li Yuanba nodded, and his spirit was released to surround the 5 powerful men. Great Master Jian Feiyu pointed the direction to him at this time. Next, he performed spatial movement, and his figure kept switching between the void and reality. The other 5 powerful men were convinced by his spatial movement, both in terms of frequency and distance. Dagong Jian Feiyu discovered another thing. The sword intent aura on Li Yuanba was already very terrifying, but he felt that the sword intent aura on Li Yuanba would improve slightly every once in a while. This discovery made him unbelievable. To say what the sword cultivator finally improved, it must be the sword's will. As one's cultivation level gets higher, it becomes more difficult to improve one's sword intent. But look at Li Yuanba. While he is on the road, the aura of sword intent on his body is constantly increasing. Jian Feiyu's perception of power was real, and Li Yuanba's sword intent was indeed increasing. It's just that this is not Li Yuanba's own efforts, but the harvest of the original Li Shiming, the ancient books of the Southern series of the Immortal Alliance, combined with Li Shiming's continuous understanding of the divine nature, allowed him to deepen his understanding of the rules. While Li Yuanba was on his way, Li Shiming happened to be comprehending the rules of sword intention and simulated the
chaos sword intention
through his godhead. Jean Shung is a 6-winged archangel, the most powerful person in the world. The
chaos sword intent
he simulated through his godhead is 1 level stronger than Li Shiming's
chaos sword intent.
Li Shiming realized the
chaos sword intent
simulated by the godhead, although the improvement in
chaos sword intent
was very subtle, it continued to improve. Of course, it will take a very long time for
chaos sword intent
to make a qualitative leap. He has improved his
chaos sword intent,
and Li Yuanba, who shares his insights, is also constantly improving his own
chaos sword intent.
This kind of improvement would not be noticed by other late-stage Great Masters. But Great Master Jian Feiyu was from the same sect. How could Great Master Jian Feiyu not sense the improvement of Li Yuanba's sword intent? Great Master Jian Feiyu did not ask. And even if he wanted to ask, he would not do so in front of these outsiders. He sensed the direction. The environment in the gods' domain was very unfriendly to human monks. But the 6 of them were powerful in the later stage. In addition, they only planned to stay for 3 hours. So the impact of the environment was almost equivalent to nothing.
Stop!
Jian Feiyu waved his hand and said. Li Yuanba immediately stopped using spatial movement, and the team stopped.
Junior Brotherly's space ability allowed us to reach the target sometime earlier. After 5 breaths, Junior Brotherly will send us into the fighting position. The elders, please don't embarrass yourself in front of Junior Brotherly and launch an attack with all your strength.
Jian Feiyu, the powerful Shen the voice commanded. As soon as his order was issued, Li Yuanba counted the time in his mind and began to prepare the
purple sky sword.
The energy accumulated in the 5-breath period is naturally not as good as the energy accumulated by other late-stage powers from a long time ago. But it can still exert considerable power. The other great powers are also preparing. This time, they are seeking revenge. If they don't get some results, the mission will not be completed. 5 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Li Yuanba disappeared from the spot with the 5 late-stage powers, and then appeared in front of an altar, without waiting at all. As soon as the 6 late-stage powerful figures appeared, all 6 attacks were activated. The 5 late-stage powers used their full strength to attack for a long time and flew towards the altar. Both the sword light and the thunder light were extremely fast. The thunder light hit the altar first. The energy shield on the surface of the altar was still resisting. And then the sword light attack came. The energy shield of the altar burst open, and thunder and sword light struck inside. At this time, hundreds of ice arrows, flying stones, and fireballs followed and attacked the altar. However, the ice arrows, flying stones, and fireballs all seemed to be alive. They were not attacking blindly, but towards the foreign god inside the altar. War soldiers, attack! Everything happened too fast, and the altar was obviously on guard. But they did not expect that the attack of human power would be so fierce, and there would be no lag at all. As soon as they appeared, they attacked with all their strength. The most critical thing was that the altar sensed the whereabouts of the late human powers. But it was obvious that the speed of the arrival of the human powers exceeded their expectations. It was this little time difference that caught the altar off guard. The foreign divine warriors on the altar are calculated based on the normal spatial movement speed of the late-stage powerful force. However, I never expected that Li Yuanba possesses the core rules of space, which makes his spatial movement faster than the normal late-stage powerful spatial movement. A lot faster. There are 2 late-stage 5th grade foreign divine warriors on the altar, which is also very rare. It seems that this is the intention of the gods to prevent the revenge of the human monks. But the combat power of this revenge was beyond the judgment of God's realm. And the 2 late-stage 5th grade foreign god warriors were far from able to withstand the incoming enemy. Jian Feiyu's powerful natal flying sword broke through the defense of a late-stage 5th grade foreign divine warrior, but was blocked by the long sword in his hand. But the price is that this late-stage 5th grade foreign god warrior is unstable and keeps retreating in space. On the other side, the mighty Meng Zhongtian, who is the main force in breaking through the altar's defense, consumes most of his thunder and lightning in breaking through the defense. The remaining power falls on another late-stage 5th level foreign god warrior. It only consumed part of the defensive shield energy of this late-stage 5th grade foreign god warrior. The attacks of the other 3 late-stage powerful ones were not focused on these 2 late-stage 5th grade foreign divine warriors. They were attacking other foreign god soldiers. There were more than 300 foreign god soldiers arranged on this altar, including many 5th grade early and middle stage foreign god soldiers. Once these foreign god warriors form a battle formation, as long as they delay for a moment, a steady stream of reinforcements will be sent to them. They believe that Jian Feiyu and Meng Zhongtian are powerful, and Jian Xiu and Lei Xiu are the existences with the strongest attack power. The 5 late-stage masters cooperated with each other tacitly. When they went all out, they did not include Li Yuanba's combat power. The main reason was that they had not cooperated before. Li Yuanba's purple sky sword broke through the defense of the defensive shield energy consumed by lightning in a flash, and passed through the body of the late 5th grade foreign god warrior. Then the purple sky sword shot into the body of another late-level 5th level foreign god warrior. Its attack speed was so fast that the 2 late-level 5th level foreign god warriors had no time to react. This is not because he has unparalleled combat power, but because he is doing a last-ditch attack. The problem is that his strength is not weaker than that of Jian Feiyu and Meng Zhongtian. He even surpasses Jian Feiyu in terms of sword intention, without having to face the enemy head-on, and with almost no defense. If he still couldn't achieve a wonderful kill, it would be a shame for his terrifying chaos sword intent. And the purple sky sword, which is almost the pinnacle of Lingbao. The battle ended the moment it started. When Jian Feiyu and Meng Zhongtian were about to launch a second blow to deal with their enemies, they found that the enemy had already been dealt with. They were horrified. Even though Li Yuanba was doing a last-ditch attack and taking advantage, they were able to deliver such a blow only after they had already accumulated their power for a long time. However, Li Yuanba only had 5 breaths to charge up, but the attack power he displayed was similar to them. "Destroy the altar?" Jian Feiyu said in a deep voice.
He waved his hand to stop Li Yuanba, who wanted to help, and signaled Li Yuanba not to interfere. As you are watching, destroying the altar is not that simple. It requires some skills, Jian Feiyu explained. I saw the powerful Ming Zhongtian taking out a puppet. The puppet dug a few times on the altar and took out 12 exotic spiritual crystals. At this time, the puppet suddenly exploded. But at the same time as the puppet exploded, Li Yuanba sensed that the puppet contained a strange energy, which affected the consciousness of the six-winged archangel in the altar. This puppet was refined for the altar, and could temporarily affect the consciousness of the six-winged archangel in the altar. Great Master Jian Feiyu and several other great masters took action at the same time. One after another attacks fell on the altar, and the altar could no longer resist these attacks. Li Yuanba watched as the altar was shattered into pieces. The Holy Spirit energy inside spread out, and an almost undetectable thin line escaped into the distance. The speed of the thin line was so fast that even though he was paying attention to the scene, he still couldn't stop the thin rain from escaping. He recognized the thin line as the fragment of the Godhead. He shook his head. Even if the late-stage powers here were able to leave fragments of the Godhead, the consciousness of the six-winged archangels in the fragments of the Godhead could also cause a lot of trouble to the late-stage powers. It is impossible to collect the fragments of the Godhead unless the spiritual consciousness energy of the six-winged archangels in the fragments of the Godhead is consumed. It can be seen from the operations of the 5 late powerful men that the Immortal Alliance does not know the real secret of the altar. Li Yuanba didn't say much, mainly because he couldn't explain. He has already gained the benefits, and he does not want to create another golden saint, even if fragments of the Godhead are obtained. The current world of immortality does not have enough faith to cultivate new six-winged archangels and restore the complete Godhead. Seeing that the altar was smashed, the faces of several late-stage experts showed smiles. This mission was considered to have the lowest explanation. Whether there is still a chance to expand the results depends on luck. Chapter 1098 Result. The first altar was destroyed much faster than originally planned, and there was still time to expand the results. It was still Li Yuanba who used space movement, bringing with him 5 late-stage powers. Sometime later, another altar was discovered. Get ready to fight, Jian Feiyu said in a deep voice, because it was Li Yuanba who moved the space with the 5 late-stage powers. They were all in a state of charging. They thought that just like the first altar, they could instantly break through the altar's defense and end the battle earlier. The great master Jian Feiyu nodded to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba understood what he meant and used space movement to appear in front of the altar with 5 late masters. The moment he saw the altar, Li Yuanba sensed danger. He saw an illusory seraph figure floating above the altar. Not only that, there were also the auras of 6 late-stage 5th grade foreign god warriors on the altar. It seems that this time, the divine realm has been well prepared and has prepared enough combat power at this altar. However, at this time, Jian Feiyu and other 5 late-stage powerful masters could no longer stop their attacks. As soon as they appeared, they activated their respective charged attacks with all their strength. With a wave of the Seraph's phantom hand, a white light appeared on the surface of the altar, blocking 5 terrifying attacks. But how can it be so easy to block the attacks of the 5 late-stage powers such as Jian Feiyu? The phantom of the Seraphs inspired by the altar can only use the power of faith and the Holy Spirit energy in the altar. The 5 attacks of sword light, thunder and lightning, fire, ice, and earth collided with the white light. Although the white light blocked the attack, it was still beaten back by the attack. Every time the white light recedes a little, its light will dim a little. Be careful, Jian Feiyu warned loudly. He didn't need to remind him. Li Yuanba had already used space movement to dodge aside with 5 late-stage powerful men. At their previous location, 6 late-stage 5th grade foreign divine warriors threatened the unparalleled offensive and broke the void in that location. Black cracks appeared in the space, and strange energy overflowed from the black cracks. Okay, I'll leave the dodge to you, Jian Feiyu laughed loudly. They charged up the attack on the altar, but they did not take into account that the Divine Realm altar had already been prepared. The attack they launched hit the altar, but the late-stage 5th grade foreign god warriors who had been prepared on the altar also launched an attack on them immediately. Although the blow of the 6 late-stage 5th grade foreign god warriors may not be able to severely damage them, this blow will definitely disrupt their fighting rhythm. Next, within the scope of the god's domain, once they are attacked by the late-grade 5th grade foreign god warriors, if the soldiers hold back, the consequences will be unimaginable. Li Yuanba just discovered the battle situation. So he launched the attack, and then used space movement to dodge the attack with 5 late-stage powerful men. The 5 late-stage powerful men sent out a second blow. They exchanged ideas through their minds. This second strike did not attack the late-stage 5th grade Foreign Divine Warrior, but continued to attack the altar. After the first round of attacks, the white light on the altar was no longer half as bright as it was originally. The altar is a fixed target. As long as they launch an attack, they will definitely hit if there is no Foreign Divine Warrior to block it. The first attack of the late-stage 5th grade Foreign Divine Warriors failed. They did not want to block the attacks of the 5 late-stage powerful ones, but still chose to attack the 5 late-stage powerful ones. Li Yuanba once again used space movement to dodge the attacks of 6 late-stage 5th grade Foreign Divine Warriors. It was not until this time that the late-stage 5th level Foreign God Warriors discovered that there was a problem with the previous plan. The ability of human powers to move in space exceeded them, which made them unable to truly attack the human powers. At this time, the white light cast by the Phantom of the Seraphim was finally broken. The defense displayed by the Seraphim was enough to withstand 2 rounds of late powerful attacks. In terms of defense alone, this is the strongest defense Li Yuanba has ever seen. These are the 5 late-stage powers, who are known as the top ones in the Immortal Alliance. And their first attack was a full-strength blow that had been charged for a long time. Even after enduring 2 rounds of attacks, the white light disappeared. But the attacks of the later powerful ones were offset, and the altar did not suffer any damage. However, Li Yuanba knew that the Phantom of the Seraphim had consumed the power of faith and part of the Holy Spirit energy of the altar. And then the Seraphim would no longer be able to emit stronger abilities. The situation was better than he imagined. The Seraph's shadows slowly dissipated in the air. Brother Jian, you go and destroy the altar, and I will block the late-stage 5th grade Foreign Divine Warrior, Li Yuanba said in a deep voice. During a battle like this, it's not the time to argue. Although Jian Feiyu didn't know what Li Yuanba's confidence was, Jian Feiyu still listened to Li Yuanba's opinion. Just when the 6 late-stage 5th grade Foreign God Warriors attacked again, Li Yuanba moved the 5 late-stage powerful ones aside using their space abilities, and he himself made a small space movement to dodge the attacks of 6 late-stage 5th level Foreign God Warriors. His behavior was very dangerous, because he was very close to 6 late-stage 5th grade Foreign God Warriors, only more than 20 meters away. At this distance, the energy emitted by any one of the Foreign God Warriors in the late 5th grade stage can hit him without leaving the body. At this time, Li Yuanba's attack came out, with him as the center. 10,000 5th grade mid-level energy flying swords flew out. It instantly enveloped the entire area, and also covered all 6 late-stage 5th grade Foreign God Warriors. Every late-stage 5th grade Foreign God Warrior needs to face more than 1,000 mid-grade 5th grade energetic flying swords. And each energetic flying sword contains the extremely powerful Chaos Sword Intent. These energy flying swords have entities when they attack, because they are entities. This attack was equivalent to the flying sword attack of 10,000 late-stage powerful sword cultivators. This terrifying attack put 6 late-stage 5th grade Foreign God Warriors in danger. After resisting for less than a breath, the 6 late-stage 5th level Foreign Divine Warriors all used the wings on their backs to completely defend themselves. But even the strongest defense of the late 5th grade Foreign God Warrior could only last a few breaths longer in the face of more than 1,000 mid-grade 5th grade energy flying swords. The 5 late-stage powerful men began the massacre. Although there were still hundreds of Foreign God soldiers in the altar, without the 5th grade late-stage Foreign God soldiers, the combat power of the 5 of them was no match for these Foreign God soldiers. War Soldier is absolutely crushing. Great Master Jian Feiyu did not completely trust Li Yuanba. When he looked at the battlefield where Li Yuanba was, he saw a scene that made him unbelievable. Flying swords filled the sky, and the figures of the 6 powerful late-level 5th grade Foreign Divine Warriors were obscured by numerous flying swords. Not only were their figures obscured, but the auras of the 6 late-stage 5th grade Foreign God Warriors also disappeared after a moment, which meant the demise of the 6 late-stage 5th grade Foreign God Warriors. Brother Jian, your flying sword! Meng Zhongtian's powerful voice reminded Jian Feiyu. Only then did Jian Feiyu realize that when he retracted his flying sword, he almost hit Meng Zhongtian. It is simply impossible for this kind of thing to happen to a powerful late-stage sword cultivator. But it actually happened. It can be seen how shocked he was before. and he couldn't even control the flying sword well. Our battle is over. Jian Feiyu shook his head and said. The boring god warriors on the altar were killed, and Li Yuanba also eliminated 6 late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors. The battle was not over. Mighty Ming Zhongtian and the other powerful men all focused their attention on the altar and the situation on the battlefield on the other side. They knew what kind of big move Li Yuanba was unleashing through their perception, but they didn't expect that Li Yuanba's outburst would be so terrifying. And 6 late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors were killed in this way. In fact, these 6 late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors died unjustly. As late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors, they had some desperate means. But everything happened too fast, and they were killed before they could even use desperate measures. Li Yuanba felt that 1/5 of his 10,000 energy flying swords had been consumed in just a few breaths of time. He was a little sad about the consumption this time. You must know that after being promoted to the later stage of power, he used the energy of the cave to re-strengthen all the energy flying swords. These 10,000 energy flying swords are currently consuming the energy of the late stage of great power. It will take at least a month to fully replenish 1/5 of the energy. Of course, if someone knew that his outburst like this would only take a month to recover, he would not be as heartbroken as he was, but would be extremely excited. With a month's accumulation, it is extremely cost-effective to kill 6 late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors. Besides, it's not like the 10,000 energy flying swords have lost their fighting power. At least this kind of battle can be carried out 4 more times. Li Yuanba put away 10,000 energy flying swords. He saw 6 corpses of late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors, and the light of boring spiritual crystal appeared on each corpse. Just as he guessed, each of the late-stage 5th grade exotic divine warriors carries exotic spiritual crystals. He was not polite and stepped forward to collect the corpses of the boring spiritual crystal and the late 5th grade boring divine warrior. He killed this alone, and the spoils of war are his own. Let's move quickly. Master Jian Feiyu wanted to go over and communicate with Li Yuanba, but thinking of the place he was currently in, he ordered in a deep voice. The 5 late-stage powerful men came to the altar and began to operate in an orderly manner, collecting exotic spiritual crystals and destroying the altar. The altar was reduced to fragments. The great master Jian Feiyu made a gesture to Li Yuanba, and Li Yuanba began to return with 5 late-stage masters, although there was still a little time to return. At this time, Jian Feiyu no longer wanted to take risks. There was excitement on the faces of the 5 late-stage powerful men, and this revenge action had achieved great results. A total of 8 late-stage 5th level boring god warriors were killed and 2 altars were destroyed. This is the greatest result in the immortal realm in the past 1,000 years. In particular, the death of the 8 late-stage 5th grade boring divine warriors can be regarded as avenging the killing of the mighty human beings. Another reason why they didn't want to stay was that God's domain discovered them and set up a trap. If it hadn't been for Li Yuanba's sudden outburst, if it hadn't been for Li Yuanba's unexpected combat power, perhaps this team would have been stuck at the second altar. Therefore, when they returned, the 5 late-stage great masters felt grateful to Li Yuanba. Only Li Yuanba understood that killing the late-stage 5th grade boring divine warriors seemed to be a great victory. But in fact, the impact on the divine realm was far less than imagined. It is not too difficult for God's domain to cultivate late-stage 5th grade boring divine warriors. At least it is much easier than for human monks, as long as consumption is not considered. A late-stage 5th grade boring god warrior can be cultivated very quickly. The 2 mid-level 5th level Holy Spirits extracted the Holy Spirit energy from the altar, which reduced their training for many years and directly reached the peak state of the mid-level 5th level. After a period of accumulation, 2 late-stage 5th grade Holy Spirits were born in just over 100 years. From this, it can be seen that as long as the divine realm is willing to use the Holy Spirit energy in the altar, it is not difficult to replenish the late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors. On the way back, foreign divine warriors intercepted them from time to time, but with Li Yuanba's spatial ability, he ignored these interceptions along the way and left the divine realm at full speed. In fact, with the combat power of this team, the interception of these boring god warriors cannot stop them at all. If they were not worried about wasting time and giving the gods more time to react, they would want to eliminate these blocking boring god warriors. It's very relaxing. When Li Yuanba left the realm of God with the 5 late-stage powers and felt the aura environment of the immortal realm, all the late-stage powers breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as you are within the realm of God, danger is everywhere. The powerful Jian Feiyu knew that there were archangels in the God's domain. No matter how many wings of archangels they were not something that late powerful powers like them could fight against. After leaving the God's domain, there was no need for Li Yuanba to move with the space to perform. The late masters directly used flying instead of space movement. They took this time to distribute the spoils. Li Yuanba didn't need to say anything about this kind of distribution. It was impossible for Jian Feiyu to let him suffer. Besides, this kind of distribution has corresponding rules. These rules have been implemented in the world of immortality for tens of thousands of years, and can be relatively fair. In the end, Li Yuanba got 4 exotic spirit crystals, plus the 6 exotic spirit crystals. He collected himself. This is 10 exotic spirit crystals. In addition, there are 8 corpses of late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors, which he requested. You must know that 2 of the late-grade 5th grade boring god warriors were killed by him in cooperation with other late-stage powers. He gave up the exotic spiritual crystal and chose the corpse. Chapter 1099. Originally, the momentum of the great powers in the immortal realm was weakened due to the heavy losses, and the great powers began to worry about the next attack from the divine realm. But a piece of news came out from the Immortal Alliance, which greatly increased the momentum of the great powers. The Immortal Alliance organized a retaliatory action against the divine realm, destroying 2 altars, 8 late-stage 5th grade boring god warriors, nearly 30 early and middle grade 5th grade boring god warriors, and nearly 1,500 step 5 taste the glorious results of boring god warriors. One of the names is particularly eye-catching. That is Li Yuanba. Several late-stage experts who participated in this mission did not hide Li Yuanba's record. One person killed 8 late-stage 5th level boring god warriors. Such a record made Li Yuanba the first person among the late-stage powerful ones. The Immortal League's battle report this time was very fast. After Li Yuanba and the others returned, they had just reported the results and spread the news. In Li Yuanba's stone house, Dagong Jian Feiyu was visiting as a guest. No wonder you have achieved what you have today. It seems you are an ascetic. Jian Feiyu looked at the environment in the stone house and couldn't help but sigh. There is only a futon in the middle of the stone house, and no other spiritual objects exist. Li Yuanba couldn't explain anything. It was just because he was too lazy to do it. He waved his hand, and another futon appeared on the opposite side of the futon. Between the 2 futons, a low table appeared out of nowhere. He made a gesture of invitation, and Jian Feiyu smiled and sat on the futon on the right. Jian Feiyu's powerful behavior recognized Li Yuanba's strength. Otherwise, he should sit on the futon on the left. He is Li Yuanba's fellow disciple, and is thousands of years older than Li Yuanba. Even if Li Yuanba is the master here, he should be allowed to sit in the main seat. But in the world of immortality, strength is valued. The power of Li Yuanba's thousands of flying swords gave Li Yuanba the strength to crush people of his own level, and to crush many others of his own level. Junior brother, given your strength, you will accept fewer tasks from the Immortal Alliance in the future. The accumulation of Dantian energy is a priority. You must not let the Dantian energy be consumed too much because of the tasks of the Immortal Alliance. Jian Feiyu, the great master, sat down. After getting off, he persuaded, "Thank you for your words, senior brother." Li Yuanba thanked with a smile. He took out the 5th grade spiritual tea and brewed it with 5th grade spiritual spring water. Jian Feiyu stopped what he was about to say, and his eyes fell on the spiritual tea being prepared. He smelled the scent of 5th grade spiritual tea, which was a treasure that would benefit him at the peak of his late-stage power. This is the 5th grade Wadao tea, the best spiritual tea in the world. Senior brother, please taste it carefully. Li Yuanba smiled and placed a cup of 5th grade spiritual tea in front of Jian Feiyu. Jian Feiyu picked up the cup and drank the spiritual tea in one gulp. Then he closed his eyes and felt the spiritual tea. Li Yuanba smiled, picked up the cup in front of him, and slowly drank the spirit tea, waiting for Jian Feiyu to wake up. It took 2 full hours before Jian Feiyu opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, a ray of divine light flickered out of him. Senior brother, thank you very much. This tea is truly an immortal tea. It gave me a chance to make a breakthrough. Jian Feiyu stood up solemnly, bowed to Li Yuanba. Okay, and said with a big gift, At Jian Feiyu's level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult to help his cultivation. Now his biggest wish is to make a breakthrough. Originally, he was still a little confused about breaking through and becoming the great immortal envoy. Otherwise, he would not have listened to the call of the Immortal Alliance and left seclusion. But he never expected that it would be a cup of spiritual tea that would enlighten him and find a breakthrough. Although this opportunity for breakthrough is only a vague feeling. As long as there is this little hope of breakthrough, the next step is a matter of time. This kind of great favor made Jian Feiyu have to make an attitude and express his feelings. Senior brother, this matter is just a cup of spiritual tea. Li Yuanba also stood up, supported Jian Feiyu and said. Li Yuanba was happy in his heart. Once Jian Feiyu broke through, he would become the great immortal envoy. Having one more great immortal envoy from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion would be of great benefit to him and the entire Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Although he had not gotten along with Jian Feiyu for a short time, they had a good relationship before. Coupled with the kindness of this cup of 5th grade spiritual tea, and being from the same sect, they were naturally the best allies. The two sides sat down again, and this time Jian Feiyu became even closer to Li Yuanba. Great Master Jian Feiyu began to tell Li Yuanba about breaking through the great immortal envoy. He also expressed many of his own insights without reservation. Although his insights may not necessarily be useful to Li Yuanba, both of them practice the sword intention climbing to the sky, and can give Li Yuanba some help to some extent. There is no other way. Li Yuanba is powerful enough. Even if Jian Feiyu wants to repay Li Yuanba, he has no other way but to repay in this way. After this act of revenge, there was no major conflict between the Divine Realm and the Immortal Realm for a long time. The Immortal Alliance has no longer arranged for Li Yuanba to go on mandatory missions. This has treated Li Yuanba as the top late-stage power. Unless he encounters a situation that he cannot handle, he will not ask Li Yuanba to go on missions. Li Yuanba can enjoy the resources of the Immortal Alliance, and his presence is a deterrent to the Immortal Alliance. After some exchanges with Li Yuanba, Jian Feiyu went into seclusion again. 500 years have passed, and there are more powerful human beings in the land of immortals. And Li Yuanba has become part of the legend. In 500 years, the Immortal Alliance has not disturbed Li Yuanba's cultivation once, and Li Yuanba has not lacked the resources he should have. In fact, no monk knew that Li Shiming was the one whose strength had increased the most in 500 years. Sitting in his own cave, Li Shiming's aura has reached the peak of the late stage of great power. The energy in the cave has been accumulated for 500 years, allowing the energy in the 5 caves to fill every part of the cave. His physical body has exceeded the strength that should be expected at the peak of the late stage of great power. This is the benefit brought by taking the 5th grade top elixir. He did not expect the great benefits brought by the 5th grade top elixir. After taking the first 5th grade top elixir, he immediately discovered the special features of the 5th grade top elixir. After that, he stored the rest of the 5th grade top level elixirs until he took the 5th grade high level elixirs and raised his physical body to the ultimate peak of late stage power. Then he started taking the 5th grade top level elixirs to practice. After he took 15 top level elixirs of the 5th grade, his physical body was upgraded to another level based on the peak of his later power, and could no longer improve at all. He had seen Jian Feiyu at the peak of his later powers from Li Yuanba, and knew the extent of his physical body at the peak of his powers in the later stages. But his physical body is due to the 5th grade top spiritual elixir, which far exceeds Jian Feiyu's powerful physical body. He felt that he was only slightly weaker than the Golden Saint's physical body. Although he was unable to face any spiritual treasure without being injured, the damage caused by powerful attacks at the same level and later stage was very limited. Now he has met or even exceeded the requirements for promotion to the Great Immortal in terms of body, spirit and cave energy, and his understanding of the 5 elements rules, thunder and lightning rules, sword intent rules, and space rules all met the requirements for promotion to the Great Immortal Envoy. There was a bottleneck in front of him, which blocked him from the realm of the Great Immortal. In the past 100 years, he has been killing this bottleneck over and over again. Now he is just a hair away from breaking through the bottleneck, and he can even sense the existence of the Great Immortal Realm. Originally, he planned to remain in seclusion until he could break through to the realm of the Great Immortal Envoy before leaving. But a piece of news broke his 500 years of seclusion and forced him to come out. 500 years ago, Jian Feiyu made a breakthrough in seclusion. The day before yesterday, there was finally news that a breath came from Jian Feiyu's cave. It was the breath that would become a Great Immortal. Jian Feiyu's promotion to the Great Immortal Envoy had little to do with Li Shiming. But another news that followed immediately forced Li Shiming to leave. Feng Jin, the great immortal envoy of the Southern Department, decided to let Jian Feiyu take over as the great immortal envoy of the Southern Department after Jian Feiyu was promoted to the great immortal envoy. He planned to try to ascend. Ascension is the ultimate dream of all life in this world. Even angels from another world have the same dream. It's just that the angel's dream is to hold up the divine fire, break through the void and become a god. This is different from the monk's ascension in the form, but the result is the same. More importantly, the process of ascension is a rare opportunity for the observing monks. Legend has it that an observing monk received an unexpected ray of immortal energy, which enabled the monk to successfully advance to the rank of great immortal envoy, and successfully ascended to the throne after practicing for many years. Therefore, there is a saying in the world of immortality that a monk who obtains the spirit of an immortal will inevitably ascend to immortality, as long as he does not die midway. Li Shiming did not want to obtain the aura of the immortal. The aura of the immortal was just a legend. In the history of immortality cultivation, it is difficult to know whether such legends are true or false, and many of them are deliberately confusing. What he wants to observe is not only the process of ascension, but also wants to know whether the immortal is real or fake. He is not a native of this world of cultivating immortals. He has doubts about ascending to immortality that all the monks in this world believe in. What is an immortal? Regarding this question, he did not get the answer from any classics, and all the answers were guesses. Of course, the recognition of immortals in the world of immortality is because some forces can contact the ascended immortals through special methods, and the immortals can also send some treasures into this world through some means. Like some treasures, some are given by immortals. Li Shiming has Z15. As long as he gets the opportunity to observe the ascension, he can use Z15 to get important data on the ascension, so as to analyze some situations of the immortals. He doesn't have to worry too much about the opportunity to observe. Li Yuanba has not made many moves in the past 500 years, but Li Yuanba's status in the Immortal League is extremely high. Currently, he is the first person under the Great Immortal Envoy in the Immortal Alliance. Li Yuanba's realm reached the realm of Jian Feiyu's 500-year-old power, and the later peak of power. But Li Shiming did not give him the 5th grade top elixir. It's not that Li Shiming is stingy, but that there are too few top-level elixirs in the 5th grade, and he still needs to take them when he is promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy. All resources must give priority to the main body, and the avatar will always serve the main body. It must be known that only 100 furnaces of 5th grade elixir can produce one top-grade 5th grade elixir, which makes any top-grade 5th grade elixir extremely precious. Li Yuanba stood behind the immortal envoy Feng Jin, and behind him, there were several late-stage powerful men. This arrangement was a conscious act, arranged according to their respective strengths. The direction they were looking was exactly where Jian Feiyu was retreating. Li Yuanba sensed the terrifying aura of the great immortal. Even in the cave, there was still a trace of aura leaking out. Immortal envoy Feng Jin looked at Li Yuanba from time to time. Li Yuanba's 500 years of growth also surprised immortal envoy Feng Jin. Li Yuanba's aura was extremely sharp, like a peerless sword. Immortal envoy Feng Jin was certain that the sharp aura on Li Yuanba came from the sword intent in his body. Li Yuanba's Chaos Sword Intent is very famous. After 500 years of growth, his Chaos Sword Intent has long surpassed the level of the Sword Intent Monument. His Chaos Sword Intention is the result of Li Shiming's 500 years of continuous research on Jean Shung's divine personality to simulate sword intention. Now, even if he doesn't use 10,000 energy flying swords, he can kill the original 6 late-stage 5th grade Boran divine warriors with just one purple sky sword. The power of Chaos Sword Intent exceeds the power that a powerful power should have in the later stage, and has touched some areas of the Great Immortal Envoy. If Li Yuanba is given a few more years, I'm afraid he will be promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy before Jian Feiyu. After that, there will be 2 sword cultivating immortal envoys with sword intention Chongshao Pavilion in the Immortal Alliance. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. In the mind of the immortal envoy Feng Jin thought, how could he not see that Li Yuanba was only one step away from being promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy? Although this step was like a natural chasm. Considering Li Yuanba's age, he still had thousands of years to slowly break through. He even had a feeling that it wouldn't take long for Li Yuanba, because he could sense a hint of opportunity for a breakthrough from Li Yuanba. Immortal envoy Feng Jin did not know that the aura of opportunity for breakthrough he sensed in Li Yuanba was shared with Li Shiming. Since the main body Li Shiming mastered the most core rules, Li Yuanba and Li Taibai only mastered part of Li Shiming's core rules. Therefore, When Li Shiming found a breakthrough opportunity, Li Yuanba and Li Taibai naturally also shared a breakthrough opportunity. But Li Shiming was not satisfied with this opportunity for breakthrough. Because if he wanted to break through with this opportunity, he would probably have to spend 500 years in seclusion to kill the bottleneck like the powerful Jian Feiyu. Of course, with his talent and the help of Z15, it may not take 500 years, but it will definitely not be too short. However, with this opportunity for breakthrough, it is almost certain that he will be able to break through to the realm of the great immortal envoy. It is just a matter of time. The same is true for Li Yuanba and Li Taibai. At some time in the future, they will successfully break through the great immortal envoy. Chapter 1100 Breakthrough. Except for the great immortal envoy Feng Jin, the other great masters of the southern department looked at Jian Feiyu's retreat with extremely envious eyes. The aura there was getting stronger and stronger. And in an instant, the aura there suddenly increased countless times. Li Yuanba felt the suppression from his soul, which was the mental suppression caused by the gap in realm. He and Jian Feiyu are from the same sect, and since he has reached the peak of his late-stage power, he can still withstand this mental suppression. On the other hand, the bodies of the remaining late-stage powerful men at the rear were shaking involuntarily, and they were almost unable to withstand the mental suppression. Immortal Feng Jin smiled slightly, and a burst of energy came out from his body, protecting all the late-stage powers except the Yuanba. He intended to let the late-stage powers present feel the aura of Jian Feiyu's great immortal. This was a rare opportunity. Jian Feiyu's newly promoted aura was not concealed at all, and it had some influence on other late-stage powers who were promoted to great immortals. Reference point. However, he did not expect that Li Yuanba could withstand Jian Feiyu's immortal envoy aura, which made him even more optimistic about Li Yuanba. Since Li Yuanba could withstand Jian Feiyu's immortal aura, he let Li Yuanba experience it for a while. This opportunity was won by Li Yuanba with his own strength. The other late-stage powers, even if you let them feel it, they don't have this ability. Li Yuanba not only sensed it himself, but also recorded all the aura and other energy fluctuations stimulated by Jian Feiyu through Z15, so that he could conduct research later. When Jian Feiyu's aura reached its strongest, he was actually already outside the cave and had completed his final improvement. He felt the improvement in strength after promotion, and a smile appeared on his face. After countless years of hard work, I finally reached the top of the world. He released his spirit, sensed the situation outside, and found that the great immortal envoy Feng Jin, Li Yuanba, and the rest of the later powers were waiting outside. He left his retreat in a flash, and stood in front of the great immortal envoy Feng Jin. You have finally made it this far. Congratulations! Great immortal Feng Jin said to great immortal Jian Feiyu with a smile. Li Yuanba and other late-stage great masters followed and bowed to congratulate. The southern department had the Jian Feiyu immortal envoy, which meant that the status of the southern department would not decline. The four factions of the Immortal Alliance is Southeast, Northwest and Northwest must have a great immortal envoy as the leader. If no new great immortal envoy appears in this faction, then the great immortal envoy of this faction needs to stay. Although the great immortal envoy is the most powerful existence in this world, every monk who can become the great immortal envoy is an absolute outstanding person. He is the most talented monk in the entire world of immortality for thousands of years. They cannot stop their progress just after reaching the great immortal envoy. So every great immortal envoy hopes to cultivate new great immortal envoys in their own faction. After Jian Feiyu was promoted to the great immortal envoy, the great immortal envoy Feng Jin decided to let the great immortal envoy Jian Feiyu take over the southern department, while he himself was preparing for his ascension. Before the great immortal envoy Feng Jin ascended, the southern department already had two great immortal envoys. Even if the immortal envoy Feng Jin ascends, the new immortal envoy Jian Feiyu will not affect the status of the southern department. Even after the immortal envoy Jian Feiyu stabilizes his strength, the status of the southern department will be improved. Jian Feiyu, the great immortal envoy, is a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator is the strongest combat power in the world of immortality. After becoming the great immortal envoy, his combat power will also have certain advantages in this realm. Thank you! Immortal envoy Jian Feiyu bowed to immortal envoy Feng Jin. He looked at Li Yuanba again. Although he didn't say some words, he remembered them in his heart. Li Yuanba's help is a very important factor for him to be promoted to the rank of great immortal envoy. In the days that followed, Grand Immortal Jian Feiyu found time to describe his experience of being promoted to Li Yuanba in detail. Because he was standing at a higher level, he had more insights into his promotion to Grand Immortal. The Immortal Alliance held a celebration for the Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu. The appearance of an Immortal Envoy was a big event. It's just that the Great Immortal Envoy celebration does not invite great experts from outside. Only the core members of the Immortal Alliance are eligible to participate. Because Yizhen was the sword cultivator of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion, he was one of the few outsiders who participated in this celebration. Li Yuanba has also not seen Igua Dening for many years. Igua Dening is still in the midterm state, and his overall strength has not changed much. This is normal, although 500 years seems to be a long time. For the midterm powers, 500 years will not bring much change. Not all great powers are like Li Shiming and his clones. Li Shiming's ability to improve so much is due to a combination of various reasons. During this celebration, Li Yuanba met the other three great immortal envoys of the Immortal Alliance. Li Shiming did not attend the celebration. He stayed in Li Yuanba's stone house. For him, there is no difference between Li Yuanba's participation and his participation. During the celebration, everything was normal. The only troublesome thing was that there was something wrong with the way the Eastern Clan Feng Kui Great Immortal Envoy looked at Li Yuanba. Hundreds of years have passed, and after extensive investigations into the fall of Lu Wei, the Eastern Department finally placed the target of suspicion on Li Shiming, Li Yuanba and Li Taibai. Yes, the East Department suspected that Li Shiming, Li Yuanba, and Li Taibai were in contact. It seems that Lu Wei was searching for Li Shiming at the time, and Li Shiming was good friends with Li Yuanba and Li Taibai. Or they came from the same place and had irreversible friendships. If Mighty Lu Wei really discovers something, the possibility of the three powers cooperating to kill Mighty Lu Wei is extremely high. Immortal Envoy Feng Kui never considered the possibility of Li Shiming killing Lu Wei alone. At that time, Li Shiming was only a mid-level almighty. But Li Shiming, Li Yuanba, and Li Taibai were all geniuses. If they really worked together, they could kill him in a surprise attack at the mid-level almighty level. It is still possible for Lu Wei to be powerful. It happened that Immortal Envoy Feng Kui heard that Li Shiming had come to the Immortal League. Needless to say, as long as he caught Li Shiming, he could find clues. But even as a great Immortal Envoy, he can't deal with Li Shiming now, because the southern faction is now too strong. And the presence of the two great Immortal Envoys, he simply does not dare to take action at this time. But he was not in a hurry. The great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin was ready to ascend. As long as the great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin ascended, then the Southern Department would have a great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu left. Immortal Jian Feiyu had just been promoted not long ago, and his strength had not yet improved. This was the best time for him to take action. With such a plan in his mind, Immortal Envoy Feng Kui looked at Li Yuanba with a hint of malice. Li Yuanba's perception was so sensitive that he sensed this malice. Li Shiming sat on the futon, closing his eyes and connecting with Z15. Z15 was repeating over and over again the aura that Jian Feiyu exuded when the Great Immortal was promoted. Through Li Yuanba's observation, he benefited a lot from seeing with his own eyes the process of the later Great Immortal being promoted to the Great Immortal. It can be said that all the monks who stood there to watch the promotion of the Great Immortal Jian Feiyu together did not benefit as much as he did. In the virtual environment, Li Shiming felt the state of Immortal Jian Feiyu when he was promoted. And even through Z15, this promotion state could be substituted for him. Although the sense of substitution is only simulated by Z15. Z15 is Li Shiming's magic weapon. This kind of simulation can directly reach the soul and achieve a real simulation. Z15 will also adjust the simulation data bit by bit based on the analyzed data. Li Shiming originally planned to gain an opportunity to be promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy by observing the ascension process of the Great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin. But he never imagined that he would gain a lot just by watching the promotion process of Jian Feiyu, the Immortal Envoy through Li Yuanba. This is also normal. No one can say what kind of opportunity is needed for promotion. Just like the Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu, he used all the means at the beginning and even started to retreat for a long time. But he never really got a chance to be promoted. But after drinking the 5th grade Wenwen tea, he immediately felt the opportunity to be promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy. And it took him 500 years to be promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy. Li Shiming's situation is many times better than that of the Great Immortal Jian Feiyu. His previous state was equal to the state of the Great Immortal Jian Feiyu 500 years ago. All he wants is to speed up the process of understanding the opportunity for promotion. Skip hundreds of years of understanding time, and be promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy earlier. Sitting on the futon, he had a strange aura about him. At the celebration, Great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin was communicating with the other three Great Immortal Envoys. He needed to integrate Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu into the circle of immortal envoys before ascending, so that Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu would have less trouble. The Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu sat aside, interjecting a few words from time to time. He was also trying to get familiar with several immortal envoys. He will need to face these great immortals in the future, and he must seize this opportunity now. Suddenly, Immortal Feng Jin's movement stopped as he spoke. A strange look appeared on his face, and he looked towards Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba felt the gaze of the great immortal Feng Jin, and understood what he meant. The cave where Li Yuanba's stone house belongs is currently under the control of the great immortal envoy Feng Jin. Everything that happens in the cave will be known to the great immortal envoy Feng Jin. The aura of promotion leaked from Li Shiming's body, and the formation of the stone house did not limit the ability to get close to the aura of the immortal envoy, allowing the immortal envoy Feng Jin to sense that Li Shiming was about to be promoted to the immortal envoy. Ha ha! What a double blessing! Another great master is about to be promoted to the great immortal envoy. Great immortal envoy Feng Jin said with a smile. Which great master from the southern department is it? Why haven't I heard of it? Immortal envoy Feng Kuei asked in surprise. The other two great immortal envoys were also horrified and inexplicable. What happened to the southern department? Did they want to produce two great immortal envoys at once? If this is the case, in the next thousands of years, the southern department will probably step on the head of the other three systems. But they are also surprised that they all know that the southern clan and even the entire immortal alliance have the opportunity to be promoted to the later stage of the great immortal envoy. Moreover, they are also very aware of the current status of these late-stage powers, and it is impossible for them to be promoted to great immortal envoys so quickly and suddenly. And according to what the great immortal envoy Feng Jin said, it should be a late-stage power from the southern system, which made several great immortal envoys feel a little baffled. He's not a great power from the south. He's a friend of Yuanba, and now he's living in his cave. Immortal envoy Feng Jin looked at Li Yuanba and replied with a smile. Is it Li Shizhen? I didn't expect that he would be promoted to the great immortal envoy. Although the great immortal envoy Jian Feiyu asked, his words already confirmed his judgment. Great Master Gu and the great masters participating in the celebration were all surprised when they heard this name. They all know Li Shizhen. It can be said that although Li Shizhen does not show much combat power, she has a special status in the fairyland. An alchemy master who can refine 5th grade high-level elixirs is enough for any powerful person to want to be friends with. It's a pity that Li Shizhen is too mysterious. Except for the time when he first entered the fairyland, he has never been seen again. Even the entrustment of alchemy was done through Li Yuanba. When Immortal Envoy Feng Kuei heard the name Li Shizhen, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. If Li Shizhen is successfully promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy, what should this realm be called? Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu thought of something and asked with some confusion. This question left several immortal envoys present speechless. This question was very simple, but it caught them off guard. Yes, after Li Shizhen is promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy, whether to call Li Shizhen the Great Immortal Envoy is a big question. Why this realm is called the Great Immortal Envoy is because all the monks who have been promoted to the realm of the Great Immortal Envoy in history are all core members of the Immortal Alliance. Only core members who join the Immortal Alliance can have the opportunity to enjoy the resources needed to be promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy. Therefore, excluding the immortal domain of the Immortal Alliance, and even all the resources of the entire immortal cultivation world combined, it is not necessarily possible to cultivate a Great Immortal Envoy. Only the special existence of the Immortal Alliance, which controls the immortal realm for a long time and controls most of the resources of the immortal realm, can hope to cultivate Great Immortal Envoys. The condition for promotion to the Great Immortal Envoy is a large number of 5th grade elixirs. At this point, each powerful cave can produce one 5th grade elixir in 100 years at most. Even if he could obtain a few more caves, his output of 5th grade elixirs, plus the income from completing the Immortal Alliance mission, would still be far behind the cultivation needs of the Almighty. Only the Immortal Alliance, due to the existence of a large number of inherited caves, has a huge output of 5th grade elixirs. In addition, for resources such as exotic spiritual crystals, the Fairy Alliance has an intelligence advantage over the Divine Realm. Some tasks that are prone to exotic spiritual crystals are given priority to the core members of the Fairy Alliance. There are also relevant classics and the direct guidance of the Immortal Envoy, which also create conditions that affect promotion to the Immortal Envoy. It can be said that the Immortal Alliance almost monopolizes the path for monks to advance to become Great Immortal Envoys. except for the ancient times in history. All great immortal envoys came from the core members of the Immortal Alliance. This also makes the realm of peak power known as the Great Immortal Envoy. The title, Great Immortal Envoy, has another meaning. That is, the highest power owner of the Immortal Alliance. This is also the reason why several immortal envoys are a little undecided about how to call Li Shiming. There is really no precedent before. Chapter 1101 Strength. Li Shiming never thought that he would be promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy within the Immortal Alliance. In order to be invited to join the Immortal League, he got the opportunity through Li Yuanba, and also took out the imprisoned Jade Disc again. He doesn't have a good impression of the Immortal Alliance, who told the Eastern Department of the Immortal Alliance to forcefully capture him and join the Immortal Alliance. But no matter what he thought, when his promotion opportunity was fully stimulated when he was promoted through Z-15 simulation Jian Feiyu Daxian Envoy again and again, he had to be promoted immediately. Inside his 5 cave cores, the 5 Elements Rule Rune, Thunder Rule Rune, Sword Intent Rule Rune, and Space Rule Rune all emit dark gold. After hundreds of years of understanding, these rule runes have already reached the peak level of late-stage power. But just when he felt the opportunity for promotion, these rule runes were affected by the promotion opportunity, and the bottleneck in front of him disappeared, and all the rule runes evolved to the realm of the Great Immortal Envoy. The dark golden rule runes not only changed the color and power of the rules, but also deepened his connection with the cave sky many times. In the past, he used all his strength to achieve this by calling on the energy in the cave. The power of the attack depends on how much energy he uses. As long as his physical body and spiritual treasure can withstand it, he can use the corresponding cave energy to unleash the strongest attack. But after all the core rule runes evolved into dark gold, his connection with Dongtian deepened. At this moment, he had a feeling that he could manifest his Dongtian in the outside world for a short time. In other words, he can use Dongtian to directly suppress the enemy, different from mobilizing the energy of the cave. When he directly suppresses the enemy with the cave, the enemy is equivalent to fighting against a cave. Not to mention the cave of the Great Immortal. Even the powerful cave of the later period is almost equivalent to a complete world. The internal space is at least the size of one of the continents in Zhongzhou. Even if there are space rules and Li Shiming's Dongtian core rules, the internal space will exceed this scale. Use a cave sky equivalent to a continent to attack the enemy. This continent still has a complete rule system. During the attack, the cave sky's complete rule system will also briefly affect the outside world. This is the truly terrifying thing about the Great Immortal Envoy. It is completely different from those attacks that use the energy of the cave. In addition, due to the diversity of the core rules of his cave, he can adjust the attributes of the cave at will. For example, he can transform the cave sky into a thunder and lightning cave sky first, and then appear in the outside world, so that he can use the thunder and lightning world to suppress the enemy. What the enemy has to face is an endless sea of thunder and rules that are conducive to thunder and lightning attacks. If the enemy's realm is weaker, even its own rules will not be able to exert its effect when faced with the suppression of the Great Immortal Envoy Dongtian. This is just a change in the cave. Li Shiming's soul has been greatly improved, almost 10 times stronger than before. His physical body has also been greatly improved. I wonder if it is because he has taken many top-level 5th grade elixirs. But his physical body has been upgraded to a strange level. He had a feeling that his physical body had reached the limit that this world could bear. If he wants to improve his physical body, unless he replaces the energy in his physical body with higher quality energy than the current Great Immortal Envoy, he can only break through this world and enter a higher world to improve his physical body. He suddenly discovered that the 5th grade top elixir he had left behind did not need to be used anymore, because no matter how much he took, his physical body would not be able to improve at all. To be honest, being promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy was not as difficult as he imagined. His entire promotion process only took 6 hours to complete. To his satisfaction, he was not disturbed in any way during his promotion process. Of course, he has some confidence in daring to be promoted here. All the monks knew that he and Li Yuanba were close friends, and Li Yuanba's status in the Immortal Alliance was not low. Although I don't know the attitude of the Great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin, I can be 100% sure that the Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu must be on Li Yuanba's side. Besides, if it really doesn't work, he will not hesitate to release Jean Shung at the critical moment, but also to ensure the success of his promotion. The result was good. He was successfully promoted without doing anything crazy. He stood up and waved his hand, feeling the restraint of the space here. It seemed that if he applied more force, the space here would be torn apart. At this time, he was in the Cave of Heritage, and the space in the Cave of Heritage was not as solid as the outside world. This requires him to carefully control his power. He is a guest here, and cannot cause any damage here. Great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin was a little worried that Li Shiming's promotion to Great Immortal Envoy would be disturbed. So he did not allow anyone to enter the Heritage Cave. And he also moved all the other monks in the Inheritance Cave, leaving Li Shiming alone in this Inheritance Cave. He did this to make good friends with Li Shiming, and did not want any foreign things to affect Li Shiming's promotion process. Although Li Shiming is not a core member of the Immortal League, the close relationship between Li Shiming and Li Yuanba makes Li Shiming a natural ally of the southern branch of the Immortal League. After his ascension, in addition to the Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu, the Southern Department could also borrow the strength of the Great Immortal Envoy Li Shiming. He was originally a little worried about whether the other three Great Immortal Envoys would make any small moves before the Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu had grown up. But now, he was no longer worried at all. The Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu and the Great Immortal Envoy Li Shiming are enough to meet any challenge. The 5 Great Immortal Envoys have left the celebration and arrived at the top of the main peak of the southern system. Immortal Jian Feiyu's celebration was interrupted, but he didn't feel angry at all, and even had a smile on his face.
Junior brother, when will you be promoted to Great Immortal Envoy?
He turned to look at Li Yuanba and asked with a smile. He asked with some ridicule. Li Yuanba and Li Shiming were friends, but in the eyes of outsiders, they were competitors. In the land of Zhongzhou, the two sides were chasing each other to improve their state. The same is true when it comes to the land of fallen immortals. Now that Li Shiming has been promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy first, Li Yuanba is lagging behind.
It should be soon,
Li Yuanba said calmly. Li Shiming, the real person, has been promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy. He can share Li Shiming's rules of gold, sword intention and space. The rest of the conditions are also met. It will definitely be very fast to be promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy. However, before being promoted, he still needs some time to take the 5th grade top elixir to elevate his physical body to a higher level. However, he saw that the bodies of the Immortal Envoys in front of him were not as powerful as Li Shiming's body. It seems that the 5th grade top elixir is, to some extent, a special resource that can break the shackles of the physical body. In fact, theoretically speaking, there should not be a 5th grade top elixir in this world, because it is necessary to refine the 5th grade top elixir. 100 consecutive batches of all 5th grade elixirs must be full and reach high-level quality, so that enough medicinal power can be accumulated to meet the conditions for refining the 5th grade top elixir. Except for Li Shiming, there is no alchemy master in the world of immortality who can continuously refine 5th grade high-level elixirs. Even if there is a powerful person who can refine a furnace of 5th grade high-level elixir with a burst of luck, the possibility of continuous bursts of luck is equal to 0. When Immortal Jian Feiyu heard Li Yuanba's reply, he thought that Li Yuanba was just talking casually. He deeply knows how difficult it is to be promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy. If he hadn't met Li Yuanba and tasted the 5th grade Wendao tea, he would still be looking for opportunities to be promoted.
Come out!
Immortal Envoy Feng Jin reminded. The 5 Immortal Envoys all looked down. Even the Immortal Envoy Feng Kui, who had ill intentions towards Li Shiming, would not take action against Li Shiming in this situation. Li Shiming left the Heritage Cave. When he found out that he was the only one in the Heritage Cave, he was embarrassed to occupy the Heritage Cave for a long time. This is the inheritance place of the Southern Clan, with the Southern Clan Library and other important facilities. He flew out of the Inheritance Cave and saw 5 Great Immortal Envoys. He had long known these 5 Immortal Envoys through Li Yuanba's perception.
Thank you so much to Immortal Feng Jin for allowing me to make this breakthrough.
Li Shiming first expressed his gratitude to Immortal Feng Jin with a "okay" salute.
It's just a small matter. You are my friend from the Southern Department.
Immortal Feng Jin replied with a smile. He was extremely satisfied with Li Shiming's attitude in his heart. Li Shiming's attitude showed that he recognized the help of the Southern Department. This favor allowed Li Shiming to always stand on the Southern Department's side.
Li Shurjin has met several Great Immortal Envoys. Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu, I'm interrupting your celebration.
Li Shiming bowed to the other 4 Great Immortal Envoys. He especially expressed his apology to the Great Immortal Jian Feiyu, although he did not mean to do so. It was the fact.
The celebration is not important. I would rather the celebration be interrupted a few more times.
Immortal Jian Feiyu returned the favor with a smile. The other Great Immortal Envoys also smiled and nodded to Li Shiming. They were all in the realm of Great Immortal Envoys and were acquaintances of the same generation. so they had to behave accordingly. I'm very sorry. I was promoted for the first time and need to consolidate my realm. So I'm leaving now.
Li Shiming had no intention of staying here anymore. So he said goodbye. The original plan was to watch the great immortal envoy Feng Jin ascend. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. Now that he has been promoted to the great immortal envoy, staying in the Immortal League is not a good choice. Although the attitude of the 5 great immortal envoys towards him in the Immortal Alliance was pretty good. But here only the great immortal envoy Feng Jin and the great immortal envoy Jian Feiyu are sincere to him. And the attitudes of the other 3 immortal envoys are somewhat unclear. In addition, and the most important point, all the great immortals never called his realm Great Immortal from the beginning to the end. If the immortal envoy Feng Jin or other immortal envoys asked him to join the Immortal Alliance, it would be awkward. He had no intention of joining the Immortal Alliance. Several great immortal envoys did not persuade him. Consolidating his realm was a big deal. For this reason, they could not say anything more. At this time, it is not a good time to ask Li Shiming to join the Immortal Alliance. At least we have to wait until Li Shiming has consolidated his realm before he can ask him to join the Immortal Alliance. Li Shiming nodded to Li Yuanba, and then disappeared in a flash. He performed spatial movement and immediately felt control over the space, achieving the feeling of easily integrating into the space. With just one thought, he can use space movement to move an extremely long distance. Li Shiming is still familiar with the new spatial ability. He feels that there is still huge room for improvement in the spatial movement he performs. He did not immediately pursue long-distance space movement, but continued to use space movement to gradually familiarize himself with space abilities. The world in the Land of Fallen Immortals is many times more stable than the world in the Cave of Inheritance, and it won't make him feel like the space will be torn apart if he exerts just a little force. But when he uses all his power, he can still tear apart space. Since Li Shiming did not use the teleportation of the Immortal Alliance, he was constantly moving in space within the immortal realm of the Land of Immortals. He was currently far away from all the immortal residences. He stopped moving in space and waved his palm down hard. When Li Shiming's palm was swung down hard, indescribable power appeared from the palm. The palm came into contact with the void, and the obstacle in front was cut open, leaving a space crack where the palm passed. This kind of small space crack does not need to be repaired. It will heal automatically in just a moment. He looked at the space crack disappearing in the void, and then looked at his palm. At this stage of his life, except for some treasures with special effects, normal spiritual treasures may no longer be of any help to him. The power exerted by his palms is much stronger than that of ordinary spiritual treasures. That is to say, the spirit treasures he refined are many times more powerful than ordinary spirit treasures. This makes those spirit treasures not useless, and can at least increase the attack power a little. Attack spirit treasures, including natal spirit treasures, have very limited improvement in his combat power. Physical attacks are not the real strength of the Great Immortal Envoy. The Great Immortal Envoy's strongest attack comes from the appearance of Dantian in the outside world. Of course, he has made great progress in using his previous methods without fighting with all his strength. In fact, the Great Immortal Envoy will almost never have the opportunity to use spiritual treasure attacks, unless he is giving guidance to his own juniors. Otherwise, any power lower than the level of the Great Immortal Envoy can be solved by mental suppression. The battle between the Immortal Envoys still has to rely on the cave's sky to appear in the outside world. Li Shiming gave an order to Z-15 to reanalyze and study the fighting method of the Great Immortal Envoy. All his statuses have been included in the database by Z-15, and enemies are created using him as a template. How can 2 great immortals, who have the same ability to manifest themselves in the sky, better deal with attacks as powerful as the gods? Just when he stopped in the void and became familiar with his situation, he suddenly felt a trace of hidden energy fluctuations. He stretched out his hand and took out the Immortal Alliance's Identity Jade Disc from the Soul Crystal Ring. The Identity Jade Disc seemed to have no change, but he could sense a trace of connection with the outside world's Immortal Fallen formation from the Identity Jade Disc. His eyes were deep, and the change of identity of Jade Disc reminded him of the time when Lu Wei was able to find him. At that time, he knew that Shiming's identity, Jade Disc, had the ability to track, and it seemed that someone was targeting him. Chapter 1102 Interception. Li Shiming no longer hesitated and walked towards the distance. He would not meet the pursuer within the confines of the fallen immortal formation. The only person who could track this new Great Immortal Envoy was a Great Immortal Envoy among the Immortal Envoys of the Immortal Alliance. He thought that the most likely one was the Great Immortal Envoy Feng Kui of the Eastern Sect.
He fully used the space ability belonging to the great immortal envoy. And it didn't take long to reach the border of the immortal realm. When we got here, we were already out of the range of the fallen immortal formation. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Although he was a new immortal envoy, while great immortal envoy Feng Kui was an established immortal envoy, he did not feel much fear. First of all, he is not a great immortal warrior. Here he has the helper of Jean Shung. The six-winged immortal envoy's combat power is not weak. And he is definitely at the top of the world here. Li Shiming is not weak either. Even though he is just a new great immortal envoy. The great immortal envoy's combat power mainly depends on Dongtian's power in the outside world. He is fundamentally different from other great immortal envoys. He has 5 caves. Even if one cave is not as powerful as the great immortal envoy Feng Kui in the outside world, all 5 caves combined can definitely make up for the gap in the power of the cave itself. He stood in the void, slowly blessing himself with the magical power of Innate, and then transformed the Beidou formation and 9 heavens constellations formation, phantoms above his head. Unfortunately, after reaching the realm of the great immortal, the power of the treasure, Fractal Shadow Flag, has weakened to the extreme. Even though the treasure, Fractal Shadow Flag, can transform into many clones, there are only 5 in the cave. The most powerful fighting method of the great immortal is to make the cave appear in the outside world. No matter how many clones there are, they can't all be used. Here we come! Li Shiming said quietly to himself. He adjusted his condition and was at his peak. This would be the strongest enemy he faced. Immortal envoy Feng Kui gave a reason to the other immortal envoys and left the immortal alliance. The other immortal envoys did not expect that he would hunt down Li Shiming. Even if there were some conflicts between human monks, there was no deadly battle between the immortal envoys. The emergence of new great immortals among human monks has enhanced the overall combat power of human monks. This is a good thing for the immortal alliance, as it has the foundation to fight against the divine realm. But immortal envoy Feng Kui put personal hatred first. He wanted to eliminate the danger of Li Shiming before Li Shiming fully grew up. After Feng Kui became the great immortal envoy, no one dared to disobey his ideas. Even the great immortal envoys from other factions will discuss it with him if they have any opinions. He personally ordered Master Lu Wei to invite Li Shiming to join the immortal alliance. But Master Lu Wei died. If Li Shiming had not been promoted to the immortal envoy, the immortal envoy Feng Kui would only have doubted whether Li Shiming had killed Lu Wei. However, after Li Shiming was promoted to the immortal envoy, he had already identified the person who killed Lu Wei. It's Li Shiming. He couldn't tolerate Li Shiming alive. This was a provocation to him. The most important thing is that Li Shiming has good relations with the southern system. Now the southern system has surpassed the eastern system. With Li Shiming's help, the eastern system will have to spend at least thousands of years in the shadow of the southern system. Immortal Ambassador Feng Kui checked the location of Li Shiming's identity jade disc. His spatial movement distance was extremely far, and he quickly found the area where Li Shiming's identity jade disc had lost contact. He didn't need to search much, because Li Shiming was standing in the void in front of him. It's a pity that I wanted you to join me at the beginning. If you did, you would be my friend by now. Immortal Ambassador Feng Kui said in a deep voice. Your friend? Or will he be controlled by you and become your alchemy tool? Li Shiming replied sarcastically. Shouldn't this be your honor? Immortal Ambassador Feng Kui slowly approached Li Shiming and said coldly. When the distance between the two parties reached the point where each other's spirits could be detected, the spirits of both parties collided first. Originally, Immortal Feng Kui thought that his cultivation time was much longer than that of Li Shiming, and that this kind of mental confrontation should be an advantage on his side. But when the spirits collided, he found that he was wrong. Li Shiming's spirit is not as powerful as when he was promoted to the great immortal envoy for the first time, especially when he launches his spiritual attack with all his strength. His spirit is as powerful as a meteorite. But behind Li Shiming's spirit, it is as powerful as the sea. No matter how hard his spiritual attack is, even though it was violent, it could not affect Li Shiming's spirit at all. Immortal Feng Kui's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Shiming's strength exceeded his expectations. It seemed that this battle was not as easy as he imagined. But he also determined that finding Li Shiming at this time was the best choice. It will be even more difficult to kill Li Shiming if he really has to wait for Li Shiming to stabilize his realm. He was very careful, for fear of letting Li Shiming escape. He needed to get closer to Li Shiming before he could be sure to keep Li Shiming. Otherwise, the consequences of forming a deadly feud with such a great immortal envoy would be disastrous. Li Shiming was also waiting, and he also wanted to get closer to Feng Kui. Both sides had the same idea. So Immortal Feng Kuei continued to move forward slowly. Li Shiming seemed to be passively defending. And the distance between the two sides became closer and closer. Set up the formation! Li Shiming suddenly shouted softly. Above his head, the Beidou Formation and 9 Heaven Star Formation were activated simultaneously, covering him and the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei. The formation deployed this time was the strongest formation he had ever deployed so far, because Li Yuanba has collected a large number of classics in the Immortal League's library. The grade of these classics is the highest in the world of immortality. The formation books included in this book greatly improved Li Shiming's formation level. You must know that many of these formation books have been researched to restrict the powerful and immortal envoys in the later period. The huge formation covered an area, and immortal envoy Feng Kuei was not shocked by the appearance of the formation. Instead, after seeing the formation, there was a hint of ridicule on his face. He knew this formation. The formation was to confine the space and isolate it from a magpie's nest occupied by doves. Even he, a great immortal, needs to attack seriously several times before he can break through this formation. This formation has an effect on him, and it has an effect on Li Shiming. This formation is a double-edged sword. If you use it well, you can retain the powerful immortal envoy. If you use it badly, you will have nowhere to escape and will be killed by the enemy in the formation. There is a difference between great immortal envoys. You are actually prepared to fight me with all your strength. Ha ha ha! Great immortal envoy Feng Kuei said with a smile. He was about to kill a great immortal envoy, which made him feel extremely excited physically and mentally. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight to the death, Li Shiming said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and his cave was faintly visible above his head. Thunder light flashed in the cave, and the chaos energy in the cave was converted into lightning energy by him. Thunder Cave Sky. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. Great immortal Feng Kuei shook his head with a smile, and a cave sky shadow also appeared above his head. In his cave, flames rose, and many kinds of 5th grade immortal fire appeared alternately in the flames. The two immortal envoys faced each other from a distance, and space cracks appeared in the void between the two sides. Before the two sides officially took action, the void was a little overwhelmed. If one is not enough, give me another one, Li Shiming said with a calm smile. There was another cave-like shadow above his head, but in this cave-like shadow, there were countless sword lights flashing. How come you have 2 caves? What secret method is this? Immortal Feng Kuei asked in surprise. In fact, Li Shiming also had the ability to cultivate the cave with a sword. If he had known about it before, he would have been extremely surprised. But in front of the 2 caves, Li Shiming's identity as a sword cultivator is really not a big deal. With one more cave, for the great immortal envoy, the combat power will be doubled. It is not that there are many cave heaven techniques in the world of cultivating immortals, but those techniques have some flaws, making it difficult for monks who practice those techniques to even reach the nascent soul stage, let alone the realm of the great immortal envoy. It is precisely because of such dangers that no monk will practice multiple cave heaven techniques. But Li Shiming in front of him has definitely mastered a method of cultivating double caves. This secret method of practicing the double caves was confirmed by Li Shiming to be able to cultivate to the realm of the great immortal envoy, which greatly increased the value of this secret method of practicing the double caves. Now Feng Kuei has one more reason to attack Li Shiming, which is to get Li Shiming's secret. As his mind moved slightly, the power of the phantom in the cave above his head strengthened a bit, and its momentum alone firmly suppressed Li Shiming's 2 caves. Now! Li Shiming no longer concealed himself at this time. He shouted deeply. There are 3 more cave sky shadows above his head. Among the 5 cave sky shadows, only the first one is a thunder cave sky, and the rest are sword intent cave heavens. This was intentional on his part. Thunder and lightning have special effects in battle. They are extremely powerful and have a paralysis effect. As long as they are hit, the enemy will be paralyzed. As for the 4 sword intent cave heavens, it goes without saying that his most powerful attack method is the sword cultivators. Chaos sword intent. His sword cultivation inheritance was obtained from the ancestor of sword intent Chongshao Pavilion. This is already the strongest sword cultivation inheritance in this world. Immortal envoy Feng Kuei's eyes were a little dull. Even though he was an immortal envoy and had seen countless amazing geniuses in his life, he still couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. He saw 5 caves. A total of 5 caves. It is extremely troublesome for a powerful person to build one cave. It is theoretically impossible to build 5 caves at the same time. This requires the monk to have 5 nascent souls in the nascent soul stage, 5 golden pills in the golden core stage, and 5 spiritual vortexes in the foundation establishment stage. He thought that he had seen most of the techniques in the world, but he had never heard of such a technique. Moreover, this is a technique that can be cultivated to the realm of the great immortal envoy. If one can cultivate the technique to the realm of the great immortal envoy, there will definitely be no problem in practicing until he ascends. This is the top skill in the world, and he feels that he is so ignorant. What kind of skills are you practicing? Before the official battle, he couldn't help but ask his question. The art of heaven and man. Li Shiming thought for a while and replied. Shy G's, art of heaven and man. How could it have such power? He was only a mid-term powerful man. He was surrounded and killed until he was seriously injured and died because of the ancient inheritance. Unexpectedly, Great Immortal Envoy Feng Kui actually knew that Great Master Shai Gu. Yes, I have also heard of the heavenly art. The heavenly art that he knew was just a figment of the mighty Shai Gu. The ancient inheritance was readapted and became the celestial art that is said to be able to cultivate one into a heavenly being. It's a pity that the great master Shai Gu himself only reached the middle stage of great power before he fell. It's hard for him to say whether he even practiced the art of heaven and man. Although Immortal Envoy Feng Kui said this, greed flashed in his eyes. No matter how weak Shai Gu is, the heavenly art has been verified by Li Shiming and is indeed the top skill in the world, even stronger than other top skills. Anyway, he has never heard of any other technique that can cultivate 5 caves. Even the technique that is rumored to be able to cultivate 2 caves is also a very dangerous technique. When that skill is in the nascent soul stage, you need to practice a deputy nascent soul to come out and cut the soul in half alive. The consequence is that when advancing to the realm of great power, the risk increases many times. There are also monks who have successfully practiced this technique and been promoted to the realm of great power. However, after being promoted to the realm of great power, they will never make any progress in their lives. They will always be only in the initial stage of great power. The 2 caves have not brought him any benefits. Immortal Feng Kui adjusted the power of the cave. He wanted to defeat Li Shiming, but he did not want to kill Li Shiming immediately, at least before digging out all the secrets in Li Shiming. He did not want Li Shiming to die. Li Shiming frowned slightly. The combined power of his 5 caves seemed very powerful, but his lack of background meant that his momentum was still not as powerful as the power of 1 cave created by great immortal Feng Kui. Hey, I still lack accumulation. If it takes another 100 years, I can completely suppress the great immortal envoy Feng Kui, he thought in his heart. When the great immortal envoy Feng Kui showed his strength, Li Shiming obtained the true combat power of the veteran great immortal envoy through Z15. This forced Li Shiming to consider more methods. With a slight movement of his mind, a sword intention cave was transformed into a flame cave. You are playing with fire with me. Immortal Envoy Feng Kui couldn't help but laugh after seeing the flame cave. As a great immortal envoy of the fire system, he stands at the pinnacle of this world on the path of flames, and he can definitely see the mountains and small mountains at a glance. In his opinion, what Li Shiming did was just trying to do what he wants. Stop talking nonsense, John! Li Shiming's breath rose, and he shouted sternly. When he shouted loudly, he used Heavenly Demon's Ear, and a wave of waves spread out around him with him as the center. This fusion attack of sound waves and spirit swept away the great immortal envoy Feng Kui. The phantom in the cave's sky above immortal Feng Kui's head shook slightly, and all the attacks of Devil in the Ear were blocked by the cave's sky that appeared, and had no effect on immortal Feng Kui's body. Let me teach you. When we, the great immortal envoy, appear in the cave, we cannot harm the great immortal envoy's body without breaking the cave heaven. Great Immortal Envoy Feng Kui said with a sneer. Chapter 1103 Immortal God. Immortal Envoy Feng Kui was already very confident about this battle. Later, although Li Shiming displayed the 5 caves, he was a little surprised and became more careful. But after seeing that Li Shiming didn't even know the basic knowledge of the Great Immortal Envoy, his confidence suddenly returned to its original fullness. This was also the first time Li Shiming knew about this matter. After all, the analysis and research on Z15 were all based on his situation. Without actual data support, there would always be something missing. He no longer hesitated, and the 5 phantoms in the cave's sky pressed towards immortal Feng Kui. Just when the phantom in the cave's sky was suppressed, the phantom in the cave's sky transformed into 5 huge worlds. Li Shiming felt that the space in the land of the immortal was being squeezed. When the 5 caves turned into 5 worlds,
and fully appeared in the outside world. The area where the 5 caves were located became an area that he had absolute control over. Immortal Feng Kui did not dare to ask for help at this time. Facing Dongtian's attack, only Dongtian could resist. His flame cave sky faced 5 cave heavens. The 5 cave heavens controlled by Li Shiming formed an arc, which was just right for the 5 cave heavens to collide with the opponent's flame cave heaven at the same time. Li Shiming knew that his 5 caves were weaker than those of the immortal Feng Kui. If they faced each other one by one, they would be defeated one by the immortal Feng Kui. The 5 caves collided with the flame cave of Feng Kui, and the confrontation between the world and the world took place at this time. In the flame cave of the great immortal envoy Feng Kui, the flame energy turned into flame creatures, and the 5th grade immortal fire burned in their bodies and attacked Li Shiming's 5 caves. Li Shiming's 5 caves were also fighting back. The sea of thunder and lightning formed by the thunder and lightning caves continued to pour thunder and lightning into the flame cave of the great immortal Feng Kui. The 3 sword intent caves fired out streams of chaos sword intent, a sword light. The thunder and lightning cave and the 3 sword intent cave were barely able to withstand the flame cave of immortal Feng Kui at this time. But it seemed that the situation would not last long. The main reason is that the energy of the flame cave of immortal Feng Kui is too strong, while the energy in Li Shiming's cave was compressed during promotion and there was no time to recover. Only about 1/10 of the total amount. If it weren't for the extremely powerful attack power of lightning and sword intent, it would still be impossible to barely support it at this time. On the other side, the confrontation between the 2 flame cave heavens was one-sided. Immortal Feng Kui caused the flame creatures in the flame cave to rush into Li Shiming's flame cave. Li Shiming's combat control over flame cave's sky is at the elementary school level, and is far less experienced than the great immortal envoy Feng Kui. Even if Li Shiming asks E15 to simulate the battle of the great immortal, the real battle is still quite different from the simulated battle. Of course, simulating the battle of the great immortal is not completely useless. In fact, Li Shiming's flame cave is not that weak. The reason why Li Shiming chose to finally convert into a flame cave was because he had a special talent in flames. The flaming creatures rushed to Li Shiming's flaming cave and flew towards the core of the cave. They did not think about destroying the cave, but were ready to go straight to Huanlong and destroy the flaming cave in one fell swoop. But not long after the flame creatures rushed in, the sun set in the sky, and a huge fireball swallowed up all the flame creatures. After devouring the flame creatures, the sun seemed to have received some great tonic, and the flames of the sun became even more intense. The sun continues to move forward, and now the flame cave sky of the great immortal Feng Kui collides with Li Shiming's flame cave sky, causing the 2 flame cave heavens to be connected. The sun rushed into the flame cave of the great immortal Feng Kui very smoothly, and all the flames it encountered were swallowed up by the sun. What kind of flame is this? Immortal envoy Feng Kui exclaimed. He mobilized the core flame in the cave sky. Dozens of 5th grade immortal fires, each of which had been carefully cultivated for thousands of years, making the 5th grade fairy fire 10 meters high. This is the body of the 5th grade immortal fire, possessing the most powerful power. The 5th grade immortal fire bodies, normally seen in the world of immortality, are extremely rare to be as big as a small fireball. These 10-meter high 5th grade fairy fire bodies may be able to burn everything in the world. He had brought out the strongest flame in the cave, which was one of his trump cards. Dozens of 5th grade immortal fire bodies surrounded the big sun. The outer flames of the big sun were swallowed up by dozens of 5th grade fairy fire bodies, leaving only the inner body. The body of Chaos Fairy Fire is the true form of the sun. When great immortal envoy Feng Kui saw the true form of Chaos Immortal Fire, he could hardly believe his perception. The quality of Chaos Fairy Fire is so high that it should not appear in this world at all. At this moment, the Chaos Fairy Fire counterattacked towards the 5th grade fairy fire body surrounding it. The Chaos Fairy Fire looked much smaller, and it was said to be a counterattack, but it looked more like it was swallowed up by one of the 5th grade fairy fire itself. However, if you look carefully, you can see that the Chaos Immortal Fire in the 5th grade fairy fire body is constantly growing in size, while the 5th grade fairy fire itself is constantly shrinking. A 5th grade fairy fire body was swallowed up by the Chaos Fairy Fire in just 5 breaths. The Chaos Fairy Fire turned into a meter high and rushed towards another 5th grade fairy fire body. It took 3 breaths to swallow the second 5th grade fairy fire body, and 1 breath to swallow the third 5th grade fairy fire body.
The next 5th grade fairy fire body will quickly merge into the Chaos Fairy Fire, as long as it is approached by the Chaos Fairy Fire. At this time, the Chaos Fairy Fire has turned into a 15-meter-high fireball. When it transforms into the state of the sun, it does not need to transform into flames. The main body can be regarded as the form of the sun. Immortal Feng Kuei wanted to separate his flame cave from Li Shiming's 5 caves, especially from Li Shiming's flame cave. But in the battle between the great immortal envoys, the cave appeared and struck each other, and it could not be easily taken back. Although the battle between the two sides only exists in the cave at this time, that is because other attacks have been offset by the caves of both sides. For example, after the cave sky appears, in the area covered by the cave sky, the master of the cave sky, the immortal envoy, has absolute control as if he were in his own cave sky. This kind of control allows the great immortal to control energy at will. But this control cancels each other out when the two caves are connected. If you want to separate from Dantian, unless both parties want to separate. If one party wants to separate, the other party will take the opportunity to pursue it, and the consequences will be very serious. Immortal Ambassador Feng Kuei regretted that he had rashly started a war with Li Shiming this time. He knew too little about Li Shiming. If he had known that Li Shiming had fairy fire of the quality of Chaos Fairy Fire, he would not have fought like this. Even if he chose to use remote spells to attack each other, it would be safer than such a dangerous handover battle. The body of the Chaos Fairy Fire was still devouring it crazily when the Chaos Fairy Fire devoured the last 5th grade fairy fire body. The Chaos Fairy Fire had already exploded to a height of 30 meters. Immortal Envoy Feng Kuei was so distressed that he couldn't breathe. All the thousands of years of investment he had invested in the 5th grade Immortal Fire body were snatched away by the Chaos Immortal Fire in a short period of time. Fortunately, his foundation was strong enough. He mobilized the energy in the cave and formed waves of pure energy, pushing towards Li Shiming's flame cave. He did not dare to use the flame cave again, but converted the flame energy into pure energy. This kind of energy has lost the power of attribute energy, but based on his accumulation, the amount of pure energy is not comparable to Li Shiming. Of course, such a battle would also cause great damage to the immortal envoy Feng Kuei, but he could no longer care about it at this time. Driven by pure energy, the Chaos Fairy Fire was driven back to the range of Li Shiming's flame cave. The rest of the Thunder and Lightning and Sword Intent and Sword Light were also retreating step by step. Immortal Envoy Feng Kuei took this opportunity to prepare for the separation of Dantian and Li Shiming's 5 Dantian. He no longer wanted to fight anymore. In terms of absolute strength, he was far superior to Li Shiming. But who knew that Li Shiming restrained the great Immortal Envoy Feng Kuei in terms of flames, causing the great Immortal Envoy Feng Kuei to be defeated on the line of flames. Immortal Envoy Feng Kuei knew very well that there was nothing he could do about Li Shiming this time, and it would be impossible to attack and kill Li Shiming in the future. But he had no choice at this time, and being able to escape unscathed would be the best result. As his cave began to retreat, space, energy, and rules continued to collide at the connection between the cave and the cave, making a harsh friction sound. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of Li Shiming's cave. He had 6 wings on his back, holding a long sword in his right hand and a short sword in his left hand. This is none other than the 6-winged Archangel Jean Shung. The long sword in his hand is his weapon, but the dagger in his left hand is Li Shiming's natal flying sword, Ju Xian Sword. This is the first actual battle for the 6-winged Archangel Jean Shung, controlled by Li Shiming's brain. His figure flashed into the cave of Immortal Feng Kuei. Since the cave was not completely separated, Immortal Feng Kuei's control of the rules in the cave had not yet been fully restored to its full strength. This also allows the 6-winged Archangel Golden Saint to perform spatial movement. Space movement is an instinct for the 6-winged Archangel Golden Saint. In some places where it is impossible to perform spatial movement, it is possible for him to perform spatial movement, moving in space. Just like now, his figure flashed continuously in the cave of Immortal Feng Kuei, and he came to the core of the cave. If the 6-winged Archangel Jean Shung had arrived here before, he would have faced dozens of attacks from 10-meter-high 5th grade Immortal Fires. Even the 6-winged Archangel would have to be careful when facing the strongest Immortal Fire in the world. But at this moment, all the 5th grade Fairy Fire bodies were swallowed up by the Chaos Fairy Fire, and he faced the core of the cave without any trouble. Immortal Envoy Feng Kuei discovered the 6-winged Archangel Jean Shung, But the speed of the six-winged archangel Jean Shung was too fast. Far faster than he could leave the cave. When he discovered the six-winged archangel, the golden saint had already appeared at the core of the cave. The long sword in the hand of the six-winged archangel Jean Shung struck down, and the Holy Spirit energy turned into ice energy. Ice and fire are naturally incompatible. With his great power, this sword, let alone the core of the cave, even the space in the cave is equally large enough to be split open. With a click, the core of the cave's sky was divided into two. At the position where the core of the cave is separated, a space crack is exposed, which shows how terrifying his sword is. The great immortal Feng Kuei involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood and reached the realm of the great immortal. The cave's sky was merging with the great immortal's body. When the cave's sky and the physical body are completely integrated, it will reach another level. This world will no longer be able to accommodate him, and he will reach the realm of Ascension. In the realm of the great immortal envoy, the damage caused to the great immortal envoy by the destruction of the Dongtian core is even more than the damage caused by the destruction of the ordinary powerful Dongtian core. Immortal envoy Feng Kuei, who was severely injured, also wanted to use his means to escape. No matter how he survived, he might be able to find a way to rebuild. But at this time, the formation arranged by Li Shiming in advance eliminated the possibility of his escape. Of course, it was impossible for the six-winged archangel Jean Shung to let the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei escape. When Li Shiming decided to dispatch the six-winged archangel Jean Shung, he never thought that the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei would survive. Archangels are originally at the same level as human immortals, and six-winged archangels are the strongest among the archangels. Without any preparation, immortal Feng Kuei exposed his cave core to the six-winged archangel, and also let the six-winged archangel rush to the cave core. The outcome was already determined. The core of the cave's sky was broken, and the cave's sky suddenly became illusory, and could no longer support its appearance to the outside world. After the six-winged archangel Jean Shung disappeared in the cave's sky, his figure flashed in front of the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei. The Juxian sword in his left hand penetrated into the body of the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei. The quality of the Juxian sword is far higher than that of any Lingbao flying sword. Coupled with the close-range thrust of the six-winged archangel, even the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei's physique cannot withstand the Juxian sword. The Juxian sword broke through the body of the immortal envoy Feng Kuei. As the Juxian sword entered his body, the Chaos Sword Intent wreaked havoc on his body and soul. Li Shiming is far inferior to great immortal envoy Feng Kuei in terms of energy accumulation in the cave, but his Chaos Sword Intent is definitely the strongest sword intention that the great immortal envoy of Sword Cultivator can emit. You must know that it is generally recognized in the world of immortal cultivation that the attack power of sword cultivators is the strongest among those of the same level. When the sword cultivator's sword intention enters the monk's body, unless there is a huge gap in realm between the monk and the sword cultivator, the monk will not be able to withstand the erosion of the sword intention. Not to mention how terrifying the power of the Chaos Sword Intent was. In just a few breaths, a life as powerful as the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei was on the verge of extinction. You actually colluded with the divine realm, immortal envoy Feng Kuei muttered. Saying these words, he seemed to have consumed most of the remaining life force, and anger flashed in his eyes. Li Shiming smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to strike at the six-winged archangel Jean Shung, and the six-winged archangel Jean Shung appeared beside him instantly. The next performance of the six-winged archangel Jean Shung made immortal Feng Kuei's eyes widen, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. I saw the six-winged archangel Jean Shung kneeling in front of Li Shiming, as humble as an ant. His eyes looked at Li Shiming as if he were looking at his own god. Immortal envoy Feng Kuei wanted to ask more, but the disappearance of his vitality prevented him from speaking anymore. The anger in his eyes turned into unwillingness, and he died with doubts. Chapter 1104 Repromotion. Li Shiming came to the body of the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei, because he was killed by the Juxian sword. The body was well preserved. It's a pity that he doesn't have this level of corpse-refining materials in hand. Otherwise, he would have wanted to refine a 5th grade peak, flying Yiksha. But even so, the body of immortal envoy Feng Kuei is extremely worthy of study. He took out the soul crystal ring from the body of the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei, but he did not find the natal soul treasure. Considering that with the great immortal envoy's strength, normal natal spiritual treasures could no longer enhance the great immortal envoy's combat power. It was normal for the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei not to have any natal spiritual treasures. He put away the body of the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei, and his figure flashed into a cave. At this time, the cave was slowly collapsing. Li Shiming's spirit swept across the entire cave, and he collected all the precious things. Not long after he collected these precious objects, the entire cave's sky turned into black and white, and all the spiritual objects he had not collected turned into energy. This cave will slowly collapse in the coming time, and will completely collapse in almost 400 years. Li Shiming came out of the cave. The anchor point of the cave turned into a small black bead. He also put the black bead away. The shelf life of this thing is 400 years. During the shelf life, combined with the wrath of the dragon, it will be a big killer for a powerful person with a cave, in addition to escaping from the attack range in time. Otherwise, it depends on their own strength. Is the cave sky strong enough? Based on the calculation of Z15, if the collapse of the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei's cave is accelerated by the wrath of the dragon, then even the great immortal envoys Dantian will not be able to withstand the power of the explosion. In other words, within 400 years, this small black bead in Li Shiming's hand will be a nightmare for any great immortal. Li Shiming shook his head. Killing the immortal envoy Feng Kuei would not be a good thing for the Immortal Alliance or the entire human world. But he could only kill him. Who knows that great immortal Feng Kuei wants to deal with him? He will not show mercy just because he needs to fight against the divine realm. Just as he killed the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei on his side. A powerful man from the eastern branch of the Immortal Alliance let out a horrified cry. The great immortal envoy Feng Kuei has fallen! The great immortal envoy Feng Kuei has fallen! Due to too much fear, the voice of this powerful man was a little distorted. His voice spread throughout the Immortal Alliance, and powerful men appeared one after another, flying in the direction of the voice. Several great immortal envoys also heard the news, and they all appeared next to Dan Ning, who screamed in terror. Ha! Immortal Feng Jin shouted in a deep voice, his voice carrying a calming mental fluctuation that calmed the frightened power. What happened? What do you think happened to the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei? He asked after seeing the powerful man in front of him calm down. My duty in the Eastern Department is to guard the Soul Lantern. Just now, the Soul Lantern envoy Feng Kuei went out. When the powerful man mentioned the Soul Lantern, he still showed a look of horror. However, there were many great immortal envoys in front of him, which made him feel uneasy. Where did Feng Kuei go after leaving the Immortal Alliance? Immortal Feng Jin frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. He was not only asking about the powerful people in front of him. He also looked at several late-stage powerful people from the Eastern Department. The expressions of the other great immortal envoys were not good. The death of the great immortal envoy was something that had never happened to the Immortal Alliance. At the level of the immortal envoy, unless you encounter a crushing advantage, you can still leave even if you are defeated. With the strength of the immortal envoy Feng Kuei, none of the immortal envoys present could kill the immortal envoy Feng Kuei unless they joined forces to surround him. But the soul lamp of immortal envoy Feng Kuei went out. The soul lamp is a special treasure. The soul lamp of the Immortal Alliance is of extremely high quality. There is only one possibility for the soul lamp to go out. That is, the monk corresponding to the soul lamp dies. And the soul, this is what happens when it dissipates. Great immortal envoy, we don't know the whereabouts of great immortal envoy Feng Kuei. A late-stage Eastern sect great master shook his head and replied. Thinking about it, how could the immortal envoy Feng Kuei tell these powerful people from the East about his actions? The immortal envoy Feng Jin only reported the idea of trying it out. It seemed that the immortal envoy Feng Kuei did not have any explanation when he left. Then the great immortal envoy Feng Jin thought of something. The recent events that related to the great immortal envoy were Li Shiming's promotion to the great immortal envoy. At the beginning, the Eastern Department wanted to force Li Shiming to join the Immortal Alliance. And even the powerful Lu Wei died because of this. Thinking of the domineering behavior of the great immortal envoy Feng Kuei, I am afraid that Li Shiming will be regarded as an enemy. The fall of immortal envoy Feng Kuei this time may be related to Li Shiming. Jian Feiyu, where is Li Yuanba? Let Li Yuanba contact Li Shizhen to see if anything happened to Li Shizhen. Thinking of this, the great immortal Feng Jin turned to look at the great immortal Jian Feiyu and ordered. Immortal Jian Feiyu nodded, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Li Yuanba did not appear here, which means that Li Yuanba is practicing. If you want to find Li Yuanba, you can only go to the Inheritance Cave. Immortal envoy Feng Jin sighed helplessly. The promotion of immortal envoy Jian Feiyu gave him the opportunity to ascend. But now that the immortal envoy Feng Kuei has fallen, the strength of the Immortal Alliance has been damaged, and at least he will not be able to ascend in a short period of time. He needs to ensure the combat power of the Immortal Alliance's great immortal envoys before he can consider ascension. Immortal Jian Feiyu entered the Heritage Cave and moved outside Li Yuanba's stone house in a flash. He was about to use the sound transmission technique, and when he called out Li Yuanba, his expression froze. And then he became overjoyed. All the monks in the cave will exit, and the cave will be sealed immediately. His voice spread to every place in the cave. The great immortal envoy Feng Jin and the other two great immortal envoys who were outside had just asked the other great powers to go back. But they saw a bunch of monks flying out of the main peak of the southern system. And then the great immortal envoy Jian Feiyu appeared in front of the great immortal envoy Feng Jin. Beside, Li Yuanba didn't come out. A great immortal envoy next to him asked in a deep voice. There was dissatisfaction in his voice. The immortal envoy Jian Feiyu went to invite him in person. There were 3 immortal envoys waiting here, but Li Yuanba did not come with him. Yuanba is being promoted. Let's wait until he is promoted. Great immortal Jian Feiyu couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He tried his best to maintain a calm expression and replied. At this time, the 3 immortal envoys present were all stunned. The great immortal envoy Feng Jin was a little in disbelief. He even used his authority over the cave to sense it, and found that it was indeed true. How is this possible? The great immortal who just spoke said, as if he had seen a ghost. Is this southern system so lucky? Look! Li Shiming was promoted shortly after Jian Feiyu was promoted. Although Li Shiming is not a core member of the Immortal Alliance, he is a friend of the Southern Clan, and he was promoted in the Southern Clan Heritage Cave Heaven. Li Shiming had just been promoted and left. And here Li Yuanba was about to be promoted again. Being promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy is not a piece of cake. It can happen one after another. The realm of the Great Immortal Envoy is the peak combat power of human monks in this world. It can be said that all the geniuses in the entire world of immortality have gathered in the land of Fallen Immortal. And in the land of Fallen Immortal for thousands of years, there have only been a few Great Immortal Envoys. Although Feng Kui has died, Li Yuanba's promotion can just make up for the gap in combat power left by Feng Kui. Immortal Feng Jin thought for a while and said. He didn't say it clearly, but several immortal envoys present understood what he meant. I don't agree. Yuanba is from the Southern Clan. How can you let him go to the Eastern Clan? Immortal Jian Feiyu shook his head and objected. The other 2 great immortal envoys looked at each other and exchanged ideas. The 2 sides reached an agreement in a short period of time. After Li Yuanba is promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy, let him lead the Eastern Department. This is a very good idea. I agree. The 2 great immortal envoys expressed their opinions respectively. If Li Yuanba stays in the Southern Department, then even if the great immortal envoy Feng Jin ascends, the Southern Department still has 2 immortal envoys. Together with Li Yuanba's friend Li Shiming, the number of immortal envoys that the Southern Department can mobilize reaches 3. But it was completely different when Li Yuanba was assigned to the Eastern Department, and Li Yuanba became the manager of the Eastern Department. Perhaps Li Yuanba and the great immortal envoy Jian Feiyu are from the same sect, and their relationship will be very close. However, after managing a large amount of resources in the Eastern Department and gaining great power, there will be a certain gap between even the same sects. As long as the 2 great immortal envoys make some efforts, the Immortal Alliance can return to a 4-legged situation. Li Yuanba's promotion happened completely naturally. After Li Shiming was promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy, he shared insights from Li Shiming on the Gold Rules, Sword and Tension Rules, and Space Rules. These insights at the level of the Great Immortal Envoy loosened his bottleneck and made him feel the excitement of promotion. Opportunity. Li Yuanba returned to the stone house and began to practice using the 5th grade top elixir. Since the 5th grade top elixir did not contain any impurities, there was no need to consider the residual potency after taking it. He quickly consumed 15 of the 5th grade top elixir, which made his physique exceed the peak level of the late stage of great power and reach to another level. Next, he was preparing for promotion while digesting the power of the 5th grade top elixir. Even though Li Shiming was fighting the immortal envoy Feng Kui before, it did not affect Li Yuanba's preparations for promotion. After Li Shiming killed the immortal envoy Feng Kui, Li Yuanba's formal promotion began. On the other side, Li Taibai used space movement and found Li Shiming. Then Li Taibai began to be promoted next to Li Shiming. Li Taibai and Li Yuanba were in the same situation, and they both shared the corresponding understanding of the rules from Li Shiming. Li Taibai shared the lightning rules and space rules of the Great Immortal Envoy level, which allowed him to easily enter the promotion process. Li Shiming was relieved. Li Yuanba was in the Immortal Alliance and was protected by the Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu. So he didn't need to worry about anything. Not to mention Li Taibai. Although he was on the border of the Immortal Realm, he was here. Even if the six-winged Archangel of the Divine Realm came in person, he could protect Li Taibai. It's not like only the God's domain has six-winged Archangels. Whenever necessary, he can summon the six-winged Archangel Golden Saint to join the battle at any time. The promotion process of Li Yuanba and Li Taibai did not take long, compared with the promotion in seclusion that took hundreds or thousands of years. The two of them successfully promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy in just one day. Of course, Li Yuanba's identity as the Great Immortal Envoy was recognized by the Immortal Alliance, while Li Taibai's Great Immortal Envoy was just a title. And even the Immortal Alliance would not take the initiative to address him. Li Taibai's promotion process was unknown. Except for Li Shiming, there were no bystanders. At the junction of the Immortal Realm and the Divine Realm, both the Immortal Realm and the Divine Realm have not fully explored this area. Even though there was considerable news about Li Taibai's promotion, it did not attract any attention. On the other hand, Li Yuanba's promotion has 4 great immortal envoys outside paying attention. Even the entire Immortal Alliance is waiting. Originally, the fall of the great immortal envoy Feng Kui caused the hearts of the Immortal Alliance to become disorganized. Even the great immortal envoy could have fallen. This was an extremely demoralizing thing for the powerful men whose strength was far inferior to that of the great immortal envoy. But then it came out that Li Yuanba was being promoted to the great immortal envoy. And suddenly the depressed powerful men became excited one by one. Li Yuanba was successfully promoted, and he felt his own strength. The sword body of sword intention climbing to the sky has been cultivated to the extreme. And his physical body at this time is a top-notch spiritual treasure, flying sword. This not only enhanced the physical defense, but also made his physical body extremely sharp. He shook his head. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to use the purple sky sword in future battles. The power exerted by his physical body was not inferior to that of the purple sky sword. Of course, the purple sky sword can attack from a distance, but when the great immortal needs to attack with all his strength, it is not as simple as using a flying sword to attack. Instead, he needs to let the cave heaven tool appear to the outside world and use the cave world as a weapon to attack the enemy. As for fighting low-level enemies, there is no need to use the purple sky sword. His mental suppression can make low-level monks unable to move or even directly annihilate their souls. No wonder the immortal envoy Feng Kui doesn't have his own spiritual treasure. This must be the case. Li Yuanba's strength improved so quickly that he felt like the purple sky sword had been eliminated just after it had been used for many years. Feeling that Dong Tian has a closer connection with himself. And more importantly, all 10,000 energy flying swords passively evolved when Dong Tian evolved to the realm of the great immortal envoy. All the golden energy in the cave was injected into the 10,000 energy flying swords. These golden energies were all at the level of the great immortal envoy, directly allowing 10,000 energy flying swords to evolve into the top spiritual treasure. Each energy flying sword can contain more energy and sword intent. This change in the energized flying sword went beyond Z15's initial calculations and was an unknown evolution. Who would have thought that Li Yuanba's 10,000 energy flying swords would undergo such changes during his promotion to the great immortal envoy? But this change is inevitable. The 10,000 energy flying swords are one with Dong Tian, and they are Dong Tian's main means of attack. This is the same as the great immortal envoy Feng Kui converting fire energy into flame creatures, making the flame creatures become the main attack force of Dong Tian. Li Yuanba Dong Tian's main evolutionary energy was used on 10,000 energy flying swords, regardless of whether he wants it or not. From now on, the 10,000 energy flying swords will be the main means of attack for his cave-like weapon to appear to the outside world. Chapter 1105 Power. Li Yuanba looked at the 10,000 energy-based flying swords with joy. After evolving, the 10,000 energy-based flying swords could withstand all the energy and sword intent of Dong Tian. In other words, when the cave sky appears in the outside world, the 10,000 energized flying swords are the spears of the cave sky, and the cave sky is the energy source of the energized flying swords. After sensing his current strength, he has the combat experience he shared with Li Shiming. At least he also has the experience of fighting the great immortal envoy, and can judge where his current combat power is compared to the great immortal envoy. With his combat power, he could sustain himself in a short period of time against the immortal envoy Feng Kui, but he would not be able to cope with it over time. It's still the same old problem. There is too little energy in Dantian. In Dantian just after promotion, only about 1/10 of the energy remains. And it is all concentrated in 10,000 energy flying swords. Now in the cave, only the core of the cave is continuously producing energy. And the energy of the new immortal envoys is supplementing the energy of the cave. Li Yuanba left the stone house, and his figure flashed out of the inheritance cave. Yuanba, it's a good thing that I got promoted first. Otherwise, if you were promoted before me, I wouldn't know how to face you.
Jian Feiyu, the great immortal envoy, said with a smile when he saw Li Yuanba, who was already the great immortal envoy.
Thank you, senior brother. If I hadn't watched senior brother's promotion process, I wouldn't have been promoted so smoothly.
Li Yuanba solemnly stepped forward and bowed. Okay, and said, originally, when Li Shiming was promoted, he should have expressed his gratitude to the immortal envoy Jian Feiyu. But Li Shiming did not observe the promotion process of Jian Feiyu, the immortal envoy. So Li Yuanba did this at this time. If the promotion process of Jian Feiyu Great Immortal had not provided Li Shiming with insights, Li Shiming would not have been able to break through so easily. Of course, the prerequisite for Jian Feiyu's promotion to the Great Immortal Envoy is a cup of 5th grade 1 tea given by Li Yuanba. 1 drink and 1 peck. Could it be predestined? They all have a reason. Li Yuanba gave help to the immortal Jian Feiyu, and the immortal Jian Feiyu also helped Li Yuanba.
Yuanba, there is no need to say this between us. Without your help, how could I have been promoted?
Immortal Jian Feiyu quickly returned the gesture. Some powerful people who paid attention to this area, especially those in the later period, had their thoughts changed after hearing the words of the great immortal Jian Feiyu. From the words of the great immortal Jian Feiyu, it is not difficult to hear that Li Yuanba gave the great immortal Jian Feiyu some help before the great immortal Jian Feiyu was successfully promoted. Thinking of the time when the immortal envoy Jian Feiyu went into seclusion 500 years ago, it was the time when Li Yuanba first joined the Immortal Alliance. They were speculating in their minds. What kind of help would it be? It's a pity that even if they have some ideas, considering that Li Yuanba is already a great immortal envoy, they can't get Li Yuanba's help through forceful means. Among them, some of them were quick thinking, and were already preparing to work hard to curry favor with Li Yuanba.
Congratulations, Brother Li. I will call you Immortally from now on.
Immortal Feng Jin said with a smile. The other 2 immortal envoys also smiled and nodded. Li Yuanba was a core member of the Immortal Alliance, and they all recognized the identity of the immortal envoy.
Thank you.
Li Yuanba expressed his gratitude to the 3 immortal envoys. He felt the kindness from the 3 great immortal envoys. This made him have to smile helplessly in his heart. The original Li Shiming was not a core member of the Immortal Alliance, although he was also congratulated at that time. He was not called the Great Immortal Envoy. And except for the Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu and the Great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin, the attitude of the Great Immortal Envoy was not very good. Looking at now, the attitude of the 3 immortal envoys towards him is extremely good, and the goodwill in them is almost overflowing. He didn't know that there was help from the Great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin. The Great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin wanted him to take over the Eastern Department, which was in the interest of the other 2 immortal envoys.
Brother Li, I have something to discuss with you.
Immortal Envoy Feng Jin looked at the other 3 immortal envoys. At this time, Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu also figured it out and expressed his support, giving him the idea to continue. Idea? The reason why Immortal Jian Feiyu figured it out was for Li Yuanba's good. If Li Yuanba stays in the Southern Department, with him in the Southern Department, even if he gives up his power to Li Yuanba probably won't be willing to take it over. Besides, in addition to power, there are many interests and resources. In addition to controlling many resources, the Eastern Department also has related libraries and treasure houses. These are the foundation of the Eastern Department and can also provide help to Li Yuanba. In addition, Li Yuanba went to the Eastern Department. Isn't Li Yuanba a fellow disciple? Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion controls the 2 major factions of the Immortal Alliance, which is also a great thing for Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion.
Please tell me.
Li Yuanba first glanced at the great immortal Jian Feiyu, and when he saw the great immortal Jian Feiyu nodded to him, letting him understand that this was a good thing. He bowed slightly to the great immortal Feng Jin and said,
Did you know that something big happened in the Immortal Alliance? The great immortal envoy Feng Kui of the Eastern Department unexpectedly died. Now there is no immortal envoy in the Eastern Department. We would like to ask you to take over the Eastern Department.
Great immortal envoy Feng Jin said. Li Yuanba showed a look of horror at first, even though he knew the reason for the death of the great immortal Feng Kui and even the battle. He still had to show the proper expression. When he thought about it in his mind, taking over the Eastern Department was a big deal, as it meant that he had entered the highest level of the Immortal Alliance. But if he stays in the Southern Department, he has the great Immortal Jian Feiyu above him. Even if the great Immortal Jian Feiyu gives him great power, he still has to report to the great Immortal Jian Feiyu for whatever he wants to do in the Southern Department. In addition, he has a great interest in the Eastern Library Pavilion. The reason why Li Shiming only spent hundreds of years to improve his understanding of the 5 elements rules, thunder and lightning rules, sword intent rules, and space rules to the conditions for promotion to the great Immortal Envoy. In addition to getting help from the godhead of the 6-winged Archangel Golden Saint, the books in the Southern Collection Pavilion also gave a lot of help.
I agree.
Li Yuanba nodded and said. The great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin and the other 3 Immortal Envoys all laughed, with the great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin laughing the most happily, because Li Yuanba was willing to take over the Eastern Department. The Immortal Alliance stabilized, and its strength was restored. Under such circumstances, he could completely ascend according to the original plan. This was the main reason why he proposed to let Li Yuanba take over the Eastern Department. The temptation of promotion was too great for him, due to the unexpected death of the great Immortal Envoy Feng Kui of the Eastern Clan. Without the help of the great Immortal Envoy Feng Kui, the possibility of another great Immortal Envoy appearing in the Eastern Clan is too low. If the Eastern system continues to be like this, Immortal Envoy Feng Jin needs to stay in this world until the Immortal Alliance stabilizes again. With the joint support of several great Immortal Envoys, they will not care about the opinions of other powerful people in the Eastern Department. This is not important. The great Immortal Envoy is the highest authority in the Immortal Alliance. Li Yuanba's Jade Plate was elevated to the power of the Eastern Department Manager through the combined efforts of several great Immortal Envoys. Through the identity of Jade Disc, he could truly understand the background of the Eastern Department within a quarter of the Immortal Alliance. There are 173 inheritance caves in the Eastern system alone, among which the inheritance cave on the main peak is the core of the Eastern system. He used the identity Jade Disc to enter the inheritance cave of the main peak of the East system, came to the core of the cave, and entered the master recognition technique. Immediately, the entire inheritance cave was within his range of perception. Although this place was not his real cave, it was under his control. The operation of the Eastern Department does not require him to worry too much. Only some major matters require him to make decisions. Of course, all affairs of the Eastern Department will be reported to him through the identity Jade Disc at regular intervals, allowing him to control all affairs of the Eastern Department. Li Yuanba did not try to change the power structure of the Eastern Clan. In the world of immortality, strength is the most important thing. No matter what happens next, he, the great Immortal Envoy, has absolute power and strength. As long as he finds any problem, he can easily deprive and grant power to a certain monk. He first went to see the treasure house. After seeing the treasure house, he realized how rich the Eastern Department was. There are more than 500 5th-grade elixirs in the library alone. You must know that they were wildly redeemed by the powerful before, and there are still more than 500 left. You can imagine the 5th-grade elixirs of the Eastern Department. How many originally there were? Thinking of the 173 inheritance caves, it is not impossible to understand that so many inheritance caves are entirely for cultivating 5th-grade elixirs. There are also some 5th-grade materials in the treasure house.
Exotic spiritual crystals,
many spiritual treasures, and a small amount of treasures. And through the power in the identity Jade Plate, he has the final say in everything in the Eastern treasure house. It wouldn't be a problem even if he emptied the treasure house. But no great Immortal Envoy would do that. Li Yuanba looked at the treasure trove that was enough to drive the later powers crazy. But there was a calm look on his face. Yes, the wealth here is astonishing. But to the great Immortal, the treasure house is just wealth, not even a cultivation resource. The great Immortal Envoy no longer even needs the 5th-grade spiritual treasures refined from the 5th-grade materials cultivated in his own cave. What do these 5th-grade materials that are not produced in this cave count? The 5th-grade elixir refined from the 5th-grade elixir can also be of extremely limited help to the great Immortal Envoy. Perhaps here in the East Department, the stone house and library of the great Immortal Envoy were helpful to Li Yuanba's cultivation. Then, he went to the library pavilion. After reaching the realm of the great Immortal Envoy, and with higher authority, his spirit instantly enveloped the entire library pavilion. So the jade slips that were protected by the band were all entered by his spirit. Z15 began to collect the classics in these jade slips. Some of them are duplicated in the Southern Collection Library, but many are different, especially for ancient classics.
Every jade slip is almost unique. This time, he didn't stay in the library for long before he entered the stone house of the great immortal envoy. The stone house was arranged into a sea of fire, especially when he saw dozens of 5th grade immortal fire flames arranged throughout the stone house, forming a special flame array with 5th grade fairy fire flames as nodes. In such a stone house, the speed of fire training will be greatly improved. But it was a pity that Li Yuanba was a great immortal envoy of the gold system. With a slight thought in his mind, the layout of the stone house changed greatly. This place transformed into a void, with only a futon floating in the core. With his arrangement in the southern stone house, there were dozens of twinkling stars in the sky, which were transformed by dozens of 5th grade fairy fire flames. The stone house originally generated fire energy, but under his changes, only gold energy was generated in the stone house. The metal energy here can be absorbed by his cave, which can speed up the production of cave energy to a certain extent. It's just that the fire energy converted by the stone house is not enough for the absorption speed of his cave sky, and it is far inferior to the energy naturally produced by the core of the cave sky. This made the energy in the stone house always insufficient, but it already made him very satisfied. Li Shiming on the other side, after Li Taibai was promoted to the immortal envoy, focused on the soul crystal ring obtained from the corpse of the immortal envoy Feng Kui. After Li Taibai was promoted to the great immortal envoy, he entered a state of seclusion. There is no way. Li Taibai, the great immortal envoy, is probably the weakest great immortal envoy. Without the accumulation of Dong Tian energy, the combat power he can exert is very limited. Although the attack power of the great immortal of Lei Xiao is still extremely strong, the power of Lei Xiao's thunder and lightning is related to the total amount of energy in the cave. When the energy is insufficient, the power of the thunder method used by Lei Xiao will also be greatly limited. Anyway, nothing happened recently, and Li Taibai is no longer needed to obtain contribution points. The plan could not keep up with the changes. Before, he thought that he would stay in the powerful realm for a long time, and thought that his demand for resources would be very large. But he never expected that 500 years later, he would be promoted to the great immortal envoy. He has almost no need for resources, and the remaining resources in his hands cannot be consumed no matter how much Yin Shiruan consumes them. Speaking of Yin Shiruan, the problem of talent is extremely troublesome. At the mid-level realm of great power, although Yin Shiruan has accumulated enough energy in Dong Tian in 500 years, Yin Shiruan is still far from understanding the rules. But this doesn't matter. Yin Shiruan's lifespan is extremely long, so there is no need to be so anxious about promotion. Li Shiming focused on the soul crystal ring. He was very curious about what was in the soul crystal ring of a great immortal envoy. When he saw a flying boat, he had a clearer understanding of his poverty, because the flying boat he saw was a 5th grade flying boat. If he read correctly, this 5th grade flying boat was made by cutting off a 5th grade spiritual root. In his opinion, doing this is definitely burning the harp and boiling the crane. Even if he reaches the realm of the great immortal envoy, he will attach great importance to the 5th grade spiritual root. The 5th grade spiritual roots are diverse, and can be transformed into various functions through manipulation. The resources produced are all of 5th grade quality, which can be regarded as the source of long-term 5th grade resource consumption. Using 5th grade spiritual roots to make a 5th grade flying boat, no matter how good the performance of the 5th grade flying boat is, it is not as important as the value of the 5th grade spiritual root itself. Of course, this is Li Shiming's own opinion. In the eyes of immortal envoy Feng Kui or other immortal envoys, face is the most important thing. A 5th grade flying boat can be used as a vehicle to fully display the elegance of a great immortal envoy. As for the preciousness of 5th grade spiritual roots, as long as the great immortal envoy, who controls the most powerful power of the immortal alliance, pays attention, he can always find 5th grade spiritual roots. Chapter 1106 Observation. In the soul crystal ring of immortal Feng Kui, there are also the cultivation experiences he usually recorded. As for other spiritual objects, Li Shiming did not pay attention to them. The spiritual objects in the soul crystal ring are mainly 5th grade living items. It is not difficult to understand that the great immortal has no need for 5th grade spiritual treasures. For the great immortal, if the 5th grade materials are to be more useful, it is better to make them into living spiritual objects. Just like a set of teapots. A complete set of 5 grade teapots can not only enhance the quality of the spiritual tea, but also highlight the status of the great immortal envoy. Although Li Shiming didn't care much about it, the 5th grade living spiritual objects could be of some help to Yin Shiruan. Nowadays, it is difficult for Yin Shiruan to improve her realm. This kind of 5th grade spiritual object integrated into daily life can continue to help her. He also moved dozens of 5th grade fairy fires rescued from the cave of immortal Feng Kuei to his own cave. And when Yin Shuan was free, he would come over to select the 5th grade fairy fire that suited him for sacrifice. The dozens of 5th grade fairy fires he obtained from the great immortal envoy cave of Feng Kuei this time had actually been integrated into the Chaos Fairy Fire by him. But if he wants to separate the 5th grade fairy fire from the Chaos Fairy Fire, he needs to consume a lot of energy. The worst thing he is right now is energy. If Yin Shuan hadn't accidentally obtained the flames of dozens of 5th grade immortal fires, Yin Shuan would have had to wait for many more years if she wanted to sacrifice and refine the 5th grade fairy fire. Not long after the Immortal Alliance was stable, Great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin determined the day for his ascension. He had wasted too much time for the sake of the Immortal Alliance. For some reason, Immortal Ambassador Feng Jin not only invited Li Shiming, but also invited Li Taibai at the same time. Li Taibai rarely interacted with other powerful people, and not many powerful people really understood him. But his reputation is not low. When Xianju was attacked, Li Taibai single-handedly defeated the invading late-level 5th grade boring god warriors and saved Xianju. The most important thing is that we learned from the information from the Immortal Alliance that Li Taibai came with Li Yuanba and Li Shiming, and they were good friends. With the current status of Li Shiming and Li Yuanba, even if they respect the two great immortal envoys Li Shiming and Li Yuanba, it is only right to invite Li Taibai to observe the ascension of the great immortal envoy Feng Jin. Li Shiming only hesitated slightly and agreed to go with Li Taibai to observe. There is still no need to keep Li Taibai's promotion to the great immortal envoy a secret from the Immortal Alliance. Of course, the Immortal League did not spread the news about Li Shiming's promotion to the great immortal envoy, except for those within the Immortal League who knew about it. Not many monks in other places in the Immortal Domain knew about it. Even if this matter does not spread outside the Immortal Alliance, it will be known to other monks after a while. But it will take a long time. It is impossible for Li Shiming not to deal with any monks. As long as he does, the news of his promotion to the Immortal Envoy will spread. The ascension of Immortal Feng Jin is a major event for the Immortal Alliance. But the ascension cannot be disturbed much. So the number of monks observing the ascension is not that many. The monks who are qualified to observe the ascension of the great immortal Feng Jin must at least be powerful in the later stage. No matter how weak the monk is, they will not be able to gain any insights from observing the ascension process, and may even expose themselves to the aura of the great immortal's ascension. Influence. On this day, Li Yuanba, the great immortal envoy Jian Feiyu, and the two great immortal envoys from the western and northern departments stood beside a suspended mountain peak. The four immortal envoys were closest to the top of the suspended mountain peak. Behind them, nearly 20 late-stage experts were lined up at a relatively far distance. The order of arrangement is also particular. The strongest late-stage powers are ranked first, and the weaker late-stage powers are arranged farther away. All the powerful officials remained silent, including the four great immortal envoys who arrived here in advance. This time, there are only two observing monks who are not core members of the Immortal Alliance and are worthy of being invited by the Immortal Alliance, namely Li Shiming and Li Taibai.
Why hasn't Li Taibai come yet?
Immortal Jian Feiyu looked at Li Yuanba and asked softly. It didn't matter that Li Shiming came later. Who said Li Shiming was the great immortal envoy? Although they were already waiting here, there was still some time before the agreed time. So Li Shiming did not come late. But Li Taibai should arrive earlier on this occasion. This is respect for the great immortal envoy, and it is also an unspoken rule.
They are coming!
Li Yuanba replied with a smile. Just as he said these words, two figures appeared beside him. The people who came were none other than Li Shiming and Li Taibai. Because of Z15, Z15 had calculated the time required to come, so he came over quickly. Originally, the other immortal envoys were somewhat dissatisfied with Li Taibai, but after seeing Li Taibai, they were all shocked.
Li Taibai has been promoted,
Immortal Jian Feiyu said with some disbelief. Even he felt that the world was too crazy. He was promoted to the great immortal envoy because he had thousands of years of accumulation. Even so, if it weren't for Li Yuanba's 5th grade Wendao T, he still wouldn't be able to be promoted to the great immortal envoy. But looking at the three people in front of them, Li Shiming, Li Yuanba and Li Taibai, they were all promoted to great immortal envoys in a short period of time. And the late-stage powerful men standing behind the great immortal envoy had their eyes shining brightly. They remembered what the great immortal Jian Feiyu said before. Li Yuanba's spiritual object helped the great immortal Jian Feiyu. which gave the great immortal Jian Feiyu a chance to be promoted. Before this, they were not sure, but after seeing Li Taibai, they were all 100% sure that Li Yuanba must have a treasure in his hands that could help the later powerful to be promoted to the great immortal. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why everyone from Li Shiming to Li Yuanba to Li Taibai were promoted to great immortal envoys. Li Taibai bowed and saluted several great immortal envoys. He said nothing, mainly because he was not familiar with these great immortal envoys. Almost all the attention at the scene fell on him. The great immortal envoys were surprised, and the late immortal envoys were surprised. If the occasion hadn't been wrong, the late immortal envoys would have wanted to communicate with Li Taibai and ask what treasure Li Taibai used to promote him to the great immortal envoy. At this time, immortal Feng Jin walked out of the cave on the top of the mountain. He also saw Li Taibai. He just nodded slightly, without much emotional change. In the days before his ascension, he had been adjusting his emotions. At this time, his emotions could not be affected by external objects. Ascension is too important, and he has put in too much effort for it. Even if Li Taibai is promoted to the immortal envoy from the outside world, it cannot affect his emotions. He did not fly or use space to move, but walked step by step towards the highest point of the mountain top. The observing monks all around focused their attention on the great immortal envoy Feng Jin. The opportunity to observe the ascension was too rare, and most powerful men would not be able to get this opportunity in their lifetime. Immortal Feng Jin waved his hand, and above his head, a phantom appeared in the sky. Li Shiming, Li Yuanba and Li Taibai all used Shenmu Tong, and Z15 was connected to their Shenmu Tong to obtain more data through the three of them. Li Shiming's feeling about the shadow in the cave sky was that the cave sky gave him an extremely heavy feeling. This feeling comes from the energy in the cave sky. The energy in the cave sky shadow is so strong that it is full, which can be regarded as the ultimate energy of the great immortal. In an instant, Z15 gave a comparison. It would take Li Shiming at least 600 years to reach the standard of Feng Jin's energy in the cave. This number did not scare Li Shiming, but made him feel relieved. At least he knows how far he is from the highest peak. As for the physical strength and understanding of the rules, there is no need to worry about the physical strength. After taking the 5th grade top elixir, his physical strength has already reached the ultimate in this world, even in terms of rule comprehension. Now he, the 6-winged archangel Jean Shung, Li Yuanba, and Li Taibai are all cooperating with Z15's calculations. I believe that the progress in rule comprehension will not be too slow. He was thinking in his mind without taking his eyes off the great immortal Feng Jin. Great immortal Feng Jin made the shadow in the cave sky above his head slowly fall towards him. When the cave sky shadow came into contact with his physical body, he let out a roar, and his physical body suddenly expanded, as if he felt extreme pain. Of course Li Shiming knew the risks of this step. The ultimate goal of the great immortal envoy was to merge the cave heaven with the physical body, so that the cave heaven is the flesh body, and the flesh body is the cave heaven, and there is no difference between them. This is a change in the life form of the great immortal. After integrating the cave sky into the physical body exceeds the limit that this world can accommodate. This realm is called the integration period. But in this world, the integration period exceeds the world's capacity limit, and the integration period is the ascension period. To integrate the cave sky into the physical body, every step must be extremely careful. A single mistake will have dire consequences. However, any great immortal envoy who can try to ascend has not been preparing for this for thousands of years. Just like the great immortal envoy Feng Jin at this time. Although he was roaring, his mind was entirely focused on the physical body and the cave sky. The speed of the cave sky integrating into the physical body was very slow, but there was no sense of sluggishness at all. The monks who were watching stared blankly at the scene in front of them. The monks here are all late-stage powerful monks. They know how huge their cave is, and how powerful the internal energy is. To integrate the cave heaven into the physical body, most of the powers here are unimaginable. All the later great masters who are observing here come here voluntarily to observe, because observing ascension may be of great help to the later powers. But it may also have a negative impact on the later powers. If it helps, the chance of being promoted to the great immortal envoy, or even ascending, will be slightly improved in the later stage. The negative impact will make the late-stage powerful unable to make any progress from now on. Everything depends on the late-stage powerful's own talent. Even with such consequences, observing the ascension is something that many late-stage powers are eager to do. There are only so many monks in the entire world of immortality who can ascend. Even the great immortal envoys are not immortal. Legend has it that only by ascension can true immortality be possible. How could any late-stage great master consider himself to be extremely talented? So how could he give up the opportunity to observe his ascension? As time passes, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the speed of the fusion of cave and sky has not changed much. The further you get, the more careful you have to be. Great immortal Feng Jin caused energy to continuously radiate from his body. This was the energy that overflowed during the process of merging the cave and sky with the physical body. In addition, from time to time during fusion, the uncontrollable spiritual energy of immortal Feng Jin will form a spiritual shock wave outward. The great immortal standing at the front need to take action to block the mental shock wave and spilled energy. If the mental shock wave and spilled energy are not stopped, the late-stage power behind him cannot be stopped at all, and watching will become a disaster. It was not until the 9th day that the immortal envoy Feng Jin completely integrated Dong Tian into his physical body. At the moment when Dong Tian completely merged into his physical body, his aura suddenly increased a lot, breaking through the extreme of this world. Heaven and earth sensed that great immortal Feng Jin was an alien who had broken through the limits, and a terrifying sense of rejection emerged. In just 10 breaths, thunderclouds appeared above the head of the great immortal Feng Jin. This time the thundercloud made Li Shiming, who was quite far away, feel his scalp numb involuntarily. He had practiced the Jade Clear Thunder Code, but he felt extremely dangerous from the thundercloud. The lightning that flashed in the thundercloud was not the usual burning white, but a dark golden color. The dark golden thunder and lightning flashed in the thundercloud, and the pressure it produced caused the expressions of the late-stage powers in the distance to change drastically. They began to retreat. Only by staying away from the scene could they continue to observe. The only ones who did not retreat were a few great immortal envoys. The strength of the great immortal envoys meant that they could withstand attacks as long as they were not directed at themselves. The aura of the thunderclouds in the sky above was terrifying, and the aura of the great immortal Feng Jin was equally terrifying. Li Shiming stared at the dark golden thunder and lightning. He felt that the dark golden thunder and lightning was one level stronger than the thunder and lightning at the level of the great immortal. Only then did he realize that the thunder in this world could be so powerful. He had underestimated Tianlei before, thinking that Tianlei was just like that. Immortal Feng Jin cast spells one after another, since his physical body was integrated with the cave sky. Each spell produced created corresponding rules within a certain range around him. It was as if the space around his body was the inner space of his cave, and every move he made carried the rules of a world. During the process of using his fingers to create the spell, the void seemed to be torn open with each movement of his fingers, forming a space crack at his fingers. Immortal envoy Feng Jin is too powerful. So powerful that this world cannot tolerate him. Every move he makes will tear open the space. If he really wants to stay in this world for a long time, the space in this world will collapse. The magic technique used by Immortal Feng Jin formed a thick energy shield on top of his head, layer after layer. He used all the energy he could use. He didn't mean to be stingy at this time. The Ascension Tribulation was different from other thunder tribulations. There was only one sky thunder in the Ascension Tribulation. With one blow, if it succeeds, it will ascend to immortality. If it fails, the body will die and the Tao will disappear. There is no other result. Chapter 1107 Ascension. During the preparation process for the immortal envoy Feng Jin, he did not use any spiritual treasures. Li Shiming understood very well that even Li Shiming's own physical body had higher defense than those of ordinary spirit treasures. Even the most offensive spirit treasures had almost no help in defending the physical body. The energy shield above the head of Immortal Feng Jin is not just a layer of energy shield. If you look closely, each layer of energy shield is carefully divided into many nodes, and each layer is a defensive formation. The energy shield above his head has as many as 18 layers. Even so, the eyes of Immortal Envoy Feng Jin were still solemn. He had also observed Ascension, and the records of Ascension in the Immortal Alliance's classics made him very clear about the great power he would face. That will be the strongest blow in this world. Some monks suspect that this dark golden thunder does not come from this world, but is a test of the ascended monks from the upper world. In any case, the power of this thunder is not easy to deal with. In order to make his defense stronger, Immortal Feng Jin spent a lot of time studying formations, and combined formations with defensive spells to form his unique defense method. Come on! Immortal Feng Jin was ready. He looked at Lei Yun with a flash of light in his eyes. It seemed that the thunder cloud heard his voice, and the thunder that had been brewing for a long time was sent out. This blow drained away the dark golden thunder and lightning in the thunder cloud, making the thunder cloud become almost transparent. However, no monks would pay attention to the thunder cloud at this time. Their eyes all fell on the dark golden sky thunder. The world seemed to slow down at this moment, and dark golden thunder struck across the sky and landed on the defensive shield of the great immortal Feng Jin. The defensive shield formed by the defensive formation combined with defensive spells turned into energy fragments as soon as the dark golden sky thunder came into contact with the strength of the great immortal envoy Feng Jin. The first layer of defensive shield condensed could not block even a moment. The dark golden sky thunder continued downwards, and the energy shields were torn apart, and the energy shields turned into energy fragments and scattered. Facing the dark golden sky thunder, great immortal Feng Jin no longer had any emotional fluctuations. His eyes were fixed on the dark golden sky thunder. He was neither sad nor happy. He did the best he could. Whether he would ascend or not, it depends on God's will. In an instant, all 18 defensive shields were broken open, and dark golden thunder was about to hit him. The scattered energy was once again concentrated inward, turning into an energy shield in front of the dark golden sky thunder. Li Shiming could see clearly that regular runes were flashing on the energy shield. This was another secret technique of the great immortal Feng Jin. It was most likely prepared to overcome the tribulation. The dark golden thunder that had always been so powerful finally slowed down in front of this energy shield, and it took a breath of time to break through the defense. After the dark golden thunder broke through the energy shield, the remaining energy hit the body of the great immortal Feng Jin. Immortal Feng Jin's hair was flying, and his robe could not withstand the dark golden thunder and was broken. His skin was exposed where the torn robe could not cover it. At this time, cracks appeared on his skin, and what flowed out of the cracks was not blood, but like space cracks. This happened because his physical body merged with the cave sky. Immortal Feng Jin shattered all the exotic spiritual crystals stored in his body, and the exotic spiritual crystals turned into a massive amount of energy, constantly repairing his body. He took out another elixir and swallowed it directly into his abdomen. Although they were far away, Li Shiming still saw that the elixir was a 5th grade top quality elixir. He couldn't help feeling belittled in his heart. It was too wasteful to take it like this. If a 5th grade top quality elixir is given to him and allowed to be refined into elixir, the efficacy of the elixir can be increased many times. Of course, he could understand it. He had never seen a 5th grade top quality elixir, and he had never even heard of it. Thinking about it, this kind of elixir is probably extremely rare, and the alchemy master will never be able to see it in his lifetime, let alone use it to make elixirs. How dare great immortal Feng Jin hand over the only 5th grade top quality elixir to Li Shiming for refining, without any experience and no corresponding elixir? The probability of failure is really too high. He didn't dare to take risks at all. Without refining the elixir, he could at least obtain part of the potency of the elixir by swallowing it directly. And if he fails, he will have nothing. This is his way to deal with the tribulation. If he loses it, it will most likely make his journey fail. Li Shiming doesn't think so. As long as the 5th grade top quality elixir is sent to him, and Z15 studies it, I believe it won't take long to develop the corresponding elixir. As for alchemy, there is no need to worry. In the computer room space, under his ultrafine control, any abnormalities will be discovered and corrected in the bud. Therefore, even if he has never used the 5th grade top quality elixir to make an elixir, his success rate is 100%. With the help of the exotic spiritual crystal and the 5th grade top quality elixir, immortal Feng Jin's body surged with a large amount of energy, constantly resisting the damage caused by the dark golden sky thunder. But the power of the dark golden sky thunder was too powerful. Seeing that his body was about to be filled with cracks, he gritted his teeth and used the secret method. His left leg turned into powder. But strangely, his physical injuries were reduced by less than half. Then, he turned his right leg into powder, and the physical injuries became lighter. Li Shiming recognized this secret method. It was a secret method of transferring injuries to the limbs, using the limbs to replace physical injuries. Of course, this secret method should have been improved in the hands of immortal Feng Jin. Normally, this secret method can only be used once and cannot be used continuously. Finally, after great immortal Feng Jin consumed both of his legs, the power of the dark golden sky thunder began to weaken. This attenuation process was extremely rapid, and soon the dark golden sky thunder disappeared, and the thunder clouds in the sky also disappeared. Immortal Feng Jin suspended his broken body on the top of the mountain. Although the physical injuries made him in a very bad state, he could not hide the joy in his heart. In the sky, a beam of light fell on him. Accompanying the beam of light were blossoming dark golden lotus flowers, and an indescribable aura. Even if the great powers in the later period were extremely far away, they were tumbled backwards by the impact of this indescribable aura. Each of the great immortals tried hard to maintain their bodies, but under the impact of this aura, they could only last a few breaths longer than the later powerful ones, and they all flew backwards passively. Even Li Yuanba and Li Taibai couldn't hold on. The aura coming from the light beam in the sky contained unparalleled spiritual impact. This was not something that the immortal envoy could withstand at all. Fortunately, this aura was not intended to cause harm. It just pushed all living beings away from the range of the beam. So no monks were injured. Apart from the great immortal envoy Feng Jin, only Li Shiming was standing there. Li Shiming even got closer to the beam out of curiosity. In his feeling, the beam contained another kind of energy, which was a level higher than his, chaos energy. He thought of the name given to this energy in the classics: immortal power. Legend has it that it is an energy that only immortals can possess. He approached the beam in order to better collect data, so that Z-15 could obtain as much, Xinli, data as possible for future analysis and research. There are not many opportunities like this. Apart from this time, there will be no chance unless he ascends. Great immortal envoy Feng Jin glanced at Li Shiming in surprise. Many veteran immortal envoys were pushed away, but Li Shiming was the only one who was not affected. He knew the terror of this spiritual power. If he hadn't been recognized by this spiritual power, he might not have been able to stand there so easily. How did he know that Li Shiming had 191 brains? Although this spiritual power was extremely terrifying, it was not the spiritual power that this world should have. But after this mental power was evenly divided by 191 brains, it had not yet reached the point where he could not bear it. You must know that he is now a great immortal. And because he has 5 caves, and that heaven art he cultivates has been fully improved, his spirit is extremely strong among the great immortals. The comparison mentioned here is a brain comparison. This result is multiplied by 191, which makes his mental resistance far higher than that of the immortal envoy of the same level by nearly 200 times. Immortal Feng Jin did not speak to Li Shiming. He was obsessed with the influence of the light beam on himself. He lost his legs and quickly recovered in the beam. His body and spirit were constantly improving. The beam shrank, and his body flew upwards with the beam. In one breath, great immortal Feng Jin disappeared into the void, and 2 drops of crystal liquid beams fell from the place of disappearance. Li Shiming knew instinctively that this was an opportunity. He quickly flew over and caught 2 drops of crystal liquid. 2 drops of crystal liquid fell on him and immediately integrated into his body, turning into 2 breaths. Is this the legendary immortal's energy? Li Shiming thought in his mind. The reason why he did not use space movement before was because the ascension of immortal Feng Jin just caused the space chaos in this area, making it impossible to use space movement at all. But until this moment, the influence of spiritual power still remained on the scene. He somewhat understands that if he wants to obtain the immortal energy, this is the test. When other great powers, and even great immortal envoys, were not affected by the residual spiritual power and came here again, the immortal energy had long since dissipated. He also didn't expect that it would be himself who would benefit greatly in the end. Fortunately, due to the influence of the ascending beam, the spirit of the great immortal was unable to sense this side, and no great immortal saw him collecting the immortal energy. He was certain of this, because neither Li Yuanba nor Li Taibai could see it. He put aside the matter of immortal energy and looked at where the immortal envoy Feng Jin ascended. Although he was receiving immortal energy just now, he used part of his brain to pay attention to the movements of the great immortal envoy Feng Jin. At the moment when the light beam disappeared, he saw the great immortal Feng Jin entering another world. That world only showed a little shadow, but he sensed the emanations from that world from the little shadow that was revealed. The endless confusion. At that moment, he felt his own insignificance, as if he was an ant-like existence in that world. His eyes flashed, and he felt the 2 immortal chi in his body. Perhaps the chance to get rid of the identity of an ant lies in these 2 immortal chi. At this time, the remaining spiritual power disappeared, and the influence of space also disappeared. First, several great immortals used space movement to return, and then the later powerful ones followed. All the monks looked into the void, with enthusiasm flashing in their eyes. Ascension was no longer a legend to them. Everything was really happening before their eyes. especially the great immortals. They have a stronger feeling about ascension. In the divine realm, in the main hall of the temple, the six-winged archangel suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the fairy realm. He felt the aura that broke through the world's barrier. This aura can only happen under one condition. In the human world, it is ascension, and in the divine realm, it is the lifting of divine fire to become a god. In other words, a great immortal envoy from the immortal realm ascended. His eyes fell on the two four-winged archangels and the three two-winged archangels in the hall. Perhaps it was time for him to raise the divine fire and become a god. But before that, he could take advantage of the opportunity of a great immortal envoy from the immortal realm to ascend and use his absolute strength to launch an attack on the immortal realm. This operation will be his last blow before becoming a god. Not to mention completely defeating the immortal realm. It will at least cause the immortal realm to suffer huge losses. At least until the new six-winged archangel appears. The immortal realm will no longer be able to deal with it. Holy area. His six-winged archangel phantom appeared on every altar, and his orders spread throughout the divine realm. The 5th grade late stage. Boring god warriors from the god's domain have gathered towards the border of the god's domain. Among the 5 archangels, only one double-winged archangel is left to guard them, while the other 4 archangels are all dispatched. The divine realm wants to take advantage of the immortal realm's weakest moment to launch a full-scale war against the immortal realm. According to past experience, as long as the immortal envoy ascends to the immortal realm, even if a new immortal envoy appears to fill the vacancy left by the ascended immortal envoy, the combat power of the new immortal envoy is far inferior to that of the old immortal envoy. The immortal realm is missing one of its most powerful immortal envoys. And this is the best opportunity for the divine realm to take action. The most important thing is that only by severely damaging the immortal realm can the six-winged archangel be able to lift the divine fire to break through the void and become a god. Instead of maintaining the balance of combat power between the divine realm and the immortal realm. In fact, the situation in the immortal realm is similar to that of the divine realm. Except that the great immortal envoys in the immortal realm can ascend as long as they reach the peak, meet the conditions for ascension, and work hard to cultivate successors. However, the divine realm needs to reassemble the power of faith to cultivate a six-winged archangel from the four-winged archangel after the six-winged archangel becomes a god. Of course, the four-winged archangels will be replenished from the two-winged archangels. And the two-winged archangels also need to be replenished, which will consume a lot of faith power. Chapter 1108 Immortal Qi. Li Shiming and Li Taibai stayed in the Immortal Alliance. Since Li Yuanbao became the manager of the Eastern Department, this meant that everything in the Eastern Department was open to them. Li Shiming realized that Immortal Spirit, alone, and Yin Sherlan went to the library in the East Department. This was a rare opportunity. Although he can re-inject the classics recorded by Z15 into the Jade Slips. Many of the Jade Slips here are original Jade Slips. The Jade Slips contain the aura of the person who wrote the classics, which can give the monks who look at the Jade Slips a corresponding insight. Li Shiming felt the immortal aura in his body. After 2 strange auras entered his body, he blocked them. Even though he knew that immortal energy was good for him, he didn't dare to let unknown foreign objects affect him. The immortal Qi is very special. When he senses that immortal Qi, he has the feeling of the fairy world when he is facing the immortal envoy Feng Jin ascending. The immortal Qi has the aura of the fairy world. He hesitated slightly. Even if he didn't have immortal energy, it was only a matter of time before he ascended. He calculated that he could try to ascend in less than 1,000 years. But he also thought of the leaked aura from the fairy world, which made him worry about his own safety after ascension. The Qi of the immortal is within his body. If he absorbs it, it may make him stronger than all ascended monks in the past when he ascends. Li Shiming didn't have much time to think before he decided to absorb the immortal energy. However, the method of absorbing the immortal's energy needs to be considered. There is no content about absorbing the immortal's energy in the ancient books of the Immortal Alliance. Z15 conducted a complete analysis of immortal Qi, and then conducted a complete targeted screening of all the techniques and secret techniques in the database. Z15 you need to find a technique or secret method that is most consistent with the immortal Qi to maximize the effect of the immortal Qi. What he never expected was that the answer given by Z15 turned out to be the art of heaven and man. The heavenly art is a top-level skill that was reorganized by Shai Gu through an ancient skill. Its power far exceeds other skills. But no one knows why the ancient, heavenly art was studied. Think about the training conditions of heavenly art. Those extremely harsh prerequisites are not normal skills at all. Even among powerful beings, there are very few beings who can master the 5 magical powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, let alone nascent soul monks. The heavenly art needs to be practiced in the nascent soul stage. It would be difficult to find a monk who meets these conditions in 10,000 years. More importantly, when Li Shiming was practicing the heavenly man art, if he hadn't had 5 nascent souls, perhaps the heavenly man art would not have been perfected. Because a nascent soul can only focus on cultivating one line of cultivation. Heavenly art can only be completed if all 5 elements are mastered. In fact, the heaven art was just a concept in ancient times. It was a technique created by the existence of the upper world to allow monks from the lower world to transcend levels and absorb the energy of the upper world. This technique was passed down to the lower world. Because the prerequisites for practicing it were too troublesome, it remained a collection for a long time. If it weren't for Z15's extreme understanding of the heavenly man art, and the fact that Z15 had established a simulation system that could simulate the state of a monk practicing the heavenly man art, absorbing the immortal chi, perhaps no monk would ever know about the heavenly man art. This function of tactic, Li Shiming believes in Z15's analysis. With all kinds of comprehensive data, Z15 will not make mistakes. He looked at the place where he was. This was Li Yuanba's own stone house. It contained the core energy supply of the Eastern system, and was the best place for cultivation. He sat on the futon and activated the heavenly art. The heavenly art absorbed the surrounding energy, and at the same time, he released a burst of immortal energy for the heavenly art to absorb. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his body. Immortal chi spread throughout his body along with the heavenly art technique, and his body underwent inexplicable changes. Then the immortal's energy entered another cave, and the core of the cave absorbed the immortal's energy. A strange change occurred in the core of the cave, and it began to absorb the energy in the cave. What the cave core swallows is chaos energy, and what it spits out is higher quality energy. This energy carries the aura of the fairy world. The effect of the 5 elements chi receiving formation caused this cave to automatically balance with the other 4 caves, and the cores of the other caves also began to transform. It's just that the chi of the immortal is somewhat lacking, and the transformation process will be stopped halfway. When Li Shiming saw this situation, he stopped saving. He also let go of another immortal's energy, and used the heavenly art technique to inhale the immortal's energy. His physical body was once again affected by the immortal's energy, and transformed. And then the immortal's energy was sent into the cave, under the action of the 5 elements Nai Chi formation. All 5 cave heaven cores were transformed. At this time, his state was a bit strange. His physical body had obviously increased at least 10 times in terms of strength, speed, and defense. But he did not cause the world to reject him. This is a bit like when the golden elixir was at its peak. Heaven and earth rejected him. But after his golden elixir was transformed into Yuanying, heaven and earth accepted Yuanying, a stronger existence. At this time, his situation was somewhat similar, except that he had not experienced a catastrophe. His physical body has undergone tremendous changes in nature compared with before. A special higher quality energy replaced the energy in his physical body, and at the same time strengthened his physical body. The performance is even more obvious in the cave. The core of the cave is constantly absorbing energy. The chaos energy is getting less and less, and the energy with the aura of the fairy world is getting more and more. He called this energy with the aura of the fairy world immortal energy. He didn't know if the monks who had absorbed the immortal energy in the past were in the same situation as him. His current strength is more than 10 times stronger than before. The only shortcoming is that the energy in the cave has become less. The ratio of chaos energy to immortal energy is 10 to 1. Only 10 chaos energy can be converted into 1 immortal energy. It turned out that he had just been promoted to the great immortal envoy not long ago, and the energy in the cave was only 1/10 of the great immortal envoy level chaos energy left. Now it has been condensed again, and the energy of the cave has been reduced by 1/10 again based on 1/10. Fortunately, the energy produced in the core of Dantian is also immortal energy. As long as there is enough time, he will one day fill the immortal energy in Dantian. Li Shiming is in retreat, but the outside world is going crazy. The Luoxian formation sounded an alarm. And the news reaching the Immortal Alliance shocked the 4 Immortal Envoys. Li Yuanba received the alarm message immediately, and the other 3 Immortal Envoys received the alarm message at the same time as him. This kind of major warning needs to be known to the Immortal Envoys of the 4 factions at the same time. He saw the content of the alarm message. It was that 5 archangels had emerged from the divine domain, and the falling immortal formation had sensed the aura of the archangels. And this time, the invasion led by 5 archangels did not pay attention to the Shinju on the front line. Instead, they passed the Immortal Palace and rushed straight into the Immortal Realm, heading towards the Immortal Alliance headquarters. Then Li Yuanba received news from the Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu. He came to a mountain peak in the Immortal League, where the other 3 Immortal Envoys had already arrived. Yuanba, did you receive the alarm message? Immortal Jian Feiyu asked with an anxious look on his face. Not only Jian Feiyu, the Great Immortal, was nervous, but the other 2 Great Immortals also looked ugly. Needless to say, this invasion of the Archangels of the Divine Realm was caused by the ascension of the Great Immortal Feng Jin. It's just that I didn't expect that there would be a full-scale invasion of the God's domain. Instead of carrying out some tentative actions after the ascension in the past, the attack of the 5 Archangels was an all-out decisive battle. Winning or losing is the fateful choice between humans and the Divine Realm. If the Fairy Realm wins, the human monks will maintain the status quo. If they lose, the human monks will retreat steadily, and even lose the Fairy Realm. If we really want to lose the Immortal Realm, the Divine Realm can directly enter the place where humans cultivate immortality. At that time, it will be a huge disaster. Got it. 5 Archangels are attacking. Li Yuanba nodded and replied. If the Great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin is still there, we can still have some confidence in dealing with the 5 Archangels. One of the Great Immortal Envoys said in a deep voice. He looked at Li Yuanba and the Great Immortal Jian Feiyu. Helplessness flashed in his eyes. If a Great Immortal Envoy is a newly promoted Great Immortal Envoy, then the situation is not the worst. However, the fall of the Great Immortal Envoy Feng Kui and the ascension of the Great Immortal Envoy Feng Jin brought the combat power of the Immortal Alliance's Great Immortal Envoy to its weakest point. This time the Divine Realm's attack has found the Immortal Alliance's weakest spot. Of course, if it weren't for the inexplicable appearance of a 6-winged Archangel in the Divine Realm, the 6-winged Archangel in the Divine Realm would be a little worried. This 6-winged Archangel has been considering testing the Immortal Alliance to see if there is any news about the 6-winged Archangel. If there is no news about the 6-winged Archangel, then the 6-winged Archangel in the Divine Realm can greatly damage the strength of the Immortal Alliance. After returning, he can safely lift the Divine Fire to break through the void and become a god. Yuanba, can you ask Li Shizhen and Li Taibai to take action? Immortal Jian Feiyu asked. Yes. This battle is related to the safety of mankind. Please explain the stakes to the 2 Immortal Envoys. Fellow Taoist Li. Another Immortal Envoy followed. Nowadays, the only way to make up for the lack of combat power of the Immortal Alliance's Immortal Envoys is the 2 Immortal Envoys, Li Shiming and Li Taibai. Li Yuanba and these 2 Immortal Envoys are close friends. And this time, they are fighting for the life and death of mankind again. Li Taibai can take action. Li Shizhen is practicing in seclusion, so we can't disturb him. Li Yuanba replied in a deep voice. Can't we let him break through the barrier? A Great Immortal Envoy asked with some urgency. The situation was urgent. And although there were many Immortal Envoys this time, their strength was too weak. Even if Li Taibai took action, there would only be 2 veteran Immortal Envoys and 3 new Immortal Envoys. God's domain sent 5 Archangels, and the chance of defeating the 5 Archangels with their current combat power was too low. I told you not to interrupt. When Li Shizhen is able to leave seclusion, she will join the war, Li Yuanba insisted. At this time, the Great Immortal Envoy did not continue to persuade. It was Li Shiming's freedom whether to join or not. If it was really urgent, Li Taibai might not participate. The 4 Great Immortal Envoys flew out of the Immortal Alliance and faced the direction of the 5 Archangels. At this time, Li Taibai's figure joined the 4 Immortal Envoys. After sensing the aura on Li Taibai's body, the worries of the remaining Immortal Envoys, including the Great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu, eased a little. Although there are 3 new Immortal Envoys among the 5 Immortal Envoys dispatched this time. 2 of the 3 new Immortal Envoys are Sword Cultivator Immortal Envoys, and 1 is Lei Xiao Immortal Envoy. In terms of combat power alone, among the newly promoted Immortal Envoys, he is definitely the strongest among the Great Immortal Envoys. This was already a blessing among misfortunes. And the 5 Immortal Envoys began to discuss tactics. When the 5 Great Immortal Envoys and the 5 Archangels were about to meet,
Both sides slowed down at the same time. After reaching a certain distance, they looked at each other from a distance.
Be careful of the six-winged archangel. He has the strongest combat power. Let me hold him back. And you guys can deal with your opponents as soon as possible.
After seeing the six-winged archangel, the great immortal envoy from the north said in a deep voice with a bitter look on his face. From his words, it can be judged that he lacks confidence in his own fighting power. This can't be blamed on him. The great immortal envoy Feng Jin and the great immortal envoy Feng Kui are the two stronger ones among the four immortal envoys. Now that these two are gone, he can only take over.
Can you block the four-winged archangel?
The Western immortal envoy asked Jian Feiyu and Li Yuanba. When he thought about it, as long as Jian Feiyu and Li Yuanba could resist a four-winged archangel each, he could kill a two-winged archangel with all his strength, and then help other immortals.
Leave the two four-winged archangels to me. You and Li Taibai will go all out to kill the two-winged archangels.
To the surprise of the Western immortal envoy, Li Yuanba volunteered.
Yuanba, you need to think carefully. This is no joke.
Immortal Jian Feiyu reminded him quickly. There is nothing fake about this level of fighting. When it comes to real fighting, at least in the initial stage of the battle, no one can help anyone else.
Don't worry. I won't joke with my life,
Li Yuanba said with a confident smile. If immortal Jian Feiyu could sense it carefully, he would find that the
chaos sword intent
in Li Yuanba's body was increasing crazily, because Li Shiming, the main body, has mastered the higher quality energy of immortal energy. He has a deeper understanding of
chaos sword intent.
Although he was not promoted, it was actually not much different from being promoted. After his physical body, spirit and cave energy have been greatly improved. The core rules of his cave have been improved accordingly. Coupled with the participation of Z15, the normal improvement time for core rule comprehension has been shortened from hundreds of years to a very short time. Since there was going to be a big battle on Li Yuanba's side, Li Shiming gave priority to improving the
sword intent rules,
and gave priority to increasing the power of
chaos sword intent.
This is also the reason why Li Yuanba has the confidence to face the two four-winged archangels. He is improving almost every moment. His other confidence is the 10,000 energy flying swords in the cave. He does not need to worry about facing multiple enemies. No matter how many enemies there are, as long as the number of enemies is not exaggerated, 10,000 energy flying swords can become the enemy's nightmare. Chapter 1109 Battle. During the confrontation between the five great immortal envoys and the five archangels, their chi was drawn to each other. The battle started in an instant. Li Yuanba appeared in the middle of the two four-winged archangels in a flash. His chi machine locked onto the two four-winged archangels. His performance was to tell the two four-winged archangels, I will challenge you too. The two four-winged archangels originally planned to fight against an immortal envoy alone. But after discovering Li Yuanba's attitude, they changed their plan. Anyway, it is not difficult to kill Li Yuanba with 2 against 1. From the aura on Li Yuanba's body, they could sense that he was a newly promoted immortal envoy. A cave-like shadow appeared above the head of the northern immortal, and the terrifying aura of the cave enveloped the six-winged archangel. He is the great immortal envoy of the earth element, which is why he dared to take the initiative to apply to hold down the six-winged archangel. The earth energy in the cave turned into mountains, blocking him and the six-winged archangel. Within the scope of the cave sky, it is difficult for the six-winged archangel to move in space. The six-winged archangel rushed towards the northern immortal envoy, and the long sword in his hand turned into a 1,000-meter giant blade under the influence of the Holy Spirit energy. The 1,000-meter giant blade cut through the void and struck the phantom in the cave sky. Mountains one after another turned into powder in front of the 1,000-meter giant blade. But how could the earth element immortal envoy's methods be like this? Mountains kept appearing to block the 1,000-meter giant blade. However, even if he barely blocked the attack of the six-winged archangel, the expression of the northern immortal was very ugly. He found that the six-winged archangel was more powerful than he imagined. For a long time, humans have been cultivating the immortal world because they have the blessing of the cave sky and have a certain advantage in combat power. But he has no advantage at all in front of the six-winged archangel. What's even more frightening is that without launching an attack and fully defending, his defense line is retreating steadily. At present, he only hopes that the other great immortals will resolve the battle quickly. Otherwise he cannot guarantee that the previous plan will be feasible. The great immortal envoy of the West and the great immortal envoy Jian Feiyu jointly locked onto one of the two-winged archangels, with the advantage of 2 against 1. They thought that by working together, they could kill the two-winged archangel in the shortest time.
The two phantoms locked on the two-winged archangel. But the two-winged archangel quickly retreated. In the process, fireballs flew towards the two great angels. The two-winged immortal envoy was very cunning. He did not confront the two great immortal envoys head-on, but was prepared to move flexibly. Due to the suppression of Dantian, space movement cannot be performed. But the wings on the back of the double-winged archangel allow him to move at a short distance, not much slower than space movement. Even if the great immortal envoy of the Western system and the great immortal envoy Jian Feiyu continue to press, it is still very difficult to kill an enemy of the same level who keeps dodging and does not fight them head-on in a short time. The battle between Li Taibai and another two-winged archangel was a battle between two flexible opponents. Li Taibai and the two-winged archangel were within a certain range. Li Taibai used the influence of the phantom in the cave sky to move in space from time to time, or turned into lightning and performed electric escape to keep himself at a distance from the two-winged archangel. The two-winged archangel was also not slow and wanted to catch up to Li Taibai. Thunder and lightning continued to strike, but the defense of the two-winged archangel was very strong, and it could not break its defense for a while. On the battlefield, there was a stalemate in all three battles. On Li Yuanba's side, two four-winged archangels rushed toward him. Above his head, a phantom appeared in the cave sky, restricting his spatial movement within a certain range around him. However, the speed of the two four-winged archangels was so fast that they reached him almost instantly. Seeing that the two four-winged archangels were about to cut through his cave, the shadow of his cave turned into reality, and 10,000 energy flying swords flew out. The distance between him and the two four-winged archangels was too close, and under the influence of Dongtian, the sword intention rules, gold rules and space rules in this area were greatly restricted, especially the space rules. Since there are space rules in his core rules, the two four-winged archangels felt a stronger space influence. Just as 10,000 energized flying swords were attacking the two four-winged archangels, the two four-winged archangels sensed the terror of the chaos sword intent on the energized flying swords, and they were stimulating the acceleration of the abilities on their wings. Dodge. Originally, even if the speed of the energy flying sword was not slow, they still had the opportunity to make evasive actions in advance, which could at least reduce the trouble. But the problem lies in the spatial rules and Li Yuanba's core rules, which have special effects at this time. A sense of restraint appeared on the bodies of the two four-winged archangels. Normally, this sense of restraint could be offset by using a little Holy Spirit energy. But what time is it now? When they were preparing to dodge, they missed the best opportunity to dodge due to the inexplicable appearance of space constraints. Then, 10,000 energy-based flying swords enveloped the two four-winged archangels respectively. Each four-winged archangel had to face 5,000 energy-based flying swords at the same time. The two four-winged archangels had no choice but to make a final defense. The four wings behind them closed together to completely protect their bodies. The energy flying sword kept slashing down, hitting the four wings. Every slash from the energy-converted flying sword will dim the light on the four wings. If there were only 100 energy flying swords, it might be possible to defend the two four-winged archangels. The defensive power of their four wings is really too strong. But the chaos sword intent in the energy flying sword has exceeded the power of a normal swordsman. Chaos sword intent can suppress any enemy of the same level among the same level, not to mention Li Yuanba's chaos sword intent. With Li Shiming's latest insights, the power of chaos sword intent has been increased again. Some, under the continuous slashes, the four wings were finally unable to hold up. Just when the four wings were about to disappear, the four wings exploded. After the four wings exploded, a hole was torn open in the space covered by Li Yuanba's cave, and the figures of the two four-winged archangels disappeared. Li Yuanba shook his head in annoyance. He did not kill the two four-winged archangels, but he knew that the vitality of the two four-winged archangels was severely damaged, let alone participating in the current battle, and they would not be able to recover in 1,000 years. The wings on the back of the archangel are the source of its energy. Once lost, it is equivalent to being severely damaged. This is not an ordinary injury that can be recovered through treatment, but requires recondensation of wings. Li Yuanba even suspected that the incomplete godhead of the two four-winged archangels had also been damaged. When the two four-winged archangels self-destructed their four wings, he sensed a trace of the godhead aura. The battle on Li Yuanba's side was over, and he rushed towards the six-winged archangel without any hesitation. The six-winged archangel did not expect that just after the battle, the two four-winged archangels were seriously injured and escaped. He sensed Li Yuanba's attack and couldn't help but withdraw his attack on the Northern Immortal Envoy and switch to defense. Li Yuanba carried the powerful momentum of defeating the two four-winged Immortal Envoys. Behind him were 10,000 energy-based flying swords, and the phantom in the sky behind the 10,000 energy-based flying swords. The six-winged Archangel still had time to check the battlefield situation, and found that the invasion had failed. Unless he can kill Li Yuanba, it is impossible to do anything to these great Immortal Envoys of the Immortal Alliance. At this time, Li Yuanba's attack also arrived. The six-winged Archangel did not directly intercept it, but kept retreating, keeping a certain distance from Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba didn't want to let go of the six-winged Archangel, so he pursued the six-winged Archangel. The Northern Immortal Envoy still wanted to join, but he found that Li Yuanba's fighting style made it difficult for him to get involved. The most critical thing is that he and Li Yuanba did not have any cooperation. Two caves descended on an area at the same time. Without cooperation, something unexpected might happen. He just thought for a moment, then turned towards the battlefield on the other side, where the Western Immortal Envoy and the Jian Feiyu Immortal Envoy were on the other side. He wanted to quickly deal with the two-winged Archangel. As the six-winged Archangel retreated, he issued an order. The two-winged Archangels who were fighting suddenly burst out with all their strength. More than half of the Holy Spirit energy in their bodies was used up in one breath, forming an overwhelming attack. Li Taibai's own energy was very small, so he could not compete with so many terrorist attacks. So he stepped away. The great Immortal Envoy of the Western system and the great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu, faced with such an attack, could only temporarily avoid the edge. The attacks of the two-winged Archangels cannot be carried out for a long time at all. With this level of attack, 2 breaths will consume all the energy in their bodies. However, their goal was achieved. They used this time to retreat to a certain distance. Their spatial abilities were restored, and they all used spatial movement to exit the battlefield. The great Immortal Envoy of the North system did not expect this situation. He wanted to join the battle, but the enemy fled. Li Yuanba, be careful. Don't chase anymore. When he turned to look at Li Yuanba, he found that Li Yuanba was chasing the six-winged Archangel far away, and he warned loudly. But his reminder did not reach Li Yuanba's ears, because the speed of the six-winged Archangel and Li Yuanba exceeded the speed of his reminder. Li Yuanba and the six-winged Archangel chased and escaped, their figures constantly traveling through the void. The six-winged Archangel controlled the distance between the two sides very carefully. He did not use his true speed. The six-winged Archangel's control of space ability, after leaving the influence of Li Yuanba Dongtian, was able to display stronger space movement, but he never used his full strength, instead hanging Li Yuanba. His purpose was very clear, which was to lure Li Yuanba away from the battlefield and then deal with Li Yuanba one-on-one. His thoughts coincided with Li Yuanba's. Li Yuanba also wanted to find a place where no one would interfere and fight to the death with the six-winged Archangel. With the intention of both sides, they quickly disappeared from the battlefield's perception range. What's going on with Li Yuanba? The great Immortal Envoy from the north asked with some confusion. Hurry up and chase him! Jian Feiyu, the Immortal Envoy, came to his senses and shouted. He chased in the direction of Li Yuanba. But unfortunately, neither the six-winged Archangel nor Li Yuanba could compare to him in mastering space abilities. The six-winged Archangel and Li Yuanba wanted to get rid of the other Immortal Envoys. In addition, they left first. So how could the great Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu, who was a step behind, catch up? The other two Immortal Envoys followed, and they started even slower. They only caught up with the Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu, but lost all trace of Li Yuanba. Can the fallen Immortal formation be able to find them? Immortal Envoy Jian Feiyu thought of something and asked quickly. The great Immortal Envoy from the north took out the identity jade plate, looked at it, and shook his head with a wry smile. They have left the range of the fallen Immortal formation, and their location cannot be tracked. All the Immortal Envoys were very anxious. The only one who was not anxious was Li Taibai. He usually doesn't talk much and rarely communicates with other Immortal Envoys, but he doesn't attract the attention of the great Immortal Envoys. On the other side, Li Yuanba and the six-winged Archangel arrived at the junction of the Immortal Realm and the Divine Realm, and the six-winged Archangel slowed down. However, Li Yuanba approached the six-winged Archangel without any hesitation, and the battle between the two sides began at this moment. There was no probing. Both sides were fully engaged at this time. 10,000 energized flying swords were slashed at the six-winged Archangel. As the six-winged Archangel waved his hand, the Holy Spirit energy was transformed into earth energy. and the earth energy turned into countless earth shields to block the energized flying swords. The six-winged archangel actually wanted to use the golden energy to turn into countless long swords and attack with the energy form flying swords. However, under the influence of Li Yuanba's cave sky, the rules of the golden system were greatly restricted, and the six-winged archangel was unable to display his full potential. The strongest power of metal energy. The energy flying sword struck the earth shield, and the earth shields were chopped into pieces. But the energy of the six-winged archangel seemed to be endless. The 10,000 energy flying swords kept smashing the earth shields, but more earth shields appeared. The six-winged archangel is worthy of being the strongest being in the god's domain. In his brief contact with Li Yuanba, he found Li Yuanba's fatal weakness. Li Yuanba's most fatal weakness is that he has too little cave energy. As a sword cultivator, his attack power goes without saying, coupled with the terrifying chaos sword intent. There are not many beings in the world who can resist his attacks head-on. But the six-winged archangel has the blessing of a complete godhead, and his control over various energies has reached an extremely high level. At the cost of consuming his own energy, he used an earth shield to consume Li Yuanba's energy flying sword, which was the most suitable response among all. Li Yuanba didn't seem to notice the six-winged archangel's plan. He was still controlling 10,000 energy flying swords to attack the six-winged archangel crazily. As he continued to advance, the defense line of the Seraphim Archangel also continued to shorten. 10,000 energy flying swords. Even if he deliberately controlled them and continuously rotated attacks, the energy consumption would be huge. The light on the surface of each energized flying sword has dimmed a lot. At this time, the attack power of the energized flying sword has dropped by 30%. If this continues, it won't be long before the energized flying sword will have to be withdrawn. Chapter 1110 Replacement. Li Yuanba's 10,000 energy flying swords were blocked by the energy emitted by the six-winged archangel. There was not much energy in his cave, and he saw that the energy was consumed so much that he could no longer sustain it for much longer. The six-winged archangel also understood Li Yuanba's state at this time. If this continues, Li Yuanba's failure is inevitable. The six-winged archangel thought more. He didn't want Li Yuanba to escape. He needed to kill Li Yuanba before he could severely damage the Immortal Alliance. This time he attacked the Immortal Alliance with all his strength. And he discovered that although one of the Immortal Envoys in the Immortal Alliance had ascended and another one did not appear, the three newly promoted Immortal Envoys were not weak in combat power. Especially Li Yuanba. When he manifested the cave sky, 10,000 energy flying swords threatened the power of the cave sky. If he hadn't met this six-winged archangel, other archangels would have been defeated if they faced him head-on. Therefore, Li Yuanba cannot stay, and Li Yuanba must be killed no matter what. With this thought, the six-winged archangel no longer defended, but invoked his godhead to completely cover the battlefield. Within the coverage of the godhead, space is imprisoned, which is similar to the effect of Li Yuanba manifesting the cave. As a result, neither he nor Li Yuanba can use space movement anymore. As long as he did not use space movement, the six-winged archangel would be sure to drag Li Yuanba into the battle until Li Yuanba was defeated. Li Yuanba felt the suppression of the godhead. He was very familiar with the godhead and knew the thoughts of the six-winged archangel. But he did not show any worries. He was well prepared for this battle. He kept squeezing the power of the 10,000 energized flying swords, and got closer to the six-winged archangel. It seemed that he planned to kill the six-winged archangel before the energy of the 10,000 energized flying swords was exhausted. The six-winged archangel is also mobilizing the Holy Spirit energy, defending and organizing attacks at the same time. He only waited for the power of the 10,000 energy flying swords to decline, and then he would counterattack with all his strength and kill Li Yuanba in one fell swoop. Just when the energy of the 10,000 energized flying swords dropped rapidly, Li Yuanba also achieved his goal. He narrowed the distance between himself and the six-winged archangel to a dangerous level. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the cave and flew towards the six-winged archangel. This figure has 6 wings like the six-winged archangel, and it is none other than the six-winged archangel Jean Shung. Before Li Yuanba took action, Li Shiming handed over the six-winged archangel Jean Shung to him. This was the reason why he dared to consume a large amount of Dongtian energy and use 10,000 energy flying swords with all his strength. Otherwise, with the energy accumulation in his cave, how could he consume energy without any care? With 10,000 energy-based flying swords at his side, he could use the energy-based flying swords to break the blockade and exit the battlefield before the energy of the 10,000 energy-based flying swords was consumed. The appearance of the six-winged archangel Jean Shung
was obviously beyond the expectations of the six-winged archangel in the divine realm. The six-winged archangel of God's domain has always speculated that another six-winged archangel has appeared in this world. But he only sensed the breath of the six-winged archangel, and found no evidence of the existence of the six-winged archangel. In addition, the six-winged archangel is not so easy to cultivate, and the power of faith required is huge. Look at the world of God's domain. There is a complete world, but it can only support the existence of a six-winged archangel. Even if the human world wants to cultivate six-winged archangels, fragments of the Godhead are one thing. The fragments of the Godhead can only be possessed by beings who have mastered the energy of the Holy Spirit. The cultivation of Holy Spirit energy is a completely different cultivation system from that of human monks. At least God's domain has never known that human monks can cultivate Holy Spirit energy. At this time, the six-winged archangel of God realm understood that the six-winged archangel he had suspected was real. Moreover, the six-winged archangel's combat power was not weak at all, and the gold attack he performed carried a sword intent that he was familiar with. This is Li Yuanba's Chaos Sword Intent, which is not something that normal six-winged archangels can possess. The six-winged archangel's Godhead can simulate a lot of energy, but Sword Intent, a special spiritual body that belongs exclusively to sword cultivators, cannot be simulated by the Godhead. The reason why the six-winged archangel Jean Shung was able to display the Chaos Sword Intention was because Li Shiming passed all his insights on the Chaos Sword Intention to the six-winged archangel Jean Shung. And this is how the six-winged archangel came to be. Jean Shung masters the Chaos Sword Intent. It only took a moment for the six-winged archangel Jean Shung to appear and get close to the six-winged archangel of the divine realm. The long sword in his hand was wrapped with the power of the metal system, and was also affected by Li Yuanba's manifestation in the cave. Within a certain range of the cave, the rules of the metal system were controlled by Li Yuanba, and Li Yuanba gave his blessing to the power of the metal system. Perhaps the real combat power of the six-winged archangel Golden Saint is not as good as that of the six-winged archangel of the divine realm. After all, the six-winged archangel of the divine realm is a veteran six-winged archangel, and his accumulation is far beyond that of the six-winged archangel Golden Saint. However, most of the defenses of the six-winged archangel of the divine realm were broken by Li Yuanba using 10,000 energy flying swords. In addition, the distance between Li Yuanba and the six-winged archangel of the divine realm was quite close. When the six-winged archangel Jean Shung appears from the manifest cave and launches an attack, he only needs to break the last bit of defense of the six-winged archangel in the divine realm. Li Yuanba's move was actually a sneak attack. Who would have thought that he would hide the combat power of a six-winged archangel? The six-winged archangel's combat power is the top among the great immortal messengers and archangels. The long sword of the six-winged archangel Jean Shung slashed at the body of the six-winged archangel of the divine realm. The six-winged archangel of the divine realm tried hard to defend, but his defense was still easily broken. What's even more terrifying is that, after Li Yuanba's 10,000 energy flying swords lost the defensive obstruction of the six-winged archangel of the divine realm, they all focused on the six-winged archangel of the divine realm. When the six-winged archangel of the god realm discovered something was wrong, he lost hope of escaping. Who told him to mobilize the power of the Godhead and set up spatial confinement? The spatial confinement he used combined with Li Yuanba Dongtian's spatial core rules made it impossible for anyone in this area to use spatial abilities. The six-winged archangel of the divine realm used his last resort, and the six wings wrapped around his body. At the same time, he wanted to retreat quickly and escape from the battlefield using the short time protected by the six wings. But Li Yuanba had already done this. How could he let him leave? 10,000 energy flying swords struck the six wings, and the attack of the six-winged archangel Jean Shung also fell on the six wings. The most important thing is that the 10,000 energy flying swords did not attack from one direction. Some of the energy flying swords made a circle and attacked from the rear of the six-winged archangel of the divine domain. This caused the retreat of the six-winged archangel of the divine domain to be blocked. Slowed down, the six-winged archangel of God's domain let out an unwilling howl. His six wings were broken. The six wings were broken so fast that he didn't even have time to use the six-wing self-destruction method. As the six-winged archangel Jean Shung's long sword and many energy flying swords pierced into the body of the six-winged archangel of God's domain, a large amount of chaos sword intent poured into his body. His strength was extremely strong, but he only lasted 3 breaths before his life breath disappeared. Li Yuanba's spirit swept across the body of the six-winged archangel of the divine realm, and he quickly found the Godhead from the corpse of the six-winged archangel of the divine realm. The Godhead at this time is dissipating. The six-winged archangel of the divine domain has died, and the Godhead can no longer be maintained. Seeing this situation, Li Yuanba planned to take away the Godhead. But now, he could only let the six-winged archangel Jean Shung devour the Godhead. Otherwise, letting the Godhead dissipate would be the biggest waste. The six-winged archangel Jean Shung opened his mouth and swallowed the Godhead. After the Godhead entered his belly, it merged with his own Godhead. The fusion of the Godhead doubled the size of the Godhead, and he felt more powerful control. If he faced off against the six-winged archangel of the divine realm with his current strength, he would no longer need to work so hard to defeat the six-winged archangel of the divine realm. Li Yuanba smiled and put away the body of the six-winged archangel of God's domain. He created a strange magic formula and opened the portable space of the six-winged archangel of the God's domain. From it, he found a round object made of unknown material. This was also the only object in the portable space besides the exotic spirit crystal. As for the exotic spiritual crystals, there are nearly 200 of them in the portable space of the six-winged archangel of the divine domain. Li Yuanba threw the round object to the six-winged archangel Jean Shung, and the six-winged archangel Jean Shung injected his own Holy Spirit energy into the round object. After the energy of the Holy Spirit was injected into the round object, it emitted a white and sacred light. A piece of information flowed from the round object into the brain of six-winged archangel Jean Shung, allowing six-winged archangel Jean Shung to understand what this round object was. This round object is an inheritance from the divine realm and is controlled by the six-winged archangels of each term. If no six-winged archangel is produced, the round object will automatically return to the temple, waiting for the next six-winged archangel to appear. Li Yuanba didn't find the inherited object now. It won't be long before the inherited object will be transferred back to the temple on its own. But now the six-winged archangel Jean Shung has injected his own Holy Spirit energy into the inherited object, and he has become the master of the inherited object. The six-winged archangel Jean Shung nodded to Li Yuanba, and then flew into the divine realm. Li Yuanba put away the body of the six-winged archangel of the divine realm and turned back to the Immortal Alliance.
Yuanba, just hope you're okay.
Halfway through, he met the great immortal Jian Feiyu, who was chasing him. Seeing that he was okay, the great immortal Jian Feiyu said happily, "No matter what, as long as Li Yuanba is safe and sound, the Immortal Alliance will be the victor in the battle between the divine realm and the immortal realm."
It's a pity that the six-winged archangel was not left behind.
Li Yuanba did not tell his true record. He pretended to be helpless and said, in his opinion, the confrontation between the divine realm and the fairy realm is the most perfect. There is a six-winged archangel Jean Shung who controls the divine realm. The divine realm is his source of resources. Such good things cannot be destroyed by the Immortal Alliance.
You have done well enough, but our strength is still too weak. Only when we have accumulated enough will we be able to fight with the full strength of God's domain.
Immortal Jian Feiyu comforted him with a smile. In his opinion, Li Yuanba took the greatest credit for this war, and he did not want Li Yuanba's confidence to be dampened. Li Shiming, who was in retreat, had a faint smile on his face. One of his brains controls the six-winged archangel Jean Shung, constantly moving through space in the divine domain. For a long time, the six-winged archangel Jean Shung could only hide in his cave and had no chance to move so freely. But things are different now. The six-winged archangel of the divine realm has fallen. The six-winged archangel Jean Shung has obtained the inheritance of the divine realm and has mastered the highest power of the divine realm. No matter what those archangels think, as long as the six-winged archangel holds the inheritance, they must obey the orders of the six-winged archangel. The circular inheritance object has many functions, allowing the six-winged archangel Golden Saint to fully control the divine domain. The inheritance object has a built-in map, which allows the six-winged archangel Golden Saint to easily find the core temple of the divine domain. He appeared outside the temple. Every part of this majestic temple was filled with the power of faith. Entering the temple, the other archangels have not returned yet. Only one double-winged archangel is guarding here. When seeing the six-winged archangel Jean Shung, the double-winged archangel was stunned for a moment. And then he felt the aura of the inheritance on the six-winged archangel Jean Shung. With great gift, the six-winged archangel Jean Shung sensed the power of faith coming from the two-winged archangel, which showed that the two-winged archangel recognized him 100% from the bottom of his heart. He had to sigh at the special nature of the inheritance of the divine realm. This pyramid-like system is an extremely stable power system. If he hadn't directly become a six-winged archangel, killed the original six-winged archangel, and obtained the inheritance, It would have been impossible to stand at the top of this pyramid of power. The six-winged archangel Jean Shung waved his hand, signaling the two-winged archangel to stand up. He saw the main seat in the temple, so he walked over and sat on the main seat. As soon as he sat in this position, he felt like he was in control of the entire divine realm. The divine realm is not only the half of the land of immortals, but also another world connected by the space gate. That world is also the divine realm. It's just that that world is the source of belief in the divine realm, and there are life forms similar to humans living in it. Compared with the human world, the living beings in that world are more ignorant. In addition to working every day, they constantly pray to God. In this way, they generate the power of faith. It is precisely because of the ignorance of these life forms that it is easier for them to generate the power of faith. In the human world, due to the spread of knowledge and the concept of Tao demon, humans with faith are not considered mainstream. Only Buddhism can pass on faith and allow believers to believe in the Buddha of Buddhism, thus generating the power of faith. Buddha is not empty. In fact, most Buddhas are ascended Buddhas. And ascended Buddhas can also gain some benefits in the upper realm through their faith in the lower realm. Li Shiming used the six-winged archangel Jean Shung to check the operation method of the divine realm. The seemingly simple operation method is actually extremely solid. This operation method has even been running safely for many thousands of years. Chapter 11:11 Mastery. Soon after, the two-winged archangels returned. They were also surprised when they saw the six-winged archangel Jean Shung. But with the inheritance, no matter how surprised they were, they honestly accepted the leadership of the six-winged archangel Golden Saint. They paid homage to the seraphim archangel Jean Shung and expressed their loyalty. The two four-winged archangels returned after some time. Their appearance was extremely miserable, and they could not see what a four-winged archangel should look like at all. Their wings disappeared, revealing huge wounds on their backs. It was obvious that the four-winged archangels had greater autonomy. After seeing the six-winged archangel Golden Saint, they wanted to express their opinions. They wanted to know the whereabouts of another seraph archangel, but their current state prevented them from speaking out. They knew that in their current state, once they had a disagreement with the six-winged archangel Jean Shung, the consequences would be fatal. So they chose to surrender temporarily to the six-winged archangel Jean Shung. They needed to regain their strength first, and then find a way to investigate what happened.
You guys go and have a rest.
Six-winged archangel Jean Shung waved his hand. In fact, the six-winged archangel Golden Saint sits at the main seat of the temple and has a sense of control over the entire divine domain, especially the various altars and temples. He could clearly understand the thoughts of the two four-winged archangels through perception. He shook his head. It seemed that these two four-winged archangels could not be kept. It's just that he has just taken control of the divine realm and cannot kill two four-winged archangels in front of the two-winged archangels. The two four-winged archangels bowed out and went to the branch hall of the temple. They also had certain authority and could absorb the power of faith within their authority. They need to use the power of faith to restore their strength as soon as possible. But even if they do it as soon as possible, the time will be extremely long. The six-winged archangel Jean Shung was still familiar with the management of the divine domain. He found that he now had a certain connection with the temple. Through the temple, he could sense the situation of each altar. Moreover, he could also contact the will of the six-winged archangels in each altar through the temple. It turns out that the will of the six-winged archangels in the altar is not unique to any one of the six-winged archangels. After the six-winged archangels of all generations separated their wills on the altar, this six-winged archangel's will can be later inherited by the six-winged archangel. It can be said that the current divine realm is within the thoughts of the six-winged archangel Jean Shung. If he wants to destroy the divine realm, he only needs to take back all the wills of the six-winged archangels and the broken godhead in the altar. And all the altars can be rendered useless in an instant. And he can also close the space door connecting the world of God's domain. At that time, the God's domain in the land of fallen immortal will lose the source of the power of faith. He has no intention of doing this. These powers of faith are resources. In addition to collecting the power of faith, the temple also plays an important role, which is to cultivate exotic spiritual crystals. Exotic spirit crystal is actually a special method used by the temple to convert part of the power of faith into exotic spirit crystal that can convert energy types at will. Exotic spiritual crystals are also important strategic materials in the God's domain. Carrying exotic spiritual crystals on exotic god warriors will add a large amount of energy to themselves, thus improving the durability of the battle. However, where the temple cultivates exotic spiritual crystals, the number of
Exotic spiritual crystals.
Is not large. Only more than 100. There is no warehouse in the temple. It is expected that
Exotic spiritual crystals
can be cultivated at any time. So there is no large reserve of
exotic spiritual crystals.
He did not make changes immediately. He issued an order to the 3 winged archangels and asked them to patrol everywhere to prevent the Immortal Alliance from counterattacking. The 3 winged archangels would not disobey his orders. So they all bowed in agreement and then left. The 6-winged archangel Jean Shung showed a sneer and disappeared into the hall in a flash. He appeared in the room of the 2 4-winged archangels, who were still absorbing the power of faith. When they saw the appearance of the 6-winged archangel Jean Shung, the 2 4-winged archangels were startled at first, then hurriedly suppressed their emotions and saluted respectfully. The 6-winged archangel Golden Saint waved his hand, and the 2 Holy Spirit energy turned into 2 flying swords. The flying swords contained
chaos sword intent
and shot into the bodies of the 2 4-winged archangels. The 2 4-winged archangels should not have been so weak in the first place. If they were in their prime, they would have been able to withstand the 6-winged archangel Golden Saint for at least a while together. But the problem is that the 2 4-winged archangels don't even have wings, and their combat power has dropped to the point where they can barely maintain their realm. It can be said that they are currently the weakest existences among the archangels. Facing the attack of the 6-winged archangel, they didn't even have the ability to resist. But at the end of their lives, panic flashed in their eyes. They wanted to convey something, but it was too late. They were frightened because they recognized the
chaos sword intent.
Of course they knew the
chaos sword intent.
It was the owner of the
chaos sword intent
who caused the 4 wings behind them to be destroyed. As for the 6-winged archangel Golden Sage, it is obvious that the 6-winged archangel Golden Sage masters the
chaos sword intent.
The 6-winged archangel Golden Sage is connected with the human immortal envoy. It's a pity that even if they knew it, they could only perish with this secret. The 6-winged archangel Jean Shung took out 2 godheads from the 2 4-winged archangels. These 2 godheads are almost 1/3 complete. Even if the 2 godheads are added together, they are not enough to form a complete godhead. He looked at the 2 1/3 godheads in his hand, hesitated slightly, but did not swallow them. He has his own feeling. After devouring a complete godhead, his godhead has almost reached the extreme that this world can bear. Perhaps if he devours more godheads, he may need to immediately prepare to raise the divine fire to break through the void and become a god. He checked the power of faith in the divine domain again, and found that although the power of faith was not enough to cultivate new 6-winged archangels, he wanted to cultivate 2 4-winged archangels while having 1/3 of his godhead. Not a problem. On the other side, Li Taibai came to Li Shiming's retreat and took away 2 late 5th grade holy spirits from Li Shiming. Li Taibai left the Immortal Alliance and headed towards the Divine Realm. After helping the Immortal League in the battle, he eliminated the hidden dangers in the Divine Realm, which greatly increased his status in the Immortal League. Although he is not the manager of any faction, let alone a core member of the Immortal League, his influence in the Immortal League is, but it is second only to 4 managers. This allowed him to enter and leave the Immortal Alliance freely without any interference from the Immortal Envoy. He came to the border of the Immortal Realm and released 2 late-stage 5th grade Holy Spirits. The 2 late 5th grade Holy Spirits entered the Divine Realm on their own, both under the control of Li Shiming's brain, and they headed all the way to the temple. There was no trouble along the way, and there was no need for the 6-winged Archangel Jean Shung to intervene, because they knew the map of the Divine Domain. They did not need to meet other
foreign god warriors.
When they arrived at the temple, they were immediately received into the temple by the 6-winged Archangel Jean Shung. The 6-winged Archangel Jean Shung handed them 2 1/3 divine heads and asked them to stay in the sub-temple room where the 2 4-winged archangels were originally. The Holy Spirit, in the late 5th stage, is only 1 step away from the archangel. The difference between this step and the Godhead is the Godhead. Even if there is a broken Godhead, it is possible for them to be promoted to the archangel. However, in this process, a lot of power of faith needs to be absorbed. In the human world, Li Shiming was unable to meet their needs in a short period of time. So they have always been late-stage 5th grade Holy Spirits and have not been able to be promoted to archangels. Now, 1/3 of the Godhead has entered the body, allowing a second pair of wings to grow on the back of the late 5th grade Holy Spirit. At the same time, the temple opened the power of faith to them, and they began to absorb a large amount of the power of faith. Originally, their realm was the peak of the late 5th stage, only 1 step away from the archangels.
Although their need for the power of faith was greater due to the extra pair of wings, there was a steady supply of the power of faith from the temple. It didn't take long for them to be promoted to the realm of archangels. No one would dare to believe that in today's God's domain. The 6-winged archangels and the 2 4-winged archangels, these 3 beings who stood at the top of the God's domain, were all replaced by Li Shiming's men. Now that Li Shiming truly has the divine realm in his hands, even if the winged archangel has any ideas, it will not affect his control of the divine realm. The more he truly comes into contact with the power system of God's domain, the more confident he becomes. The main reason is that the power system of the divine realm is too centralized. Unlike the Immortal Alliance, where 4 factions manage the immortal envoys to control power, here, the 6-winged archangel is the supreme power controller. Below are the 4-winged archangels, who are the alternatives to the 6-winged archangel. The 2 4-winged archangels have a small part of the power. As for the 2-winged archangels, they have very little power and only act as thugs. Even the 2-winged archangel needs to dedicate his faith, which puts himself in an extremely low position. After the battle between the divine realm and the immortal realm did not immediately retaliate. Instead, it cultivated its moral character and prepared to wait until it was strong enough before taking action. Of course, the immortal realm is also investigating the situation in the divine realm. The great immortal Jian Feiyu has come to the border of the immortal realm several times and conducted provocative tests on the divine realm. What made him a little disappointed was that he originally thought that the 4-winged archangels of God's domain had suffered heavy losses. But in fact, God's domain sent 4-winged archangels to resist his provocation. In the following time, there were no major moves between the divine realm and the immortal realm. Only some minor conflicts between the 2 sides. While Li Shiming was practicing, he also guided Inshuruan when he had time. Ever since he cultivated immortal energy, his strength has long surpassed the level of the great immortal envoy in this world and reached another, more powerful level. The only thing that affects his ascension is the accumulation of cave energy. So when he was instructing Inshuruan on the rules, the height at which he stood made his vision very different from before. In addition, Fairy Qi strengthened Li Shiming, and also strengthened the natal magic weapon of Z15. The enhanced Z15 has developed the most suitable guidance plan for Inshuruan. Under such circumstances, it took Inshuruan 10 years to successfully advance to the late stage of great power. During this period, Inshuruan also discovered something strange. It seemed that Li Shiming had an endless supply of exotic spirit crystals in her hands, in order to allow her to increase her strength as quickly as possible. A full 120 exotic spirit crystals were invested. Nowadays, Inshuruan has not been in seclusion in the cave. She also has some friends in the Immortal League. As a rare late-stage powerful female cultivator in the Immortal Alliance, she has become the strongest female cultivator in the fallen Immortal Land, giving her a very high status among female cultivators. Li Shiming is not worried about Inshuruan's safety. In the land of fallen immortals, perhaps other monks view the land of fallen immortals as dangerous, but in his opinion, the land of the lost immortal is as safe as his own back garden. Although he was not able to completely control the immortal realm, he controlled a quarter of the immortal realm's power, which was enough to ensure Inshuruan's safety. Not to mention the monks in the immortal land, who didn't know that there were 3 great immortal envoys standing behind Inshuruan. As for the divine realm, let alone that, even if Inshuruan enters the divine realm to visit at this time, there will be no danger. After several years of management, all the archangels in God's domain were replaced by Li Shiming's Holy Spirit. Even some important places are controlled by Li Shiming's Holy Spirit. The immortal realm is Li Shiming's back garden. Then the divine realm is Li Shiming's private residence. Except for the exotic spiritual crystals produced by the God's domain to maintain the operation of the God's domain, the rest were sent to Li Shiming. This is also the reason why he can give Inshuruan a large amount of exotic spiritual crystals to consume. With Inshuruan's talent, it is difficult for her to make progress without a large amount of resources to push her forward. Time moved forward steadily, and 300 years later, Inshuruan was officially promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy. The impact of this incident is not small, and it further proves that in the hands of Li Shiming, Li Yuanba, and other Great Immortal Envoys, there are methods to help improve the Great Immortal Envoys. But even if all the monks had such a guess, they could not do anything to Li Shiming and the others, let alone force them. Now, the strength of the Li family alone in the immortal domain is comparable to that of the Immortal Alliance. Li Yuanba, known as the most powerful immortal envoy of the Immortal Alliance, His most powerful achievement was to defeat the 2 four-winged archangels with 1 against 2. He even chased the 6-winged archangel out of the immortal realm, making him recognized as the #1 archangel. Even the 2 veteran immortal envoys from the western and northern clan recognized this. Although Li Taibai's combat power cannot be compared with Li Yuanba's, as the great immortal envoy of Lei Xiao, his combat power has quickly narrowed the gap with the veteran great immortal envoy. As for Li Shiming's combat power, not many monks knew about it, but Li Shiming's influence is not low. He is the only alchemy master who can refine 5th grade high-level elixirs. Finally, there is Yin Sherlan, who has just been promoted. Although she has just been promoted, her combat power cannot be underestimated. The main reason is that she is a disciple of Luanfeng Palace and practices the Dancing Phoenix 9 Heavens technique. This is a technique that is practiced together with a spiritual pet. Under Li Shiming's deliberate training, her spiritual pet Xiao Huang has also reached the peak of the 5th level. With the cooperation of Xiao Huang and Yin Sherlan, even the veteran immortal envoys must be careful. Chapter 11-12 Buddha. In the Immortal Alliance, in addition to the 4 factions, there are also some small forces that do not belong to the 4 factions. Most of these small forces belong to the niche forces in the world of immortality. There have been particularly powerful existences in the past, making them an important faction in the Immortal Alliance. However, after a long time, these forces have not had new powerful existences, making these the power is particularly inconspicuous among the Immortal Alliance. The great Bodhisattva of mountains and waters is the representative of Buddhism among these small forces. As the most powerful Bodhisattva among Buddhism, he leads all the Buddhist monks in the Immortal Alliance. On this day, he was doing his daily evening class, which is an important course in Buddhist practice. He faced a Buddha statue, which was an angry-eyed Vajra. If Li Shiming were here, he would definitely recognize that this angry-eyed King Kong was the one he contacted when he was practicing the Vajra Body Protection Divine Art. After so many years, the Vajra Body Protection Divine Skill in his body has long been eliminated, and he can no longer contact the Angry Eyes King Kong. He did not know that the Angry Eye Vajra was not a void existence, but a real Buddha, a Buddha in the upper realm. The great Bodhisattva of mountains and waters worships the Angry Eye Vajra. The reason why the Angry Eye Vajra is enshrined is because the Angry Eye Vajra is the previous Buddha who ascended from the Immortal Alliance. It is also the easiest Buddha to contact at present. The more ancient Buddha is too difficult to contact. Just as he was about to finish today's evening class as usual, suddenly there was a faint light flashing on the Angry Eye Vajra Buddha statue. The Bodhisattva Shan Shui was shocked. He quickly clasped his hands towards the Angry Eye Vajra Buddha statue and waited patiently for the movement of the Angry Eye Vajra Buddha statue. The sudden change of the Angry Eye Vajra Buddha statue made him extremely surprised. He did not take the initiative to contact the Angry Eye Vajra, and there had never been any incident of the Angry Eye Vajra taking the initiative to contact him. Sending a message from the upper bound to the lower bound requires some consumption. Fortunately, when Angry Eyes King Kong was in the lower realm, he left behind a Buddha statue that belonged to him. This Buddha statue contained a spiritual imprint of his, allowing him to communicate remotely in the upper realm. There is no sound. The Angry Eye Vajra Buddha statue just transmits a message to the Shan Shui Bodhisattva through energy. The face of Shan Shui Bodhisattva changed after receiving the news. The reason why Angry Eyes Vajra, the Buddha in the upper realm, took the initiative to contact him was because Angry Eyes Vajra discovered that the power of faith in Buddhism in the lower realm was exhausted. Originally, Angry Eyes King Kong didn't pay much attention when he sensed that the power of faith was weakening. Every once in a while, the induction between the upper and lower realms would be affected. But hundreds of years have passed, and the power of faith is almost showing signs of drying up, which makes Angry Eyes King Kong have to pay attention. If the Buddha in the upper realm wants to obtain the power of faith from the lower realm, he needs his own Buddha statue to accept the power of faith. When the power of faith in the Buddha statue is full, a small amount of the power of faith can pass through the barrier and be obtained by the Buddha in the upper realm. Since there are so many Buddha statues in the lower realm, even if each Buddha statue can transmit only a small amount of power of faith to the upper realm, the combined power of a large number of Buddha statues can give the Buddha in the upper realm a lot of power of faith. But now not only the Angry Eyes Vajra, but also the other Buddhas have found their faith exhausted. The problem is that the rest of the Buddhas have already established themselves in the upper realm, and there is no big problem without the power of faith in the lower realm. But Angry Eyes King Kong is different. Angry Eyes King Kong himself is not good at recruiting followers. Most of his power of faith comes from the lower world. So this time, he contacted the most powerful bodhisattva in the lower world just to solve this matter. This matter does not require investigation. Angry Eyes King Kong used special means to find the monk who stole the power of faith at a certain price. The great bodhisattva of mountains and waters saw the illusion of the monk who extracted the power of faith and recognized his identity at a glance. It was Li Shiming who was currently practicing in seclusion in the eastern department of the Immortal Alliance. After learning Li Shiming's identity, Jean Shung Bodhisattva didn't know how to respond for a while. Although he didn't know what Li Shiming's strength was, Li Shiming was a real immortal envoy. And it was not something that a small bodhisattva like him could deal with. Not to mention, Li Shiming has a close relationship with Li Yuanba, as well as Li Taibai, a good friend of the great immortal envoy, and Yin Shirlan, a Taoist companion of the great immortal envoy. It can be said that Li Shiming is at the top of the human monks. The top combat power of the force, to which Li Shiming belongs, can even suppress the top combat power of the Immortal Alliance. The great bodhisattva of landscape and waters had no choice but to describe Li Shiming's situation to the angry eye Vajra Buddha statue. The strength of these four immortal envoys, Li Shiming, Li Yuanba, Li Taibai and Yin Shirlan, was an unsolvable problem for Jean Shung Bodhisattva. However, after Jean Shung Bodhisattva explained the matter to Angry Eyes King Kong, Angry Eyes King Kong gave the answer. Solution. The strength of the great immortal envoy is invincible in this world. But the Angry Eye King Kong can use secret techniques to make a clone of himself descend to the lower world. Even if the clone descended to the lower realm is only 1/10 of the strength of the Raging Eye King Kong, it is still very easy to deal with the great immortal envoys in this world. 1/10 of the strength is also the limit that this world can bear. What Jean Shung Bodhisattva needs to do now is to lure Li Shiming out of the Immortal Alliance. He cannot do anything within the Immortal Alliance. Within the Immortal League, the Eastern Department is managed by Li Yuanba, and the Southern Department is managed by Great Immortal Jin Feiyu. These two parties are from the same sect, and they will interfere if someone takes action in the Immortal League. In addition, although the Angry Eye King Kong is already in the upper realm, he will not offend the Immortal Alliance at the same time. The Immortal Alliance has many powerful beings in the upper realm. If the Buddha in the upper realm really wants to cause trouble in the Immortal Alliance, the consequence will be that the Buddha will be hunted down by other powerful beings in the Immortal Alliance in the upper realm. So no matter what, Li Shiming must be lured out of the Immortal Alliance before he can take action. Angry Eyes King Kong made a promise to Jean Shung Bodhisattva. That is, to help Jean Shung Bodhisattva to reach the pinnacle of Bodhisattva. That is, to have the strength of a great immortal envoy. Crossing the world and raising the realm of the great landscape Bodhisattva is not an easy task, and it requires a huge price to be paid by Angry Eye Vajra. But there was nothing the Angry Eyes King Kong could do. If Li Shiming was not killed, his anger would not be quelled. Angry Eyes King Kong uses anger as his power. Once his anger cannot be calmed down, it will bring serious consequences to him. What Li Shiming did was to cut off the roots of his cultivation. It was a good thing that he didn't know about this kind of hatred. Once he knew about it, he had to solve it with thunderous force, which is in line with the code of conduct of the Angry Eyes King Kong. In addition, killing Li Shiming can ensure that the power of faith in the lower realm will not be extracted again. If Li Shiming is not dealt with, Angry King Kong is worried that Li Shiming will regard the Buddha statues in the lower world as a source of harvesting power of faith. The longevity of a great immortal envoy can last a long time, and the Angry Eye Vajra may not be able to gain the power of faith for nearly 10,000 years. The great bodhisattva of mountains and rivers would never refuse the orders of Angry Eyes Vajra. If he did not mention the benefits given by Angry Eyes Vajra, there would be no benefits. His long-term worship of Angry Eyes Vajra had long ago developed his devout faith in Angry Eyes Vajra. He would not be able to disobey Angry Eyes Vajra. Wanting to lure Li Shiming out, he thought of a way. What Li Shiming is most concerned about is Taoist companion Yin Shirlan. Yin Shirlan is also a great immortal envoy, and the great bodhisattva of mountains and waters is also unable to deal with Yin Shirlan unless he invites the Angry Eye Vajra. But sometimes force is not necessarily needed. Jean Shung Bodhisattva has his own way. However, this opportunity had to wait. He mobilized the power of Buddhism and began to pay attention to Yin Shirlan's whereabouts. Finally, a few months later, Yin Shirlan went to the Seven Immortals' residence and met with fellow disciple Lin Jing. Buddhism dispatched more than 10 bodhisattvas, but they were not attacking the Seven Immortals. With Yin Shirlan here, let alone more than 10 bodhisattvas, even if this number were hundreds of times greater, they would not be able to trap a great immortal envoy. What the more than 10 bodhisattvas did
was to carry Buddhist treasures outside the coverage of the Xianju formation, making it impossible for the 7 immortals to contact the Immortal Alliance for a short period of time. In fact, there are big flaws in doing this. Xianju is part of the Luoxian formation. It is still possible to teleport to Xianju through the Luoxian formation. All they can do is make the Identity Jade Disc unable to connect to the Immortal Alliance. The great Bodhisattva of mountains and waters left the Immortal Alliance early and came to the border of the Immortal Realm. This is not within the scope of the fallen Immortal formation and is the best place to fight. As long as Li Shiming does not bring other Immortal envoys with him, he will no longer be able to contact other Immortal envoys after arriving here, and there will be no follow-up help. Li Shiming is practicing, and the only thing he lacks currently is the accumulation of energy in the cave. The energy in the cave is converted into immortal energy, and he needs to continuously accumulate immortal energy. Once the immortal energy fills 5 caves, it will be the day he ascends. At this moment, a sound transmission technique came in from the outside, but it was blocked outside the stone house and could not get close to him. After that, there was another sound transmission method. Almost every other breath. These sound transmission techniques come from within the Immortal Alliance. This sound transmission technique can penetrate the sky, and most formations will also allow the sound transmission techniques to pass through. It's just that when Li Shiming was practicing, in order to avoid being disturbed, the most important thing was that he had no friends in the Immortal League or even in the Land of Immortals. Even if there was any big event, Li Yuanba and Li Taibai would contact him. At first, a sound transmission technique came over, but it did not attract his attention. But as more and more sound transmission techniques arrived, he stopped practicing and summoned the sound transmission techniques with a wave of his hand. When he learned the content of the sound transmission technique, a strange look appeared on his face. This turned out to be a threatening message, saying that Yin Shirlan was in their hands, and asked Li Shiming to go immediately. Yin Shirlan's life could not be guaranteed at night. Li Shiming tried to contact Yin Shirlan, but Identity Yudi was unable to contact Yin Shirlan, and other contact methods were also unable to contact her. It's just that he doesn't think something happened to Yin Shirlan. He and Yin Shirlan have been together for thousands of years, with the relationship between the two of them. If something happened to Yin Shirlan, he would not be able to sense it. His soul is very powerful, and any trouble related to himself or those close to him will trigger reactions from his soul. Although he thought so, his strong self-confidence made him ready to take a look. The location given by the threatening person was the boundary of the Immortal Realm. Li Shiming did not hesitate and left the Immortal Alliance in a flash. The great landscape Bodhisattva stands in the void, holding the Buddha statue of Angry Ivajra in his hand, and his perception is completely relaxed. Li Shiming was an immortal envoy, and he was very aware of the consequences of threatening an immortal envoy. Now the only thing he can rely on is the angry-eyed King Kong Buddha statue in his hand. If the angry-eyed King Kong cannot solve Li Shiming, he will be extremely miserable. Don't worry. As long as my Buddha statue is here, the great immortal envoy cannot use his spirit to influence you. The glowing Vajra Buddha statue shimmered slightly, conveying the comforting message of the raging Ivajra. The comfort of the angry Ivajra was indeed useful. The great Bodhisattva of mountains and waters suddenly felt at peace in his mind, and his fear of the great immortal messenger was much reduced. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the Shanshui Bodhisattva, and a terrifying spirit enveloped the Shanshui Bodhisattva. The great Bodhisattva of mountains and waters only felt his body stiffen. His body was no longer under control. What was even more frightening was that he could not get in touch with the cave heaven. Angry Eyes Vajra was in the upper realm, and could only get in touch with the Shanshui Bodhisattva. He did not expect that the Shanshui Bodhisattva would be mentally suppressed. This is equivalent to saying that the boast he just boasted was broken by Li Shiming. How could the angry-eyed King Kong endure it? He had originally planned to descend into his clone. At this time, he no longer hesitated and mobilized 1/10 of his soul and energy to consume the remaining power of faith. With the special ability of the power of faith, he connected the world barrier and invested 1/10 of his soul and energy into the body of the great Bodhisattva of mountains and waters in the lower realm. The cost of descending the clone this time is very large, at least for thousands of years. He will not be able to use it a second time. Especially 1/10 of the soul needs to return after descending, and the time for descending is only 100 breaths. He needs to kill Li Shiming within 100 breaths. Otherwise the price will be in vain. Li Shiming looked at the great Bodhisattva of mountains and rivers in front of him. He did not expect that it was the great Bodhisattva of Buddhism who led him. When he was about to kill the great Bodhisattva Shanshui,
The Buddha statue in the hand of great Bodhisattva Jean Shung flashed a golden Buddhist mark. And the golden Buddhist mark disappeared into the body of great Bodhisattva Jean Shung. In just an instant, the aura of the great Jean Shung Bodhisattva rose straight up, reaching the realm of the great immortal envoy, and continued to rise until it reached the peak of the great immortal envoy. If he really wants to go up again, the consequence will be repulsion from heaven and earth, even without Li Shiming taking action. The heavenly catastrophe caused by the repulsion from heaven and earth can kill the great Jean Shung Bodhisattva.
Nigga! It was you who extracted the Buddhist faith. Who ordered you?
The angry Ivajra forcibly took over the body of the Jean Shung Bodhisattva. The body of the Jean Shung Bodhisattva was transformed into the Dharma body of the angry Ivajra. He looked at Li Shiming and asked in a deep voice. Although he only had 100 breaths of time, he was confident that he could resolve the battle in an instant. Before that, he needed to know who directed Li Shiming to extract the power of Buddhist faith. He did not believe that Li Shiming, a Taoist monk from the lower realm, had the ability to extract the power of faith. It's not that Taoist monks are weaker than Buddhist monks, but that Taoist monks simply don't know how to study the power of faith. Chapter 11:13 Curse the Buddha. Li Shiming looked at the great Jean Shung Bodhisattva. The appearance of the great Jean Shung Bodhisattva made him immediately know who the other person was.
King Kong! It turns out King Kong is real!
He did not answer King Kong's question, but shouted excitedly. When he first practiced the Buddhist technique of
Vajra body protection magic,
he had contact with the angry Ivajra. But at that time, he thought that the angry Ivajra was just a spiritual body created by many believers in the world. He did not expect that the raging King Kong existed, which made him have more guesses about the Buddha enshrined in Buddhism.
What a bastard! I'll defeat you first, and then take out your soul, and I'll check it out myself.
Angry King Kong roared angrily, when he had ever received such anger. He opened his hand, and the mysterious Buddhist mark turned into a big net and wrapped around Li Shiming. Li Shiming's face turned solemn. He felt that the Buddha's seal net issued by Angry Eyes King Kong carried unparalleled power. This was almost the power of the sealing of this world. He did not dare to look down upon it. The immortal energy that was originally contained in his body was mobilized with the slightest movement of his mind. His right hand turned into a sword technique, and he slashed towards the Buddha's seal net with his sword. The Buddha's seal net seemed to be about to trap him, but a sword light emitted from the sword finger, cutting the Buddha's seal net in half. Not only that, after the Buddha's seal net was divided into two halves, the immortal energy and
chaos sword intent
in the sword light completely destroyed the separated halves of the Buddha's seal net in an instant. If Angry Eyes King Kong hadn't experienced countless battles, and his reaction speed was fast enough, Li Shiming's sword finger could even cut him in half. Even though Angry Eyes King Kong retreated in time, his eyes were no longer full of anger, but full of horror.
How did you cultivate immortal energy in the lower realm?
Angry Eyes King Kong shouted in a voice of extreme disbelief. How could he not know what kind of energy Li Shiming exerted? This was the immortal energy that only the upper world possessed. Li Shiming actually displayed the immortal energy in the lower realm that was only available in the upper realm. And after Li Shiming fully demonstrated his strength, he even realized that Li Shiming's physical body had become an immortal body. After achieving the immortal body in the lower realm, what other methods are there in the lower realm to break through the immortal body's defense? Even if the descending clone of Angry Eye King Kong carries 1/10 of the soul in energy, the problem is that when he descends the clone, the energy in the upper realm will automatically be converted into the energy form of the lower realm. In other words, the Angry Eye King Kong is now the peak of the immortal envoy, and is theoretically the pinnacle of the lower realm's strength. But he never expected that there were monsters like Li Shiming in the lower world who could cultivate immortal energy and achieve immortal bodies. He even didn't know that being able to cultivate immortal energy in the lower realm would have an impact on monks, because there was no precedent for this. But one thing he knew was that Li Shiming was invincible in the lower realm, and nothing in this world could kill Li Shiming. Thinking of this, Angry King Kong no longer wanted to kill Li Shiming. The immortal body ensured that Li Shiming could not be killed, and the immortal energy ensured that Li Shiming's attack ability was a level beyond that of the great immortal envoy. He decided to end the descending clone and let 1/10 of his soul return. At the same time that he made his decision, Li Shiming pointed his sword finger, and a lightning flashed. The thunder and lightning transformed by the lightning passed through the distance between the two people and struck the Angry Eye King Kong. This is lightning enhanced by immortal energy. It may be just a normal attack in the upper world, but in this world it is unimaginably powerful. The Angry Eye King Kong was about to withdraw his soul, but the lightning broke through everything and hit his body. For a moment, His body and soul trembled. Li Shiming took a step forward, came to the front of angry King Kong, and gently tapped his fingers between angry King Kong's eyebrows. A stream of immortal energy blessed with the Chaos Sword intent was sent into the forehead of angry eyes King Kong. The angry-eyed King Kong let out a miserable howl. It is not accurate to say one, because this howl came from the soul. Li Shiming could sense that there was the soul howl of the angry-eyed King Kong, and the soul of the great landscape Bodhisattva howl, even though the soul of the great Bodhisattva of mountains and waters was suppressed by the angry-eyed King Kong. Under the attack of the immortal energy and Chaos Sword intent, all the souls in this body were among the targets of the attack. It is estimated that Angry Eyes King Kong never thought that descending the clone would have such consequences. The angry-eyed Vidra in the upper realm shed blood and tears from his eyes. His spirit was extremely depressed, and he lost 1/10 of his soul. Even for a Buddha, this was an extremely serious injury. Li Shiming waved his hand, and the ghost flew out and pounced on the body in front of him. The heavenly ghost opened his mouth wide and swallowed the body of the great Jean Shung Bodhisattva into his mouth. The timing of the devouring by the heavenly ghosts was just right. It was at the moment when the souls of Angry Eye Vidra and Jean Shung Bodhisattva had just been destroyed, but had not yet been completely destroyed. After such a long period of training, Tiangui has reached the late stage of 5th level. Now that we have the soul of the great Bodhisattva of mountains and rivers, and most importantly, 1/10 of the soul of the Angry Eye King Kong, the spiritual energy quality of the ghosts can be rapidly improved. In order to descend into the clone of Angry Eyes King Kong, 1/10 of the souls passed through the world barrier, which made 1/10 of the souls extraordinarily pure. After their spiritual intelligence was destroyed, only Buddha-level pure souls were left. Energy. Tiangui's aura continued to improve, and it didn't take long to reach the peak of the 5th level. If Li Shiming hadn't cast a few spells in time, Tiangui would have reached a higher level by now, without any preparation. And if its master has not been promoted first, if Tiangui really wants to be promoted by force, on the one hand, he will lose control, and on the other hand, he will be killed by the thunder. Fortunately, Li Shiming imprisoned Tiangui's excess mental energy in time, so that Tiangui only stayed at the peak of the 5th level. Li Shiming shook his head and looked at the Buddha statue. At this time, the appearance of the Buddha statue was extremely dim, like a dilapidated Buddha statue. But he remembered that when he first saw it, the Buddha statue had flashing lights, which was completely different from what it looked like now. He took the Buddha statue and felt the Buddha's seal inside it, which was the spiritual imprint left by the Angry Eye King Kong. But the spiritual imprint at this time was extremely weak. Li Shiming thought of an ancient secret method found in the Immortal Alliance library, which was a cursed method through spiritual imprints. If the Angry Eye King Kong was not injured, the effect of this curse would not have much impact on it. But Li Shiming believed that the Angry-Eyed King Kong, who had lost 1/10 of his soul, could not be completely unharmed. His fingernail cut lightly on his finger, and a wound appeared on his finger. Then he used the blood flowing from the wound to draw a complex pattern in the space. And then the immortal energy in his body turned into strange black magic energy and was injected into the pattern. The immortal energy he cultivated through the Heavenly Man art naturally has the special effect of the Heavenly Man art. That is, it can be converted into any form of energy. His cursed secret method is a secret method of the devil's way, so it naturally requires the energy of the devil's gate to stimulate it. The ancient magic secrets that can be put into the Immortal Alliance library will not be simple. After the pattern was injected with the magic energy, it turned into a black skull and rushed inside the Buddha statue, biting into the Buddhist mark. In the upper realm, Vidra with the angry eyes was sitting cross-legged, putting a piece of fairy grass into his mouth. Before the immortal grass could enter his mouth, he felt a palpitation in his heart, and then a phantom of a demon appeared from his soul. After the demon's shadow appeared, it immediately devoured his soul energy. If his soul had not been severely damaged, even if a demon appeared, he could use Buddhist methods to drive it away. But at this time, when his soul was at its weakest, the phantom of the demon appeared in his soul and swallowed up his soul energy without any hindrance. No! Angry Eyes King Kong shouted angrily. At this time, he wanted to contact other Buddhas. But the shadow of the demon that had swallowed up the soul energy had solidified and became a real demon. The most terrifying thing is that the demon swallowed the soul energy of the Buddha, which made the demon become more powerful. Angry King Kong's eyes became redder and redder, and his reason became weaker and weaker. Finally, the Buddha's spirit disappeared from his body. His body turned black, and he roared and rushed out. Li Shiming didn't know the final effect of the ancient curse he cast. He only knew that this curse attack could avenge the attack of the angry Eye King Kong. What he didn't even know was that in various places in the world of immortality, Buddhist cultivators who practice the Vajra body protection divine art and other Buddhist techniques with the angry Eye King Kong as their source suddenly felt that the power of the techniques was greatly reduced. In particular, the Buddhist cultivator, who was originally able to connect with the angry Eye King Kong and greatly enhance the power of the technique, has inexplicably lost this connection. In each temple, the Buddha statues of angry Eyes King Kong collapsed one by one. The angry-eyed Vajra Buddha statue in Li Shiming's hand turned into powder after he cast the ancient curse. He casually put away the body of the great mountain and water Bodhisattva, turned around and headed towards the Seven Immortals' residence. Near the Seven Immortals' residence, he discovered the figure of the Buddhist Bodhisattva. He instantly knew why he couldn't contact Inshilan. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 rays of immortal energy and sword light flew out. More than 10 Buddhist bodhisattvas were killed by the light of the immortal sword without even noticing who the enemy was. It seems that I will become stronger. The glaring King Kong in the upper world will not let me go. Although Li Shiming killed all the enemies, he was not in a good mood. He murmured to himself. He still doesn't know the ending of Angry Eyes King Kong. He thinks that Angry Eyes King Kong will suffer some damage at most. No matter what. When he ascends, he will only be the weakest existence in the upper world, and he may not be able to resist the revenge of the angry Eye King Kong. This was an unsolvable problem for other monks. But he had his own ideas. If Li Yuanba, Li Taibai, and the six-winged archangel Jean Shung all ascended to the upper realm with him, they would at least be able to fight together. Perhaps one six-winged archangel is too little. Li Shiming could not create a powerful immortal envoy in a short time, but six-winged archangels can be created. The divine realm at this moment is completely his. Of course, he has no intention of consuming all the divine realm. The existence of the divine realm has a special significance. If the human world did not have the enemy of the divine realm, it might not be as united as it is now. He is deeply aware of the inferiority of human beings. In the absence of external enemies, the battles between human monks will go on like crazy. Look at the situation in the immortal realm. The immortal realm confronts the divine realm and creates a unified immortal alliance. If there is no divine domain, the immortal alliance will immediately fall apart. And then, there will be competition between the great immortal envoys for interests. And various forces will compete for living space. Without the divine realm, perhaps tens of thousands of years later, the strength of the human world would have regressed a lot. So in his opinion, the divine realm still has to exist. The demise of the great Jean Shung Bodhisattva and more than 10 Buddhist bodhisattvas did not cause much reaction from the immortal alliance. Among them, only the great Bodhisattva of mountains and waters has some status in the Immortal League. It is because he is a great Bodhisattva and is one of the main combat forces of the Immortal League. But to say how big of a reaction it will cause, it is not that big. Not to mention that Li Yuanba will operate it on his behalf. Li Shiming did not tell the Immortal Alliance about this. It was better to keep it a secret that he could defeat the Buddha's clone in the upper world. In the days that followed, Li Shiming sent all his Holy Spirit, even the half-step 5th grade Holy Spirit, to the golden saint of the six-winged archangel. The six-winged archangel Jean Shung mobilized the energy of the altar to improve the cultivation of these Holy Spirits. Li Shiming also refined more Holy Spirit and put them all into the divine domain. Gradually, most of the foreign divine warriors in the upper echelons of the divine realm were his subordinates. Li Taibai took a four-winged archangel to the place where he could cultivate immortality. There were also some places where Li Shiming did not go to the place where he cultivated immortality. At that time, Li Shiming did not have a comprehensive map of the world of immortality. Now that he has the power of the Immortal Alliance, every place where he cultivates immortality is clearly recorded on the map of the Immortal Alliance. What Li Taibai had to do was to find all the Buddha statues, extract the power of faith inside, and let the four-winged archangel absorb it. Decades later, Li Taibai returned to the fairyland and sent the four-winged archangel to the border of the fairyland. The four-winged archangel returned to the temple in the divine realm on his own. At this time, the godhead in his body was just a little bit complete. After returning to the temple, the six-winged archangel allocated some of the power of faith in the temple to the four-winged archangel. After a period of time, the second six-winged archangel appeared in the temple. It's a pity that this is the best Li Shiming can do. Unless he is willing to destroy the divine realm, he will not be able to cultivate a third six-winged archangel. Of course, give it another 10,000 years. The Buddha statues in the human world can accumulate enough power of faith Or the world of God's domain can also accumulate the power of faith and recultivate new six-winged archangels. However, it is impossible for him to wait for 10,000 years. He is already an immortal body, and it is not a problem to live for tens of thousands of years. But Li Yuanba, Li Taibai, and Yin Shurlan are no longer good. If they don't ascend, their lifespan will be completely exhausted in 10,000 years. What Li Shiming needs to do now is to practice hard and improve his strength as much as possible. Chapter 11:14, Becoming an Immortal, and a book. Thousands of years have brought vicissitudes to the world. But to Almighty, 1,000 years is just a short period of time in life. Li Shiming had already reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this world 600 years ago. He had been suppressing himself and just waiting. Li Yuanba and Li Taibai also reached the peak of the great immortal almost 600 years ago. The two six-winged archangels even reached the peak of the six-winged archangels after consuming a lot of power of faith. A few days ago, Yin Shurlan also reached the peak of the immortal envoy. In this way, Li Shiming's forces in this world have all reached the conditions for ascension. On the other side of God's domain, after so many years of management, he has put in more than 1,000 holy spirits. To this end, he also re-entered the ancient ruins that produced half-step fifth-grade corpse refining materials and re-refined 1,000 holy spirits. These holy spirits were invested in the God's realm, replacing more than 80% of the mid to late 5th level boring God warriors in the entire God's realm. The remaining 2 floors are to give the fanatic believers in the divine realm a little hope of advancement. Li Yuanba invited the immortal envoy Jian Feiyu. Although the two of them each controlled a faction, their relationship was still very close over the years. He was not affected by his power, but he was disappointed by the 2 great immortal envoys from the northern and western factions. In fact, the 2 great immortal envoys from the northern and western factions have completely overthought themselves. The power of the Immortal Alliance may be extremely important to them, but in Li Shiming's eyes, it is just a means to obtain the resources of the Immortal Alliance. Li Shiming's goal has never been the Immortal Alliance, nor power. His sights are set further. Yuanba, why are you looking for me when you have time? Immortal Jian Feiyu sat on the futon at Li Yuanba's greeting, poured himself a cup of spiritual tea without any courtesy, and asked while drinking. Over the years, Li Yuanba has been practicing hard, and most of the affairs of the Eastern Department have been handed over. Unless it is some major matter, Li Yuanba never comes forward. Apart from acting as an agent for Li Shiming's alchemy commission, he almost ignored other things. Senior brother, I'm ready to ascend, Li Yuanba replied with a slight smile. What? Immortal Jian Feiyu suddenly put down the teacup in his hand and exclaimed. He looked at Li Yuanba seriously, and then realized that the aura on Li Yuanba's body had reached a level far beyond his. He had only sensed this kind of aura from the great immortal envoy Feng Jin, who had ascended before. According to his judgment, Li Yuanba had indeed reached the peak of the great immortal envoy. What will you do if you ascend to the Eastern element now? Immortal Jian Feiyu thought of something important again and asked. Although Li Yuanba didn't ask much trouble in the Eastern Department, it was precisely because of Li Yuanba's existence that the Eastern Department had been so stable over the years. More importantly, Li Yuanba is the most powerful among all the immortal envoys. If Li Yuanba ascends, the strength of the Immortal Alliance will be greatly reduced. Senior brother, I actually reached the peak of the immortal envoy 600 years ago. I worked hard to suppress it for 600 years. I don't want to wait any longer, Li Yuanba said with a wry smile and shook his head. His words made the immortal envoy Jian Feiyu feel silent. He also understood that it was not practical for a genius like Li Yuanba to remain bound to the Immortal Alliance. Back then, Li Yuanba was able to defeat 2 four-winged archangels 1 against 2. Now one can imagine how powerful Li Yuanba would be. Immortal Jian Feiyu understood more clearly that Li Yuanba was informing him, not applying to him. Perhaps in the world of immortality, no monk can stop Li Yuanba from doing anything. Then let Li Taibai take over, Immortal Jian Feiyu suggested after thinking about it. In 1,000 years, there have been no monks from the Eastern lineage with the talent to become great immortal envoys. And the same is true for the other 3 lines. This is also extremely normal. If it were so easy to cultivate great immortal envoys, then the Immortal Alliance would not have only had 4 great immortal envoys in the past thousands of years. There is no need to let the great immortal Feng Jin suppress his realm and not be able to ascend for a long time. It was obvious that Li Yuanba didn't want to wait any longer, and no one could restrain Li Yuanba, so he could only choose another Eastern Department manager. Li Taibai, Li Shurjan and Yin Shurlan will all ascend together.
Li Yuanba said calmly. This time, Immortal Jian Feiyu was completely shocked. Regarding Li Taibai and Li Shiming, he also knew that these two people had amazing talents. In his opinion, Yin Shirlan's talent was very poor. Li Shiming should have used a lot of resources to be promoted to the Great Immortal Envoy. But now even Yin Shirlan has reached the peak of the Immortal Envoy, which makes Ambassador Jian Feiyu a self-doubt. Why is he not even as good as Yin Shirlan?
It seems that you have made your decision. I will tell the other two about this,
Immortal Jian Feiyu said with a helpless sigh.
Senior brother, our ascension will weaken the Immortal Alliance's combat power. But I have received definite news that the six-winged Archangel of God's domain will also ignite the divine fire and leave this world,
Li Yuanba said with a smile. Immortal Jian Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. News about the divine realm was not easy to find out. However, considering that Li Shiming, Li Taibai, and Yin Shirlan are all great immortal envoys, perhaps they have some means to penetrate into the divine realm to obtain information. He won't think much about it. There can be no connection between the divine realm and human monks. The angels in the divine realm are just a bunch of lunatics, and will not contact the pagans. Li Yuanba decided to ascend. But the two great immortal envoys from the northern and western clan did not come forward to persuade them. In the past 1,000 years, they had been suppressed by Li Yuanba and the great immortal envoy Jian Feiyu. Li Yuanba's ascension might be able to change this situation. The fighting power of Li Yuanba's side is really too strong. Li Shiming, Li Taibai, and Yin Shirlan are the four great immortal envoys, together with the great immortal envoy Jian Feiyu, who is also from the same sect. The status of the eastern and southern factions in the Immortal Alliance is much higher than that of the northern faction. The western system is higher. If Li Yuanba hadn't paid much attention to foreign affairs and had no interest in power, life would have been even more difficult for the northern and western cliques. On the day of the Ascension, the suspended peaks dedicated to Ascension in the Immortal Alliance were set outside the Immortal Alliance, and the three suspended peaks were arranged separately. The great immortal envoy Jian Feiyu and the two great immortal envoys from the northern and western clans stood at the forefront, followed by the powerful masters of the later period, who all came to observe the Ascension.
Fellow Sword Taoist, why are there only 3 peaks? Aren't the 4 of them ascending together?
The western immortal envoy looked at the 3 suspended peaks and finally couldn't help but ask. These suspended peaks are equipped with formations specially prepared by the Immortal Alliance for Ascension, which can help to a certain extent. As far as he knew, Li Yuanba, Li Shiming, Li Taibai and Yin Shirlan were ascending together this time. So 4 suspended peaks should be prepared.
I don't know either.
Immortal Jian Feiyu shook his head and replied. He really didn't know that Li Yuanba was just prepared in this way. As for why Li Yuanba didn't explain more, he couldn't forcefully ask. The Immortal Alliance is preparing to ascend, and outside the temple in the Divine Realm, 2 six-winged archangels are also preparing. Unlike the Immortal Alliance, there are no other angels outside the Divine Realm temple, or the angels near the temple are not interested in the 2 six-winged archangels becoming gods, because all the angels here are subordinates of Li Shiming. Even if the 2 six-winged archangels become gods and leave, the power system of the divine domain will not change in any way. In fact, as the Holy Spirits, refined by Li Shiming as Flying Yiksha, they do not need to consider longevity. As long as Li Shiming, the Master, does not die, then the Holy Spirits can always exist. After the 2 six-winged archangels become gods, there will be a 4-winged archangel controlled by Li Shiming to take over the position of the 6-winged archangel, and then use the power of faith to promote themselves to the new 6-winged archangel. And the power of the rest of the pyramid will rise. The vacancies will be filled level by level, taking the more than 1,000 Holy Spirits left by Li Shiming in the God's realm. If he had not perished in the upper world, the God's realm would always be under his control. Outside the Immortal Alliance, figures appeared on 3 suspended peaks. Li Yuanba was on the left, Li Taibai was on the right, and Li Shiming and Yin Shirlan appeared together on the suspended peak in the middle.
Fellow Taoist Li Shurjin, are you planning to take your fellow Taoists to ascend together?
The Western Immortal Envoy felt that there was a problem with his cognition. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and asked in disbelief.
Does he think it's that easy to ascend? It's not as simple as doubling the difficulty of ascending together.
The Northern Immortal Envoy followed. Immortal Jian Feiyu was also shocked. He wanted to go over and persuade, but this kind of observation of Ascension could not disturb the Ascenders. If he really wanted to get close, he would be forging a deadly feud. Being able to let monks like them observe is giving them enough trust.
Perhaps Li Shurjin has his own ideas,
Immortal Jian Feiyu explained with some lack of confidence.
The two great immortal envoys from the northern department and the western department glanced at each other, with a hint of schadenfreude in each other's eyes. But they did not dare to show this emotion. The late-stage powerful men behind him were also talking about it. Li Shiming looked at Enshurlan with a smile. This was what he insisted on, based on his understanding of Enshurlan. If this were not the case, Enshurlan would not be able to ascend in even thousands more years, let alone 1,000 years. The danger of ascension is extremely high. Life and death depend on a thunder from the sky. Enshurlan disagreed at the time. Li Shiming tried hard to persuade him for a long time and showed his own strength before Enshurlan agreed. Sure, Ming. If you can't do anything, you must protect yourself and don't take care of me. Enshurlan gritted her teeth and said, she has seen the vastness of the world of immortality in her life. She, a female cultivator with average talent, is now at the top of the world of immortality. All because of Li Shiming's help. More importantly, she stayed with the person she loved all her life. And there were few people in the world of immortality who could do this. She was already satisfied. Even if she died at this moment, she felt it was worth it. Don't worry. We will ascend together and become immortals, Li Shiming said with a smile, his words full of confidence. He didn't need to send a signal to Li Yuanba and Li Taibai. He just nodded to Enshurlan. Li Yuanba and Li Taibai manifested their respective caves, and Enshurlan also manifested the caves together. When Li Shiming appeared in the cave, all the monks in the entire area were silent. They looked directly above Li Shiming's head. There were 5 phantoms in the caves appearing at the same time, making all the monks feel that this world was too ridiculous and unreal. There were really monks in the world who could own 5 caves. By now, Li Shiming no longer cares about his 5 secrets being discovered by others. Together with Enshurlan, Li Yuanba, and Li Taibai, he began to integrate the cave's sky with himself. Enshurlan, Li Yuanba, and Li Taibai all have elixirs that he refined from 5th grade top elixirs, just for this moment. In addition, because he had seen the process of merging the cave with the great immortal Feng Jin before, Z15 had the best plan for the fusion process, which greatly reduced the difficulty of the fusion. But Li Shiming, who other monks thought should be in trouble the most, was actually the most relaxed. Li Shiming needs to fuse 5 caves. If he was still cultivating chaos energy, it would indeed be difficult to fuse the caves at this time. But what he is practicing now is immortal energy, which allows him to successfully integrate the 5 caves. Unimaginable. However, he still used Enshurlan's fusion speed as the standard, and did not let his fusion be too fast, maintaining the same progress as Enshurlan. Although Enshurlan's talent is not good, her cave is much stronger than that of other great immortals. The energy output rate of her cave is more than 100 times that of normal great immortals. In order to prevent her from having problems merging with the cave, Li Shiming asked her to enter the illusion cast by Z15 to simulate the process of merging with the cave. Therefore, Enshurlan's speed of integrating the cave is almost the same as that of Li Yuanba and Li Taibai. After the fusion was completed, Li Shiming did not forget to bless Li Yuanba and Li Taibai with the magical energy of innate Imu. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and the 3 immortal envoys who were observing were all paying attention to Li Shiming. Above the heads of Li Shiming and Enshurlan, 2 thunderclouds quickly merged together to form an even more terrifying thundercloud. The dark golden thunder and lightning in the thunder clouds continued to tear open the space, cutting out tiny space cracks. Against the background of the thundercloud in the middle, the 2 thunderclouds on the sides appear much weaker. But no monk really thought that the 2 thunderclouds were weak. They all looked at the thundercloud in the middle, as if they were about to see Li Shiming and Enshurlan, the pair of great immortal envoys and Taoists, fall under the thunder. Boom! 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 3 thunderbolts fell almost at the same time. At this moment, Li Shiming's immortal energy rose up, and the terrifying aura revealed on his body, not to mention the late powerful ones behind him. Even the 2 great immortal envoys Jian Feiyu and the northern and western clan could not help but backwards continuously. There were looks of horror on the faces of the 3 immortal envoys. Of course they could sense Li Shiming's power. It was an indescribable power, and they were even sure that it would be difficult for them to maintain body control in front of Li Shiming, let alone fight. Especially the 2 great immortal envoys from the northern and western factions were even more shocked. For a while, they wanted to take action against Li Shiming. Thinking about it now, it's a good thing they didn't do it at the time. If they had, I'm afraid they would have ended up with the great immortal Feng Kui. The 3 immortal envoys present at this time were all convinced that the immortal envoy Feng Kuei was killed by Li Shiming. And there was no other possibility. The great immortal envoy Feng Kuei is so powerful that he can escape even if he encounters a 6-winged archangel. In the past, they were still wondering how it was possible for the immortal envoy Feng Kuei to be killed. After seeing Li Shiming truly show his strength, they were convinced that even with the strength of the immortal envoy Feng Kuei, a few more would be in front of Li Shiming. He was also killed instantly. Of course, they didn't know that when Li Shiming killed the immortal envoy Feng Kuei, he didn't have the fighting power he has now. The dark golden sky thunder fell, and wherever it passed, the space was collapsing, and the space above Li Shiming looked like the end of the world. Faced with such a terrifying dark golden thunder, Li Shiming faced it. He punched the dark golden sky thunder, and his fist collided with the dark golden sky thunder. Something that made all the monks unbelievable happened. The dark golden thunder that could tear the void was actually knocked away by Li Shiming with a punch. And not only the dark golden thunder that came into contact with the fist was scattered, but also continued to spread upward along the place where it came into contact with the fist. In front of Li Shiming's fist, the void was distorted. If he hadn't intentionally restricted the space in this area, the collapse of the space here might have affected the Immortal Alliance. He is really too strong. After fusing the 5 caves, his every move is equivalent to mobilizing the power of the 5 worlds. Coupled with his immortal body, the power exploded is enough to destroy everything. Li Shiming retracted his fist, turned back, and smiled slightly at Yin Shurlan. Yin Shurlan was also looking at Li Shiming longingly. Li Shiming's godlike blow just now will remain in her heart forever. Li Yuanba and Li Taibai on the left and right both survived the catastrophe safely. Although not as relaxed as Li Shiming's side, they were not as embarrassed as the time of Feng Jin. The main reason is that Li Shiming's previous preparations were too sufficient, both in terms of resources and in the process of ascension. He achieved the ultimate. Immortal envoy Feng Jin's understanding of the ascension process is definitely not as good as the ascension data analyzed and studied over and over again by Z15. It was Z15 that studied the data on Feng Jin's ascension, which made the promotion process of Li Yuanba and Li Taibai relatively smooth. In the sky, 4 beams of light fell, covering the 4 people and transforming their bodies. Li Shiming is also undergoing transformation, and his immortal body has made further progress in the transformation. This is the upper world's reward for ascension. It is based on the situation of each ascended monk and is not exactly the same. Li Shiming himself has an immortal body, and the enhanced physical body as a reward for ascension also increases his immortal body by 1 level. Yin Shurlan, Li Yuanba, and Li Taibai are all still normal, and their bodies have broken through the limitations of this world. Li Shiming felt that his 2 6-winged archangels had ignited their divine power, and were flying into the sky holding the divine fire. He took one last look at the Immortal Alliance and this world. He was about to leave this world. Of course, he still left some backup in this world. For example, he kept all his flying yiksha and several caves he had obtained before. The strongest of these flying yikshas are already at the late 5th level, although they are still far behind the great immortal envoys. Handling ordinary affairs is not a problem. Most importantly, the late 5th grade flying yiksha can fully accommodate him to lower his power from the upper world. Even if he encounters trouble that he cannot handle, he or other clones can lower his power. Of course, this possibility is extremely low. At least there are many archangels in God's domain who can borrow them. In addition, he also kept the technique of heaven and man, but not in the 10,000 Beasts sect, but in a cave. There are checkpoints in the cave. Only by passing the checkpoint can you obtain heaven and man. Jew. It's not that he doesn't want to pass on the heavenly man art, but that the conditions for practicing heavenly man art are too difficult. Under the guidance of the ascending beam, Li Shiming faintly sensed that another world had opened to him. Just before entering another world, he seemed to suddenly see Nanling City, where he first came to this world. Goodbye, he said silently in his heart. The end. Thank you for your support. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update.